It started as a joke. Should I make a 10+ hour video essay going through all 44 seasons of Survivor? I don't know. I might. That's the thing, I might do that. Don't tempt me, I'll do it. I'm doing it. What if I watched every season of Survivor? A few months ago, I made that joke mentioning it could be a 10-hour video. If you're watching this right now, congratulations to myself, I guess, because I did just that. Little did I realize the journey I was about to go on. As someone who was only knowledgeable about the early seasons of the show, and obsessed with the shift in the media made and consumed since the turn of the century, this idea both excited me to dive into and utterly terrified me for what the rabbit hole here holds. When it comes to deciding what the most important shows are of all time, we have to look at the mania around them, the longevity it would have, and most importantly, the impact and legacy the show has given not only to the people who watch it, but the other shows that came after it. While many shows can fit into that description nicely, none of them ring that bell quite as right as Survivor does. It without a doubt created one of the biggest followings for water cooler discussions the next day at the office, after an episode, and changed the format of what can be entertaining on TV, truly ushering in the rise of reality TV in every shape and form in the 2000s. Being touted as the show often described as television's first reality show, it's technically not, but I appreciate the confidence, it truly forms from a basic concept, giving you the ultimate scenario of surviving on an island or remote location while trying to work with your tribe as you go up against another tribe, facing each other in physical challenges and hoping that you either win immunity or if not, hope you don't get voted off the show. There was just nothing like it at the time and you couldn't look away. It came and it conquered with TV ratings through the roof and spawned what seems like an endless amount of seasons still running to this day. And Jeff's been there the whole time. Thanks, Jeff. Today, I want to bring you along with me to the island I became stranded on for the past handful of months that started out again as a joke and quickly turning into a reality. So would this be considered reality TV? I went into this thinking it could make for a fun video, maybe a bit of a challenge, but I had no idea that by the end of my 650+ episode journey that it would fundamentally change my life. Here is where I pause for dramatic effect. Without further ado, welcome to a complete deep dive into this extremely important show. Let's see if I can survive all 44 seasons of Survivor.
From this YouTube channel, one YouTuber is beginning the adventure of a lifetime. He has been put to the task of being locked in his house for 39 days and making this video. This is his story. This is Survivor.
It's like Survivor before school credit.
Come on in, guys.
I want this to be as much of an interesting look into the show for all of you as much as it is an experience for me, as I detail a bunch of stuff about the show throughout, from the incredible way the show came to be, the way it took off, the true impact it had, and of course, the incredible moments of drama on and off screen. If I am to truly understand the importance and effect Survivor has, I must put together what I know and what I will learn about this series I responsibly should, by the end, into a singular video. So together, you and I are castaways on our own island called my YouTube channel, as we began our own Survivor challenge. Will you make it to the end? I'll see the analytics later to figure out. Now, reality shows as we know them today were heavily changed thanks to new and expanding horizons in the early 2000s, with what was okay or not okay to make shows about. Whether you have something like the semi-scripted but fully cringe-filled shows of MTV during this time, something I have been covering extensively this past year, or if it were stuff like Survivor that focused on a group of people in some setup situation and we watch week after week to see what happens next, who leaves the show, what drama happens, and finding our favorite people to root for, or find the people you don't like and adamantly wish they'd get voted off. Reality shows may seem and feel like this newer post-millennium craze that has become the juggernaut of a genre for TV that it is, but reality TV has been a thing for quite some time beforehand in various ways that are extremely different from what you think of when you hear the term reality television. The earliest examples of this include stuff that you may consider more of what a game show would be today, but there is one in particular that stands out, going back all the way to 1948.
We're going to show you some of the secret films we made with a candid camera.
Here we have the show Candid Camera, which would film random citizens interacting with something they weren't expecting, which can kind of be boiled down to a prank show, which in a way, there's plenty of that on YouTube and on TV now as a society. So I'm glad we really haven't changed. Our true pranking values are still there. By the time we get to the 1990s, The Real World, the show, not the place that we all live in, was really beginning to bring in the attention of people as you get to witness what the title says, the real world, helping define exactly what reality TV is today, in some ways more or less. While this show would take a bunch of young adults and toss them all together into the urban environment of a big city, Survivor would do the same, except say goodbye to the Big Apple and say hello to searching for an apple to eat, as these contestants would be trying to survive on an island or a remote destination to win a prize payout of $1 million, before taxes of course. Then what would you consider the 1998 film The Truman Show? A film that revolves around a person being broadcast live as a TV show to others around the world unbeknownst to him? Would it be considered a reality TV movie, or a movie about reality TV before it truly became what that meant just a few years later? Either way, just some food for thought.
Just like I knew that Richard guy on Survivor was gonna win.
Grab your favorite snack or drink and you could be a Survivor winner.
First thing we need to note here about Survivor is that it technically is the American spin-off version of a show called Expedition Robinson, later just called Robinson. The original came out in Sweden in 1997 before we would get to the show that most of us know. Originally conceptualized in 1994 by British TV producer Charlie Parsons, this idea based loosely upon the stories of the Swiss family Robinson and Robinson Crusoe from the 17 and 1800s wasn't this big immediate thing. Charlie teamed up with Planet 24, a UK TV production company that would help develop this idea into a, well, reality. 3 years later, the show would come out focusing on what we would know Survivor for, where a group of contestants compete in challenges resulting in people getting voted off of the show or making it all the way to the end for a grand prize. This show was a massive success in Sweden. It was gaining a large audience in that region, where at the time it was considered one of the country's biggest shows in history. Soon after seeing these numbers rise, producers, TV executives, and other important figureheads in the entertainment industry all were at an impasse of, wait, why aren't we doing this? Well, while the world was figuring out what to do, Charlie knew exactly what to do. In 1999, as the popularity of this Swedish show was at the highest it was at yet, Charlie helped facilitate a deal with him and his other partners to sell Planet 24 to Carlton Television, but still keep the rights to Expedition Robinson. So the future of this idea was now in his hands fully. With the show now being the only focus, Castaway Television Productions became the brand, specifically for what Charlie oversaw, as from here, Expedition Robinson went global. For the US, Survivor Productions LLC would come about to be the partner with Castaway to recreate the show, when Charlie would be credited as an executive producer. When I think of Survivor, I think of the US version, as growing up, I had no idea just how many other versions of the show there are out there around the world, and to that extent, the longevity of these other versions of the show. Let's take a look at just how many different Survivor shows there are, breaking them down from the ones that are no longer running and the ones that are still going and or are coming back, which I will get into why they would be coming back right after. For the series that no longer exist, we have shows labeled under the Survivor or Expedition Robinson banner for Africa lasting 1 season, a Germany and Austria shared show lasting 1 season, Azerbaijan lasting 1 season, an Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania shared set of 2 shows totaling 4 seasons, a Belgium and Flanders shared show lasting 1 season, a Belgium and Netherlands shared show lasting between 15 and 21 seasons, China had 1 season, Chile had 1 season, Croatia had 1 season, the Czech Republic had 3 seasons, Ecuador had 1 season, Georgia had 1 season, Germany had 5 seasons, with them basically all being different takes on the show, with 2 of them being labeled as unofficial seasons. India Hindi had 1 season, India Tamil had 1 season, Japan had 4 seasons, Lebanon had 1 season, New Zealand had 2 seasons, Norway had 17 seasons, Pakistan had 1 season, the Philippines had 4 seasons, Poland had 2 seasons, Portugal was 1 season, a joint Denmark, Norway, Sweden VIP version of the show lasted 1 season, Serbia had 3 seasons, Slovakia had 2 seasons, Slovenia had 2 seasons, Switzerland had 3 seasons, Venezuela had 2 seasons,
and Vietnam had 1 season.
All of these were different regional variants of the show that are no longer currently running, but had origins where they came around during the turn of the century, to even some ending within the past couple years. But just because that list seemed fairly long, on the other side of things, there are plenty of versions that are still active or came back to being active. Argentina has a total of 3 seasons, with the show coming back in 2023. Australia has 10 seasons and came back in 2016 after a break. A Balkans, Croatia, and Serbia shared version has 3 seasons and came back in 2022. Brazil has 7 seasons and came back in 2022. Bulgaria has 7 seasons and also came back in 2022. Quebec, Canada just got their first season in 2023. Colombia has 7 seasons and returned in 2023. A Czech Republic and Slovakia joint show show has 2 seasons that started in 2022. Denmark has 24 seasons and is still running. Finland has 10 seasons and came back in 2018. France has 24 seasons of the main show that is still going on, and 7 seasons of an all-star series. A Greece and Cyprus joint show with 10 seasons that came back in 2017. Hungary has 6 seasons. Israel has 12 seasons. Italy has 17 seasons. Mexico has 4 seasons but recently started in 2020. The Netherlands has 24 seasons. Romania has 6 seasons from 3 different versions of the show that came back in 2020. Russia has 9 versions that returned in 2019. South Africa had 9 seasons. Spain has 22 versions. Sweden, which is the original version of the show, has 22 seasons. Turkey has 17 seasons. Ukraine has 3 seasons, with it set to return at some point in 2023, being their current plan. The UK has 3 seasons, with the show finally returning after a long time in 2023. And the United States, with a ridiculous 44 seasons as of right now, in which we are covering in the video, and a season 45 already underway. I know all of that was a mouthful to get through, but that's about 55 total Survivor shows, with 25 of them still going on. And there was a reason I highlighted some of them coming back a few years or even decades later to some territories, or some starting recently for the first time, with a lot of them coming from new partners after the sale of Castaway. Eventually in 2017, as Survivor is still this massive global juggernaut of a show, Charlie's Castaway Television Productions would have quite the value accrued for their name, and it looks like eyes were on them for a large sale. Banijay Group, a larger production group for television, pulled funds to acquire Castaway for a whopping $416 million, solely for the fact that the value of having Survivor and every version of it around the world was extremely lucrative. But with the connections Banijay has to working with even more partners around the world for distribution through their presentations at MIPCOM, which is an event that serves as a way to showcase the TV shows and franchise potential concepts with the companies that can make international distribution and syndication happen, there was a lot of thought of where this property can go from here and what else they could do with it. This is why so many new versions or territories that at one point had their own version of the show would seemingly at random come back, which is cool to see some new places also get their own show for the first time, as well as some seeing the revival of the show. One of them, though, is pretty interesting, as the 2017 deal from Banijay's end had partial focus on bringing the show back to the United Kingdom after its long absence there. But since then, it has taken 6 years to get set up, with its newest revival season still yet to come out at the time of making this video, but is said to come out this year in 2023. Peter Langenberg, the COO of Banijay, stated that having hands on the format means we can polish it and come up with a Survivor 2.0, because it needs a refresh. It's a good format, it has to be, it's in 25 to 30 countries. Look at Love Island, I'm a Celebrity, The Island. These types of shows work in the UK. And while I can't speak on what the new UK version of the show is going to be like, or look at all of the current new versions of the show around the world, today we can take a look at the evolution of the US Survivor to see how the format has been played around with, how the rules may have changed or have been altered, just overall see where the show is today by season 44, back from where it started with season 1. At least one thing hasn't changed, and that's the nice smile-having host, Jeff Probst. But seeing this many versions of a hit show was something that happened frequently at the time, to test shows out in different markets before any deals could be made for syndication via making versions of that show unique to the region, rather than rebroadcasting or dubbing the audio. This is how another massively popular show got its start as well, with Big Brother, which filmed a group of people 24 hours a day for 100 days and was shown in Holland to much success. And touching back on the UK, Big Brother UK became one of the factors that prevented Survivor from becoming larger than it was with the first 2 seasons it had there. Being stuck here and making my way through Survivor is great and all that, but I can't help but stare out into the ocean, seeing how refreshing the water looks, how fun it would be to randomly pick up surfing and hit the waves. But then I remember, there's sharks in there. And yes, that's my totally not so subtle and clever transition into today's video sponsor, Surfshark VPN. In today's day and age, it's extremely important that all of what you do online is your business, and not all of the evil out there's business. Do you know how many times I've been at the grocery store having to connect to their public Wi-Fi just so that I can have more than half a bar of signal? It happens more than you think, but in doing so, connecting to that public Wi-Fi opens up my information to anyone else connected, and it could be someone trying to get access to my private data, or this picture of my friend Scootish. That's not cool, man. Surfshark, though, has military-grade encryption to protect all of your data, so it keeps you safe from all the dangers out there. It also keeps you entertained by accessing the content you're already consuming on streaming apps, but now you can virtually travel the world, accessing content not available in certain regions. Do you know how much more binging content you can do now with that? But the best part is that it won't break the bank to be protected online with Surfshark. Surfshark, having all the perks of a VPN be even more worth it with Surfshark's one subscription, giving you the powers of the VPN, antivirus, data leak alerts, and so much more, all for the price lower than what a cup of coffee costs. It's simple to use, just download and select the server and you're good to go. So regardless if you're at home, on the go, or just want to make sure your information is safe, try out Surfshark VPN by going to surfshark.deals.com/JFringe, or by clicking the link in the description and enter my promo code JFringe to get an exclusive deal and 3 extra months for free. They offer a 30-day money-back guarantee, so you've got nothing to lose. Thanks to Surfshark VPN for sponsoring today's video. During these early years of the 2000s, the US was starting to have this new focus for reality shows that take viewers out of their comfort zone, but even more so, giving us the chance to watch people out of theirs, with shows like Fear Factor, a show that I will be making a video on later this year, that came to be in 2001. But with Survivor, we would get that taste of the human spirit and the human struggle as everyday people, not movie stars, not famous athletes, but everyday people would give up their current lives for a chance at a grand prize by roughing it out in the wilderness against each other. Why is this show held at the level it is? Why does it have the international reach that it does? The simple answer is, it was pure entertainment. The format and base formula just worked. To finish the connection of how we got Charlie with Castaway Television Productions to bridge the deal for the US version, we have to talk about Mark Burnett, someone heavily considered today to be a hit showmaker who back then was gunning after the property and wanted to be the person that gets their hands on it before all the other execs out there do. But at this point, Mark really didn't have much producing experience, only having his first production be Echo Challenge, the expedition race.
I just feel absolutely over the moon that we're finally here. High-Tech Echo Challenge, and I'm really, really happy.
Which was a reality show where teams competed in adventure racing. This was based on the Raid Gawaz, an adventure race that Burnett actually took part in while in New Caledonia, as it takes place in different locations around the world. All but in one place really, the United States, along with no American team represented at the race. So Mark put together an American team for the first time in the race's history, and having them compete year after year, bringing us to 1995, where he had a larger idea. So he took the money he made mainly selling t-shirts at Venice Beach and purchased the rights of the adventure racing format and baked it into his own competitive race and show idea that would result in pitching this idea to several networks, and on April 25th, 1995, the first official race was held and televised on MTV before moving on to other networks like the Discovery Channel and the USA Network. At the time this came out in the mid-90s, some look back on the show as a part of the true spark for modern-day reality television. So Mark had something to prove here. He knew this reality show field pretty well, and had the foresight to see where it was going. Mark came to the United States from London, and through the inspiration of hard work and support from his parents, he found his own level of success in being able to come up with new ideas. So as this whole racing business began, and now being thrust into the TV industry, he wanted to make a true, no pun intended, mark in this field. Following his 7 principles of success: only results count, have courage to fail, choose teammates wisely, perseverance produces character, be right or wrong but make a decision, set achievable goals, and finally, try to go above and beyond, and then further. His vision was to follow this producing path and wanted another competitive in nature show, and as he studied and learned from the interaction of the contestants in the Eco Challenge, he started to notice how stress, the natural competitiveness, and personalities started clashing, seeing an inherent value that the more communicative the groups were, the more success they found, over just being self-tactical or just being in shape. And that's what, well, in his words, attracted me to Survivor. In 1998, Mark would purchase the rights to the idea of Survivor from Charlie, noting that I had a gut feeling that I could make this great concept even greater. These two came together thanks to having a mutual friend hold a party in Los Angeles, as in 1995, Survivor first came to Mark's attention as this thing that he needed, and Charlie would note that Mark was a jobbing producer then, but when I told him what I was working on, he said this was the thing he'd like to do, and he nagged and nagged me for ages. Originally, I had wanted to produce it myself, but I had had a horrible year in the US trying to make a show with the wrong people. Truly the most awful experience of my life. We had just sold our company, and I had kept the rights to Survivor from the new buyers, who couldn't see its potential. I knew it was one of the best things I had ever done, and could change the face of TV forever. Burnett said he wanted to go to the networks and sell it with me, and then make it. I came up with a deal where he took a license. Once this transaction was made, Mark worked as hard as he could to bring this to networks, and was shot down each and every time, most likely due to not wanting to take the risk, and Mark really only having this other show being his main body of work. But eventually, in 2000, the changing of the tides had finally hit for entertainment, and the project was picked up by CBS and wanted to have it air during the summer of that year. The reactions of finding the contestants went pretty viral for the time, as thousands of people raised their hands to be a part of the show, willing to rough it out in the true experience of survival on national television, but also for the prize of $1 million. Out of those who applied, 16 were officially chosen, and this group was a nice ragtag bunch of starkly different men and women who went on to make television history for being part of the first ever season of what would now, instead of Expedition Robinson, be called Survivor. It's time to sit down and click play on the first episode, officially starting our journey.
One of the best parts of the job, all the free boat rides. One very important decision. What color of blue shirt to wear?
A new reality.
May 31st, 2000. Survivor, now titled Survivor Borneo for the first season, would premiere on CBS, and while it's not like people were unaware of reality TV or what it was, Survivor had a lot to establish to bring an audience in. But most importantly, they just need you to understand the basic premise of a bunch of everyday people that may or may not have clashing personalities try and survive on an island or remote destination while competing in challenges, hopefully avoiding getting voted off and try to win the cash prize at the end. The 16 contestants for the first ever season were selected from all over the US and ranged from being in their 20s all the way to their 70s. It truly was a wide scope of very different people here. So let's meet the first ever cast of Survivor. Here, the 16 people being labeled as castaways would be split into 2 tribes. In no particular order, aside from the tribes they are on, the Pagong tribe consisted of Bibi from Kansas, age 64, Ramona from New Jersey, age 29, Gretchen from Tennessee, age 38, Jenna from New Hampshire, age 22, Colleen from Florida, age 23, Jervis from New Jersey, age 30, Greg from Colorado, age 24, and Joel from Arkansas, age 27. For the Tagi tribe, we had Sonia from California, age 63, Dirk from Wisconsin, age 23, Stacy from California, age 27, Richard from Rhode Island, age 39, Rudy from Virginia, age 72, Susan from Wisconsin, age 30, Kelly from California, age 22, and Sean from New York, age 30. The castaways would be taken from land to island by boat, staying on an island off the coast of Borneo, where the 16 of them were split up into these 2 tribes as the challenges would benefit the whole tribe overall, not just the individual. The first episode brings us the tribes arriving on the beach of the part of the island that they will have to make their base, only having a limited amount of supplies to get things started. We get this moment of not knowing what is going to happen. We're as lost as these people are, with the Tagi tribe using their immediate time arriving to begin putting some real strategy and structure together, with the Pagong tribe merely just celebrating the fact that they made it to the island, and they get to partake in this grand spectacle of survival without either team knowing just what that means quite yet. Right off the bat, the personalities come out to play, with Rudy, a former Navy SEAL, wanting to take command and start getting the rest of the Tagi tribe in order for a clear-cut, focused group mentality. Now, he's not the most patient of people out there, but he knows a lot about survival tactics. So as he would end up not on the best of terms with everyone from the start, he is someone crucial to really giving their tribe a solid boost. I like these early on moments in the show, as we really get to see all of them on a level that clashes their personalities from minute 1, as everyone is just trying to get their bearings, giving us a glimpse into each person's way of playing the game, whether that be a team player or a deal maker, or even a lone survivor. On the Pagong tribe, Bibi would end up finding a role leading the tribe, as he isn't one for worrying about your feelings, just get the task at hand done. We get a nice opening duality from this, as Bibi would have a strict stance towards his other tribe mates, as he doesn't tolerate any form of laziness. You're here to survive and hopefully win, not treat this as a vacation or for 15 minutes of fame. While stuff was surely getting done, the cost of a tighter tribe that can work well together could be at stake. On the other side of this, Rudy would pull back on his tougher exterior for the benefit of his tribe, starting to find solace in speaking with and learning about the others, and through these early moments, we really get to see the early formation of alliances being formed. Alliances are something we will get into a lot throughout this video, but they were essentially the agreement between 2 or more people that no matter what, they will look out for each other throughout the season up until they can't. Especially in the voting process, where a stronger alliance can be the difference of you getting voted out because you deserve to be, or getting saved by the others who can still benefit off you being there. But now the real show starts to begin with our first main event, as now the castaways would get to meet with none other than the hosts with the most, one of, if not the best smile and stoic nature in hosting a reality show history,
Jeff
Probst.
While I will speak more about Jeff later on, here he's the host with the most, serving as our hands-off camp counselor of sorts as he comes by the island to run the challenges, film some extra bits, and by the end, tally up the votes and put out the flame of someone's torch. Aside from that, he would go on from just being the host to an executive producer of the show, and now being the sole showrunner in general. For now though, he's just the host, and we'll talk more about him later. Over the next 39 days, the castaways will spend time surviving the elements of the weather, and what the island itself brings, but also surviving the wrath of Jeff. And by that, I mean compete in the challenges that he oversees. Once day 2 rolled around and everyone is starting to get the hang of things, as well as some ideas about the others around them, with Jeff rolling up to the beach where we begin our first challenge for Survivor ever, which is super important thanks to how much it can aid in helping the tribe that wins this at the start. Naturally, the main challenge of the show has you competing for the immunity idol, which grants the tribe that wins its protection from going to tribal council at the end, but as we'll see, there are also just reward challenges, where both tribes are competing for whatever the reward is, and it will have no effect on if you go to tribal council or not. Only the immunity challenges decide that. But here you have a mixture of both the reward and immunity challenge, where the reward is winning 50 waterproof matches that help give you the advantage of survival, making life for the winning tribe just that much better than the others. As for what the first challenge was, each tribe would have to swim out and grab onto a raft that has a constant burning flame, and at all times each member must be at least touching the raft, as they would have to navigate bringing the raft to shore, lighting a number of torches while carrying the raft, making it all the way to the finish line that has a fire pit waiting to be lit, symbolizing the win. Now, the Pagong tribe won this, but it was thanks to the Tagi tribe having one member slip up a bit. Thanks a lot, Sonia. I don't think you're staying past tomorrow night. We get a bunch of infighting as we understand how quickly a team that loses a competition turns on each other and forms their personal survival navigation paths. This is always fun because now we get to start really seeing how people are, like Stacy, who we've seen not have the most enthusiasm or strength, and thanks to this has clashed with Rudy and his stricter ways. So just because she doesn't like his way of doing things, even if he is knowledgeable for help with survival, Stacy works on getting the others into voting in favor of getting Rudy voted off. She didn't count on one thing though. Others see her how Rudy sees her. So Susan makes a play of seemingly agreeing to the plan, breaking down this trust barrier, and then in confessionals, where one-on-one between the castaway and the camera, we get this reveal of her having her own plan and not playing into Stacy's. This is why you watch. This is where you make or break the rest of the season. The competitions, yeah, they're fun to watch. The survival element is cool as well, and sometimes dangerous, but the castaways and how they interact, work together and strategize get you so invested. The drama factor, the reasons why we get hooked on scripted content. Here, just made real though. It's just so good. You can't write this stuff. And just like what reality TV would become with a bit more fabrication, check out my video on the simple life, there today could be that for Survivor as well, but I don't want to claim that. There is something too precious about this show for me to ruin this illusion for myself. And now we get to the nail-biting part of the show, and that's the Tribal Council, where Jeff waits for everyone to enter in from the losing tribe as we get the process broken down for the first time. Jeff gives us a little recap on the loss that occurred, and that someone is going to be voted off the show. And special for the first vote out of the season is pretty much anyone could be voted out. It's fair game since they've only spent so little time with one another. And no matter who is at fault or least liked on the tribe,
One thing's for certain, Tribal Council, you are held accountable for your actions. There will be a vote. Someone is going home.
okay, well, I think that's more than one thing you said there, and that's for certain. Jeff would go back and forth with all the people on the tribe, sometimes laying into them pretty harshly, or just kind of asking questions to get to the bottom of things, or to get them to kind of talk and explain to the camera what their mindset was. How did we get to this point? So yeah, Tribal Council is a fun, tense, and dramatic time that has everyone go one by one write down the name of who they're voting for, revealing it to the camera or not for the surprise factor of things. Maybe get a final bit of a verbal jab in there, as the paper is folded and placed into the container. These voting confessions build up all the hype, up until Jeff gets his hands on the container once all the votes have been cast, and he begins reading out the names one by one, revealing to all of them whose name was voted for, and ultimately who is getting voted off. Sometimes these voting confessionals are there to add in that explanation of why a certain person is voting for a certain person, whether the option is for personal reasons or for fair or strategic measures. In the end, though, the first ever person to be voted off the show is Sonia, who would part ways saying some nice things regarding the team.
Tribe has spoken.
Go get him, guys.
But still felt somewhat humiliated for gaining the title of first out ever. Each castaway has their own torch that represents them being in the game, and if voted out, you get told by Jeff that the tribe has spoken and you get your torch put out, playing into the whole surviving and tribal council thing. The vote here was pretty close at a 4-3-1, meaning that if Stacy used her vote on Rudy, he would have been eliminated instead of Sonia. So now maybe some conflict will build with both Stacy and Susan over the voting here. So that's essentially the first episode of the show and how the base formula of the show works, in that 3-act over a few days structure, having their own time figuring out how to survive and work with each other, then take place in a challenge, only to give them all more time after the winner lost to deal with all that drama, ending on the tribal council. As the second episode would come along, now that we're continuing at day 4 of surviving, the issues with surviving start ramping up. Mainly the essential things like eating pose a real problem. They're all ready to start eating rats since they haven't produced anything better. Rudy and Stacy's beef continues to build now, having this extreme perception of one another and their abilities, but over at the other tribe, BB is dishing out the orders, having some people like it as they try and accomplish making a hut, but some are not fond of how hard he is being on them, with Ramona ready to kick him to the curb if they have to end up at tribal council. Looking back at the Tagi tribe again, we have a pretty big moment between Richard and Rudy, like we've established is an ex-Navy SEAL, who at the time was in his 70s. So Richard was a bit nervous in speaking with him about something, as they've been building up a nice respect and friendship with each other so far. Richard is gay, and based on everything he knows, and what we know about Rudy, is that he isn't in support of that, but Richard decides to just go up to him at some point and let him know. And to the surprise of everyone, Rudy took this information quite well, being open about how it is weird to him and that his buddies back home might think of him in a certain way now because he talked about how much he enjoys Richard as a tribe mate, claiming him to be the nicest guy around and that he has true leadership skills, thinking that the others would learn a thing or two from him. He thinks that they are pretty good friends, but he does make note that it's not in a homosexual way. And this was a big deal for TV in general in the year 2000. But there is even more to this that I'll bring up in just a bit. So for now, after a lot of tension is building between different tribe mates on both tribes, even a little bit of possible romance based on some comments made and some action shown between Greg and Colleen, for where the show goes next, it's all just one giant surprise. As far as the next challenge goes though, this episode had what would come to be known as an unaired reward challenge, set between days 4 and 5. There was a challenge that took place between Richard from the Tagi tribe and Joel from the Pagong tribe, with the prize of a map leading them to a water source as the reward. No real consequences here, just the prize to be won, where the two faced off in a weight-holding competition, and Joel ended up winning that. The real challenge of the episode was about eating bugs. How fun. The bug of choice? Some beetle larva. Again, how fun. And also, these suckers aren't small. Like, that's a sizable bug right there. Before we get into any events that take place or special upcoming events, the castaways get some information alluding to what's happening. This would come to be known as tree mail, and for something like this challenge, it mentioned them attending their first annual Survivor benefit buffet. First, can I just say that there's no such thing as a first annual? If it's only happened once so far, it's not an annual thing until the next one comes. Sorry, it's a personal thing. It's like when reviewers call a movie a triumph. It just irks me, and I will not elaborate further, with each tribe having the member who is most squeamish face off to see who can down a grub completely first. Stacy would end up coming through for the Tagi tribe, leaving the Pagong tribe in defeat, so the next tribal council gives us a look at the drama playing out for the Pagong tribe. BB, this whole episode, just became okay with the thought of going home and leaving, but not by quitting, by just doing the necessary things to have everyone vote for him. In a 6-2 vote, BB ends up actually getting voted off. We move forward though, as just surviving continues to be a struggle, not being able to fish all that well here. The issues between Susan and Stacy build up a whole lot more now, as Susan is focused on her strategy, which is to get rid of the weakest, and Stacy would try and build a connection with others because she's the weakest. My strategy would probably be just getting the strongest out first, so that I can coast the rest of the time. Until I get voted out. You know, I never win things. Dirk would end up being shown using his luxury item, which is an additional feature to the survival game that changes from being what it is initially, or in general disappears from the show as the seasons go on. But here, it was a special personal item that the castaway can bring from home as a way to help pass the time, or even something that can impact the enjoyment or not of the whole tribe. Dirk, though, brought a Bible for him to read and enjoy alone for some peace. but this affects the others by him becoming very preachy about it. So Susan was starting to get peeved by this. Dirk ends up getting pretty open about having a crush on Kelly, as well as he is waiting till marriage to do the deed. Eventually, this leads to a conflict between Dirk and Richard, with Dirk hating gay people and the thought of any premarital sinning. For a reward challenge in this episode, we had a race where both tribes had to swim out to a treasure chest, and then drag it across the sea floor, back up onto the shore and open it first, which here the Tagi tribe were able to do so, netting them the fishing supplies inside of the chest. But for the main challenge, they would be told to make some stretchers and choose a tribe mate to lay on it, as the whole challenge was a plane crash simulation of a survivor from the crash being the tribe mate they picked earlier, as they also choose a leader to do the job of, well, leading, so they can navigate the search and rescue of the survivor who is strung up in the jungle and needs to be freed and delivered to the first aid tent. First to make it there wins. The Pagong tribe win, with the Tagi tribe heading to the tribal council with a 5-2 split, with Stacy just not being the tribe mate that they need right now to win this competition. This is all funnier though, as it was raining at the time and her torch was already put out.
Well, the weather has spoken, and the tribe has spoken.
But for the sake of keeping things authentic, Jeff snuffs out nothing. This storm showed us that some elements of survival are just struggling with the weather getting bad sometimes. The storm was so bad that the Tagi tribe were able to stay there at the tribal council until the morning when the storm was over. Things were intense on the island until they weren't, and there seemed to be some downtime, and to cut out the boredom, Sean at one point makes a makeshift little bowling alley with coconuts. Susan thinks Sean isn't really helping out around the area, but Sean thinks that his parents would be proud of him, and I'm sure they were. The reward challenge would take place from their own tribe bases, as they must create an SOS signal that attracts the pilot of a plane for whichever tribe makes the better and more eye-catching SOS signal. The Pagong tribe's signal was a smiley face that couldn't compete to the Tagi tribe's spelling out of Tagi is groggy, using themselves and bright ponchos, winning them a crate of spices, hammocks, knives, and more. More alliances form as the tribes are getting smaller, and Ramona and Jenna were at this weird spot of Ramona being friendly with her and putting in extra work to help out, but Jenna still thinks it's too little too late. The immunity challenge now would be a multi-part relay race that had each leg of the race have a few tasks before the next person goes, starting with swimming out to a buoy and diving for a treasure map in a bottle, as the second person would have to run over a floating bridge to a boat that together with the third person have to paddle to shore, with the fourth part having a person break open the bottle and look at the map as they then head out into the jungle, climbing up a rope ladder, acquiring a key, and for the final part of the relay, two members look for the buried treasure and bring it back to the starting line to win. The Pagong tribe lost, and Jeff just tells it like it is sometimes, recapping who has been voted for in the group before. And these conversations give a chance at some last-minute thoughts of what's going to happen, and maybe sway the votes if possible for their tribe mates. In the end, Ramona received the most amount of votes, and so ends another tribal council, with her being voted off. The tensions continue to rise the longer these people have to spend time together. Dirk has completely made it clear that he's here for a fun time and to grow in his faith, as others think Sean isn't pulling his weight around the tribe. Rudy thinks about the pages of the Bible making good secondary use as toilet paper, so things are going well for everyone. But it's time for a reward challenge. Only 3 members from each tribe can participate, 1 for each round, with the first tribe to get 2 wins earns the rewards. First round was using a blowgun to knock down fruit, and the heaviest haul wins. Next was using a slingshot to do the same thing, and the third round was with spears and pretending you're playing darts. Out of 3 attempts, the person closest to the bullseye wins. The Pagong tribe took the victory here and won the whole lot of fruit collected and a few live chickens. They were named breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Don't worry though, I will spare you of any animal death throughout this video. Just wanted to let you know that. In preparation for the challenge coming up, the teams had to pick someone to be a rower, as the next challenge was themed after a shipwreck, having the rower paddling a boat, rescuing the other members stranded on debris, with Kelly having good experience in this for her tribe thanks to her being a river guide. But that didn't save them. The Tagi tribe loses and prepares to vote someone off. Kelly is spared completely because majority of the votes were for Dirk, who now has to face the flame snuffing of Jeff. As we start to enter the final days of the first half of the season, after this following episode, we will be down to 10 people left, and that means that whoever is left on both tribes gets merged into one singular tribe. Since the days have gone by though, the individuals on each of the tribes start really getting into some awkward territories, with Richard on his tribe hanging out naked because of the heat, and Jervis making some demanding comments towards the women on his tribe as he meant them to come off as a joke regarding their knowledge, saying they're they're the stupidest thing on this planet next to cows, and yes, the women didn't like that. The next reward up for grabs is some canned food and a chocolate bar. To win, each tribe member would sprint to a spot looking for 3 different items, and the team to get all of the items with no duplicates back to where they started win the challenge. Richard brings back a duplicate item, leaving the Pagong tribe with the win here. But the fun is just starting for the castaways, with the immunity challenge being a US Army training course that these Green Beret come and set up. Rudy is stoked about this because of his background, but mentions that he is not as fast as he once was. Jeff recaps and builds the excitement specifically for what a lot of viewers at home would be excited to talk about, and that's mentioning everyone having to prepare for this merging of tribes, and what new alliances and friendships can come from this, going into some statistics of how this can play out depending on which team would be heading to tribal council. As for this immunity challenge, both tribes race each other through the army obstacle course, and while being neck and neck for the majority of the race, the Tagi tribe edges out the win, and the Pagong tribe, who decide to majority vote out Joel, leaves us with both tribes having 5 castaways left for an even split from each side for the brand new team called Ratana, based on all the rattan trees on the island. This was a super important moment in the show for everyone watching. More personalities are going to clash, as now they'd all be together but technically competing individually now to win immunity. So any alliances, plans, strategies, anything of that sort, it would really be make or break here. Who's really here to help who, and who's here tricking others to help themselves? Some people were excited about the merger and how things are going to work, and some, Rudy, are annoyed at having more people at one campsite again. Because of the limited space while it was storming, Rudy thinks that all of the women were trying to snuggle with him, and he doesn't want that, finding it annoying as each girl recalls just being kicked in the head when he would get up and walk around. You know, it's wild times happening here on the island. Now fully assembled as one, the challenge for immunity has all of the castaways go underwater to see who can hold their breath for the longest. The 3 who lasted the longest would release buoys on a ladder underwater, and the first to do so wins immunity. Greg would end up winning, so now at Tribal Council, the votes can go any way, with most people receiving 1 vote, aside from Gretchen, who received 4 votes, so she's out. One of the alliances that formed a bit earlier would famously turn into the Tagi 4, featuring Richard, Kelly, Rudy, and Susan, as they were now becoming a thing to worry about. Their strategies made sense to one another and how to play, knowing Gretchen was a decent threat, working together to vote her out. Kelly and Susan don't play any games aside from the competition itself, not only being in the Tagi 4, but forming a backup layer second alliance with Jenna for an all-women group, essentially using Jenna to go after the other guys that are not part of the Tagi 4. But when it came to the reward challenge, which was an archery competition to hit closest to the bullseye, the reward of a video from back home and being able to send a video back really hit a certain string with Jenna, who misses her daughters terribly. Especially when Jeff teased that her special video was of her 2 girls, but it didn't come in time for this challenge, and Jenna breaks down over this as Jeff informs her that the winner can still send a video back, and at that thought alone it would be worth it, even if you didn't get part 1 of the reward. Most tribe mates planned on purposely losing so Jenna could win, but Greg's shot at this could not be topped, so he won, and along with that, he got to see a video of his sister. After this, Jenna, in a state of anger, was taking it out on the parts of the challenge that were still left out. And after a while of still being there and practicing the game, she was able to beat Greg's mark, but just not during the actual game. For the immunity challenge, they would all have to be connected onto a rope that leads them on a jungle trail full of checkpoints they must hit, but there are also some dead ends that could slow them down. Jervis would win after having extra determination, feeling nervous of being voted off, so I guess it paid off. And now, on a 6-3 vote, Greg gets eliminated as everyone just seems to hate him for all of his twisting tactics of using everyone and stepping stones instead of forming real alliances, and also you ruined the plan of Jenna to send her kids a video. Others would begin to have massive issues with Richard, as he has been this massive provider thanks to his fishing skills, but he hits a boiling point of feeling underappreciated, so he stops fishing. The 4 ladies try to go fishing now and they end up with a large catch, and that defeats the purpose of Richard's fishing strike. For the reward of a barbecue feast and letters from home, the challenge was collecting all 16 medallions on a web setup and then make their way to the middle all without falling. Colleen ends up taking the win here, just barely over Kelly, and Jeff tells her that she can bring 1 other tribe mate for the enjoyment of the reward, and not pausing a single second chooses Jenna, as aside from the food, just getting a chance to hear from her kids means the world to her. But I'd be there for the food, Jeff cooked it himself. This also gives Jenna and Colleen a moment to start figuring out the odd votes, catching on that there might be an alliance and created their own now, called the Barbecue Alliance. You know, it just makes sense. Jenna finally got to read the letter and hear from her daughters, and all seems well now. Richard, the next day, would turn 39. and he would just hang out once again in the nude. Aside from that, it seems like everyone is trying to find an angle to work with or screw someone else over. For the immunity challenge, the castaways would be jumping square to square, flipping over the previous one, and not being able to jump back to it and continue until they don't have any spaces left to jump, and ultimately giving Rudy the win. For the tribal council, the letter from earlier may have seemed like a nice motivator to keep going, but Jenna gets voted off with 4 total votes, but at least they gave her that videotape of her family as it finally came in, and also the barbecue alliance, yeah, it's already over now. But Susan and Kelly continue on to forge their takedown of Richard once they get to the final 3, and Susan starts going off about her master plan and manipulation and just playing dumb. Jervis gets told about his girlfriend giving birth, and he gets to smoke a cigar in celebration. Rudy, though, says some wild stuff about children out of wedlock, but cool timing with this next reward being a slice of pizza and a phone call back home. And Jervis once again steps it up to make sure that he wins, running across a bamboo balance beam so he can call his girlfriend and hear his baby for the first time. He was in such a good mood, he offered everyone bites from the piece of pizza, with Rudy being the one to decline, as Rudy was counting down the days left in the competition. He's had it with all of these people. For the immunity challenge, the castaways must start a fire with driftwood that could be big and hot enough to burn through a rope, as Richard would end up taking this win and getting that immunity. While he started to finally play the game more seriously in regards to his effort, Jervis's threat level was too high now, receiving 5 votes and getting him eliminated from the island. I guess those pizza bites meant nothing. Now, at a month into the season, not long left to go, everyone is seemingly miserable, and Colleen has a bunch of random cuts and marks on her legs that even she doesn't know where they came from. The Toggy Alliance is finally starting to crumble though. The first reward we see in this episode is a night spent on a yacht with food, a shower, and a bed to sleep in, all with satellite TV, baby, and even a bonus of bringing another tribe mate along, but only in the morning to share a breakfast on the yacht. Sean would end up winning by besting the others in trivia regarding the island, choosing the special invite to go to Richard, after spending time telling Kelly that he would choose her, but when he goes to the yacht, he gets another surprise of his dad showing up there to spend time with him, and his dad, Jim, would come back in the morning to the island, getting a chance to meet the others, discuss some world events they have missed since they've been here, and deliver them some care packages from their respective families. The other reward challenge was small and unaired, being about getting weighed and guessing how much weight they lost in total, the person coming close to the actual number winning a chocolate bar, as Colleen would win this and share the prize with the rest of the tribe. The immunity challenge would have them all stand on some planks until there's only one left standing to win. Kelly would end up beating Colleen after a few hours as Richard, Rudy, and Susan decide their target for elimination based on who won. So since Kelly won, Colleen would be the target, as she would receive 4 votes and be eliminated. Richard and Rudy are in a great spot friendship-wise, holding a strong loyalty when knowing they want to target Kelly. Kelly also gets into a fight with Susan over her leaving the alliance. The reward challenge here, which has the castaways run and dive into a mud pit and completely cover themselves in it, as without intentionally grabbing some mud to hold on to, make their way back to a bucket and get all of the mud scraped off, all for it to be weighed. The highest weight wins. This had a really unique and cool prize where the winner, who here was Kelly, got to have a nice cool beer and some food with Jeff. But even cooler than that, get shown the put-together opening 5 minutes of the show for television, and that's pretty sweet, honestly. Kelly knows that when she comes back, she is the one on the chopping block from the others, as it is made clear that her alliance is no more with Susan, Richard, and Rudy, so she must win immunity, where this challenge would have Jeff telling the group a Malaysian folklore story, as they would all have to run into the woods looking for masks containing questions as they answered them on camera, and the first person to bring all the masks back with the answers on tape, and is correct in their answers, based off the folklore, would win. And even in a close race, aside from Rudy just answering each question as I don't know,
should you do find your way home? I don't know.
Kelly would end up winning, keeping her safe from the rest of the alliance, and opening a shot at trying to stop it. But Sean's the one who gets voted out here in the end. His torch was already burnt out as well for some reason, but it still gets snuffed out anyway. Now it's literally down to the final 4, the original long-lasting alliance until Kelly became kicked out, leaving it 3 against 1 for the final episode of the season. Back-to-back days would have a challenge for immunity where the 4 of them start getting quizzed on the other members of the tribes that had been previously eliminated. Kelly would come through once again, doing whatever she can to stay in the competition. The voting here ends on a 2-2 tie, Richard and Rudy voting for Susan and Susan and Kelly voting for Richard, but they have to keep trying until it doesn't result in a tie. Rudy has made it clear that he is sticking by Richard and won't turn on him to get him voted out. So in a backstabby way, Kelly moves her vote to Susan, eliminating her as the final 3 move on to the last challenge. first doing the rites of passage ceremony, involving them passing the torches of those voted off the show and honoring them. As this next challenge, however, is easy. I see it on YouTube all the time. It's a Mr. Beast challenge, where you keep your hand on something and that last person standing there with their hand on the, in this case, immunity idol, wins. And after a couple hours, Rich takes his hand off in favor of letting Rudy finish off Kelly. But after 4 hours, when they were refreshing positions, Rudy removed his hand for a moment without thinking, causing him to lose and be extremely upset, as something so dumb may have just cost him his $1 million. So yes, Kelly wins again, now giving her the deciding factor in the end who gets voted off here, Richard or Rudy, ultimately making the decision to vote off Rudy, now leaving the decision between the final two up to the jury. Oh, are you not caught up on the jury? Well, the jury is made up of the previously eliminated castaways post-merge that come back to serve as the ones making the final vote. So sometimes you better hope that you've built up some good perception of yourself to the others, because biases could and will come into play. Kelly and Richard sure have something in common, and not having everyone voting out there love them. The two left would sit in front of the others, as they would make statements about why they deserve to win, basically. Kelly would go for the stance of saying that she cared about the others, as Richard says he played the game the best, simple as that. The others get a chance to each question the final two, some serious, some interesting, and some pointless, where in the end, Susan goes off about both of them, calling Richard a loser and Kelly two-faced and manipulative, referring to Richard as a snake and Kelly as a rat. And in case you didn't get the secondary meaning of that, she says it's only fitting for the snake to eat the rat. So after tallying the votes, the winner of the first ever season of Survivor is none other than Richard. And to hide from the world who the winner actually was, this scene of Richard getting his brand new car was shot with all 4 top finalists just in case. The world got to experience what a wild ride this all was. And for season 1 here, I decided to get into a lot more detail to help build the base formula of how Survivor worked and played out, as it would be easier with this knowledge to build onto for anything we discuss going into the other seasons. Following the finale, we would jump right into Survivor the Reunion, a staple of reality shows now that build more context into everyone involved and a bunch of goodies as well. It would be a live show that would see cast members now in the present day, giving those invested something to stick around for, and I think what would help build this bigger attachment to watching and rooting for reality show contestants. While they are real people, you start seeing them as the portrayed characters they come off to be, regardless if it's all real or if it's all for the show. It just simply was entertaining. As you build an attachment to these characters, you want to know where they would go next, what became of all the fame that they would receive being viewed by tens and tens of millions every single week. This type of limelight could and would bring mostly everyone some form of opportunity, with more popular characters getting even more. From sponsors to commercials, you name it. Even other opportunities on different reality shows and contest-based shows. But some interesting stuff to highlight for now, like Dirk, who would go on to get a role in a movie called Gone. Have you not heard of it? It was nominated for Best Christian Movie of the Year 2003.
There was Dean Davis, Cornell Law School.
As for Joel, well, he would show up starring alongside Dirk in the nominated Best Christian Movie of 2003, Gone.
The guy with the movie star looks.
Greg ended up becoming a fashion model, signing to Trump Model Management, and he would also receive his Master of Science degree from Colorado State before starting up his own green energy company. We will get to who does return for the other seasons of Survivor later as they do come, but it's worth noting that Greg was asked multiple times to join on to another season, but didn't want to as he decided to focus on his career. Jenna would have a private tape of her and her husband leak out, and would talk about the embarrassment of it all, but was mentioning how and where to find it for purchase online when speaking on it. In December of 2004, the New York Daily News would report that in fact she was behind the tape leaking out along with her husband and her manager, while she put up a public front in the efforts to gain more fame off of it, or just for the revenue from the sales on the website. Rudy would appear in the legal drama show Jag in 2000, going on to be the host of a show called Combat Missions, a reality show on the USA Network in 2000 that Mark Burnett also produced. He wrote the book of Rudy, that was filled with his opinions on just things in general that he wanted to speak his mind about. Eventually, Rudy would pass away at the age of 91 on November 1st in 2019. In some more dreary news, in 2013, B.B. Anderson would also pass away, here at the age of 77 from brain cancer. Richard, well, he used his winning celebrity status now probably the most to his benefit. He went on to a handful of game shows and ended up losing them all, even joining The Biggest Loser, a show all about contestants losing weight. And here, he also lost, but in two ways, one being eliminated from the show, but also losing 34 pounds. Now, like I mentioned, there are some more stories here. Some people didn't get a mention as nothing really happened with them post the show, but Richard's story is far from over in this video. But for now, to top it all off, he apparently may have somewhere in the realm of 200 or more kids, thanks to him donating his, well, you know, so there's that. This initial season was pretty special for what you did see on screen and for what you didn't. To add more context to earlier in the show when Richard came out to Rudy as gay, he actually came out to the rest of the tribe beforehand around a fire, building up his confidence to speak with Rudy. This scene would be cut out from the show itself, but it does add more context to how Richard was feeling. Mark Burnett wrote about this, saying that opening up about his past and the difficulties of being gay growing up was probably the most important moment of the season, and why the alliance we saw truly formed. There was also a lawsuit that pertained to the castaway Stacy, but I want to save that for a special section of the video. And with that, the first season of Survivor is over, and it's not hard to tell why it all worked, why it was so successful from the jump, and that was the base core of the show itself was an entertaining enough concept, but it was also these average everyday people that are genuinely interesting to follow. I honestly believe why Survivor worked is because of the different personalities clashing on the island they're stuck on, or wherever setting the show would be taking place. You get hyped rooting for the tribe you like the most to win the challenges, but you stay invested in people you feel you know in real life. While I was a kid when season 1 came out, I still watched it with my parents, and I remember clear as day them discussing what happened on the show with phrases like, "I can't believe blank did that. They really did vote off blank unfairly." And sometimes the occasional, "I could have done that challenge, yeah, okay, and I can make a 10-hour Survivor video." Hey, wait a minute. The first episode premiered to a massive 15.5 million viewers tuning in, which already cemented the interest that people had for it. But episode 2 went up even more to over 18 million. A common thing to see from word of mouth after a first episode. But then it just kept growing. Episode 3, 23.25 million. And little by the finale, episode 13, over 51.5 million viewers would tune in to see the first winner of Survivor ever, keeping a majority of the audience right under 40 million, continuing on to watch the reunion special right after. There's no other way to say it, reality TV has a new champion. A champion that would put reality TV on the map more than anything that came before it, and lead the future of the race to make anything and everything a reality show. Even though this was before streaming services and a lot of people cutting cords, these numbers are still ridiculous. You couldn't have a conversation with most people that didn't involve, "Hey, do you watch Survivor? And so now what? How do we continue this success?" Well, based on the length of this video, it seems that we're just getting started. During the reunion special, Jeff wasn't in attendance, but in calling in, he would be giving the audience the surprise that he is currently on location filming the next season. And before you know it, Survivor the Australian Outback would premiere as the primetime show starting directly after the 35th Super Bowl.
16 real castaways, 39 days, $1 million. Survivor comes to CBS beginning May 31st.
So for this new season, they decided to go big with the location being in the outback of Australia.
Oh, g'day, mate. Someone say Australia, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie and all that.
Wood, you've lived in this country so long, you sound more American than I do.
All right, well, I thought Hey Arnold was too long. This one's 12 hours.
As well as making it a few days longer for survival, and a whole bunch of big personalities coming together. Now with 42 days to survive, and what a wild and iconic 42 days it will be, giving us a lot of the blueprints and themes of heroes and villains becoming something so synonymous with the show, and a bunch more firsts for Survivor. Like last time, we end up with 2 tribes at first being split up. For the Kucha tribe, we had Deb from New Hampshire, age 45, Kimmy from New York, age 27, Michael from Michigan, age 38, Jeff from New York, age 34, Alicia from New York, age 32, Nick from Washington, age 23, Roger from Kentucky, age 53, and Elizabeth from Massachusetts, age 23. From the Ogakor tribe, we have Kel from Texas, age 32, Marilyn from Virginia, age 51, Mitchell from New Jersey, age 23, Jerry from California, age 30, Amber from Pennsylvania, age 22, Keith from Michigan, age 40, Colby from Texas, age 26, and Tina from Tennessee, age 39. Both teams would be flown in as Jeff describes this place being one of the most unforgiving places anywhere on Earth, with them being dropped off and given 5 minutes to salvage what they can carry, as they would all have a 5-mile hike to their respective tribe camps, all of them not being able to engage in conversation to get to know each other until they landed. In the first episode, we see all of these people first interact and see who they are, with just getting to their camps being a challenge in itself. The Kucha tribe have some issues with their members already, as Michael and Deb act in a leadership role, but mainly Deb getting on the others' nerves. The Ogakor tribe wasn't faring much better, seemingly being more dysfunctional. After a rough day one, the next day is spent forming who is friendly with who, and who is annoyed with someone else, leading up to their first immunity challenge, also having an important reward challenge aspect to it to help set the lead. Here, both tribes have to get through the obstacles of a falling apart bridge, and then pull a raft through the river, as they have to keep their torch lit, with either the first tribe reaching the top of the 30-foot tower with a flame, or by having a team not having their torch lit at any moment. Unfortunately for the Kucha tribe, their raft ended up flipping in the river, thus putting their fire out. For morale, they still went on to finish the task, but Deb took the loss the hardest as she sat in disappointment on the raft while the others went on without her. The Ogakor tribe would win immunity and 50 waterproof matches for the reward, as we head into our first tribal council of the season, which resulted in a complete sweep 7-1 vote for Deb to be eliminated first. Now, after that, the series continues to move along well, with new bonds being formed with some clear doers in the form of doing stuff to act as the leader, or the kind of doers who work well with the teammates. The first standalone reward challenge pops up, and it's for the prize of blankets, but to win, they need to jump from a 35-foot cliff into the water below, swim out to a crate that is anchored down, as when all the tribe members get there, they have to dive down and set the crate free. Bring the crate down through the rapids, up onto the shore and past the finish line to win. Roger's lack of swimming abilities and fear of heights caused the Kucha tribe to lose, but they were supportive of him at least for giving it his best shot. As for the immunity challenge, it was teased to be a grosser food-related one, and Kimmy says she won't participate if it has anything meat-related since she is a vegetarian. But that won't matter in the end. The challenge was a wheel that, when spun, having Aboriginal delicacies as the choices you could land on, just like that one episode of Jimmy Neutron.
It's time to vote. Each player will step forward and place their vote.
Tried to be your friend, but I have a planet to save.
Sorry, Pally. The human race can't afford another slip-up. Bye-bye, big head.
Forget it! Dang! And the first person voted off your team will be... Boldy.
Yes! A little to the left.
Sorry, I already spent 3.5 hours talking about that show. Here the options ranged from various bugs and even some animal brains. Each tribe member has a chance at a point being won for following through, eating the item, but if you refuse or if you throw up, you end up losing a point for the tribe. Kimmy, of course, refuses to eat, especially since she had cow brains as her choice, costing her tribe a point, but Tina on the other tribe ended up vomiting her cow stomach back up, and now with points tied, both Tina and Kimmy face off with the food being a mangrove worm, as Kimmy can eat the worm, and does so before Tina, giving her tribe the win, with a little redemption arc there, I guess. Now with the Ogakor tribe at Tribal Council, it's another landslide in votes, with 7-1, but not for Tina, costing them the challenge, but against Kel, which a few members in the tribe very much dislike Kel for his attitude and how he's been playing the game in general. Michael still works towards being a leader, the go-getter, the provider of the Kucha tribe, as he focuses on hunting a pig, with the reward challenge coming up being a race of carrying jugs of water as they cross a river on some planks over to the other team's tribe members, who are holding up a pole where the water jugs get added to. The tribe whose designated water weight bearer outlasts the other wins. But at one point, Michael's pole breaks, so now this leaves them to rush buckets of water to attach to on both teams to make it fair. But when time ran out, the winner was Colby, giving the Ogakor the win and the reward of fishing equipment. Real alliances start to form with the tribes, like on the Kucha tribe having Alicia and Jeff finding a bond. The immunity challenge comes around and it's a series of obstacles to overcome, as the tribes would be attached to each other on a rope, but not everyone can be as fast or that coordinated to do this, causing members to trip or fall and holding their tribe back. Thanks to Marilyn having a final trip here, the Ogakor end up losing, leaving them in sadness, and at Tribal Council, this cost her the game as 5 of the votes were in her favor, to get her off of the show, as she then leaves her special Mad Dog hat to Amber before leaving. Now, reaching day 10, the Ogakor tribe is starting to feel a bit split. Keith and Tina work on a strategy as they feel left out from the others. So as things get pretty intense at the tribe camps, the reward challenge has each tribe giving a giant puzzle to solve by eventually sliding the pieces into a proper order and revealing a map that leads them to the reward. The Kucha tribe ends up winning, earning them 3 chickens that can lay eggs and a rooster. Kimmy isn't into that, of course, but the Ogakor still have a bunch of infighting going on. But for the sake of Keith being safe from Jerry's wrath, Tina feels that Colby would be good for their alliance, since he doesn't agree with Jerry. It's a great time for all the drama. At the Kucha tribe camp, they make a decision to eat one of the chickens, so Kimmy leaves the area before they do so. And Michael finally finds, catches, and kills a pig to show he's still a valuable member to the tribe. As for the immunity challenge, each tribe member needs to answer questions regarding Australia and where they're at. The Kucha tribe ends up winning, sending the Ogakor tribe back to tribal council once more, where we shall see how well these alliances and dislikes actually play out, ending in a 3-3 vote with 3 for Keith and another 3 for Mitchell. So now they all have to vote again, minus those 2, but everyone stayed their ground, ending in a new deadlock tiebreaker rule from Jeff, where whichever person out of the 2 had more votes for them from previous tribal council rounds will be the one that's eliminated, as Mitchell's time then comes to an end. Tina and Colby were successful in saving Keith. Jerry now tries to win over Colby to be with her and Amber, but he really just is kind of going his own path for the most part, but still trying to be loyal to Keith and Tina. Things at the Kucha tribe camp aren't too great either, as another chicken is on the chopping block, causing Kimmy and Alicia to get into a fight, adding into the argument petty things like Alicia waving her finger in Kimmy's face and everyone being annoyed at Kimmy for her stench since she won't bathe in the water there. But luckily, the reward challenge was offering the winners to get items from a catalog chosen by both tribes, making it a mixture of some hygiene products and some food products. The task at hand was creating a stretcher with 2 tribe members acting as the rescuers, while the others were placed around these stage accident locations. They must be found and brought back one at a time until all the members have been found and returned. While the race was close, the Kucha tribe wins, leaving the Ogakor to feel the pain and sadness of constantly losing things. But let's see if they fare better during the immunity challenge, which is a race through a maze, gathering medallions with the first team to get all 5 of them in the right order and make their way out of the maze a win. And after all of their losing, the Ogakor tribe ends up winning, resulting in the Kucha tribe heading to tribal council for the first time in a bit, as they all basically come to the conclusion of who needs to go. When the time came for the vote, it was a solid 6-1 vote against Kimmy, kicking her from the show. And just like the first season, thanks to the rain, her torch was already put out. Going into the next episode, the merger is looming over them, but don't worry. If you were wondering if Keith and Jerry get into an argument about tomatoes, oh boy do they. And over at the Kucha tribe camp, they resort to eating chicken feed, calling it Kucha corn, claiming it tastes like popcorn. But food is up for grabs today as the reward. It's the Gamer and Jeff Keighley special, Doritos and Mountain Dew. Smells like a brand deal to me. You better believe Survivor would be cleaning up in that category when they needed to. From a vantage point, a tribe member must be the eyes for the rest of their blindfolded tribe, who need to be directed through a bunch of tasks, with the Kucha tribe taking the win and earning the gamer goods. But things weren't great after this, as later at the camp, a tribe mate's scream of pain and agony spread out to the others quickly, seeing that Michael is fighting the pain by splashing in the water a bit, as he inhaled too much of the smoke from being around the fire and passing out right into it, with his hands and shoulders taking the majority of the burns. But it was so bad, the medical team on standby from behind the scenes determines that he needs to get out of there for some serious help, getting him airlifted away as he gives a tearful goodbye before going. Because of this, there will be no immunity challenge, and the rest of the tribes will pass through to the merge with no tribal council. As we get to day 20, the tribes are planning their strategies and alliances to work against the others that they'll soon have to join. Once they begin to come together, their new tribe name is now the Barramundi tribe. And for the immunity challenge, everyone is standing on a perch over some water, where the person who is left standing there wins immunity. Jeff is offering some rewards to those who will jump down, with stuff like food or coffee. Wait, is Mr. Beast just getting ideas from watching Survivor? Anyway, some take the offer instead of going in for the immunity, with Tina and Keith left up there after 10 hours, but thanks to how close they were, he asks her to let him win, so she agrees because of their friendship and alliance. Keith is then given the win, and at tribal council the vote comes down to yet another split, even at 5-5 between Colby and Jeff. So after a reevaluate minus those 2, leaving us with the same result again, so we have to play this special tiebreaker rule. as between these two, whoever had previous votes at a tribal council will now decide who will go home, which results in Jeff having some previous votes from other tribal councils and costing him the game. But now, Jerry seems to be everyone's biggest dislike, as people are getting annoyed with her being too bossy. But she ended up winning the reward challenge of boomerang slinging, which would give her a nice meal that another tribe member can be invited to, as she chooses Amber and they have a nice time, but the rest of the people left enjoy the absence of Jerry. So this may just backfire. The immunity challenge is playing giant dots and boxes with posts and ropes, as they take turns connecting the ropes around the posts to make a square, and to win you must own the most squares, with Keith taking the win again. At Tribal Council, it comes down to a 5-4 split, as Jerry survives, receiving the 4, as Alicia would receive the 5, and be eliminated from the show. At this point in the show, they went off the air for a 1-week gap, and instead aired a recap that looked at the first 24 days, a way to catch you up halfway through. While being a nice refresher for some, it can also serve as a quick catch-up for those late to the Survivor hype train, and didn't have the investment time waiting for reruns of the previous episodes that they missed. Upon returning, they must group up into pairs, now having to run a race with some obstacles in the way, and here Colby and Jerry end up winning, earning them a trip in a helicopter to the Great Barrier Reef, where they can eat some nice meals and enjoy their time snorkeling. While this all sounds great, there is some controversy here to mention later on in the video, but the next immunity challenge that has multiple parts to it, first with a tug-of-war between everyone, and then in the second part, it's all about rocking a beam over water to make the opponent fall off, with a final round of them holding strong on wooden rafts in the water as they are moved around, resulting in Nick winning the immunity. And during Tribal Council, Jerry gets 6 votes, including one from Colby, resulting in her being eliminated. Now they start dealing with the fact that they have no food, not having had a bite of something in over 24 hours. But the reward challenge in the morning is a fun one. A food auction. Each tribe member receives $500 to spend on any of the food items, bidding on them for the stuff that they really want, with Nick paying the least amount for a singular item at $60 for some Doritos and some salsa, and the most spent on a single item by Elizabeth at $340 for some mashed potatoes, turkey, bread, green beans, and cranberry sauce. Someone really wanted to have their own Thanksgiving, but she did share some with Tina, so that was nice. But thanks to this, it set some of their stomachs off since they haven't had food like this in so long. Tensions against Nick rise, with him not pitching in or helping that much around the camp, as he worries about trying to win the next immunity challenge, which involves a seesaw setup that has them all filling up a water can to raise a fire that they have to keep lit to ignite a fuse, with Nick giving this his maximum effort but failing to pull through as Colby outskilled him, winning immunity. Jeff checks in on the members later on as they get offered a trade of a good portion of rice, but would result in the removal of their tarps, as they choose to accept this and suffer the elements for now. When Tribal Council rolls around, the majority of the votes go to Nick, casting him off the show. We're over 30 days in now, and the next reward is some food, drink, and a horseback ride, as well as a nice place to stay the night, and even some more food in the morning, as Colby takes the victory here, having navigated branching rope courses that they must be clipped to at all times. Next, a giant storm comes in and causes some chaos at the camp, and Colby does feel bad that his teammates ended up suffering in the night while he had a good time with Jeff. So when the immunity challenge is slingshot shooting at plates with their names on them individually that they'll all try and hit, leaving the last plate standing, the winner based on the name written on it, it turned out that it was Colby. He knew he needed to win this one and sure did his best, mixed in with, some luck in there. The Tribal Council proceeds with Amber receiving 4 votes, eliminating her from the show. The next reward challenge would be pretty cool, having them all brought to an internet cafe to chat with their families and loved ones, asking them a series of questions, and the ones that get the most right get a prize of a private half-hour call with their family and $500 for some online shopping thanks to Visa. While Tina ends up winning, in a way, Keith does as well, asking his girlfriend to marry him, where she responds with yes. Keith is feeling pretty good overall now, but Colby isn't too big on Keith anymore, thinking he's eating too much of the group's food, claiming his game with Keith is done. Spicy, I know, but the immunity challenges come up, and Jeff makes us know it's story time as he talks about the early Australian settlers. In the theming of that, the members are shackled up, heavily restricting them, but they now must run to different areas and answer a set of 5 questions correctly to get all the different locks undone for them, and whoever has the most open locks to make it past the finish line wins. which Keith almost does, but he ends up dropping a lock, having to go back and look for it, giving Colby the chance to sprint ahead and win immunity. Roger and Elizabeth, who get pretty close during their time here, feel that one of them is most likely going to be the one voted out. So he talks with Tina, trying to plan and understand that they should all vote him off instead for the sake of Elizabeth needing the money more than he did, thinking that she's a great person who deserves this shot, and Elizabeth thinking that he's an incredible father figure to her, claiming he's something special. Roger in the tribal council would be eliminated with 3 votes. Now we enter the final 4. The reward challenge is a multiple stage event race that takes parts of previous challenges and mixes them together, with Colby being the first to finish, winning him a meal, a shower, a place to sleep, and even a new car. Colby is really cleaning up here. It's not every day that, thanks to surviving on a reality show, nets you a Pontiac Aztek, now does it? Even his mom surprises him for a visit as part of the reward, bringing back the rest of the tribe mates their care packages from their families. But now for the immunity challenge, 36 covers are hiding 18 matching pairs of items, as each correct pair found by checking 2 baskets wins you a point, and to no one's surprise, Colby somehow clutches out the win, keeping him safe as now a 3-to-1 vote goes right towards Elizabeth, leaving us with the final 3. Now on day 40, the pressure between Keith, Tina, and Colby is there, having originally formed a kind of bridge for a small alliance, but in more recent days having issues thrown in there. This was a big deal finale here, I'll tell you what. They performed the rites of passage, paying respects to those no longer in the game at this point, as the Fallen Comrades challenge is here, and in front of the jury, the 3 of them must answer questions about them from Jeff, and Colby ends up answering correctly, giving him the final immunity. The vote came down to Colby's decision, which was to knock Keith out of the game, with our final 2 getting ready for a final tribal council, judged by their jury. Once there, they are all grilled by the jury with question after question to really boil down who these 2 are and how they played their way to the end of the game. Colby may have played hard, winning so many rewards and challenges, but Tina has been focused and a committed player, so the votes end up being casted, and then we get the shocking reveal that we won't tally the votes until they're back in Los Angeles, as we then cut to a live show months later, in front of a studio audience where everyone is now there. We get shown the votes now as it becomes a split 3-3, with Jeff pulling out the final card showing off the winner to be Tina, beating out Colby. The reunion would follow the finale right after, and it's a fun time, learning fun facts like Keith originally was going to be on the first season of the show, but they held on to him for this season. Beyond the show, there are a few things to mention regarding the players here. First, Deb would be the most down about the whole experience, aside from the loss of self-confidence for being made fun of, as she was first out. But then even worse, as she regrets doing the show at all, as before it even came out, news would spread, as reported by the New York Post, that she was engaged to a person 11 years younger than her, who was also her stepson, from her husband who had passed away a few years prior. Yeah, well, there's a fun bit of information you get to know now as well. Michael in real life turned out to be an awful person, as aside from a list of other things to dig into, seeing why that is, in 2016 he would be arrested for having multiple counts of underage material, and that was all found out thanks to them looking into a potential Ponzi scheme of his, and he ended up being found guilty for having said material and was in prison for little over a year before being released on parole. But I'm sure it's not like he'll be back on a future season sometime before 2016. Anyway, on a better note than that, Jerry's image from the show would help carry on a lot of opportunities for her, as she would also build up fame in the Survivor world, becoming the blueprint for seeing what a villain could be on the show, with audiences pushing this universal agreement into who is considered a villain, or in the opposite case, a hero. Colby would be considered the first hero based on his performance and how he worked with others, being offered plenty of opportunities since this season. Keith would end up having a show on the Food Network for a year, and then go on to create a few Emmy Award-winning documentaries. And finally, Tina, the winner, she would write her own book titled Outlive, Outlaugh, Outlove. And trust me, I know what you're thinking. Of course she did. As you can see, with the large status that the show now had going into season 2, it was a bigger event all around. The production value for setting up the challenges felt more grand. The rules seemed prepared and ready for things like stalemate voting. And as you got to see throughout the show, they were getting into some sponsored territories, having more name brands used as a part of the rewards. Narratively, this season proved that a whole set of new characters can be just as interesting as the last, and maybe even more so in some ways, as there was plenty of tense moments, some dramatic moments, but it was all extremely entertaining, leaving this season particularly memorable because of where the trend started of hero and villain characters for us to be captivated by.
These survivors knew the Outback could be dangerous. What happens next?
There has been an accident.
Season 3 would bring us to our next location, Africa, specifically in Kenya. The two tribes here would be the Baran tribe and the Samburu tribe. For the Baran tribe, we had Diane from Nebraska, age 42, Jesse from Florida, age 26, Clarence from Michigan, age 24, Kelly from California, age 22, Tom from Virginia, age 45, Lex from California, age 38, Kim from New York, age 56, and Ethan from New York, age 27. The Samburu tribe would have Carl from Florida, age 46, Linda from Massachusetts, age 44, Silas from California, age 23, Lindsay from Oregon, age 26, Brandon from Texas, age 25, Frank from New York, age 42, Kim from Pennsylvania, age 29, and Teresa from Georgia, age 42. The elements aren't the only thing out there that could harm the castaways, constantly under the threat of real wildlife in the area, as the show would need to have armed soldiers guarding perimeters of both of the campsites, as well as the tribe mates standing guard and taking turns being watch out throughout the nights. After getting dropped off by a truck, the tribe grabbed the goods that they could all carry and made their way to their bases, and right off the bat, clear personalities were building up leading into the major conflicts this season. The big reward and immunity challenge to start things off was a race to move a chariot containing torches and a fire cauldron on rough terrain as they light all of the fire towers on a path, finishing by making it to the end and lighting the bonfire. The Samburu tribe would start off with the win here, giving them the immunity and reward of matches and a cart that would help transport supplies to their camp instead of carrying it. So the Baran tribe ended up at tribal council as some were mad at Clarence. Most of them, though, were mad at Diane, with Clarence being especially mad at her. And with 6 votes, Diane was voted off this season first. The next reward would be for blankets, food, water containers, and more, as they would have to move 5 logs from one spot through a bunch of obstacles and then use them to make some stairs to get to the top of a tower first. The Samburu tribe would take this as well, but the inner working of alliances and strategies was truly beginning to form here. The immunity challenge would have each member on both tribes drink a shot of cow blood. If someone refused, that tribe would lose, but everyone did it, leaving it to a tiebreaker of a selected member of each tribe downing a glass of cow blood first. Linda defeated Kelly in this, giving the Samburu tribe another win. So the Baran tribe was back at tribal council, now voting off Jesse here with 5 votes. Tom, however, keeps voting for Clarence, and at this point, just not liking the guy. The next morning, the Baran tribe would have to deal with a pride of lions at their camp, truly putting fear into everyone there about just how real this game of Survivor is this season. The problems over at the Samburu tribe have hit a point that the older people are not liking the younger people and vice versa, something we will see a lot throughout Survivor here. But this would make their team split into 2 alliances. The next reward challenge, though, is for 100 gallons of portable water in a tank and some shampoo, as the tribe race an 8-foot boulder through a rough environment to get it to the circle at the end. And finally, the Baran tribe ended up winning something. The tribes would then need to start working on distress signals with an airplane coming by to judge them, and the Baran tribe would win immunity here now thanks to the idea of mixing bright colors onto their signal, and the fact that they all got into their underwear only, it gave them the win. The Samburu now faced the tribal council for the first time, where the vote was equally split 4-4 between Carl and Lindsay, meaning we go to the revote minus those 2, which turned into the same result, leaving the tiebreaker rule to come out, and since there was no previous votes, it was reliant on who can ever answer some questions correctly. Carl would end up losing here, eliminating him from the game. Samburu at this point was just crumbling, even though they would win the reward challenge, where they had to run a course getting a basket with food items back to their finish line first, one after the other, winning them all 12 food items. But the Baran would come back together and win the immunity challenge that had the tribes relocate their camps 200 yards up a hill and recreate it the exact same way, tasking people to remember it exactly the way it was, as the Baran tribe would bring in the strategy of moving the heavier items first, making the rest a whole lot easier, sending Samburu to tribal council, ending with 4 votes given to Linda, voting her off the show. Samburu at this point are a tribe divided, 2 clashing tribes under a banner of 1. They would then get a fun twist of having both 3 members from each group meet up with Jeff, who made those 2 groups of 3 swap tribes, effectively making Frank, Teresa, and Silas go to the Baran tribe now, with Tom, Lex, and Kelly getting moved over to Samburu. Each tribe would have their own opinions if this is a good or a bad thing, having to switch up their mentality towards the tribe they are now, and how would this be able to work. The reward challenge here, though, based on getting all your tribe's goats back into their pen first, would result in the Baran tribe winning and getting the reward of 3 egg-laying chickens chickens and a rooster. Now, this season had players here being strategic based on just giving certain votes to other players in case a tie would happen, and some tiebreaker rule needed to be used, so people were on edge about this. The immunity challenge would have each team here go and get puzzle pieces from a distance, and then go and assemble them correctly for the win, as Sambaru would win this and Baran would be heading to Tribal Council, with Silas not fitting in with the others here and losing to 5 votes against him. There is now a lot of distrust and uncertainty amongst everyone for the most part. The next reward challenge would come up and they would be answering questions as you progress down some bleachers, in efforts to get to the end. The first team down wins, and the Sambaru tribe end up winning a nice buffet of food featuring pasta, sandwiches, some cookies, but most importantly, Mountain Dew. Moving on later after some are we or are we not eating this chicken after they just laid an egg drama at the Baran camp, where Frank would teach the other Baran tribe members how to use a bow and arrow, as he apparently is experienced at this, but in the competition of trying to hit some targets ranging in different distances away, Frank misses all of his shots. But at least their team ended up coming through once Ethan hit the final target needed to win. With the Sambaru now having to face the council, they plan on a split vote coming up, as Kelly understands these signals Kim, now on the other team, gave her as a reference that her L means Lindsay has previous votes against her and would be vulnerable for the tiebreaker rule. So it played out like that, a 3-3 tie vote with Lindsay and Tom, and after the same result on a revote, the tiebreaker proved to be in favor of eliminating Lindsay, who had her run ended right there. And you know what else ends? No, not this video, we still got a long way to go with that. What ends is both tribes, as Jeff would have them merge together as one new tribe called Motomaji, and their first individual immunity test was having each of them stand with their wrists tied to a bucket of water above them as to keep it from falling. They'd have to keep their hands above their head and not have any crazy movements at all, as Jeff would then attempt to give them some treats for them to step down and out of this contest. But in the end, it all came down to a rock, paper, scissors game between Clarence and Teresa, with her taking the win, giving her immunity as Lex warns Clarence everyone is voting for him, and even in knowing that, the 8 collective votes still stung. Now past day 20, the reward challenge is launching some items up into a basket from a plank that you stomp on, which Ethan won, and the reward being 2 goats, that him and someone who he's allowed to bring, which was Lex, to a nearby village and trying to sell it, and in exchange they get roughly 20 bucks worth of shillings, as they spend most of it on a meal, and then on some snacks, clothes, and even some bracelets for everyone back at the camp, so that was nice. But now for the immunity challenge, where you'd have to memorize the items within compartments of a barrel in a minute, and then try and recreate the items in the various compartments, and if your memory is good and you complete it perfectly first, you win, and Ethan pulls through on this one too. So now in a close 5-4 tribal council split, Kelly is now voted off, leaving us with the final 8. After 2 rounds of competing in an obstacle course, the 4 teams of 2 compete until Brandon and Frank end up winning the reward, which was a movie night and an all-you-can-eat meal. And it's funny because these 2 aren't that fond of each other, but at least they got some entertainment and a meal. During the immunity challenge of creating a fire with a magnifying glass that would grow to burn a cord, raising their flag, Lex is able to complete this first and take the win, leaving the tribal council majority voting for Brandon. Now, similar to what we saw way earlier, this Kim here has boils on her leg, along with others having some signs of their bodies not faring too well this long into the game. But it's time for another Survivor auction, each given 20,000 shilling to bid on items that they want. Tom spending the least on a single item, which was a cold beer, and this Kim spending the most on one item to get a sundae. Tom, Teresa, and this Kim end up sharing some of their stuff with the others, and in fact, the tribe overall was starting to get a lot closer, and was pretty comfortable around one another. But friendship aside, the next immunity challenge saw them then get told about an African social ritual before they would have to run between stations determining if a statement is true or false, as the right answer would give you a certain colored piece of leather, and a false answer giving you nothing. So the first person back with 5 strips all tied around their staff would win, as Lex almost lost a strip and had to rush back for it, and then rush again to the end and win. With the tribal council having another landslide vote, here taking out Frank, we move on to day 31, where the reward challenge would be answering some personal questions hoping to match what family members said on an already recorded tape. The most matched answers means the most points won, where Lex would win and get a trip to a nice resort, get to go on a safari, get fed, have a nice bed, and it's all charged to Jeff's Visa card. He would even get to share this, bringing along Tom, and they even get to go on a hot air balloon ride. How fun. And upon getting shown an incredible view from this, Tom mentioned that this game brought him new light, and as a viewer, I kind of feel that personally, as we've been making our way throughout the seasons. Later on, for the immunity challenge, 18 posts were strung up with their names written on 3 of them each, with them trying to use weapons to break down the pots of their opponents, with the final pot with a name on it telling us the winner. And here it would be Tom. Not a bad few days for him. Kim P would receive 4 of the votes at Tribal Council, being eliminated as now only one Kim is left around. The game's slow, cruel crawl of mental and physical exhaustion was catching up to them. But we are also close to the end, and these will be the make or break moments. The reward challenge would have the players find hidden Swahili words on their boards, discovering all 9 of them and unscrambling the answer from there, with Lex taking the win again. Not only winning him a new Chevrolet Avalanche, but getting a special second add-on of driving the car around to nearby hospitals as they deliver a year's worth of medical supplies to them. The rest of the tribe mates are getting a little sick of Lex constantly winning now, so he would need to watch his back and try to win immunity, or he may just face elimination from the others. Speaking of that, the immunity challenge would be a combination obstacle course of previous challenges, with Lex doing whatever possible to make it through first, winning immunity and being safe for another cycle, guaranteeing him for the final 4. But now tensions are extremely high. Everyone is in fight mode, as Lex worries about Tom eventually trying to come after him, but Teresa received the majority of the votes here, ending us with Ethan, Kim J, Tom, and Lex left in the competition. Now it's time for the finale. Tom and Lex would have it out, but ultimately get past this to become friends again. And right away, for the first immunity challenge, it would be a quiz of the fallen comrades, and Kim would answer the most questions correctly, giving her the first round of voting immunity for this episode, and Tom would get eliminated here. But now, for the final 3, they all take place in the rites of passage ceremony before the final immunity challenge, having to keep their balance on a log, with the endurance from this taking out both Ethan then Lex. And after a few hours in the Kenyan sun baking, Kim would end up winning, and her vote would go to Lex to eliminate him. Now just Kim and Ethan speaking with the jury, pleading their cases to secure their support for the win, and receiving a bunch of grueling questions coming their way. But in the end, the jury would rule 5-2 in favor of Ethan winning, making him Season 3's sole survivor, as then the wool would be pulled from over our eyes, revealing that this whole tribal council was now a recreated set in front of a live studio audience, leading right into the reunion special. But there is something that needs to be mentioned. There was an incident that happened earlier though, as the question regarding which eliminated female contestant didn't have a piercing, with at first Kim's answer of Kelly was considered the right answer, but upon the finale's premiere, an error was discovered that could have changed the outcome of the rest of the game, as Lex's answer of Lindsay was technically also correct, but not accepted. Since this was again during its premiere on TV, representatives from CBS would feel extremely bad over this production slip and bumped up both Lex and Tom to Kelly's runner-up prize money, meaning all 3 of them would walk away with $100,000 each, and that's pretty sweet. This season had a really beautiful location, a dangerous one thanks to the animals out there, but a good time nonetheless. You really get to understand that most challenges for rewards or immunity were repeats or slight derivatives from others that we've seen in previous seasons, only trying to tweak some things based on the location that they're at now. So I feel mixed on the lack of creativity on that part, but it was still a good time. Something so unbelievable that it had to be captured on camera, as the funny and poetic way that the world works had Lindsay early on answer correctly to the question of pouring hot water on a tick will make it retract. And then a little later on in the game, she would be bit by a tick, but luckily she knew how to handle the situation. A few points to bring up with some of the players after this season. Kelly would end up working for CBS, helping cast a handful of people for another season of the show. Ethan would later on be diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma in 2009, and this became a battle for him ever since, going back and forth with different treatments, and going between being in remission and the cancer coming back. This wouldn't stop him or his spirit though, as we will see him again in general. Silas though would make headlines way later on in 2019 for some incredibly messed up reasons regarding a 2018 assault. Survivor Marquesas would be the next season, and it's another example of the early seasons bringing more fan favorite characters that people got extremely attached to. Our 2 tribes here would be the Maramu and the Rotu, with the Maramu tribe consisting of Peter from Massachusetts, age 45, Patricia from South Carolina, age 49, Hunter from California, age 33, Sarah from California, age 24, Gina from Florida, age 28, Rob from Massachusetts, age 25, Sean from California, age 30, and Vesepia from California, age 35. On the Rotu tribe, you had Gabriel from California, age 23, John from Nebraska, age 36, Zoe from Maine, age 35, Tammy from Arizona, age 29, Robert from New York, age 38, Pascal from Georgia, age 56, Kathy from Vermont, age 46, and Nalia from Utah, age 21. So now at the start of the game, the contestants are scavenging for their items, but it wouldn't be containing anything to do with food, but rather a bunch of helpful supplies for survival in general, with utensils for cooking and storing water. The first couple of days gets everyone settled into the island, worrying about water, fire, and food like a survivalist naturally would, but they would all directly then jump into their immunity challenge for the episode, having to use a canoe as they transport fire from a cauldron to different torches needing to be lit and make it back to the finish, and thanks to the Maramu tribe having theirs fall into the water, the Rotu tribe won, and for the first tribal council, Peter would receive the majority of the votes and would be the first person gone for the season. Peter being first off didn't allow us enough time to really get to know who he was, was. But in his short time here, he was already not vibing too well with the others. He would try to find some voice by getting them to understand the politics behind the voting and the strategies that would make sense if they are to keep going, but his plans and attitude helped push away the others to then just vote for him. The next episode would give us a reward challenge for some fishing gear by rescuing a boat that's been trapped underwater and row it back, with the Road 2 tribe still in the lead here, winning that fairly easily. And as for the immunity challenge, they had to play the hit new game, Bobbing for Fafaru. Each member would have to eat the fermented seawater housed raw fish and not puke to win, which hey, the Road 2 tribe did, giving them another big win and sending the Maramu tribe back to tribal council, voting to kick off Patricia. Patricia tried to kick things off in the second episode with a lot more oomph, having a sense of authority here, but just like Peter, some wouldn't like how she was going about this. But some would enjoy her effort post that first episode. But thanks to another alliance building up, a powerful four were seemingly leading the decisions being made of who gets voted off, leading to Patricia not making it past there. The next reward offered some comfort sleeping items and 3 lanterns, where you'd have to now build a raft to collect all of the crates throughout the course and make it back for the win, and lo and behold, the Road 2 tribe take it again. And even for the immunity challenge, when it came down to the teamwork of making calls about how to navigate a puzzle on a pulley system to get the coconuts all the way through. Things at this point aren't looking too good for the Maramu tribe. Hunter was seemingly liked by the others aside from a few, and just like Peter and Patricia, he would try and find that leadership position on the team. But as his alliances would sway more with Gina, and the last person kicked off Patricia, the other alliance would have to protect one of their own with Sarah. The infighting at Maru Maru sure wasn't great, with Sarah having a perception of Hunter, giving her no respect, and thus having no respect for the others as well. But in the end, Hunter's struggles with the others could not be overcome, thanks to people like Rob, who had to support the others in the alliance to vote Hunter off. After this, it was clear that there needed to be a switch up in tribes, having them all come together for what seemed like a regular reward challenge, but instead, they would be flipping over discs to reveal what their new tribe would be, either staying on the same one or being swapped. Kathy, Nalia, and Pascal would end up being sent off to the Maru Maru tribe, as Rob, Sean, and Vesepia would be sent over to the Rotu tribe. The immunity challenge now would be solving a tapestry puzzle, and even after the swappening, the Rotu tribe take the victory once more. The tribal council here would end up going against Sarah, voting her off the show. And Sarah was a part of the alliance with Rob, Sean, and Vesepia, and since they were sent to the other tribe, she just became a sitting duck, not having the protection of the alliance to save her from the others, who saw her work ethic as anything but helpful. After 4 straight losses, the Maramu tribe need to step things up, especially with the reward challenge offering the winners a chance to raid the other tribe's camp, which could destroy the Maramu. But they end up pulling it off, winning the challenge of a tribe mate guiding them blindfolded to collect tiki parts, and then after finding them all, assembling them back together. This turned into another win for them during the immunity challenge, having to make a distress signal to capture the attention of a boat the best that they could. Now, the Rotu tribe would be facing tribal council, and even though Gabriel had the perfect amount of strength to contribute to the winning streak the Rotu were having, suspicions of loyalty to the tribe he's always been on, or to the new tribe members who were forced over, caused a 7-1 vote, taking him out of the competition. The merge is about to come upon the tribes here soon though, but for now, the reward challenge offered a nice meal, along with a Sierra Mist. R.I.P. I mean, it came back as starry, but it was still. This multiple-part relay race ended in a ruling being contested as Jeff would at first declare the Rotu tribe as the winner, but the Maramu claimed that they didn't fully complete parts of the race in a proper way, changing the ruling to the Maramu tribe winning, but the win here may not feel as sweet later when they lose the immunity challenge of assembling a ladder with a certain order of parts to find within the area, leaving them at tribal council now, where Gina gets surprised being the one eliminated on a 3-1 vote, thinking that things were seemingly going well here, but alas, she was voted out. Okay, so now it's time for the big merge, both tribes having to come together as one, now known as the Soliantu tribe. The immunity challenge would be standing on platforms where only feet can touch it, so don't fall over basically, and that's just what Kathy would do, giving her a personal immunity from tribal council. And now with the tribe as one, the majority of them would come together and vote off Rob, but this was a major turning point for the season. When it comes to Survivor Legends, these were the building block moments for Rob here, who would have a legacy beyond this for the show. He quickly became a fan favorite thanks for his mixing of skills that balanced him out for any situation, and he's not short of strategy either. When people think of contestants from the series in general, most people have Rob at the top of their lists, or rather how he would come to be known as Boston Rob. Some characters on the show would end up with nicknames, whether it was a shortened abbreviation or something special added on to immediately identify with them amongst the other players. But Rob here would be making a long-lasting memory for the audience, as he would become a legend under the nickname nickname Boston Rob, thanks to this season having two Robs, Robert from New York and Rob from Boston. The other Rob, or Robert, would technically have a nickname as well, being called the General, but some nicknames just hit different. Even if at first thought just saying Boston Rob doesn't sound all that creative, but it just kind of sounds right. And even though he's voted off, Rob will be back for more Survivor later on, truly bringing back the entertainment he supplied during his first time here. His play after the merge to go after the Rotu 4, which consisted of John, Robert, Tammy, and Zoe, claiming that they wanted to vote out Kathy, ended up backfiring on him, as everyone else took him out. It was at this point a shift happened in the season where the stronger personalities that were once there just simply weren't now, and the absence of this surely was felt, leaving the rest of the season to feel a little less exciting because of it all. Kathy would end up winning the next reward challenge by getting her kite to fly up to 300 feet first and received a Snickers candy bar and a scuba diving trip. As far as the immunity challenge, Tammy would become the winner there after being asked a bunch of questions where you being right gets you to have a rope cut for another tribe member, each of them having 3 to protect them. Last one standing after all this became declared the winner. Tribal Council next would result in a 6-3 vote against John, taking him out of the show. Since he was heading the Rotu 4 Alliance, the Outsiders Alliance, which had Visepia, Kathy, Nalia, Pascal, and Sean, formed over the arrogance they believed John to have during the challenge. Things would start ramping up as we have reached the final 8, with the next reward challenge being them all splitting up into groups of 2 and then splitting open coconuts to use the milk from them to raise a ball up first, as Pascal and Sean would win, and then getting to feast on traditional food from the area. Immunity challenge wise, where one-on-one stilt balancing battles would happen, Tammy would win, giving her immunity once more. On the chopping block was Zoe, who received, well, everyone else's vote. The Outsiders at this point were doing the best job that they could at defending themselves and strategically playing against the Rotu 4, which at this point, we can't keep calling them that, can we? She already voted against John, which went against her own alliance and basically pretended she wasn't in any alliance, but she was clocked as a threat in general, so they all did what they had to do and got her out of the game. The next reward challenge had them all doing multiple rounds of diving to acquire stuff like shells or rocks, and Pascal would present Jeff with a rock to his feet first, giving him a nice meal, shower, and a place to sleep on a cruise ship. He was able to invite Nalia to join him, even if it was Visepia's birthday. But regardless, a chewed mint might be a nice consolation gift, right? No? Immunity challenge wise though, the players would have to make a fire and have their stove here pop some popcorn. But no time to enjoy this incredible snack here. They have to make a brush fire, and Robert did just that, winning him safety from the voting. Tammy though didn't fare so well for Tribal Council, receiving majority of the votes, and thus another connection to the Rotu 4 was taken out. Her personal gripes with some of the others was thinking that they were all hypocrites, who were able to make certain decisions and feel no ways about them thanks to their religion. She made it far, but played the game she was determined to play from day 1. And now we are past day 30. The next reward challenge offers an overnight visit from a friend or family member to stay at the campsite. The challenge was a puzzle that each turn allowed the player to move to an open space, thus flipping over the previous piece, which can quickly trap someone with no more steps that they can make who's also left, giving Kathy here the win, and her son Patrick was able to stay with the tribe before departing in the morning, making it very emotional for Kathy and for the other players to remember why they are here and who is waiting for them when all is said and done. Immunity challenge wise, we had a slingshot shooting contest of trying to hit the other's tiles that would cover their tiki in sand. The least sandiest tiki would win, with Visepia taking care of business and winning, as Robert would be the one voted off at Tribal Council. The Outsiders have officially done it. They voted off every member of the Rotu 4, making them the Rotu no more. A pretty impressive feat, getting them all off the rest of the game one by one. Now, Robert saw this coming easily for the voting and took it with as much dignity as possible. And the next reward challenge would be a big one though, having multiple steps to it, from constructing a tiki, walking on stilts, finding a key and some coconuts, opening a crate, using the slingshot inside to cover a tiki in sand by shooting a tile, with all that work leading up to Sean being the winner and getting himself a brand new Saturn Vue. It doesn't help in the immediate moment, but a new car is a new car. But it meant a lot to Sean as the car is paid for, and it makes him think of his kids back home. The days are getting hard to make it through as we get closer to the end of the season. The survival aspect is affecting all of them, but no time to wallow in that. The immunity challenge is next, and we get a classic story time with Jeff moment, where he tells an ancient Marcasian tale, and from this the players must use that information they took and turn it into answers for the several questions that are given to them, netting the person a mini idol title for a necklace each answer they get right. To win, you have to get 5 questions correct and cross the finish line with your idol necklace, to which Kathy did, saving her from Tribal Council. But what doesn't save you from Tribal Council is a car, because Sean would ultimately be voted off, bringing us now to our top 4 players left in the game. For the season finale, it would be back-to-back immunity challenge time, with the first being the Fallen Comrades questionnaire, and after getting 10 questions right, Vecepia would be safe from elimination. This would now end in a tie in votes between Nalia and Kathy, but here to determine who would go, Jeff would bring out the rock bag, where in this rock draw tiebreaker, each of them draws a rock from the bag, 2 yellow rocks making you safe, and 1 purple eliminating you. They could either work it out themselves with who would be leaving, or choose to leave it up to chance with the rocks. In doing this puts Parshall on the line here, as well, when he wasn't in the deciding factor of the tiebreaker. And luck would have it, he pulls the purple rock, even making a joke when grabbing it saying it feels like purple, taking him out of the game. I think pretty unfairly. While there was tension here for sure, it felt too much of a random push out of the show rather than through skill and strategy. This would later be a point of contention, as Jeff would later go on to explain to Dalton Ross of Entertainment Weekly that, in the event of a Tribal Council tie, survivors pull rocks out of a bag, at least at this tiebreaker, and whoever pulls the colored rock is eliminated. The way it's supposed to work is that once the tie is revealed, the people for whom votes have been cast and the person with immunity all become safe. The others have to pull rocks. We didn't realize that process works for all numbers except for 4. With 4 people left, only 1 person is eligible to pull a rock, since 1 has immunity and 2 have received votes. I realized something was wrong about halfway through, as Pascal, Nalia, and Kathy were all pulling their rocks out. Even if I had figured out exactly what was wrong, there would have been no way to correct it because we had already done it. And let me be clear, no rules were violated. It's just not what we meant to happen, and that's the truth. While we have more to talk about with Jeff later on, I do appreciate how open he is about Survivor, and the things that go on. Never afraid to really speak his mind or share his thoughts, whether it be on screen during the show or afterwards in interviews, being straightforward about things. So after that, the final immunity challenge would come down to outlasting others standing on a pedestal, where Nalia would get the win, only guaranteeing her for the final 2, and thus Kathy would be eliminated, bringing us Nalia versus Vecepia in the end. Now, when the jury comes around to hear them out and make their final vote for the winner, 1 jury member wasn't there, and that was Pascal, who just yesterday was voted out, but the elimination actually caused him to pass out and be brought to a hospital. So aside from never having a vote against him the whole season, he loses this close to the end by chance, and then ends up having to be treated at the hospital right after. Luckily though, he's okay and he made it back. I can't say he was winning too much later in life either, as he was also a judge and had to resign in 2010 due to an intimate scandal between himself and an assistant public defender, which aside from ruining some trials here, he may have ruined a few things in his personal life because of that. As for Kathy, she did a great job throughout the season, fighting her way through it all, trying to be a leader, and in the end was a key player in taking down the Road to 4 with her Outsiders Alliance. But now with only their alliance left, it was every person for themselves, as Nalia figured the jury would have her back more than hers for the win. Vecepia broke a deal with Kathy for the final 2, and had one with Nalia, making Kathy upset when it came to where her vote would be placed from the jury. Afterwards, at the reunion, it was proven through a mock vote that Kathy would have ended up winning if it were her in the end. But she didn't win, and now in the end, Pascal came back to serve on the jury, and after a few of them being able to speak their minds, the winner at a 4-3 split came out to be Vecepia. Poor Jeff here wasn't the happiest for this location thanks to the native species of biting no-no sandflies, causing a nuisance to everyone, but luckily this won't be the season that breaks, or at least tries to break, this man's dedication to the game of Survivor. He did say he never would go back to this location again though, and it was also around this point in my marathon of the show, still realizing there were 40 more seasons to go nonetheless, that my view of the show started to change, breaking down the show originally into the core structure of here are the events, then someone gets voted out. But now I was seeing it more and more for the castaways themselves, what they say or do, how they interact with one another, and their strategies, fully knowing what this show can be. It's not just a physical competition, it's heavily focused on the mental fortitude of the players. And for a myriad of reasons, this season really sparked the changing in where my interests lied most while viewing the show, as the majority of people here didn't bring too many memorable moments or grand personalities to clash, making me notice what it was lacking in a very easy to see way. I mean, the most interesting moment this season was when John accidentally got stung by a sea urchin, and to stop the swelling and ease the pain, you're supposed to urinate on it. Or at least the person who came up with that in the past was just into some things. No judgment, do you? And just pretended this was a thing. But he needed someone to go number one on his hand because of this, and it's just the way he's saying it and asking them for help that truly gets me.
I need somebody who has to pee. I need somebody who can pee on my hand.
Leaving Kathy here just squatting down and letting the dam burst, thus helping him, and that's season 4 for you.
Next week on Survivor.
To win, you're gonna have to swim.
Come on, man. That's like the 8th swimming challenge, dog.
Survivor, only on CBS.
Our next season of Survivor brings us to Thailand, giving us another large cast of characters to meet and follow with 2 tribes as usual. The Chuigan tribe, which has John from Louisiana, age 40, Tanya from Tennessee, age 27, Gandia from Colorado, age 33, Ted from North Carolina, age 37, Helen from Rhode Island, age 47, Jan from Florida, age 53, Clay from Louisiana, age 46, and Brian from California, age 34. The other tribe was the Sukchai, and it consisted of Jed from Texas, age 25, Stephanie from Arizona, age 29, Rob from Arizona, age 23, Sheann from New York, age 28, Aaron from Texas, age 26, Ken from New York, age 29, Penny from Texas, age 27, and Jake from Texas, age 60. But this was done in a way where Jake and Jan, who were the eldest members there, being given the task of selecting their teams. Like a game of dodgeball in gym class, it would hurt to be picked last. Here, I guess they don't really know each other yet, so it doesn't really matter so much, but I'm sure both Clay and Aaron feel great about both being chosen last. The tribes would kind of be separated at this point by age, with Jake choosing based on athleticism, and Jan just being on the spot about it. Right away, things were getting off to an interesting start as Tanya got pretty sick already, dealing with some dehydration issues, and John for some reason wanted to pull a prank on the others regarding finding the perfect waterhole source to claim as the only one that can help, but in reality, it was just a tiny pit of some salt water, and it didn't go over the best with the others. But over on the other tribe, Jed seems to be the loner type, working more so on catching food than with building the shelter with the others, as he sees it that no one was focused on the food aspect of things right this second. Sheann ends up getting in an argument with Rob, where we get to see that Sheann is truly here to play the game and not be messed with. For the first immunity challenge, the tribes had to paddle a boat around a small island and stop at several areas to solve a puzzle or task to earn a flag, that they would then have to bring back, and only one person can handle solving each station, which seemed not to go over so well for the Chuigan, as Gandia had a harder time solving the puzzle for her tribe, and she felt that she was at fault for letting their tribe fall behind and lose. Tanya also felt a level of guilt from her sickness, but at tribal council, both of them would be safe thanks to John, who thought his prank would go over well, but it didn't, and was the first person voted off of the show. Now getting established in the area, both tribes are having their own fair share of issues. Helen and Jan have a whole water source adventure that makes them have hours of frustration, but for the Sukchai tribe, tensions rise once Rob, Stephanie, and Jed don't participate in eating some shellfish for dinner, and separate themselves from the rest of the tribe sleeping out on the beach for the night. The first reward challenge comes up, and for the challenge of one person from the tribe guiding the blindfolded members carrying them around as they collect all these bags and finish the course, and the Sukchai came through on this one, netting them fishing supplies, a lantern, and a larger fishing net. Upset at their loss, the tribe was not holding together too well in terms of morale, but the immunity challenge is here and they need a win. This next immunity challenge would have them one at a time swimming out to pieces of a giant lotus flower and connecting it all together again, but the Chuigan couldn't pull through, leaving the Sukchai winning another challenge. This tribal council now is a little uncomfortable as well, as they end up majority voting for Tanya, identifying the weakest link currently thanks to her still being sick. Something else that is sick, and also not in the good meaning of sick, is the following episode, where what we see is a grinding related incident from Ted onto Gandia, and the show plays it in a way where it was him waking up from a dream and thinking that she was his wife, but there was some extreme discomfort here. Aside from that, as this incident spreads around to the others, some characters use it as knowledge and strategy for the sake of helping themselves in the game. Again, the show didn't make it seem like it was too big of a deal outside of making both of these two uncomfortable with one another. And many years later, on the podcast Talkin' with T-Bird, a show hosted by Rob and Teresa, you remember her from the Africa season, and Rob is going to be from a future season we'll talk about, but on the show they had Gandia on as she discusses this moment as one of the worst things that has ever happened to her in her whole entire life. Listening to how things happened and seeing them play out the way they did on the show, which was a narrative of making her seem overreactive, with some of the others on the tribe claiming it not to have happened, where you would get to the point of Ted yelling at her saying, first of all, I don't need to get with you. Second of all, I'm not even attracted to you. It's not even like that. All of this taking place in front of the whole tribe. Clay ended up even calling Gandia a child for running off and letting her anger out. Before all of this, in the other episodes, we saw a friendship building between these two, and even some closer moments in comments making it seem like there was some slight line pushing beyond a friendship that was okay up until the incident took place. At least that's what the show was showing us. But building on to how she felt from all of this, the rest of her experience on the island would be completely altered. This whole episode is riddled with stuff to mention, as the reward challenge here was going back and forth on small bamboo planks to the other tribe's boat full of baskets, with a specially marked designated attack zone area where both tribes could try and stop the other person or push them into the water, but only in that specific zone. This moment went down as a first for the show, as apparently no one wanted to listen or play by the rules, leading to the first time we'd see something a little more than sass from Jeff, and that was him getting legitimately mad for those who aren't actually playing the game properly, kicking Ken, Rob, Jed, and Stephanie from this challenge. It was a spectacle to behold, as this wasn't an oops, I messed up. This was a blatant screw the rules, I'll play how I want to play, regardless if they're in control or not. And spoiler alert, they're not in control here. The Choigan tribe eventually won this reward, which was a visit from some Thai Red Beret Special Forces who helped improve the living conditions back at their camp. For the Sukjai, both Rob and Jed end up losing their fishing supplies, and that's not good because the immunity challenge of moving temple pieces over 3 stations, moving from one to the next, recreating the temple without having any larger pieces placed on smaller ones throughout, and the Choigan would end up winning this. So on the chopping block goes the Sukjai tribe, with Jed receiving the most votes and is now forced to end his run of the game. And according to Chien, the Sukjai intentionally lost just to vote off Jed. Gandia would try and work with the other girls on her team, since they would do all of the work, seemingly claiming that the guys do nothing aside from being lazy. But after both the reward challenge, which got you a bunch of bananas and some chickens, the Sukjai would navigate getting this heavy and large dummy across this island, and as well for the immunity challenge where the tribe mates in pairs must solve puzzles, as the Sukjai also take that, sending the Choigan to tribal council where the effects of the Gandia and Ted situation and the attempts to unify the girls by Gandia ended with her being voted off. Clay is a little poopster though, and we'll have to mention him later on, but for now, he ended up writing Bye Bye Denver Diva for his vote, where Jeff asked the group for clarification as to who wrote this and who it was for. Now, the next episode has Rob get his foot stung by a stingray and having to deal with that, as we have the Survivor auction once again, where the tribes were given $1,000 and given the chance to outbid each other on various items that they want. The Sukjai won a hamburger with toppings and fries, a secret covered item, which was baked grubs, and another secret covered item of a hot fudge sundae. The Choigan would win a pitcher of lemonade, spaghetti and meatballs, with some garlic bread and some nachos, along with a mystery item, getting them some margaritas. There was a mutiny offer given that would allow the castaways a chance to join the other tribe if they wanted to, but no one took the offer. The immunity challenge, though, was all about spreading different fish from a pile into respective bins they belonged to, where the Choigan would take the win. At tribal council, the Sukjoi would vote off Stephanie, as she was perceived to be the weakest in the group. The Sukjai would come back through winning the reward challenge of a Thai feast after having to shoot balls into wicker baskets on poles, while the other tribe can try and stop you from doing so, and vice versa. But Rob's fate amongst his tribe mates wasn't looking too good. He's also just eating bananas from their storage whenever he wants. So after the immunity challenge of gathering flags until you can gather the last one remaining, where Choigan won, Rob was the one to be voted off during the tribal council. During this, he wasn't mad and he wished them all well, as beforehand he had some bonding moments with them, as he started to change his attitude. Here was the big surprise of the season, and that was getting both tribes to think that the merger had happened and to lower their guards, having them paint themselves with different colors that would match up with someone from the other tribe, and they would all be forced to spend time with that person and build up a bond, or in cases like Chien, start planning your next strategy, already trying to make an alliance and denounce her tribe for the merge. But after the nice time together that they had, Jeff breaks the news that he never said that there was a merge, and everyone is shocked and confused that the merge didn't happen, and that they were just two tribes living on the same beach for now. So So the immunity challenge of escaping a jail cell and getting everyone on the tribe free and out, resulting in a win for the Choigan, Sukjoy was back at the tribal council. So for her tactics being played before the merge started, it resulted in her being voted off of the show, which was a big blow to those watching as she was a fan favorite for her attitude and how she was navigating through the game. The next challenge would just be an immunity one, as it would involve the cumulative length of time that either tribe can spend underwater, breathing through a bamboo snorkel, with Brian helping the Choigan win. Tribal Council would eliminate Aaron here as the mood amongst them all was anything but happy, as now the Choigan have full control, even after merging to become Choijai, where the fan term of pagonging came into play. Inspired by the original season's alliances, still working together post-merge and having some more tribe members at that point to take out one by one the rest of the other tribe, making sure that the winner of the season goes to someone from their original tribe. After the reward challenge here, which was getting to see a loved one on video from them back home, which Brian had won, and the immunity challenge of learning tie numbers to locate 10 tiles in which Clay won, Ken would end up being voted out at Tribal Council. The next reward challenge was a 4-stage obstacle course where Brian had won, taking Clay with him for the reward of going to the mainland to ride an elephant in the jungle and eat some Thai food. Sounds like a pretty chill time, honestly, but the immunity challenge, however, would be the tribe mates being tested on Thai culture, as they try their best to have their torch lit, with answering questions correctly granting them a chance to snuff out a flame of someone else. Helen won and was saved from being voted out, but Penny sure wasn't. The final part of the pagonging was on us, as Helen would win the next reward challenge that had family members and loved ones compete in a Thai bug eating challenge, with those not being able or willing to eat them not getting to hug who they were there for, with Helen's husband staying at the camp for the next day. The immunity challenge has the player tied to their loved one, where they must solve their cube with missing pieces first, as Ted takes the immunity win and Jake gets the elimination at Tribal Council. The pagonging is now complete. For the penultimate episode of the season, we are down to the final 5. The reward challenge, where they basically had to solve a word puzzle, would grant the winner a Chevrolet Trailblazer, as well as a nice Thai meal and a massage to boot, being able to share part of that reward with another person. So Ted, who ended up winning, took Helen along with him. But how much does that mean to someone that you brought with you for the reward? After the immunity challenge to solve the jigsaw puzzle of putting together a staircase and reaching the top where Brian won immunity, it was a clean 4-1 vote against Ted, even by his meal buddy Helen, kicking him off the show just shy of the final 4. But there may be more to this than we think, and I'll get back to that shortly. For the finale though, Brian plans on working with Clay, just to get to the final 2. So the first immunity challenge, having to get through an obstacle course that's mixed from the other past challenges, Brian earns the first immunity, and the Tribal Council brings us to a vote out for Helen, as now we get to our final 3. They all head to their final challenge, which is pretty wild, where they all must hold a Thai pose while holding coins between their fingers. If they drop all the coins, they lose. Clay is confident from his time with both Brian and Jan that no matter what, one of them is taking him to the final 2. So he gets out early knowing that there is no point in trying to fight for the immunity, and that the battle here is between Jan and Brian now. Jan, after a long while, would finally call it, dropping all the coins as Brian wins immunity, which during the voting here, Jan was eliminated. But here is where things get a bit juicier in a mixed bag of a season that leaves you feeling a bit uneasy, and not a massive fan of most of the players involved. Ted, who doesn't like either of the two, delivered the biggest reasoning for his vote and who he's choosing to win, really laying into Brian about how he played the game and his assumptions, but would still vote for him to win over Clay, calling him the lesser of two evils. This messy season doesn't end here though, with Brian just taking the win, as there was Ken delivering a powerful takedown on Brian regarding what he said to him when the season started about why Ted could or would never make it to the final 2, implying Brian may have made some racial comments, as he gave him 3 opportunities to answer this. The first time he denies it. The second time he comes up with something regarding strategy that wasn't in regards to what Ken was talking about, and the third time Jeff jumps in to ask if there was any honesty that has been said from Brian, to which Ken said nope, and I guess it's just between him and God, as Ted in the background was curiously awaiting to hear whatever Brian had to say. And during Ted's turn to speak, he would talk about how much of a manipulator and liar and seller of BS that he is, and then lays heavier into Clay, asking him to define what a racist person is, with his response being that he never said anything racist about Ken behind his back, and that if he did, did, he sure didn't mean to. And then Jeff gives the look over that was perfectly timed. As far as what Brian may or may not have said, there are some rumors and guesses out there as to what the full context was, but nothing that definitively proves what Ken was referring to, or actually what he said at all. Later on in Brian's life, he would be arrested and charged with battery and cruelty to a puppy later on. From how he played the game to what comments he may or may not have made, and to his personal life beyond the show, he truly fits the description of a villain. And not one of the ones that you like to hate for just fun reasons, just one that you genuinely don't like one bit. During the reunion special after, we did see some more of Ted going at Clay, fully believing that some racist comments were made, as well as Gandia and Ted having to talk about the situation, where this more serious moment feels so uncomfortable here, as after we see the confrontation again, the audience cheers and claps because of the famous "I love my wife 150 to 200% line.
50 to 200% happy with the wife that I have.
As the fans in the audience treated it like it was some superhero catchphrase, it seemed. And there's something off about the way this whole thing was portrayed in the show. Jeff made it no secret how much he doesn't like this season, and a good amount of the people that were on. Again, being sourced from when he spoke with Entertainment Weekly, as the show led to an ending so lackluster and awkward more than anything. And I guess Jeff said it best that these were the least likable Final Four yet. The next season is the Amazon, and this one for me was very memorable from the location alone. The two tribes here are the Tambaqui and the Jamboree, with the Tambaqui having Ryan from Maryland, age 23, Daniel from Texas, age 26, Roger from California, age 36, Dave from California, age 23, Alex from California, age 23, Butch from Illinois, age 50, Rob from New York, age 24. Quick fact, the podcast I mentioned earlier with T-Bird, this is the Rob from that podcast who's a co-host, and Matthew from DC, age 33. On the Jabiru tribe, you have Janie from Maryland, age 46, Joanna from South Carolina, age 31, Jean from Massachusetts, age 40, Sean from California, age 23, Dina from California, age 35, Christy from Colorado, age 24, Heidi from Maryland, age 24, and Jenna from Pennsylvania, age 21. Perceptive listeners would be able to deduce that yes, this was a men versus women season. We learn about Christy as she tells the others on her tribe that she is deaf, which surprised some of the tribe, and as the men are settling into their camp, they very much are overconfident in their ability to win, thanks to the strength that they have physically. The first immunity challenge comes up, and that line of thinking for the men here didn't work out too well, as when going through an obstacle course, they ran into a snag not being able to push all the way through, thanks to the balance being part of it all, as the women are able to make it past them and take the victory, leaving the men to lose the first challenge from the start. This was mainly on the blame of Ryan and Daniel, who quickly become at odds with the older leadership in Roger, as they're getting an alliance together, setting Ryan mainly as the target for tonight's tribal council. Right at the start, we have two alliances forming for the men, as Ryan tried his best to get the others on his side, like Daniel and Matthew, to have his back. But the swing vote was left to Rob, who sided with Roger's decision to go after Ryan, leaving him the one to be voted off the show right away. The women would continue on taking the lead for a moment here, winning the reward challenge of a tribe member calling out where to go to the others who were blindfolded, ending it on solving a puzzle, getting their tribe some fish bait. Now, with the men not in the best spot and having some dominance issues amongst each other, they have to pull together for the immunity challenge of observing a traditional Amazon home and then getting asked some questions about it. The men end up answering more questions correctly, sending the women to tribal council, where Janet is voted off with 5 of the votes landing on her. The women haven't been having the greatest time here either, as over at their camp a few of them are at each other's necks, while controversy struck with Janet as they found a granola bar smuggled into the game. Now, did she really smuggle it in? We don't know, but being perceived as the weakest sure made it an easy target for her to be voted off. For the men, Matthew and Daniel are able to find a nice friendship as Matthew knew how to speak Mandarin, helping Daniel feel more comfortable, confident, and respected, especially after not getting along with Roger still. For the women, we see the younger women start splitting off more and coming together as they feel that they have more advantages over the older members of their tribe, pointing out themselves as having better bodies, being cuter, and overall just being younger, thinking that the older women don't respect them for those reasons. The men were saying the same thing about the younger women, and by that, I mean thinking that they are good looking, but not seeing them as threats to the competition as much. But this episode is titled Girl Power, and that's truly what it was, as the reward challenge of matching items ends in their favor, winning them proper toiletries, and then for the immunity challenge of a jailbreak like we've seen before, the women pull through once more as now the men are back at tribal council, and it's a clean sweep of a vote for Daniel at a landslide 6-1, taking him out of the show, which is sad because Daniel and Matthew could have been a fun power powerhouse if Matthew didn't switch up on him for the vote, claiming him to be out of his element as the allegiance to Roger, being the leader, has taken over. To add on something even scarier from this experience, Daniel contracted malaria, but made a full recovery sometime after. With Dina having a more commanding role on the women's tribe, the younger women try to swing her to their side more to give them the numbers advantage over the older members. This may backfire for the younger ones later, as Dina sees this as an advantage to having a control factor over them for her benefit when needed. For the reward challenge, where they can win a refrigerator full of Coke, the A-Cola kind, we'll have a story about the other kind another time, they have to light a fire to burn different ropes to lower parts of their flag, which the men are able to do first. And as for the immunity challenge, which also featured a reward, the tribes have an hour to catch as many fish as possible, with the reward being every fish that was caught, leaving the guys with another win for a feast of fish and Coke. Shauna wasn't faring too well on her tribe though, as she felt she didn't even want to be in the game anymore. So as the older members would come for her, she encouraged the rest of the younger alliance to just vote her off. But Dina had other plans, going and being aligned with Christy for now, putting aside her dislike of the younger girls, as at Tribal Council, the play from Dina was able to keep Shauna in the game for now and take out Joanna. The next day, we have the two youngest from each tribe being sent out to meet up with Jeff, who then had them hang out at a resort for the day in order for them to truly get to know each other and see what gets verbally traded strategy-wise with one another. Here, Dave is pretty reserved on speaking about what's going on at the men's tribe, while Jenna is a lot more open about the women's side of things. But the twist? Well, these two would be tasked with picking new teams for everyone, so the opportunity arose for Dave to split up Jenna and Heidi. Alex, Matthew, and Rob would be switched over to the women's tribe, with Christy, Heidi, and Jean heading over to the men's. This was good for shaking things up and re-rolling the dice with morale, for some of them. But regardless, the immunity challenge here was pulling animal names and going out to different small islands and retrieving flags that match up to the animals, as the Jabiru tribe took the win, with Tambaki heading to Tribal Council as Jean gets voted out. Now, it's the final episode before the teams truly merge together, as Shauna was getting really close with Alex, giving her more of a true wanting to stay in the game feeling, and giving us, the audience, a blooming romance to follow. For the reward challenge for some spices, fruits, and vegetables, the tribes would go against each other in a log rolling competition, where the first to 5 wins. Tambaki takes it here and for the immunity challenge of ripping out pieces of meat and putting them into a basket to have it weigh more than the others, sending Jabiru to Tribal Council, and in a play to have Alex no longer be distracted, they voted Shauna out as someone who already didn't have their heart in the game and now had their heart focused on another tribe member. As we would see the rise of a new mixed alliance featuring Matthew, Rob, Dina, and Jenna, it's time for the real merge to happen, where both tribes now come together as one. They enjoy the meal that they get to have and start settling together, but Roger isn't excited about this, feeling like his leadership will now fall to the wayside with other alliances building up. He goes off about the ice consumption being used and was being controlling over basically everything, including the beer being shared, building up everyone's awkward annoyance of the situation. The first individual immunity challenge was standing on a perch as long as you can while being offered some food from Jeff to get out of the challenge, as Dina would take the win here with some of the other women who would just take off their clothes and get out of the competition over the deal of getting exactly what they want from Jeff for a food reward. But in the end, as everyone has this hatred of Roger, it was a pretty clear and easy vote to get him off of the show at Tribal Council. In October of 2022, Roger would end up passing away at the age of 76 after battling dementia. Matthew, though, would end up giving everyone the creeps thanks to a moment where he is sharpening his machete, monologuing about how blood scares him, which definitely was a tense yet awkward moment. But the reward challenge next would be collecting flags from a mud pit while on a bungee, as Dave would win and share his prize with Dina, in a play to get in with her alliance while they were enjoying being pampered and eating some brownie sundaes. Immunity challenge-wise, Jenna pulls ahead here by chopping a rope to have a log act as a battering ram to smash other players' masks. At Tribal Council, the bid Dave threw in for Dina's alliance didn't work out too well, as a clean sweep 8-1 vote against Dave occurred, taking him out of the show. The next reward challenge would be using various weapons to hit the closest to a bullseye through different rounds, leaving Alex the winner and sharing an afternoon at a coffee bar with Jenna. Here, the chain of command would start falling apart, as Dina tried working with Heidi to set in motion a play to get Alex out of the game. But Heidi told Jenna, and Jenna told Alex, and now the target would would be Dina. Talk about one of the biggest backfires you've ever seen right there. The immunity challenge would be won by Matthew, beating out Dina, especially as they have to eat the Amazon menu of different bugs, leaving a clear open target for the majority of the votes at Tribal Council to be aimed at Dina and taking her out of the show. A chain of information would form now instead of one of command, where Matthew, Butch, and the Expanded Alliance will continue to have. But now it's time for another Survivor auction, with each given $500 to bid on different food items, as Matthew would spend the most on a singular item, being a $400 cheeseburger with some fries, and Heidi with the lowest on a singular item at $120 for a piece of cheesecake. I would have done the same thing. I love cheesecake. As far as the immunity challenge of answering questions to win 5 points first, Rob would take the win and Alex would lose in a 4-3 split, taking him out of the show. Later on in life, Alex ended up marrying Kim P from Survivor Africa, which is just cool to see post the show how many Survivor castmates, no matter what season they've been on, just interact with each other. Matthew here makes a big play to earn favor with the others, especially after creeping them out with the whole machete bit from earlier, as he would win the multiple step paddle and puzzle reward challenge, which would give him a visit from a loved one, but given the option to sacrifice that so that the other 5 could see their loved ones instead, he chose to give it to them, which allowed them all to have a great time with their families, and in the end, production made sure that he still had time to spend with his mom. For the immunity challenge of shattering the other's plates with shuffleboard discs, Jenna would take the win, but give her immunity to Heidi, as there was so much back and forth between who was left of where the votes were going to be heading. So Christy gets the surprise of being taken out. Things now are getting really close to the end. Butch, Matthew, and Rob were banking on their final 3 alliance, as Heidi and Jenna would have to fend off against them for now. Jenna also wasn't pulling her weight around the camp anymore due to the conditions of surviving in this place, but others would of course view this as her being lazy. Also, the camp almost gets burnt down thanks to extra firewood that Butch had collected, so that's fun. The reward challenge would be another multi-stage course of untying knots, solving puzzles, as well as mixing in physicality for rope swinging over a gully at one point, where Matthew continues to dominate here, winning the reward of a new Saturn Ion and a tailgate barbecue lunch that he got to share with Rob. Immunity challenge-wise, they have to make their way through a course with 5 rope obstacles as they retrieve a colored feather to return to the pole in the middle, and the first to get 5 there wins, and surprise, it's Matthew. So as they viewed Heidi as a threat now over Jenna, they went for voting her off the show, leaving us with the final 4. Jenna finally gets herself composed once more, knowing she needs to win this first immunity challenge or face elimination, no doubt. Being able to complete the blindfolded maze, gathering medallions and making it to the center first, and saving her. So as for Tribal Council, Rob and Matthew were going after Butch, and he was voted off. For the final immunity challenge, the final 3 must balance on a small plank while holding a headdress above their heads, with Jenna once again winning immunity by outlasting both Rob and Matthew. Rob may have played a great game to get this far, but he now gets voted off, giving us a final 2 fight of Jenna and Matthew to determine the sole survivor. In the end, the votes end up going 6-1 to Jenna for the win, knocking out Matthew, who had some ups and downs throughout the show, but made it extremely far, as Jenna is looked at as an interesting choice because some felt that it wasn't earned based on some of her actions, with most pointing to her laziness. But I believe her comeback in the finale for the immunity challenges proved her endurance and want to truly win. Her story would be far from over, as we will talk about her again soonish. But eventually, in 2018, she would be charged with a DUI and in possession of a certain paraphernalia when she was found passed out in her car. She apparently also bit a cop. Overall, a really fun season that had a fun twist at the start, some fierce competitors, some of the best alliance building and taking down we've seen yet, and a really fun location to boot.
100 days in the jungle. Say hi to your uncle's friend, Terry.
Hey man, I'm sorry, but where's my parents?
They had a thing and couldn't move it. In front of each of your loved ones is a jungle delicacy.
Yeah, can you stop saying loved one?
Next up is Survivor Pearl Islands, which is off the coast of Panama. There would be a heavy pirate theme this season, as you'll soon see, but the 2 tribes here are Morgan and Drake, with Morgan bringing us Nicole from California, age 24, Ryan from Tennessee, age 23, Austin from Massachusetts, age 27, Andrew from Illinois, age 39, Ryan from California, age 30, Tawana from Missouri, age 26, Dara from Mississippi, age 22, and Lillian from Ohio, age 51. For the Drake tribe, we had Michelle from DC, age 22, Trish from Maryland, age 42, Sean from California, age 28, Rupert from Indiana, age 39, Krista from California, age 24, Burton from California, age 31, John from California, age 29, and Sandra from Washington, age 28. We start off with the 2 tribes being sent into a close-by village with some local currency to purchase some essentials they would need. And during this, one tribe member from the Drake tribe would prove to be quite into the whole pirate thing and give us a new interesting angle. When the opportunity presented Rupert here to take some shoes from the opposing tribe's collection when they left it unattended, he said this is how pirates play. The Drake tribe overall really had a good grasp of getting ahead here from that, as well as Sandra, who could speak Spanish, having her being able to communicate with the locals. The first immunity challenge having a pirate simulated escape through a series of obstacles in your way, with Drake winning in the end, sending Morgan directly to tribal council from the jump. Nicole is taken out in the votes as she tries to rustle some things up, forcing some sort of alliance or strategy a little too fast. Things would get rough fast after the first reward challenge, which had them diving down for 5 treasure items and bringing them back up where Drake took the win on this, with the reward to get the first part of the treasure map that leads to a treasure chest, and they can also send a tribe member, in this case Sandra, over to Morgan's camp to take one item as loot from there, where Sandra pulled a villain tactic, taking their tarp and ultimately making it a lot harder for Morgan to get through the night. Rupert would continue to make a splash as a fan favorite, as he would be providing as much as he could to the others in his tribe, and help get back the top of their fishing spear that was lost in the water earlier. On the other tribe, Austin was considering jumping out of the game already, but the tribe didn't want him to go, knowing that he could be a massive help. So after the immunity challenge of a tied-up struggle where Drake won again, Ryan was instead voted out of Morgan, and Austin stayed. At the next reward challenge for some bed accessories, a piece of a treasure map, and stealing an item from the other tribe, Drake would win by sinking the other tribe's boat, and Krista would go over to Morgan's camp and take their water boiling pot. For the immunity challenge, each team would pick their strongest and their smallest members to have the strong ones hold up the small ones on a pulley system, as Osteen let go of the rope and lost Morgan the challenge. And Lillian would end up being voted off, and her torch didn't go out the first time. Maybe it foreshadows in a weird cosmic way that her time may not be over. But for now it is. See ya. Drake was way in the lead here in terms of how they had been playing, winning another reward challenge by assembling all the buried or underwater puzzle pieces together, as they get another piece of a treasure map, a sewing machine, and some material to go along with that, as well as getting to steal from the other tribe once more. While the winning streak has been nice, we can see some clashing between members, all for a bunch of reasons, but at least they were able to locate a treasure chest finally and get all those benefits inside as well. And their plans for a strategy in the next immunity challenge, thanks to Burton, is to throw the challenge to purposely vote out a woman from their tribe that they think would be weak and would hold them back. So here's the doozy. When the immunity challenge came up and it would be a physical showdown where opposite tribe mates would meet at some point on the platforms, with both trying to get to the other side and stop the other side from doing the same, Rupert and Burton were the ones to sit out of the challenge, but they were the largest players. So giving Morgan a solid win here, where out of nowhere a new stipulation pops up allowing the winning tribe to take any member of the other tribe back to their camp and be with them for the night. So Morgan pulled a smart move of taking Rupert, and now Drake still has to face tribal council, as the tribe was going to be on the side of voting the weakest link out. But as things got messy and played out the way they did, Burton was surprised when in a massive 5-2 vote that he would be the one voted off the show. For the reward challenge of diving for some ladder parts and be a part of getting an idol at the top of an assembled puzzle ladder, the win here would be big, as Morgan would take it and get a bunch of hygiene, food, and survival items, a chance to loot something from Drake, and a piece of the map. But since they kidnapped Rupert, he had to work with them, and since they won, he had a chance of either staying with them some more or heading back to Drake, as he chooses quickly to head back. Drake, though, would get some tree mail letting him know that the next immunity challenge would be a food-eating one. So knowing that for a tiebreaker, the opposite tribe gets to choose the most squeamish player on the other tribe to go up against, and having Michelle here, who can just handle anything apparently, they planned on her faking her squeamishness so that she would be picked for the tiebreaker, and then easily become the winner. However, good plans don't always go right, as right away when the challenge starts, she downs the food like it's nothing, and so for the tiebreaker, Sandra was chosen instead, and Morgan ended up winning. So at tribal council, it was a landslide vote to get Michelle out of the game for ruining such a good plan. Austin, who again is really a half in, half out in terms of the game itself right now, gets into it with a pelican, as he is not a fan of animals, and he felt that the bird was messing with him. The reward challenge of hitting targets on a beach with a cannon had Drake winning this one and receiving a nice batch of food that contained steaks, lobsters, cooking spices, and even a grill to boot, plus a piece of the treasure map and the looting rule once more. But for the immunity challenge, Morgan would win as they were able to distribute weight better there for the tribe members holding up logs with weights, being added to them, sending Drake to tribal council where Trish ends up getting voted out of the show. Krista and Sandra would start building a close bond with Rupert and gave Rupert the heads up about Trish's plans of going for him, which is why she was the target at tribal council. The problems wouldn't stop there. Aside from Trish, there was a second vote for Rupert, which set him off, and later that night he was walking around the camp shouting who voted for me over and over again, clearly in a fit of rage over this. John admits to it right away, and Rupert gets right in his face, questioning him on all of this as they went back and forth arguing but letting out their emotions and saying what they needed to say. And in doing so, they were able to then make up and not be hostile with the competition getting this deep so far. But do you like a good twist? Because I sure do. When the tribes both come together to meet with Jeff and thinking it was about the upcoming merge, out of nowhere, all of the voted out players thus far returned wearing purple, as they would be known as the Outcast tribe, making it a 3-tribe battle now. And if the Outcasts win the immunity challenge, both tribes would face tribal council, with a member from each tribe being voted out, and the Outcasts would get to vote 2 players back in, putting 1 on each of the tribes to continue the game. It's another prison escape challenge now, and lo and behold, the Outcasts come through with a win here, guaranteeing them 2 members back into the game. For Drake, Sean would be voted out, fearing where his tactics to win would lie come the actual merge. And for Morgan, well, we get a survivor first here, as Elston finally got his way and decided he is going to quit, and because of this, Jeff got a little sassy, telling him that he got his wish and to go home. Oh boy, this was a great night of television right here. It would also end on a cliffhanger moment. There was just such an energy about this show happening within this episode. Elston would go on to say in an interview with TV Guide that the real reason he wanted to go home was because he had multiple staph infections, as well as assuring his decision to leave once the Outcast twist was thrown in the mix, thinking that Mark Burnett quit on them and that they needed this twist for reasons that certain members who were still there weren't good enough to make good TV. We would see more statements like that twist was garbage and it messed up the integrity of the show, while of course this being the first season where a group has to face this out of nowhere thing could be an extremely annoying additive and feel pretty unfair. These were definitely more in efforts to spice things up from what the show was in general, so it wasn't the same exact show that's been on the air previously. As Mark went on to reply, noting that Ostin's the big huge guy who could kill him outside of the game, and yet he cried about the game all the time, as the show really made a note to not include his final words, disrespecting his torch and acting like it was never there essentially, and Ostin would find that all childish. Just a fun little bit of info right now for you as to how that all played out, but back to the show. We start off the next episode with who is coming back from the Outcasts. Burton and Lillian are ultimately the ones to get voted back into the game, and even go back to their original tribes, where Burton apologized for his tactics from before and was there to ride for the tribe now, and Lillian was welcomed back just fine. But Andrew was more so like Ostin, not really being a big fan of this twist. Another twist, although it's the twist we know and anticipated, the merge happens right away as both tribes now become one, and the immunity challenge would now be set for an individual to win, and this first one was all about breath control. We're going underwater and on platform doing laps, with Burton coming in for the win, but giving it to Rupert as things were getting tension-filled with Andrew, feeling nervous where Lillian's vote may be placed, as she is able to come back at him for the way that he played the game toward her earlier. So when it came down to tribal council, Andrew was the one to get voted out of the show. The reward challenge that came next was a nice feast on a separate sand island that they would be brought over to which the challenge had them breaking plates with a slingshot in the correct order to take a fire up to a crow's nest, and Rupert won, but gave the reward to Burton, who shared it with Lillian, and it was a wholesome time for sure. They may have some scheming to take out Rupert, but now for the immunity challenge, where it would be answering questions about pirate folklore and having to get them right and place coconuts in the other tribe's bins to make them hit 5 so they would get eliminated, resulting in Rupert winning, and unbeknownst to him, there are people coming for him, and he just spared himself for now. Ryan would be the one voted out, however, on an 8-1 decision. After the next reward challenge of random chosen pairs, what would be the roles of sailors on a pirate ship, finishing it off with a puzzle to put together, with Burton and Lillian winning the reward of deep sea fishing, and Burton gave up his reward to John, which confirms to John that his want of aligning with Burton and Lillian to go against Rupert, and his alliance was accepted. Rupert would be trusting of Lillian a little too much, as when they spoke way later on about any info, she makes it seem like she's on his side for this, but truly she's not. At the next immunity challenge, where the blowgun challenge all but secured the plan with Burton winning immunity, at tribal council the majority would be voting for Rupert to get out of the show, taking out their biggest threat to any of them and taking away from the show a fan favorite. But don't worry, he will have some more time in his Survivor story one day. Sandra was pretty mad about this whole thing and took the fish that Rupert worked hard to get for everyone else and tossed them out, as the others end up blaming the other Alliance member, Krista, but Sandra didn't jump in to correct or defend that. It was now just her worrying about her fully. I hope you take a moment to get a drink of water, as what was coming next truly cemented one of the greatest moments from the show of all time. Whether you hate it for what it was or love it for the tactics, it sure was something to behold. The reward challenge was next, and it was a loved ones challenge that wins you having the loved one stay overnight at the camp. John would end up winning this as his brother was there, and he asked him about his grandma, which quickly turned to shock and sadness when he revealed to the group, after looking extremely mortified, that it was either his brother or his grandmother showing up, and clearly she wasn't able to. As everyone felt the pain and sadness John was going through, we cut to a completely fine John, who in a confessional saying that his grandmother is perfectly fine, at home and probably watching Jerry Springer.
That was a brilliant performance, sir. Like that? Yeah, thank you. My grandmother's sitting home watching Jerry Springer right now. You should take every single advantage possible.
And noting that it's his one chance to win $1 million. Why not use any tactic possible to get ahead in the game? Yeah, ridiculous, but my gosh, was this great television. The immunity challenge would be all about finding valid words to make from letters within Survivor Pearl Islands, and the rules must be followed for the different lengths in words and spelled correctly, and all 20 need to be legitimate words, where at first it looked like Burton had won this, but he ended up with a misspelling giving Dara the immunity, and Tawana would be voted out. And it was the day before her birthday too. Come on, that's not fair. The next immunity challenge had them all face an obstacle course in pairs of 3, with Dara pulling through with John and Lillian winning an overnight spa visit, but with Dara also taking the immunity challenge of using muskets to hit and burn all the sails. For Tribal Council, the votes went to Krista, leaving Sandra an open target from the split in alliances. The next reward challenge of a jail escape again went to Burton, who won an overnight trip at some Panamanian ruins, as well as a feast that he got to share with John, and also get a GMC Envoy XUV. But was Burton's luck going to officially run out again? The immunity challenge, where balance was key, nope, literally, their balance helped them get keys, as Dara would take the win here, and in a 3-2 vote, Burton would face his second time being eliminated on this show, in the same season. The finale now would make things pretty interesting, as when we get into the first immunity challenge, it wasn't just trivia against each other, but it was trivia against those who are in the jury, to which the jury won, possibly thanks to not having to have been roughing it out on the show anymore, being more clear-minded, and because of this, all the tribe members left were up for elimination. No one received immunity, and it led to a 3-1 vote of sending Dara out of the game. The final 3 were very interesting to see there, as they all played this season in different and unique ways that all got them there, while Lillian got a second chance, but upon coming back really came to play. The next immunity challenge was balancing on a platform at sea using your hands and legs, as Lillian would stick it out the longest and win final immunity, securing her spot in the final 2, as John would be voted out, leaving us with Sandra and Lillian for our final 2. When it came down to the jury hearing them both out, it seemed that many of them really didn't like Lillian, and in a 6-1 vote, Sandra would be announced as the sole survivor, winning this season of the show. And I think this was for sure one of the most interesting and fun seasons yet, leading to some fun people to root for, some fun people to watch go at it, and cool new twists to shake up the formula a bit. And also had a pretty cool theme with all the pirate stuff, and it had me invested in some characters, probably the most that I have been yet. So overall, good time. But here's a real surprise and formula shakeup. This next season of the show would still take place on the Pearl Islands, but the contestants, well, you know every single one of them, as this was Survivor All-Stars. Another chance for these returning players from a mix of all the previous seasons, to many fans of the show's surprise. This would be a massive season containing 18 episodes with 18 returning castaways, that now would all have some knowledge of each other based on them already being broadcast playing the game. The 18 returning players would be split between 3 tribes, 6 apiece, with the Saboga tribe bringing back Tina, Rudy, Ethan, Jerry, Rupert, and Jenna L. The Mogo Mogo tribe brought back Jenna M, Richard, Colby, Lex, Kathy, and Sheehan. The Shapira tribe brought back Rob C, Susan, Alicia, Rob M, Tom, and Amber. Yeah, that's a lot of people here. You have people who are winners, people whose time was cut short earlier in games, and overall there are just some social dynamic butterflies ready to hopefully make a fun season. Some people turned down making a return for this season, and some apparently just didn't make the cut. But at least everyone playing now will have a chance at larger prizes and cash compensation, as a major update for this season would be the money you'd get for being voted off had to jump from the typical $2,500, which covered your time putting in the work to go do the show and I guess not work. Instead, Instead, now it was $25,000. It cost a lot to get this season going and bringing in all of these fanfare characters, as this almost felt like a finale series, the culmination of all the series prior all coming together, but it was only the beginning. From the jump, it was hard for all the tribes to find their footing, having characters now already knowing the game and having strong personalities that don't work well on every level. The first immunity challenge showed us how the competition part for the challenges would or could work, and that's a tier system where the first 2 tribes to make it through are good, as the tribe in 3rd place gets sent to tribal council. Both Shapira and then Mogo Mogo are able to get their torches lit, get their rafts back to the shore, and make their way through the bamboo crawl first, as Saboga would not be so lucky, going to tribal council now. And after coming back, after all this excitement, getting another shot at winning, the first person out of the All-Star season was Tina. For the reward challenge that comes up next is all about getting these logs to build some stairs, with the prize being a tarp and some blankets. Saboga won, and they were able to give those prizes up for some flint, a cooking pot, and a clue to the location of the first key to unlock their mystery crate that is full of rice. Making this choice though grants the same reward for everyone, so I guess they all win at the end of the day. Rudy though may have been hurt from the reward challenge, as he was limping a bit around the rest of the tribe, causing concern about what this would mean for their tribe. So after the immunity challenge of freeing cargo from the sea floor and getting it to a boat and across the finish line, where Shapira and Mogo Mogo were the first 2 tribes to finish, Saboga would hide to tribal council with Rudy getting the boot from the team over the concern of him holding them back now because of the potential injury. He was surprised by the decision, and also I think his final words are a threat.
If I was them, I'd stay clear of me. I got a lot of friends. That's about all I got to say.
Saying that if he were them, that he would stay clear of him since he has a lot of friends, and that's all he's gonna say. So whatever that means, right? Rupert gets a chance here to build up his leadership abilities with Jenna L and Jerry working on the camp and Rupert fishing for food. Ethan, however, seems like the weak link on the tribe, but Rupert is determined for them to truly start working together properly regardless of how small their team is, claiming to be little but mighty. For Mogo Mogo, Richard goes toe to fin with a little shark, and he ends up getting bit from it all over his arm. But then he bites the shark back and wins this battle. Man, this shark was just trying to survive too, man. I don't really think I needed to see any of that. But the next reward challenge would give first place tarps, blankets, wine, and the next clue for another key for their rice crate, while the tribe that comes in second would just get a clue for their next key only. The challenge was making a decent shelter with the provided tools, as an expert would come and judge them as most livable to least livable, and Shapiro won with Mogo Mogo coming in second. But now for the immunity challenge, it would be delayed and not used this episode, as Jenna M from Mogo Mogo would take herself out of the game, having an emotional moment with her tribe due to her mother's declining health, so that she could go home to be with her during her final days, as Jeff lets her know that they're all thinking about her and understand the decision that she's making. Continuing on to make it past day 10, Richard is still on a mission to fight all of the sea life out there, bringing back 5 pounds of eels. I didn't even know that you can eat an eel. Either way, Lex is hoping to get the final key needed for the rice crate to be opened, as it would be making a play to get Richard out of there, since he wouldn't be as useful then. The reward challenge of matching items to win a bathroom complete with a shower, toilet, some toiletries, and another clue for the keys for the respective crates, as well as second place just getting a clue as well. Shapiro wins first, with Saboga coming in second. Shapiro was able to celebrate as well as find the final key to unlock their food. Saboga though is coming together nicely, it seems, each member pulling their weight, having a certain task to focus on that will benefit all of them as one, and the immunity challenge comes up with a member who will guide the other tribe mates, who are blindfolded, to get a bunch of big puzzle pieces that they will then have to solve, and Saboga's efforts have worked in bringing them to become a more focused team, taking first in this with Mogo Mogo taking second, and Shapira heading to tribal council as Amber and Tom lead a plot of trying to vote out Rob C from the tribe, and the other Rob on the team, Rob M, tricks Rob C into thinking the vote will go towards Alicia. So the vote now ends in 5-1 in favor of Rob C getting off of the show, and then the competition continues on. Before the next reward challenge, the tribes were asked to prepare some rafts out of bamboo, where we can clearly see some tribes gave more effort to theirs more than others. And to christen the building of it, naturally, Susan pees on it, so that was a moment.
Oh, you guys don't move. I gotta pee. So I peed right on the raft.
The reward challenge itself has members on a raft paddling out to rescue stranded members, grab their tribe flag from another crate, and make their way back to the shore first to win some fishing materials, but the add-on twist here being that if either Mogo Mogo or Saboga finish first or second, they will get their clues to their final key, so that either of them can finally open their rice crates, but in the end, whichever team finishes last will be no more. Okay, that was a bit dramatic. I mean that as in they will be dissolved into the other tribes. Mogo Mogo comes in first with Shapira in second, and since Saboga takes third place here, they get dispersed out, but they were small. Mighty, but small. So it was an easier time to integrate them into the other tribes. Easy 2-2 split where Mogo Mogo chooses Ethan and Jerry to add to their tribe, while Shapira chooses Rupert and by default gets Jenna L, with her being the last pick. Mogo Mogo though now gets to feast on some rice after finding the last key, but when opening the rice crate on day 14, the rice was rotten, and Lex's dreams of having Richard become useless to the group are crushed. Maybe, we shall see. The next immunity challenge would be like it used to be, one tribe versus another tribe, as here they have to run between the course, grabbing flags and bringing them back to their area while having an attack zone where combat can only occur within that area, as Shapira would end up taking the win here. But one of the things that Richard does is utterly gross and uncomfortable for everyone to watch, as he gets nude at one point in the challenge and then rubs his body all over Susan from Shapira, who expresses how uncomfortable she felt because of this and wants him voted out tonight for what he did. So on Mogo Mogo, Colby speaks with Ethan to plan a blindside against Richard, while Colby then pretends to go with the notion that Ethan is the vote tonight when he speaks to Richard, giving the perfect setup if believed. Colby speaks with Lex, who of course agrees to this. Finally, his wishes are coming true, but there are 7 people on the tribe, and this is only 3 of them confirmed. They needed a 4th, or hope the vote is spread enough that 3 is plenty. Jerry wasn't going to join in, thinking that Richard is needed for their tribe right now, and isn't fond of Colby for feeling screwed over by him from their last series together, as Lex tries speaking with Kathy and Cheyenne, as they are not sure what they're planning to do, having the impression that Ethan was the vote out for tonight for tribal council. Yeah, it's getting pretty intense here for this vote out, especially when Richard catches wind and believes these 3 are working to get him out, and his counter strategy to this would be getting the rest of the girls on his side to start taking them down for plotting against him. But now for the votes, let's see how this all pays off. It can really go either way here, but in a shocking turn of events, a 6-1 vote takes out Richard from the game. Both Cheyenne and Kathy choose to go against Richard, but more surprisingly, Jerry did as well. She truly is not to be trusted by anyone, making her such a perfect villain for this show, and the perfect chaos stirrer that she is. Things go further regarding what happened in the past episode, as Susan is very upset over his actions, and just Richard as a person in general, becoming more distant from the tribe and is trying to work through her emotions, as the others on the tribe, like Rob, see her doing this as a pity tactic to not vote her out, while Amber would see this as someone struggling and dealing with true sadness. Susan is at the point of not wanting to be there anymore, so when Jeff speaks about the incident the next day, Jeff brings it up in a way that is both non-calling it what it is, but not trying to deny or breeze over anything happening. But the tone and verbiage used would cause Susan to really open up and lay into Jeff, and in general to everyone, about what this whole situation was. The reason that this was such a surprise for some members on her tribe and the other tribe and Jeff was a point that Susan brings up, as this happened while his back was to Jeff, and where the other tribe couldn't actually see what Richard did. So when she explains what happened, as the cameras had captured the moment, the others console her after she fully explains it, and she no longer wants to be in the game, regardless of him being involved or not anymore since he was voted off. Jeff gives her a final bit of consoling while escorting her to a boat to make sure she is properly brought back home. This moment was extremely real and raw, and it would help break the illusion that these are characters, showing that they are real people. When certain things happen, they can be played up for TV or for what the game calls for, and usually it's all in good fun or for the drama of it all. But this incident was real, and it pushed a line from a joke to harassment. And it was important to clarify this because this is not how you act when this is supposed to be a game at the end of the day. Susan leaves the show as, in her own words, her mind left the game 24 hours ago. In an apparent Lex Ask Me Anything on Reddit, someone brought up how CBS was handling the situation with Susan and Richard, to which Lex would reply saying that he doesn't think Richard meant any harm by what he did, and that to Lex it didn't seem like a big deal at that moment in time. But when Susan had a chance to speak in front of everyone, he claimed it as being bizarre. He went on to note that, saying after she left, she reconsidered her decision and wanted to come back into the game, and production was trying to figure out how to do that, or just what to do now, even approaching her other tribe mates that same evening to see if they would be okay with all that and letting her come back to the show. But despite production's interest in allowing her back, apparently everyone else in the tribe made a firm stance on not allowing this to happen. As the game continued from the moment Susan left, Jeff offered the tribes 2 choices: either play the reward challenge they were ready to play, or split what's there as the reward. The tribes decided to still play the full challenge, which was using a seesaw to launch items into a basket on a tower, with Mogo Mogo winning and getting all the items from the basket and some shish kebab. But just some food can't keep peace at Mogo Mogo, as the tension between Colby and Jerry rises for their rivalry. This next challenge would be a mixed reward and immunity one, where you assemble a puzzle boat, make your way to the shore, run to find more paddles from the jungle by raising a flag, and row back the boat to the start as Shapiro would win and get not only a yacht barbecue party, but also getting a chance to take a player from the other team until after Tribal Council, in a way giving this other person immunity, to which they chose Kathy. The Mogo Mogo tribe are more split than ever, and it's a race to see who will vote for who, as in the end, Colby gets voted out thanks to a 3-2 vote. The next day, Shapiro is asked to send a member over to Mogo Mogo, as they fear it will be a permanent move, as Jenna gets chosen for this and vice versa for Mogo Mogo to Shapiro, as Kathy wants back with them, if that's the case, feeling a nice bond from her time with them over the mess of a tribe she feels hers is. But it wasn't that, and they end up playing a reward challenge where the items to win were each picked out by the other person sent to the opposite tribe camp, or it would be a log rolling contest with Shapiro winning. But romance later sparks as Rob and Amber share a kiss and say that they love each other, which is just wholesome. The next immunity challenge was focusing on hitting targets with blow darts and then spears, followed by a bow and arrow shot from a further distance away. Shapiro would take the win here, and Tribal Council would then see Ethan voted out in a 4-1 split. We then get the teaser of a merger happening, but when they meet with Jeff, he has them privately chat with one another in pairs, and just when they drop their buffs for a merge, it's revealed to be a swap, bringing us a new 5 versus 5 setup, as Amber stays on Shapiro, but is now joined by the 4 remaining Mogo Mogo members to make up a new Shapiro now, and every other Shapiro member becoming a full Mogo Mogo tribe, and every other Shapiro member becoming the full Mogo Mogo tribe. The immunity challenge would then be Survivor history based on the previous seasons of the show, where Mogo Mogo wins and Shapiro would be sent to Tribal Council, where here Jerry would be hit with a 4-1 vote and be taken out of the show. The next reward challenge, which has them playing as individuals, had Rupert win every round of diving and retrieving items and won an overnight stay at a resort, as he invites Amber and Jenna to come with him. There, the 3 agree to become an alliance for the final 3 pack, but Amber is already with Kathy, Lex, and Rob, so that's fun. But I guess the tribe switch was pretty pointless last episode, as now the tribes would officially merge into one tribe, as all the alliances start feeling faulty all around. It truly is an individual's game now. The immunity challenge of holding your breath the longest would see a winner for both men and women, giving Kathy and Rob immunity from Tribal Council, where Lex would be getting the boot, as the voting ended at a 7-2 split, taking him off the show. The next event is changed up a bit from the usual, as it pertains to having the tribe mates having a chance at different tiers to speak to their loved ones. The reward immunity challenge here had the tribes turn into 2 teams of 4, and make their way through an obstacle course where part 1 of things has the light blue team with Alicia, Rob, Amber, and Sheehan win, which grants them access to the second part, which is the immunity part. The first part of the reward was them earning some raincoats and receiving some letters from home. Immunity part wise, they would have to face off for who can get their rope cut and raise their flag, where Rob would beat out the others, or he wins a full video from their family. But in favor of the others getting their letters, he gave up the video prize, which was a nice gesture. But meanwhile, Kathy was working on her own plan of breaking others' alliances, but it backfires on her for Tribal Council as she gets voted off the show. The next reward challenge would be answering questions based on the players in the game, while the right answers would allow them to cut other players' ropes, to which each of them have 3, with Rupert being the last one standing and winning what he wants to order from a restaurant, and then choosing what the others will get. For the immunity challenge, they have to have their arm above their head, with their wrist tied to a bucket of water on a platform, as Sheehan lasts the longest and doesn't spill the bucket of water. And during Tribal Council in a 6-1 vote, Alicia is taken out of the game. The next reward challenge would involve their loved ones again, as instead of the castaways, the loved ones compete in an eating contest with food from all around the different locations of previous seasons, as Tom's son Bo ends up winning, giving his son an overnight stay at the camp, and Tom gets to pick another person to partake in this, to which he grants Rob to have his brother Mike stay. After time with their family members, the show must go on, and the next immunity challenge was the seesaw challenge of raising a fire and filling up a drum of water to ignite the fuse at the top, and Tom wins this as well. Sheehan gets put on the chopping block here in the end, being voted out 5-1. Things are starting to wrap up for this season. The next reward challenge was for a GM Chevrolet Colorado truck, after facing the past mistakes challenge, as Rob wins overall, but gets to pick someone to get a Malibu Max, and it ends up going to Amber. Interesting, keep that in mind. Immunity challenge wise, the challenge here was trying to find the previous pre-merge names of past Survivor contestants in a board full of letters, as Rob must truly live and breathe Survivor, being able to get all 17 first and win the immunity, with a 4-1 vote at Tribal Council for Tom to be the last person voted off before the final 4. And here we get to the season finale of All Stars. Everything has led to this. Final plans of who is aligning with who for the final 3 and final 2 are on. All of them were given a nice breakfast together before they face off in their first immunity challenge, challenge, which was a maze that needed 8 rungs to be attained in order to build a ladder and get to the top of a tower, as Amber would win immunity here. Tribal Council was a session of understanding the strategies and tactics used thus far and how it seemed things may go, as then after the votes are shown, Rupert would lose 3-1 and be eliminated from the game once more. The final immunity challenge had them all placing a hand on an idol while standing on a small platform, and to last the longest, as Rob does this, winning immunity for himself, as Jenna would then be voted off, leaving the final 2, Rob and Amber. And when facing the jury, some of them were definitely not happy with the 2 at the end here, with Lex taking out some frustrations on Rob for how he played the game. Then some questions started getting into their relationship, as Amber was grilled about it being real, where she admits at first it was just flirting as a strategy, but she does have feelings for Rob, wanting to be in a relationship with him. Tom eventually goes to shake Rob's hand, but pulls a fake out saying, "Don't be stupid, stupid."
Don't be stupid, stupid.
Which Philip DeFranco would later take on as a catchphrase and make shirts of. This isn't a call out, that's just the other place I've heard it said often.
Don't be stupid, stupid.
Maybe he's a fan of Survivor, I don't know. In the end of all the votes, we end up live in Madison Square Garden as we continue with the show. But before Jeff gets to the votes, clearly some crucial time has passed between then and now the live show. As right then and there, Rob would propose to Amber and she said yes, and the person who would win would be Amber. Now, I guess they both win at the end of the day. They also got both of those cars from earlier when he chooses to give her the other one, and from here, they got married and went on to compete together in The Amazing Race, keeping their reality competitive nature alive, having CBS film a special for their wedding, even getting their own 10-episode show called Rob and Amber Against the Odds, and eventually have some kids. So lots of great stuff coming to them in the future, but this wouldn't be the only couple formed. Ethan and Jenna M would reveal that they are dating during the reunion show, but after a decade, they split up. There was a special twist though that happened at the end, as announced to come a few days later was Survivor, America's Tribal Council, giving the audience a chance to make their voices heard regarding contestants to win things. One of the 18 contestants would be chosen to get $1 million and win the Fan Favorite Award. For Best Survivor Fight, it went to Rupert and Johnny from the Pearl Islands. For Sexiest Survivor Man, Colby would take the title. For Hottest Survivor Woman, Amber ended up winning that. Best Survivor Villain went to Johnny. Most Memorable Moment went to Rupert for when he took the Morgan tribe's shoes at the start of the Pearl Islands, and of course, the Fan Favorite winner went to none other than Rupert, as every fan that he had got to rejoice in this massive win, and in the end for him to still get 7 figures. The fans really made sure to let Rupert know just how much support he's garnered from his 2 seasons of the show back to back. And that was All Stars, a season that for sure had some really good moments, some awesome alliance building, and it was just cool to see a lot of people coming back again, this time all against each other. It was like a reality show crossover before that would be a more common thing. But this season did have some heavy down moments that weren't so great, definitely dragging down the season as a whole. But Survivor clearly would be far from over. This did feel like a celebration of the past 7 seasons before it, but now we move on to where some claim to be the new era of the show. Season 9, Survivor Vanuatu, bringing us back to the traditional 2 tribes once again, as here it would be split between men and women based on the native culture, with the Lepevi tribe consisting of Brooke from Massachusetts, age 27, John from California, age 31, Brady from California, age 33, Travis from Tennessee, age 33, John from California, age 22, Rory from Iowa, age 35, Leah from South Carolina, age 40, Chad from California, age 34, and Chris from Ohio, age 33. For the Esser tribe, we had Dolly from Pennsylvania, age 25, Mia from Massachusetts, age 29, Lisa from Louisiana, age 44, Leanne from Wisconsin, age 34, Amy from Colorado, age 31, Julie from Maine, age 23, Eliza from New York, age 21, Scout from Oklahoma, age 59, and Twyla from Missouri, age 41. As we start our journey this season with a ceremony to welcome them all to the area, the tribes then had to get to their camps while finding their way through the dark, and already tensions between some of the guys on their tribe and some of the girls on their tribe were beginning to start up. But as the next day rolled around and the tribes were going to get ready for their challenge, Chad ends up showing the others that one of his legs is a prosthetic, after he had to have it removed due to a cancerous tumor that was in his foot. The reward/immunity challenge here would be a series of crawling through the mud, navigating a ball through a movable table maze, an obstacle course of climbing and balancing, to lighting a fire and then crossing the finish line with a lit torch. The Yasser tribe would end up with the win here, so that means all the guys at Lopevi would be heading to Tribal Council. Now, what is interesting about this is you assume how this will play out, since the person who held the tribe back here was Chris, but in a shocking turn of events, Brooks gets voted out as we learn that Chris was protected by this already pre-show formed alliance of the older members on the tribe fending off against the younger, more athletic ones. So for Brooks, because of how the older alliance saw him for their time there thus far, and that was being lazy, meant that he had to go, thus sparing Chris from elimination. This split here was really now a difference of being in the strong guys or the new Fat Five alliance, with the Fat Five now having more in numbers. For the Yesser tribe, a split is forming there as well, where Mia and Amy are the spearheads of the division, and it's mainly for the same reasons we see for the men's tribe, the whole older versus younger thing. For the reward, we have both tribes trying to make their way around other players on a balance beam to get to the other side without falling or touching more than one player at any moment, with Yasser taking the prize of hammocks, blankets, and pillows. There was a bonus stipulation that gave Lopevi some flint if they won, but they didn't, so anyway, the immunity challenge had the good old blindfolded find and assemble task where one person would guide the blindfolded people, with Lopevi solving the puzzle at the end and winning, and they even got that flint. How nice. Not so nice though is that Yesser is heading to Tribal Council and they end up voting for Dolly based on her swing vote potential. So as to avoid any relying on fate, they just voted her off, and she's okay with that because she felt that the game is already getting too much for her to handle. But things would still be pretty rocky on their side, as both Mia and Twyla had their conversations escalate into a more angry argument, not seeing eye to eye on getting things done or playing the game. But we move on to so many new things happening this episode, with the reward immunity challenge being combined into one with multiple layers and steps. It truly is an exciting time here. The challenge itself has two parts to it, with the first being for the reward of fishing equipment and a special chance at individual immunity instead of tribal immunity. So that's pretty exciting to see, and won't be something that can cause any rifts among tribe mates. But here it was a more extensive jail escape sequence that had multiple locked cages, slide rails, and all of that, with the first tribe winning, getting the chance to compete for individual immunity. We're finding pieces of and then building a ladder to get to the top of a tower first, winning, as Lopevi would win the reward and John K would win the individual immunity. But there is another stipulation here, and that is the person with immunity gets to go to the other tribe for a bit and give someone over their immunity on their tribe as well. Why? Well, because on top of this, both tribes would be going to Tribal Council no matter what, meaning both would have to vote someone off. Things are starting to get new and interesting here. John K ends up choosing Amy for immunity after hearing that there was a similar age divide there as well, so he played to strategy first and foremost, knowing that she was pretty safe from elimination anyway, but it made the other members on her tribe overthink it all, possibly. The Fat Five would do what they could to stay in the game over the stronger, younger guys, but not having any issues between any of them cloud their voting judgment for now, with John P getting the boot, leaving the Fat Five alliance at a great advantage numbers-wise here. For the Yasser tribe at Tribal Council, the heat between Mia and Twyla continued on, as Elisa kept it from being a 4-4 split thanks to making a decision of where she fits in more, and that being with the older group and Mia being voted out as a result of that. Regardless, this was a pretty fun episode. Some tensions were rising here, but the twist of the double individual immunity and double tribal council shook things up a bit, especially with how many people are still in the game. The next reward challenge was pretty simple. It was a game of matching pairs and the reward of a day of assistance from Da, a local survival expert to help out around the camp as the Yasser tribe would win. While for the guys, there would still be some worth to find in others, by the others, so Brady tried his best but wasn't making a big enough splash with the rest of the tribe, no matter how much he was out in the ocean. After losing the immunity challenge of being directed to move tiles into different rows, the Lopevi tribe ended up voting out Brady, who for sure was pretty down about it all, hoping to at least make it to the merge. Something interesting about him though was that he couldn't do any in-person interviews after this because of his work in the FBI, which makes me 1,000 times more invested into whatever this guy actually does, because we know he ain't doing Survivor. Starting off the next episode from here though, the tribes must select tribe chiefs, as they will then have to arrange the rest of the players into two tribes once more. But thanks to the odd number of players, the final person gets to choose which tribe they will go to, as the tribal chiefs of Leia and Scout divide them all, with Julie and Twyla brought on to the Lopevi tribe, and Rory and Travis going to the Yesser tribe, with Lisa being the odd one out and staying on the Yesser tribe. The reward challenge of collecting markers as they move along an underwater rope went to the Lopevi tribe for the win, giving them the reward of a trip to some beautiful waterfalls on Vanuatu, as well as a nice snack of Pringles and beer. These These new tribe setups, though, gave newcomers onto the tribes a point of being outnumbered based on how the pick went. As on the Yeser tribe, Travis and Rory aren't in the best position with all the women there. Specifically Travis, though, as during the immunity challenge of racing out to find canoe parts, assembling it and paddling it to get a flag to bring back, Travis tried, and by tried I mean barely, to secretly signal over to his old tribe for any sort of help to at least get to the merge, but the Lopevi ended up winning, and the rest of the Yeser didn't appreciate him doing that. So at Tribal Council, a landslide 6-1 vote took him out of the game. While Yeser would have fun figuring out their next moves here, especially with Rory on their tribe now and they aren't the biggest fan of him. The Lopevi tribe has both new members get situated, with Julie and Twyla finding their forward pass, with Twyla working her way in with the older guys on the tribe. And Julie, well, she easily gets the guys around to be distracted as she admits that she likes to flirt and would hang out with them using her bubbly personality and even bare sunbathing body to clearly get them, focused. Because of the reward challenge of catching pigs in some mud, the Lopevi tribe would take the win with a reward giving them some steak and eggs. But aside from the next immunity challenge of moving tiki parts through an above and below water course to assemble it on the beach, where Lopevi won again, the next vote out here seemed to be a shocker based on bad communication and too much overreaction. As Lisa mentioned, she wanted to go search for food with Amy just in case, but what was meant for a plan to be alone and talk some strategy just came off different to Amy in terms of a way to replace what Amy provides to get her eliminated. But that wasn't the case. And that thought process didn't get dispelled though, as at Tribal Council, Lisa would be voted off, so that's really unfortunate. The next reward challenge would be for a trip to a cafe with some snacks, coffee, juice, and even getting some letters from home. By opening up coconuts, taking the liquids, and filling the jars, they must make it all the way back to the finish line without spilling it, and the Yeser tribe would win. But Rory isn't in the best position here on their tribe, so to really play the game now, he needs to step it up, which he does during the immunity challenge when slingshot shooting some tiles would turn out to be his specialty, saving him and by extension his tribe from Tribal Council, as Lopevi would head there next. The girls on their tribe now have been well liked by the older members of the tribe, and John was worried about who could be voted off, thinking that he needed to get someone like Chad out. But nothing here seemed to be pointing in John's favor, as during Tribal Council he was unanimously voted out. The next episode would start out as a normal set of days. We would have a reward challenge of gathering water, tossing it to each other to eventually raise up a torch from the weight, helping light the fire at the top of the tower, with Lopevi winning and getting some chocolate cake and other various desserts along with milk. I hope no one's lactose intolerant on the island. But later on, during the immunity challenge, the surprise this episode was the merge happening as the tribes would become a one tribe and get right into the immunity challenge, as they must race to then climb up a tower, cross a balance beam, grab 3 flags, play Assassin's Creed by jumping off the tower, and race back, with the first 2 winners going on to the next round and doing the same thing basically, as Leia would win immunity. At Tribal Council though, the gloves were off for the girls towards Rory, as the guys all voted for Amy, while all of the girls voted for Rory, outnumbering them 6-4, as Rory would now be officially voted off of the show. This vote though symbolized the split of men and women still being there, which would worry the men a bit as they are completely outnumbered. The next reward challenge would be more answering questions that if you answered them correctly, you could ignite the skull of another player, as they would each have 3, with Leanne taking the win and sharing her picnic filled with chicken wings and champagne with Julie. As for the immunity challenge here, they would all compete in replicating a mosaic by memorizing what was shown to them, as Amy would outlast the others and win in the end, giving her immunity with Tribal Council, ultimately landing on Leia for the vote out. The next reward challenge was a trip to another island where they would get to take place in a ritual with a local village and enjoy some food, with the tribe mates being split into 2 teams, as one from each team would be labeled as a sacrificial lamb, being in a harness and having their hands tied up, while the teammates would have to guide them to the finish line. The orange team would win, which had Amy, Chad, Chris, and Eliza, and they all got to go enjoy their reward. For the immunity challenge though, Twyla would win by hanging from a pole the longest over everyone else, and Tribal Council would all end in Chad being eliminated from the show, as the women were still extremely tight on their pact with one another right now. The next episode would be the loved ones visit, with the reward challenge having them all answering questions based on previous challenges they've competed in this season, with the reward being their loved ones staying the night at the camp, with Eliza winning the reward. The immunity challenge had the loved ones work together with who they're there for, as Amy and her girlfriend would take the win, granting her immunity after guiding her loved one through obstacles, grabbing a puzzle piece, and solving the puzzle. Eliza though was now the target from the other girls, as they aren't too fond of her and are plain just tired of her being there, so voting her out would be a play to show just how much getting her out of the game would mean to them over continuing the takedown of the guys. But in the end, Twyla and Scout went to Chris about a possible blindside for Leanne, which which would be a huge blow to the main girls calling the shots here. Chris would speak with Eliza to convince her that this is the plan, as she's pretty unsure about who to trust here, but this was the only safe bet for her at the moment, and her risk was worth the reward, as in a 4-3 vote, Leanne would be voted off the show. This halt in Amy's plan thus far really came as a surprise to her, having a hard time figuring out how to navigate through the people left to have a chance at winning the game. The next reward challenge would have them all race through an obstacle course on the water to retrieve flags, as Eliza, Amy, and Chris would come in first, second, and third, with the prize for first being a new Pontiac G6. No, that's not the one that people claimed in 2010 to be fly-like. Second and third place would be able to tag along with first place, other prize of going to a resort for a night to get some food, have a warm shower, and have a bed to sleep in. This time provided Amy and Eliza moments to reconcile. But Eliza needs to play focused here, not having her emotions manipulated. The immunity challenge had them all playing some Survivor shuffleboard, trying to land on Vanuatu on the map painted board. Chris would end up winning this, and in the end it all came down to a vote to get Amy out of the show and run her end this season. But Twyla and Eliza were now not on great terms, with Eliza calling her out for the way that she played during that tribal council, which the next day Twyla didn't like. But Julie would see Eliza as someone she could align with, as they would now need to go after Twyla to survive the final 5 here. The reward challenge was the embodiment of the challenges throughout the show, and Julie takes the win here, getting a trip to Mount Yeser, which is a volcano on the island that just seems right to incorporate based on the earlier tribe name, also having a picnic included with some hot dogs, beer, and even some hot chocolate. All of that stuff together just sounds like it would ruin your stomach, but she would invite Chris on this in the efforts to align for his vote, but he was not going to break from his promise with Scout and Twyla, as then Eliza would win the immunity challenge, which had Jeff telling the story of Roy Mata, a Melanesian chief on Vanuatu back in the 16th or 17th century, where then they would answer questions at different stations, earn pig tusks for a necklace, and return first. But at Tribal Council, things played out just as Chris promised Twyla and Scout, and that was sticking to their vote to vote out Julie, who now was out of the show, and into something else, but again, and into something else, but again, that's for a later segment. Don't rush me, just enjoy the ride, or not, I don't know what to tell you. But now it's the finale of the season, and the immunity challenge to start it off would be through an 8-level maze where they had to retrieve 10 tiles and figure out what the letters on them spell by arranging them to say Final 3, with Chris being able to do so, guaranteeing him a spot in the Final 3. Makes sense. But holding true to Twyla and Scout again, Eliza would get the votes and be taken out of the show, as she just deadlock stares into Chris once hearing her name. Ouch, even I felt that. And this was nearly 2 decades ago. Saying that made me feel old, and I'm sorry if that did for you as well. She gives another stare at Chris after her fire is put out, and he just gives a smirk and a shrug. The next day for the final immunity challenge, the 3 of them would have to hold a warrior's pose while holding a bow and arrow and not being able to move from the platform and position that they're in, resulting in Chris winning immunity again. Knowing that his best chance at winning would be to go against Twyla for all the enemies that she has on the jury, he votes for Scout to leave, as we now have to decide the sole survivor of the show. In the end, against the final 2 and the jury, Chris pled his case of really feeling emotions for every decision that he had to make along the way, and the votes that he had to cast, or alliances that he made, which all culminated in this truly great and convincing speech for the jury, who already didn't like Twyla all that much, which meant that they would give him the vote and ultimately make him the winner of this season of Survivor, which overall was a huge surprise based on where we started the season, with Chris using his skills, alliances, endurance, and willpower. He made it all the way to $1 million and Survivor history. As for the season itself, it was a mixed bag, being a tad slower than usual, but the relationships, the twists, and the handful of standout episodes made this season a solid one overall, as we head into the double-digit number of seasons. Can you believe we're on the 10th season of Survivor now, and the show is just entering its 5th year on the air? I'll mention the speed and frequency of production later on, but it just blows my mind how much has happened since the start of the show in 2000. This season would have all of the contestants, this time at a massive 20 of them, enter the show with the schoolyard pick. From the moment they're arriving, the immunity challenge started, as they'd all have to swim and race to shore as 2 people would win, becoming those who pick their team. For the Oolong tribe, there was Yolanda from Texas, age 38, Ashley from South Carolina, age 22, Jeff from California, age 21, Kim from Ohio, age 25, Angie from Louisiana, age 24, James from Alabama, age 33, Ibrahim from Alabama, age 27, Bobby John from California, age 27, and Stephanie from New Jersey, age 24. For the Crow tribe, there was Willard from Washington, age 56, Kobe from Texas, age 32, Janu from Nevada, age 39, Greg from Illinois, age 27, Karen from Ohio, age 46, Jen from California, age 32, Ian from Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, age 23, Katie from California, age 29, and Tom from New York, age 40. Perceptive listeners would have realized that we just said 18 names, not 20. Well, the first episode gives everyone the first day on the island to get the lay of the land, but day 2 has some pretty early on eliminations based on the schoolyard pick taking place then, where right away, 2 people were eliminated, which were the 2 I haven't mentioned yet, and that is Jonathan and Wanda, who were just not picked, which is both mean and sad for them to get picked to be on the show, only for them to not be picked to be on the show. But after a sad goodbye of them being not voted, out of the show, they had another immunity challenge right away that had them all make their way through an obstacle course, where at one point they must choose items to continue the course while holding them all, and they would be the items that would be won if they do win the multiple legs of the race. Karor would be declared the winner and keeping all of the carried items, plus choosing where they'd want their camp to be, either where all the 20 people spent the night before, or at a brand new camp. For Tribal Council, the person who chose the team, Yolanda, would face the blame of losing the challenge and get voted off first from the official first Tribal Council. That's 3 people gone in the first episode. Pretty wild, honestly. This next reward challenge would be an obstacle course featuring rope swinging, a wobbly bridge, and more, while other members of the tribe go after the opposing tribe by swinging bags and trying to knock them off the course. But Oolong wins, where the stipulation for them being that they get some flint if they do, and they did, plus the original reward of fishing gear. From here, we would start to see some connections on the tribe being made, even some romantic ones possibly, even some people just feeling a bit sick, like Ashley on the Oolong tribe, which may not be a good sign because at the immunity challenge of diving and moving some objects that they will open, taking the items inside to the shore to see Morse code for the word immunity once they arrange it correctly, as the Karor tribe would win, meaning Oolong would now be going over to Tribal Council, as Ashley's sickness made her the weakest on the tribe and easiest to vote out. Karen would end up not getting along well with Katie, feeling like she's just constantly telling her what to do. And you never tell a Karen and you never tell a Karen what to do, no matter how their name is spelled. For the next reward challenge, where it would be 2-on-2 battles trying to get an inner tube to your tribe platform while fending off from the other tribe members, Oolong would win the reward of a sewing kit. But for the immunity challenge, where endurance and strength will be your best friend while having a 20-pound backpack on while you're in the water, where if you decide to drop out, another member will get your backpack, as both tribes are on opposite sides of this oval, and the first to catch the other one would win, the Karor tribe would do exactly that, sending Oolong to Tribal Council, where it was a decision between Kim and Jeff, as Kim is perceived to be the weakest link, but Jeff, well, he hurt his foot the other day, and he fears it is only getting worse, as he had to sit out of the challenge earlier, making the sacrifice for his tribe as someone who would only hold them back. A couple others wouldn't want to let him go just because of this, but the majority of the others still voted for Jeff, as this is what he asked for. Oolong hasn't been doing the best so far for this season, and their luck doesn't turn around just yet, as the reward challenge for the Survivor production team to build a really nice and well-made shelter, the Karor tribe would beat out the Oolong tribe in a competition of using Home Depot tools to build the better full-on bathroom, shower, and all. Now, for the immunity challenge of trying to knock opponents into the water, also went to the Karor tribe, so suffice to say that Oolong was not doing so good here, especially for tribe morale. With the constant losing and how they're losing truly making this a detrimental moment, they would quickly need to turn things around. And at Tribal Council, they ended up voting out Kim because she was already the other option that they had, and that didn't change from last time. So despite all of the issues going on for Oolong, the infighting still continues, but today, things are going to get weird for everyone, with the main challenge being a reward challenge, as no matter what, both tribes will face Tribal Council at the end of the episode. The reward challenge had them all hoist each other up over an underwater shipwreck to then dive down and collect some bottles, and bring them back, with the first 6 winning the reward of beef stew, root beer, and being able to sit on the other tribe's Tribal Council, and see firsthand what's going on over there for future strategic knowledge. There is a stipulation though, as the winning tribe will have the power of bestowing immunity onto a singular member of the losing tribe. The initial winner of the reward challenge though would be the Karor tribe, and they would go through their Tribal Council first, and while they're planning future strategies of who could or should be the target of a future vote-off, Willard seems to be the one for today's chopping block based on the impressions he's given the others thus far, not really being someone who can help out that much around camp. So yeah, he would be voted off. For the given immunity to a single person on the Oolong tribe, the Karar voted for Ibrahim to get it, as this may be a smarter play based on him being a reason their tribe lost, and their tribe may have voted for him off anyway. So this forced the Oolong tribe to go and vote for someone who could be a tougher threat down the road. When the Oolong head into tribal council for their own votes, it ends up being a tie at first between Angie and Bobby John, but after a revote, it majority went to Angie for the elimination. Sadly, on January 8th, 2021, Angie would pass away from a rare form of cancer that she was diagnosed with in late 2017. The Oolong would finally feel some encouragement in their efforts thanks to winning the reward challenge to hit some tiles, giving them the reward of a trip to Jellyfish Lake. As someone who was stung by a jellyfish as a kid and it freaked me out from ever being as far out in the ocean as I was, this would be terrifying. But luckily, these were sting-free jellyfish, and I didn't even know they made those now. Must have been an earth patch that I wasn't aware of back then. A serious answer as to why they don't sting though is from the fresh water that they live in, taking it away. How? I don't know, I'm not a marine biologist. But aside from that, they have a Pringle party. It's exactly what it sounds like. However, later on for the immunity challenge where the castaways have to seal up the other tribe's flag and make their containment of it as hard to break into as possible with the limited supplies that they have, the Karar tribe were first on securing their flag and raising it up, sending the Oolong right back to tribal council, where Ibrahim was back up for grabs and for the vote out, but initially he tied with James. So on a revote, in a surprise, the votes go to James, as Ibrahim survives another tribal council. Now I know this next episode for a lot of reasons made people really think that Tom was the great provider, and in this situation of surviving, I totally understand the necessity of, well, you know, surviving. So I have accepted that animals being hunted for food is part of the show, but here, Tom catches a legit shark, and once it's on land, the way the show in detail just captures how they slowly bring it to its end is extremely uneasy, at least for me. It's one thing in fiction where it's fake, but here, in real life, something about it made me personally look forward to the next scene because of how long it was focused on at first. It just feels like forever, and it's this poor little shark. But please don't take this as me thinking anyone here is bad for, you know, surviving, or that I'm against the show. It's just a personal matter that I'm expressing my feelings on. Aside from that though, the reward challenge was for some fishing gear, wine, and military rations, where Karar would take the win by doing the whole SOS signal challenge, and we've seen it before, capturing the plane's attention the most. The immunity challenge later on would be a 16-square moving puzzle, with one member guiding the other to move it around. The Karar tribe would win here again, sending Oolong again to tribal council, which they may as well just make their camp at this point, but Ibrahim couldn't make it past another voting since Bobby John and Stephanie made an agreement to do so. Oolong would now be down to literally 2 members as a tribe, which is pretty crazy to see before the merge happens. But things on Karar, even for all of their wins, aren't going so well. Kobe is pretty fed up with all the stuff he is tasked with doing and is willing to help get done, whereas the others aren't pulling their weight or just plain not doing anything around the camp, causing the tension to boil up over there. For the reward challenge of eating gross things, specifically balut, which is fertilized developing egg embryo, Karar takes the win as Bobby John couldn't stomach it, and Karar gets 55 gallons of fresh drinking water. And that also comes with a portable shower head and various toiletries. Immunity challenge wise of going and securing puzzle pieces multiple times to then use the word search formed to find the secret phrase, which was victory at sea. The team who did this, yep, you guessed it, was the Karar tribe, as now between 2 people, Stephanie and Bobby John, they would face tribal council. To determine the vote here, they had to verse each other in a fire-making contest where Stephanie would beat Bobby John, as we get a new sentence from Jeff, as he says the tribe definitely did not speak tonight.
The tribe definitely did not speak tonight. Nonetheless, it's time for you to go.
Nonetheless, it's time for you to go. Chilling. I felt that. Stephanie would now be all alone as a singular tribe member. Being at her camp, the vibes were anything but immaculate here, but despite this, a new twist would come naturally. As there really can't be a proper merge now, there's no other tribe really, so in the morning, Stephanie is informed that she will be joining the other tribe and be heading to their camp, as now it would just act as the merge and everything would be an individual competition. The problems on the tribe though would be aired out though, as Kobe has really hit the point of not holding back, going off about what's been going on, who is allied with who and all of that, but he wouldn't win the immunity challenge, which he probably would need to at this point, where they all had to stand on platforms in the water while being tempted by Jeff for food, resulting in Tom taking the immunity win. Tribal council went exactly how you'd expect. Kobe talked more smack about not liking everyone, and the majority of the votes all went to Kobe, and he was eliminated from the show. This next episode, however, would introduce a light version of a concept that would later come in future seasons of the show. After the reward challenge of assembling a tower in the water to retrieve a pennant, with the tribe being split into 2 teams, the light green team would win, which consisted of Karen, Janu, Greg, and Tom, winning them a feast of food, but Janu was vomiting from it all. So when later we make it to the immunity challenge, where you'd have to hold on to some bars holding your face outside of the water as the tide's rising up, Janu took herself out first, with the stipulation being that the first person to bail would be sent away to a different island, all by themselves, known as Exile Island, as Tom would eventually win immunity here. At first, Janu enjoyed the peace and quiet of being exiled, but would be back with the tribe for tribal council as she ended up reaching her own limits of handling the game, as she didn't enjoy being around the rest of the tribe. Stephanie was going to be the original target for this tribal council, but Janu says that she would lay down her torch and leave the game to save Stephanie from elimination for now, which surprised everyone. She was allowed to be part of the jury though, so she would not just be sent home over quitting. But now it's auction time. There was some food items to bid on, and that's nice and all, but they all pitched in at one point to receive letters from home. This really helped a lot of them continue to have that game face to carry on for the rest of the show. With some other new alliances trying to come together with the women discussing this, Karen seemed to be the holdout here, against wanting Stephanie around or wanting her to be a competitor in the late game. The immunity challenge was almost Tom's again, but when fumbling at the tile grid, where they had to throw coconuts to break theirs, Ian would end up with the immunity, and despite her efforts, making it this far and trying to find and make an alliance, Stephanie would be voted out 6-1 from the show. I am sure we'll see her plenty of other times later on throughout other seasons of the show, but next, the reward challenge would be a rousing game of question and answers, with 3 torches representing each contestant's life points in the game, with Greg surviving this and bringing both Jen and Katie to the reward of a cruise where they would all be met with their loved ones for a surprise. It was a nice moment, but back at camp, Karen, Tom, and Ian were thinking strategy here, and a potential final 3 pact between them. The immunity challenge of weeding down tribe mates each round through courses that represent past things they've done so far results in Ian taking the win for immunity here as well, with the Planet Tribal Council to now vote off Greg. More tensions would rise though, thanks to the broken promises, as Ian would win the reward challenge of retrieving 5 bags and bringing them back to the shore and using the distance markers to try and accurately show the distance from where they are to some major cities, and be given a Chevrolet Corvette, as well as an overnight stay at a mansion, complete with a feast of food and the ability to bring someone, which he originally promised Katie that he would bring her, but instead changes it up after the win to bring Tom, causing her to be extremely upset over this. She would have a chance to speak with the remaining women to discuss an actual alliance now, but Ian says he is sorry, and for some reason, she forgives him, and the Lady Alliance is no longer a thought. For the immunity challenge, they would have to traverse a course of obstacles while they would try to memorize a bunch of images in their grid, then returning to the start and trying to recreate it. Tom, unsurprisingly, gets this done, giving him the immunity, and now the vote here could have gone in a few different ways, but the writing was on the wall for one person in particular, as Karen was very much alone here right now, and got voted out 4-1, thus leaving us with the final 4. For the final episode, Tom was the one that the other 3 would need to take out, as Ian would count on this for his plan. But for the first immunity challenge, where they would make their way through a 3-level tower course to retrieve keys, unlock their flag, and raise it, the first 2 to succeed here would then have to race into the waters and get another flag from a lockbox, having to raise that one as well, as Tom would of course take the win here again, ruining the initial plan for Ian. But maybe he isn't out just yet. Before Tribal Council, they all would have different moments of speaking with Tom, as Ian came off to Tom as someone who would break the alliance, as Jen would confirm this to Tom about Ian's plans to get him out. Now at Tribal Council, it would be a tied vote between Jen and Ian, which after a revote and another tie, it would be up to the fire challenge once more to see who would be sent out of the game, which Ian barely made his way into continuing, as Jen would now be out. With both her and Greg out of the game after their time on the show, both of them would date, but just remained friends after a few months. Sadly though, in January of 2010, Jen would pass away from breast cancer. Jeff would actually end up being good friends with Jen, and was there during her hard times battling this by driving her to the hospital. There's a bit more to this that I'd like to speak on when talking about Jeff, which will have its own section here in just a little bit. Tom and Ian after Tribal Council, however, would clash regarding everything that has come to light about who is playing who and what that all means in the end. Well, both of them would get to sit there and really think about it all as the final immunity challenge called Baba Booey, which yes is a direct reference to the Howard Stern show, had them hold on to and balance on a buoy in the water as it moves around and sways side to side, making it hard to try and keep balance and stay on. This would go on for such a long time that at one point Katie would just drop out, as the 2 guys had a battle of will and endurance here, as Jeff, well, he's just kind of chilling on the dock this whole time. But right under 12 hours of doing this, the time here has really helped the two silently but effectively work things out, as Ian says he'll jump down and Tom should take Katie. As he does that, and the choice of the vote out would be Tom saying some kind and supportive words about Ian, as Ian would then be the last jury member, with Katie and Tom going head to head for the final tribal council. The win was pretty much secured here for Tom for how he's played the game and how the members of the jury see him as opposed to how they saw Katie, resulting in Tom getting majority of the votes to win and earning the title of sole survivor this season and becoming a fan favorite right now for the audience to root for the entire time they watch this season. Katie would end up having to deal with a diagnosis of congestive heart failure after her time on the show thanks to a bug bite that later on got infected, leaving her with a 5% chance of making it through, but she was able to fight through it all. Later in life, specifically in 2019, she would visit the Philippines in an effort to pay tribute to Jen, and while she was there and making her way through the filming locations of Survivor South Africa's 6th season that took place in the Philippines, she found a buff that was tossed aside from when one of the members of that season quit the show, which overall is pretty wild for a previous Survivor contestant to stumble upon. Tom, well, we shall see him again in a future season, but in general, I think this was a pretty solid season of the show. More so for the fact that Oolong became a tribe of one, and because of this, there was no merge, as well as we got the first instance of what an exile island could be. So, not a lot of surprises, but some cool additions to the game. Season 11 would bring us to Guatemala, with 18 more contestants ready to give this whole game a go, with the Nakum tribe consisting of Jim from Colorado, age 63, Brooke from Oregon, age 25, Blake from Texas, age 24, Margaret from Ohio, age 43, Brandon from Kansas, age 22, Bobby John from California, age 28, Judd from New Jersey, age 34, Cindy from Florida, age 30, and Danny from Kansas, age 29. The Yashaw tribe would have Morgan from Illinois, age 21, Brianna from Washington, age 21, Brian from New York, age 22, Amy from Massachusetts, age 39, Jamie from California, age 24, Gary from Michigan, age 46, Lydia from Washington, age 42, Rafe from Pennsylvania, age 22, and Stephanie from New Jersey, age 25. So 2 names there should have stood out to you more so than anything, and that is that both Stephanie and Bobby John returned as players in the game, with another shot each at winning, of course, but them being split up between the 2 new tribes would help the tribes as they would already know what it takes to play, spreading their knowledge to the rest of them. Right after getting this surprise, the next surprise would be just as fun thanks to it being a reward challenge that had both tribes compete in an 11-mile hike through the jungle to reach a Mayan pyramid first, which would have them win that area for their campsite and some flint for fire. Nakum would claim victory for this reward, but at the cost of physical exhaustion. This in turn didn't turn out well in their favor for the immunity challenge of retrieving and bringing back a torch, having to get it to this cauldron with some help of Mayan technology, as the Yasha tribe would take the victory here, and Nakum at Tribal Council would vote out Jim. As being the older guy of the group, he wasn't holding up the best from everything that has happened in the short time since starting the game. The next reward challenge for some fishing supplies had them all retrieving bags on a rope web, with the Nakum taking the victory here for the immunity challenge, where they would be trying to get each other's flag, pulling back and forth as each tribe was attached to the rope. The Yasha tribe are preparing for who could be on the way out for their tribal council, but we learned some secrets, specifically about Gary on their team. See, Gary is keeping under wraps who he truly is, first claiming to the rest of the tribe to just be a landscaper, but in reality, years prior to this season he's on, Gary Hodgeboom would use the fake last name of Hawkins since his real occupation was at one point being a quarterback in the NFL, giving us a contestant with a somewhat already being famous history, which is something you'll start to see happen in the show, which I know is a big point of contention for a lot of people, with a lot of them being retired athletes, but it still takes away that feeling of the everyman doing something. Going against an athlete, whether retired or not, it just seems a little unfair. And sometimes they're just rich, potentially trying to take away $1 million from someone else, but I digress. At least for now, the plan went from voting out Lydia and shifting that all over to Morgan thanks to Brian stepping up with his voice to question the initial thought process. For the Nakum tribe, while some tensions do arise, they still all come together to win where they can, winning the reward challenge of some pillows, blankets, and traps for shelter by collecting bundles of materials to assemble a tent, and even during the immunity challenge, Nakum would win here as well, playing some Mayan court ball, and the Yasha tribe would be heading back to tribal council where Brianna became the target and everyone voted for her to be off of the show. Rather than a reward challenge next, we get a little swap-a-rooney that had all of the tribes answer some questions, and with their answers it would determine the new versions of the teams. And basically 4 members would end up swapping from each tribe, bringing Jamie, Lydia, Rafe, and Stephanie to Nakum, and Blake, Bobby, John, Brandon, and Danny over to Yasha. Speaking of Danny, she was suspicious of Gary and what he may be hiding or not, regarding being an ex-football player, or not. And more realistically, a millionaire already, or not. For the immunity challenge of retrieving and then using some Mayan war clubs, they must break some tiles as the Yasha tribe came through for the win, and with the Nakum tribe heading to tribal council, Brooke was voted off in a 5-3 split, saving Lydia even longer as she received votes again. The reward challenge for some chips, beverages, and a croc-proof swimming cage, both tribes would have some ropes to cut through to release a cart at the end, but the Nakum tribe ran into a snag cutting the ropes, handing the victory here easily over to the Yasha tribe. But the Nakum tribe were determined for a comeback here, so during the immunity challenge where both tribes would be split into 2 groups of 3, they would hold Mayan catching nets to capture the balls being launched at them, with the first to 5 points winning, as the Nakum tribe does, sending the Yasha tribe to tribal council for the episode. Brian has been all about strategy here so far, and his target this episode was Blake, playing a game he calls baiting Blake, where he would manipulate conversations to get Blake to look bad or less intelligent in front of the others, resulting in Blake getting voted out. The next episode would bring us the return of a double tribal council, with both teams having to go no matter what. But the reward challenge has the winning tribe get some barbecue supplies and the chance to individually compete for immunity later, with the reward challenge itself having the tribes move this ball and fighting to move it past the opposing goal line, with Nakum taking the win here, but we see some people here taking it just a bit too far with their aggression, as Bobby, John, and Jamie go at it a little bit. For the immunity challenge, Rafe would end up being safe with his own personal immunity now after collecting and spelling out the correct phrase with his tiles, as the Nakum tribe would then head to tribal council first here, where after Judd goes off on Margaret for all of the comments and attitude that she's been given, she gets voted off 6-1. As far as the other tribal council for the Yasha tribe, the other perk of winning that individual immunity, Rafe would then get to bestow immunity onto a single member of the other tribe at their tribal council, giving it to Gary, which helps secure the tribe to fully going after Brian, as too many others found him to be untrustworthy, and he needed to be gone for the rest of the game. The next reward challenge had them getting unspooled with cloth wrapped around them, eventually having one tribe cross the finish line, with the Yasha tribe doing just that, winning themselves some chocolate and some fun ziplining in the jungles for a bit, because why not live a little? With the merge coming up though, there were some worries about getting too chummy between the tribes, where Danny has her birthday and invites the other tribe over to celebrate. There just seems to be some tension and edge about this coming from some at the Nakum tribe. For the immunity challenge, however, the tribes would race to grab some pieces of a puzzle that were buried and now must be assembled together to win, as the Nakum tribe takes the win, sending the Yasha tribe to tribal council, with the result of Amy being voted off 4-1. And then as we lead into the next episode, Jeff hands the Yasha tribe a new color buff and has them surprise the Nakum tribe at their camp at night and the welcoming of the new tribe merge. But this is where things get spicy for Survivor going forward, as they would receive some tree mail informing them that somewhere hidden in the woods is an individual immunity idol, a trinket that can come in handy in personally keeping you safe in the game. For the regular immunity challenge though, that had them stand on a cube with a pot on their head for at least an hour, and if people are still in it at that point, they'd race to the top of the ruins, as Jeff tried to tempt the others to sit out who just wanted to enjoy a nice meal to celebrate the merge, which most did. Gary would still compete in the challenge and win immunity, and for tribal council at the end, Brandon would be the one voted off. But now, this episode is why you watch Survivor. The surprises, the character arcs, it has it all. Starting off, the reward challenge had them throwing arrows at a target, with the closest to the center target being the objective. The reward, however, was based on where you placed on this. So with different food being the reward, first place would get lobster and steak. And in a show of good faith, Jamie decides to hold back on anything above last place, taking the food reward of some nuts, while Judd won first place and along with the food, received a hint to the immunity idol. Jamie was on a mission here to make good with the tribe to show that he's a team player, even working out his differences with Bobby John and eventually winning the immunity challenge of balance, crossing beams and bridges. But before tribal Tribal Council though, we would see Judd on the hunt for this idol and seemingly give out false helping hints to those who asked him about it. But Gary caught on to this based on where Judd said to have your eyes peeled for, but where his eyes actually were looking painted a completely different story. So now at Tribal Council, Gary would then surprise them all by pulling out the hidden immunity idol, protecting him from elimination, as then the tribe would majority vote for Bobby John. This was the first ever hidden immunity idol in the show's history, and it was revealed to us as a surprise, not showing us how or where Gary found it. But after the Jamie arc and the protection from the idol for Gary, things would be different here, especially for Jamie and how the others view him, as his worrying about everything kinda worried the others. The reward challenge had them split up into two groups and then divided between men and women from there, as the teams would race through obstacles to then get some corn to bring back and fill their pot to win. As the white team that had Danny, Judd, Stephanie, and Gary took the prize of a helicopter ride over to a house to take some showers, eat food, sleep in a bed, and even get to see some videos from home. When it comes time for the immunity challenge, however, it would be a race to untangle a rope with some obstacles to make it tough, as Rafe would win and be safe from Tribal Council, which there they would blindside Jamie and vote him out of the show, to which he was more happy with going out that way, being impressed that that happened at least. Quick aside, you remember parental control? I talked about it in one of my MTV videos earlier this year, but Jamie was actually in the pilot episode of that show, which I think is a pretty fun fact. The tides were turning for some now as we move on. Gary was already worried of them all coming after him, and some of the women were seeing the sparks of who is plotting against one another. The reward challenge saw the tribe mates answering questions, and the person with the pot left unbroken at the end wins, leaving Cindy the victor and sharing the reward with Rafe as they get a trip to a hot spring and get some treats like mojitos, food, and even a massage. The immunity challenge would then be won by Rafe after hearing a story about the moon goddess and answering questions correctly at the different stations for 7 flags, leaving one person very vulnerable for Tribal Council, and that was Gary, who would then be voted off. With the numbers getting smaller, the alliances would be starting to fully be discussed for how they're going to operate in the endgame, as we start out the episode with the reward challenge of the auction, where some food of course was purchased, but Danny would purchase an advantage to the next immunity challenge, while Judd, Cindy, and Stephanie would all win an overnight stay from their loved ones, making it a little more of a special surprise. Immunity challenge wise, as you'd navigate tiles on a playing board, as they would then flip over to no longer be in use, the last person standing that can make a move wins, as Danny's advantage allows her to switch places with any player in the challenge, which is pretty OP in a game like this, and ultimately Danny is the winner. From here, Danny would make a pact with Rafe and Stephanie for the final 3, even though Stephanie had a conversation with Judd's wife about protecting him in the game from here. So it stings worse when at Tribal Council, Judd is the one voted off and tells them all he hopes they get bit by a crocodile.
Hope you guys all get bit by a freaking crocodile.
Ouch. Now, the next episode here is just pure poetry on screen, from the reward challenge being the second chance multiple rounds of obstacles, where the winner here gets a new car, and that being a 2006 Pontiac Torrent, along with some food and a night at an archaeologist camp. And while Cindy won and chose to share the trip and food with Stephanie, Jeff gave Cindy an option about the car, giving it up in favor of every other person getting a car, as she is told of the car curse, where the chances of those who won a car from the reward challenge don't really make it to the end of the game for the win, but she decides that she wants to keep it anyway. So after the immunity challenge of setting themselves free through a series of unwinding ropes and finding keys, Stephanie would win here, and the car curse proved to be real, as Cindy was then voted off. But she lets them know that she'll be thinking of them all while she's stargazing out of the sunroof of her new car, and I'm sure that car holds a lot of value to this day. Now we have reached the finale to the season. The final 4 would get some time spent with Mayans, who would have them sacrifice a chicken for an ancient ritual, before we'd actually get into what's going on for the end here. The first immunity challenge had them all navigate a maze, finding several different stations with puzzle pieces to eventually solve a version of the puzzle, leaving Rafe with the immunity here, guaranteeing him a spot in the final 3, with the pack then going after Lydia to get her out of the game in a 3-1 vote. The final immunity challenge was here though, as they have to balance and last as long as they can, leading them to only be supported by the awkward position that they're in with their feet and backs, giving Danny the win here, as Rafe makes it easy for the game to continue. Seeing Stephanie distraught over what'll happen next, he makes it clear to Danny that any packs can be broken here that they had, and it was okay for her to choose Stephanie for the final 2, as Danny felt that she had a better chance against Stephanie than she did against Rafe in the end. She would listen to him, and Rafe would be voted off. Rafe's performance this season and how he developed relationships with all the other tribe members made him more of a fan favorite from this time, but he never came back for another season, sadly. In the end, the jury was pretty much all against Stephanie for her tactics throughout the season, leaving Danny with a quick victory and ultimately winning this season of the show. Danny would later admit during the reunion that she had figured out that Gary was an ex-football player, being able to recognize him but kept that a secret from the others, which was pretty slick of her to do. While the season overall wasn't too exciting, it was very important as it had some pretty entertaining one-off episodes that overflow with why a show like this is so fun to watch and why it makes you want to engage in discourse around it. But it truly is the fact that the hidden idol immunity was introduced here, ushering in the start of more new mechanics into the game that would become a staple of it, or just something used more often. But whew, at this point, we need to take a moment to breathe, recollect our thoughts from all that we've just consumed, because that was 11 seasons, which is only a fourth of the show down at this point. I already knew that I enjoyed the show from the seasons I saw growing up, and so it's not a hard concept to sell me on, but watching now, through the eyes of an adult, I feel so much more included in on the real entertainment here, and that's the people and why I am making the points to go over certain moments thus far. Sure, the action and suspense of the challenges build upon your support for the tribe you're rooting for, but I'm so invested in all of the moments outside of this. When we are just spending time at the camps seeing how these everyday people interact, become friends, become enemies, or become nothing because they sadly get voted off first. And legitimately just being impressed at how this show is made. Oftentimes when you're outside and it's windy or it's storming, mic equipment would be affected by this and the sound quality would be horrible. But somehow this production is done so well to hide and mask all of that. When it's windy, you do not feel or hear the wind. You see it happening, but you clearly hear what's going on. And for the production team, I think they need to be thanked for that. But for now, to keep my excitement going, my interest flowing fresh, I want to go into what I noticed at the turn of the century and the following years. The reason that helped grow the show into the seemingly endless behemoth that it is.
The challenge is on.
Survivor was everywhere. No, I'm not talking about after the show started in the US, I mean before it. How did people know to tune into this show? Mark Burnett would be super hands-on in helping get this US version of the show going, marketing the announcement of the show by telling those hearing about it that anyone can apply to be on the show, and all of the info on how to go about applying. This spread to many outlets who would nonstop talk about this, and there was the calling in of CBS affiliates to help out. But what was playing a big active role was hosting open calls throughout different cities, and all of that being covered on radio stations, as well as handing out flyers at different sporting events or athletic activities. The next space to target would be the online space, thanks to regular online ads, but word of mouth would spread through email as well. Thousands of submissions were sent in. While the internet side of things was new for many people to discuss over email or see any ads regarding the show, the majority of people sent in tapes, the old school method of auditioning, giving a showcase of who you were as a person and possibly what you can bring to the show. These tapes, though, would be showcasing why someone, any random person in the US, should be picked, what they can do, what they have to offer. But there was another aspect that would come to change the game as we know it for television, and that was finding the perfect, entertaining personalities. After weighing down the choices to a few hundred, those left would be invited to participate in interviews throughout the states. From there, the top 48 would be brought out to Los Angeles to have deeper interviews and conversations. All of these interviews would eventually end up with the president of the network personally meeting with them and giving the final say to officially approve them for season 1. From pre-production, oversight wasn't an issue, as these people would be screened for an evaluation to make sure that they would be okay on the island, as during the 1997 first season of Expedition Robinson, Sinisa Savio would be voted off of the show, something he was super emotional about, trying to hide his true feelings of not being able to continue on the show, as he was also the first person voted for. 2 months before anyone who'd be the wiser and tuning in to see the show, he had sadly taken his own life. His family points at his loss of the show to him not being able to return back to who he was before he joined on as a contestant. After some back and forth regarding the reasons of why this sad situation happened, the most important thing to never overlook going forward is making sure every contestant was evaluated by a psychologist. From there, it was down to understanding their personalities and playing entertainment matchmaker, playing with the concept of putting more dominant and commanding people together on the same tribe or some clear opposites together. You get the idea. But more importantly, Apparently, they got the idea. The final 16 would all be called after they had been back home for a couple of days, leading to the news that they made the show, and to get things in order, cause in a month from right then, they have a flight to Malaysia to catch. Before they'd even boarded the flight after re-meeting up in LA, they would be taking press photos in some Reeboks branded gear, as some sponsorship related deals had been made before anyone knew what to expect. Remember how I kept mentioning here and there some name brand products, or stuff like gift cards being sponsored, cars given away? Well, that's because Mark was great at working out sponsor deals, a huge helping bit of the information that landed him having a partnership at CBS. And when your season 1 does numbers like Survivor did, not only were brand deals for the show with on-camera showcases flooding in, but CBS was able to take advantage of the high demand for everyone trying to get their commercials to play during the breaks throughout an episode, having a massive ask of $600,000 for a commercial during the finale. And with how many eyes were on it, it was a price many companies would gladly pay. The show started something though. Yes, reality TV was already a thing, but this was now a massive footprint in the landscape of television. In one way, as I mentioned, the castaways would go from ambitious everyday people wanting to get on the show to a level of fame that would make them celebrities in many people's eyes. Public sightings, special charity events, going out to literally do anything became a way for fans of them, or the perceived characters they saw them to be, to get to talk to them or get some autographs. It was a different world they returned to after the show began to air. Many of the contestants, especially early on during these starting years, were able to use their fame for their benefit now, appearing on other game shows or getting acting roles in some films, but also their own sponsors or becoming the spokesperson for various different products. Seeing stuff like this happen for sure helped following seasons and their players to understand what power there is on standing out or being on the either extreme of a good player or a not a great competitor, later on building in the heroes and the villains concept. In fact, as we have plenty here to talk about, many castaways would have chances to come back for other seasons, special themed seasons, and more, making these characters last longer in the public eye and create actual stories and lore for, again, the characters. It was still real people, but as the show went on and continued to take off, some people definitely saw the opportunity to play more into strategy. So sometimes someone could be playing a front from the very start, only to reveal their true plan in the end in a shocking twist. Whether it be for relatability or feeling like you know someone personally who is like someone on the show, or finding a strong dislike of someone for their attitude on the show, or whatever else. Survivor was both parts carefully crafted hype leading up to the show, and partly a natural spread of excitement as each week we would spend time with a shrinking cast of people that delivered on what they promised to give the audience. Survivor's success was not just successful for itself and for the contestants, but also the industry as a whole. Reality TV fully formed into a massive blooming genre after this, going from something that is there and some people are into, but a majority of the masses are not, to everyone and everything becoming all about the hype of reality TV, for both the executives making the shows and for the people watching. This early on era would quickly grow in bringing out shows to the States like Big Brother, you know, the more traditional form of reality shows. Then came the scripted era, where some shows would figure out new ways to make a reality show different, manipulating the setups, but the people were still real, like within The Simple Life. I just did a small 46-minute video on that the other week, to stuff completely fabricated for the sake of entertainment, regardless if you were in on it or not, which is essentially all of MTV's catalog aside from a few more extreme things. I've covered a lot of that within my first 2 MTV-centric videos with a part 3 on the way. But eventually we would reach a point where the character-driven factor would truly be a spectacle with people you can't believe are real. Whether they are rich and famous and their biggest crisis is losing an earring in the ocean, worrying about doing laundry and partying in New Jersey, or even being a housewife in some selected city. These would be all in your face all the time. These shows built people into celebrities. In a decent amount of cases, their personalities landed them better opportunities, and their life is forever changed from it. While reality TV still wouldn't be for everyone, it would be for a lot of people, with shows for almost any demographic. And in more recent times, this is what it all led up to, and where it peaked. At least it gave YouTubers and Twitch streamers something to have fun with for a little while. A lot of these shows would become what would be considered as water cooler talk, giving the scenario of 2 or more adults running into one another at the water cooler in the office for a brief break from working. While everyone sips on a little bit of water, Greg finally says, "Hey, did you catch that episode of Survivor last night?" Where someone would reply, "Oh, you bet I did. I can't believe they voted off," but that person then might get cut off as Sally in the room hasn't seen it yet, telling you not to spoil it for them as they leave the room. It was the perfect small talk conversation. "Hey person, you like this popular thing?" "Yes, other person, I do." But you know what? The influence went further than this. this. First, we need to look at two factors. One, Survivor. We know it was huge as it premiered in 2000, so check, one factor down. The other factor is a movie that came out in December of 2000, Castaway. Now, while this film started its production first and in 1999, with all of the hype around Survivor and everyone into watching people survive on an island, I think there can be a case made that there was some crossover there with the movie following Tom Hanks's character being stranded on an island. People would for sure be into both. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it helped build its successful $429 million box office, entering it into the top 3 highest grossing films of that year, or its Golden Globe win and Academy Award nomination for Tom Hanks's performance. Of course not. What I'm saying is maybe Jeremy from South Dakota is a big fan of Survivor and saw the trailer for Castaway one day and decided to go see that movie because of enjoying Survivor. But better than speculation, what both Survivor and Castaway would have in common is the fact that they both helped create another massive show, tackling a different medium or genre aside from a movie or reality TV. Enter in Lloyd Braun, the media executive for ABC Studios who in 2003 nudged the idea of a scripted drama in the style of something like Castaway meeting Survivor, and initially the response was lackluster. But Tom Sherman, the head of drama at ABC, told him that he liked the idea and there is something here. So they sneakily began to develop it, bringing on Jeffrey Lieber to pen the script, but at a certain point, the pilot just wasn't there. It just didn't have what it needed to be what is considered a hit. Instead, Lloyd decided to start changing things up, basically at the last minute, bringing on
2 young, fresh people to take over who had a bizarre idea, causing an 11th hour rewrite, adding in a bit of mystery and a bit of the supernatural. These two would be J.J. Abrams and Damon Lindelof, as this show, influenced in its conception and popularity of both Castaway and Survivor, would turn into none other than the massively successful, long-running mystery box drama, Lost. There's a lot more to the development of that show, but in a way, Lost wouldn't be around without Survivor helping bring a blueprint concept to the table alongside Castaway. Also, you may have noticed my voice sounds a bit different now, and that's because it's no longer Jordan. Yeah, this is Billiam. Jordan told me he would be doing a Survivor video and would be bringing up Lost, and I know a thing or two about Lost. Speaking of Lost, I gotta get working on my next Lost video. I promise you, it's still coming, so now I gotta get lost. You see, the joke is, I'm gonna...
Billiam's the Lost expert here. His series on Lost has been incredible, and you should totally check it out if you haven't, and rewatch it if you have. But everything that we went over is thanks to the groundwork, inspiration, or of direct correlation to Survivor. The influence was widespread, and early 2000s in modern reality TV may have never been a thing or turned out the way that they did without it. So take that how you will. But enough about this for now. We still have a whole bunch left to go over and discuss. So it's time to sit myself down once more and catch back up through more seasons with some castaways.
The rough years.
Alright, now back continuing our journey through the seasons here, as things start changing for Survivor Panama. There wasn't just 2 tribes, there wasn't just 3 tribes, but instead there were 4 tribes, splitting up the groups as younger men, older women, and then younger women. For the younger men tribe, you have Bobby from California, age 32, Nick from Arizona, age 25, Austin from North Carolina, age 24, and Aris from California, age 24. The older men tribe had Dan from Massachusetts, age 51, Bruce from California, age 57, Shane from California, age 34, and Terry from Connecticut, age 46. The younger women tribe had Misty from Texas, age 24, Sally from Illinois, age 26, Courtney from California, age 31, and Danielle from Florida, age 24. Finally, the older women tribe had Tina from Wisconsin, age 44, Melinda from Tennessee, age 32, Ruth from South Carolina, age 48, and Suri from South Carolina, age 35. This season was different in many ways other than that as well, by bringing in the hidden immunity idol concept and another concept we saw at one point already, and that's Exile Island. So there sure is a lot going on here for this season. The first reward challenge was them taking turns cracking open skulls to find an amulet, with the first 3 tribes winning Flint and the losing tribe having to send someone over to Exile Island, with the younger women coming in last and Misty being sent to the island. But on Exile Island, there was a bonus there. Yup, the hidden idol is somewhere on that island. Just, you know, it's hidden. making part of being exiled a potential bit of strategy for the players. Misty didn't have the greatest time on the island, nor did she find the immunity idol, and came back for the immunity challenge where the tribes would race to compete in a series of tasks to, by the end, raise a flag, with the first 3 tribes winning immunity, and the tribe in last, which would be the older woman tribe, being sent to tribal council, where Tina would be voted out in a 3-1 split. Survival on the island was already proving to be tough thanks to thunderstorms and flooding taking place, and after some time of getting used to a few things, the tribes would be asked all to meet up and be split between the men on light discs and the women on dark discs. As when they were flipped over, new tribe splits happened, creating just 2 tribes now, with Lamina having Terry, Sally, Austin, Misty, Nick, Ruth, and Dan, while Kasaya would have Danielle, Shane, Courtney, Aris, Suri, Bobby, and Melinda, leaving Bruce the last one unpicked from the odd number of people from the schoolyard pick, leaving him to think that he would be eliminated, but instead, he was safe from elimination for now and would just be sent to Exile Island. The reward challenge for some fishing gear and a raft had them race through an obstacle course, collecting some wooden snakes as Lamina would take the win there, as well as during the immunity challenge, where they raced boats that had to have water chucked out of them and moving an anchor to help get them to shore, bringing this zombie head to this dummy body at the end, sending the Kasaya tribe to tribal council, where Melinda ends up getting the majority of votes against her, sending her off the show. Bruce would now be back and be part of the Kasaya tribe, where he did prove himself useful, ushering in a way for them to filter drinking water. But Bruce's time here wouldn't last long, as the next reward challenge, where tribe members would stand on balance beams, trying to collect balls that would shoot out at them, as Lamina would take the win and get a tarp, a lantern, some fuel, blankets, pillows, rope, and water cans, while a tribe member from Kasaya would be exiled, which, yeah, it was Bruce again. Things were starting to get weird at Kasaya though, as Shane is going through it, yelling and clashing with others and making it a pretty tense tribe of castaways now. But the immunity challenge of finding hidden bags in the sand, the Kasaya tribe would win here, sending the Lamina tribe to tribal council, where Misty tried to bluff towards the others that she has the immunity idol, but they all still went after her for the vote and took her out because, well, she didn't have it. The next reward challenge would have them all assembling floating puzzles, as the Kasaya tribe would win and receive some toiletries, a toilet seat, a shower, along with some fresh water, while Terry from Lamina gets sent to Exile Island, but actually ends up figuring out where the hidden idol is, and now has it for his own protection. For the immunity challenge, where they would raise up a player using a water weight system on a pulley to release open their tribe flag, the Kasaya tribe would win, sending Lamina to tribal council, where Ruth was voted off of the show. Something pretty funny regarding a mysterious brick of something found its way to the beach, but I'll save that for a production story later on. The Kasaya tribe would go on to have a pretty wacky and weird time this next episode, where at their camp it becomes a struggle of bromances, people getting in other people's personal spaces, and the struggle of dealing with another flood, especially happening right after they would win the reward challenge of team-based bin assortment, getting them some food, but most importantly, fish. But they would now have to eat them raw thanks to the flood taking out their fire. Terry was exiled again, but things would continue to get even weirder at the Kasaya camp. After the immunity challenge, where they had to open up some underwater coffins and eventually build a skull pyramid where Lamina would win, the tribal council for Kasaya seemed like a random free-for-all. So many of them having different gripes or plans of how to play, leaving Bobby of all people to be voted off in a 3-2-1-1 split in the voting. At this point, the 2 tribes couldn't be any more opposite. Kasaya was a mess that needed to unify a bit better, as Lamina had a stronger bond and had more respect going around for one another. The reward immunity challenge would essentially be grabbing and assembling a puzzle where Kasaya would take the win, earning them immunity, and get to go and hand out some toys to a nearby Panamanian village, while enjoying a big feast at the end. Sally from Lamina would be exiled, keeping her safe for now, while Dan feels that he blew it when it came to assembling the puzzle, costing his team the win, but spoke with the others about this, knowing he had to be the one to go. And in a touching moment at tribal council, they all voted for Dan as they hugged it out and gave nothing but respect to him as he left. But now it's time for the merge, with both tribes coming together as new plots, schemes, and alliances are trying to form, and it all seemed pretty clunky from the jump though. The immunity challenge had them all hanging from logs as long as possible, giving Terry the first immunity win from a challenge, and at tribal council with a 6-4 split in votes, Nick would be voted off. To start things off with the next reward challenge, the castaways were split into groups of 3, as they must place coconuts in boats, retrieve a net, and haul the coconuts with the net to the bins, as the black team would win, consisting of Aris, Bruce, and Sally, where they would win a trip to a private beach for a nice bed and breakfast experience. Too bad it was raining though. Austin and Danielle Danielle would both be sent to Exile Island though. The immunity challenge would have the tribe mates make their way through multiple rounds of obstacles, resulting in Terry winning the immunity, as Austin would be the one voted off during Tribal Council. The next reward challenge has 2 teams of 4 use a bungee rope system to support one member as they try and grab 15 flags as the white team takes the victory, featuring Bruce, Sally, Courtney, and Terry as they get some videos from home, some PB&J sandwiches, and getting their luxury items. At one point, Shane needs help identifying an issue in a specific area of his body, asking Suri to come and look at it thanks to her job as a registered nurse, explaining to him that whatever he has going on down there is because of the wet clothes being worn and it just affecting that area heavily. For the immunity challenge, they would all dive down to see some symbols that they would have to memorize and get back to the beach and solve a 3-sided puzzle because of it, giving Terry another win here for immunity. But castaways were able to choose to sit out of this one and enjoy some hamburgers instead. At Tribal Council, Sally would be the one voted out of the show. For the next episode, we start off with a reward challenge that had the players answering some questions regarding the other players, then guess in what the majority answer of what that would be, as Courtney would feel pretty bummed out that everyone was basically choosing her for saying some mean things, when people like Suri was keeping the spirits light and just trying to make it known that it was just for the fun of the game. Oh, and she ended up winning and sharing the prize of a spa day with showers, food, mud massages, a bed, and getting their clothes washed with both Eris and Danielle, as Terry would be sent to Exile Island. Shane's insanity level was reaching new limits, where at one point he was threatening Courtney's life post being on Survivor, causing a fight over this of him claiming this to be a joke to prove how sensitive and or annoying she would be about everything, as she was more mad at the fact that he insulted her apartment or living space over her life. But aside from the arguing, Bruce would need serious medical attention after not being able to go number 2 for a few days and had to be taken out of the show for his own safety, leaving us with no Tribal Council this episode. I guess when you gotta go, you gotta go. Or in this case, when you gotta go, but can't go, you gotta go and leave the game of Survivor. Next, we start off with a 2-part reward challenge that has 2 teams form again, competing in multiple sets of obstacles for the players to overcome, and by collecting bags, as the white team of Courtney, Danielle, and Terry would win the private island trip with a big feast of food and a chance to compete for an individual prize, as the winning team face off in a slingshot tile breaking contest, giving Terry yet another win and a new car, as Eris would be exiled. Terry just seems to be this powerhouse of a winner though, going on to also win the immunity challenge of holding up weights while kneeling on a platform as the weights increase every 15 minutes, outlasting the others. But at Tribal, as Suri and some of the others see Courtney as an actual threat to the end of the game, Courtney just barely gets voted off in a 3-2-1 split vote. The reward challenge next would be all for the chance of who gets to see their loved ones, as Terry ends up winning and giving Shane and his son a chance to come to a private island resort that him and his loved one get to go on as well. And even got Suri a chance for her loved one to stay at the island camp with her for a night. Eris gets a chance to hug his mom, as Danielle, well, she gets a chance at Exile Island, which has nothing because Terry still has the hidden immunity idol from there. For the immunity challenge of standing on a pillar and raising up water to fill up a bamboo shoot to raise a flag, yep, Terry wins again, as during Tribal Council, Eris, Suri, and Danielle were able to plot in the private time that they had when Shane and Terry were away to go after, in this case, Shane, as he would be voted out and be in total shock about it.
Chocolate ice cream bar in about 1 minute.
But now things are getting down to the wire with the final 2 episodes. Danielle needs to align with Terry, but Terry won't sacrifice his hidden immunity idol to save her, and Eris and Suri got to bond thanks to Eris winning the reward challenge of counting and memorizing numbers to unlock their flag and raise it, sharing the prize of a trip through the Panama Canal on a yacht, getting a bed to sleep in, and a 5-course meal shared with Suri. As from there, tensions between Terry and Eris heated up, but no matter what, Terry and Danielle would now be heading over to Exile Island. Later on, for the immunity challenge, where they had to dig up puzzle pieces and then go solve them, Eris would win immunity here, really stepping it up in the end as Tribal Council comes down to a split, Suri and Danielle, as they would then have to face off in a fire challenge like before to win, which doesn't get resolved here, but in the start of the finale episode to the show, where Danielle would end up winning, sending Suri, who played a pretty impressive game up to this point, home. We shall see her again though, and I'm sure of that. Now, at the final 3, there was a reward challenge where they all have to make their way way through a 3-story climbing wall that will require them to complete various tasks to get over, using pegs to get to the finish at the top to raise their flag, as Terry wins and gets a protein-based meal. The final immunity challenge, though, served to be in favor of one of the 3 of them, as it was all about balancing on these floating platforms that they'd have to move to a smaller one every 15 minutes. But thanks to Danielle weighing the least here, the other 2 struggled to find their balance and couldn't hang, leaving Danielle the winner and Terry out of luck and taken out of the show. With just the final 2 left, they celebrated, until Eris almost needed to leave the show as well thanks to slipping and cutting himself open and needing stitches, but luckily the show goes on after he is patched up and is able to plead his cases of why he should win with the jury, ultimately coming down to him for the win here over Danielle, ending this season of Survivor. And what a season it was, from the fights, the bowel movement issues, the bullying of Courtney, and the addition of the hidden immunity idol in Exile Island. Terry just kept winning so much that he never got to use that idol though, that's a shame. So for season 13, Survivor the Cook Islands, the easiest way to put it right now, as we will discuss later on in the video, is that while the season does a 4-tribe split up again, here it was done so by race. There was the Manahiki tribe that had Sekou from California, age 45, Stephanie from South Carolina, age 35, Rebecca from New York, age 34, Nate from California, age 25, and Sandra from California, age 31. From the Aitutaki tribe, we have Billy from New York, age 36, Cecilia from California, age 29, JP from California, age 30, Christina from California, age 35, and Ozzy from California, age 24. The Puka Puka tribe had Cowboy from Virginia, age 42, Brad from California, age 29, Jenny from Illinois, age 36, Becky from DC, age 28, and Yule from California, age 31. And then there's the Rarotonga tribe that had Jessica from California, age 27, Candace from DC, age 23, Jonathan from California, age 44, Parvati from California, age 23, and Adam from California, age 27. The season starts off with one of the longest titles I have ever seen for an episode of a TV show, being called I Can Forgive Her, but I Don't Have to Because She Screwed With My Chickens. So yeah, welcome to a new season of the show. How you doing? Episode 1 brings us all these different tribes who, once again, are divided up by race, and within that, some friendships form and some find others a bit brash to their own cultures. For the first reward and immunity challenge mix, the tribes have to run a course involving a puzzle boat, lighting a torch, solving a compass puzzle, then to climb up a wall and light a larger torch, and for first place, a crate full of fire-making goods to help out, which Puka Puka would win first place, taking that, while the Manahiki would take last, putting them up for tribal council, and then Jonathan from Rarotonga being sent to, yep, it's back, Exile Island. Tribal council would see Sekou voted off first versus the others on Manahiki, with the girls on the tribe coming together being the majority in the group. For the Aitutaki tribe, Ozzy was having a hard time dealing with Billy, seeing him as this lazy contestant only making life at the camp harder and more frustrating, and set up a plot with the tribe to get him out of the game by throwing the next immunity challenge, to which they did, as after they are all told about the history of Captain James Cook, a British explorer, cartographer, and naval officer who lived in the mid-1700s, the tribes must compete through a course answering questions in relation to the story. This was also for a reward, giving the first place tribe, Puka Puka, who actually tied with Rarotonga here, some tarps, leaving the Aitutaki tribe in last with Yule from Puka Puka heading to Exile Island, which may be the best thing to happen to him, but dealing with more Aitutaki, Billy here can be seen flirting with Candace over at the Rarotonga tribe after the challenge. Or should I say, he thought they were flirting, as at one point she mouthed, "We love you," but in a communal sense of the word we, as he would reply instantly with, "I love you." And talk about moving fast there, buddy. Yule on Exile Island wasted no time in figuring out where the hidden immunity idol was, being a make or break move for his time here going forward. At tribal council, Billy was the one getting voted out, but admitted that he fell in love with Candace, as Jeff just has the best reaction face yet. But better than a one-sided love story though was a tribe swap, as now the former 4 tribes became 2, and it's no longer set up in the way it was. The 2 tribes left now would be the Aitutaki and the Rarotonga, with a schoolyard pick making the Aitutaki tribe Cecilia, Jonathan, Jessica, Yule, Sandra, Ozzy, Becky, Cowboy, and Candace, and the Rarotonga tribe Brad, Parvati, JP, Jenny, Nate, Christina, Adam, Rebecca, and Stephanie. So now for the immunity challenge, while harnessed together, they would play that walking around the oval game with weighted backpacks, while trying to grab the other tribe first and not get grabbed first, with Rarotonga taking the win, with the stipulation that the winning tribe gets to banish a member of the losing tribe to Exile Island, which also saves them from being voted out. Candace would be sent to Exile Island, while the newly formed Aitutaki tribe try and figure out how to navigate each other and what the right or wrong decisions of play are for their time now, ultimately resulting in a blindside voting voting out of Cecilia. Something that we have seen glimpses of, and what is a technique to win that will be used more, is flirting. And the women over at the Wurtenberger tribe are making some of the guys pretty open targets for later, especially since at the reward challenge of going through a course of obstacles and then decoding of a phrase, the Aitutaki tribe wins, giving them some blankets, pillows, and hammocks as Adam from Wurtenberger gets sent to Exile Island. This would already be a bit of a blow to the Wurtenberger tribe, but it'll be even more so when the immunity challenge of building a stretcher, rescuing a tribe member, and lowering your flag, where the Aitutaki tribe win again, sending the Wurtenberger tribe to tribal council, where all of the flirting and convincing worked, as JP would get voted off in the end by a majority. The next reward challenge was putting pairs on individual platforms hooked together as they hold a hook in the air with weights getting added on to them to see who would be the last standing, which was the Wurtenberger tribe, and they won some food supplies and they sent Jonathan to Exile Island. Stephanie on Wurtenberger though was definitely not really feeling the game anymore and seemed somewhat ready to go back home for some good food. So after the immunity challenge of eventually having all members of a tribe on the same platform, where the Aitutaki tribe would win, the Wurtenberger tribe would head to tribal council with Stephanie in a landslide getting her wish and was ready to head back home. The next episode would have a lot more in it, as it would be a double tribal council no matter what episode. The reward challenge, however, would be getting the opposing tribes over the line 3 times, giving the Aitutaki the win, which was a nice feast and listening into the others' tribal council coming up, along with taking one of the Wurtenberger members for the time being as they chose Nate. But before the Aitutaki tribe go to tribal council, Cowboy is onto something, trying to wrap his head around what to do and figuring out who has an immunity idol to then defeat if it is there, essentially creating the future used system of a split vote. And he got this idea just from a dream he had. But in telling Yule this, who has the idol, Cowboy would need to go, and at tribal council he was then voted off, which is crazy to think that the person who invented the way to defeat the immunity idol was instantly voted off because he told the person who had the immunity idol. As for the Wurtenberger tribal council, the tribe went for Christina, taking her out as well pretty quickly. The next reward challenge had the tribes breaking a box with a club to get a key to then swim to the shore, and use the keys to get some puzzle pieces, making a map of the world where the Aitutaki tribe wins, getting them some potatoes and peanut butter, as then Adam from Wurtenberger would be sent to exile. The immunity challenge was focused on building a staircase, ziplining, making your way back to the shore with a bag of puzzle pieces, and then solving that puzzle as the Wurtenberger tribe do just that, leaving the Aitutaki tribe to deal with tribal council, and leaving Jessica open with no one on her side, being voted off of the show. A mutiny option would be given in the next episode, where a swap can happen if any of the tribe members on either side want to switch, and both Candace and Jonathan leave the Aitutaki tribe and head back to the Wurtenberger tribe. As we lead into the reward challenge of having players in barrels, buoys being moved, and flags being dived for, ending with the tribe flag being raised, which the Aitutaki tribe was able to do first and receive the reward of a trip to a new getaway spot to enjoy some brunch while getting some letters from home. And Candace over at Wurtenberger gets exiled. In general, things were great now with such a big team in comparison, and Nate not being a fan of Jonathan on the team, and regardless of him being open about his alliance with Candace or not, she isn't too happy about being exiled and thinks that Jonathan is getting some extra time in with the tribe without her. But either way, the immunity challenge had the tribes paddle a boat with a glass bottom, as they would find underwater targets to hit and release buoys to arrange them to the correct answer to the given clue, with the Aitutaki tribe taking the win, sending Wurtenberger to tribal council where Brad was voted off thanks to a bunch of distrust amongst the entire tribe. But you don't know chaos until we get to the next episode, where we have the reward challenge like usual, where they have to navigate around and find treasure and take the pieces inside of them out, and to which the victory there goes to the Aitutaki, where they want to flight to an island for a giant feast, and Candace gets exiled again, and then surprise, new twist, before the immunity challenge, a sealed bottle with a note inside that is given to the losing tribe of the upcoming challenge that will not be opened until after the voting at tribal council. The immunity challenge though focused on being able to correctly name the 10 islands within the cluster in the Pacific Ocean, as the Aitutaki tribe takes the win and Wurtenberger gets the message in a bottle. But first it's tribal council, where Rebecca gets voted out, and the surprise inside of the bottle afterwards, well, it was them having the pleasure of voting another person out. Yeah, you heard that right. So in a state of surprise, they would end up voting out Jenny. Now the tribes end up merging in the next episode, and it was a chance for new allies to come together as Yule makes a play at Jonathan for a plan forward, even proving that there is a good deal in alignment as Yule shows he's in possession of the hidden immunity idol. But for the immunity challenge of hanging on a pole for the longest time, Ozzy took the win, bringing us to a protection of Yule from his new plan, barely making it past the voting at tribal council, as Nate would be voted off at a 5-4 split. Basically, the swing vote ended up saving him instead of playing his idol. But let's get spicy now in the next episode, having the auction happen, with one of the items being the power to put someone on Exile Island, which Becky, along with some money from Yul, used it to vote Candace over there once again. But her cockiness about finding the idol would shatter as Yul big gamed the competition, saying that he already has the idol, meaning Candace has to go to exile with no purpose and be stuck away from Adam, who she's been macking on. And speaking of him, he was able to win the immunity challenge of answering questions to eventually get a key that raises their flag, and for the second round answer more questions and make their way through an obstacle to then raise their flag again. But at Tribal Council, Candace received the most votes, but on her way out, made out with Adam in front of all the others, and it definitely made a statement. Jeff then hits her with a little bit of something to think about. If it really were love, maybe he would have given her the immunity necklace.
If it were love, he'd have given you the immunity necklace.
Things are now on the ramp up for the end, and Yul gets put in a situation of a guaranteed bit of help in the late game if it meant taking out an ally. But first, the reward challenge, where the loved ones come around and they help out in a blindfolded water fill-up competition, where the reward was going to another island with your loved ones and seeing a sacred cave where they will have a nice feast at, as Parvati would win and shared this with Adam and Sundra, and sending Jonathan to exile. The immunity challenge had a mixture of various things we've been seeing thus far in the season, and in general, with Ozzy winning and getting immunity, has us now at Tribal Council, where Yul makes a play to go against Jonathan with the others, taking him out of the game. The reward challenge next would have them do the mud dip and dump, with Ozzy, Parvati, and Yul winning, and the reward was a trip to the spa, getting some food and a nice bed to sleep in, as there needed to be a play on Ozzy as he's dominating these challenges in general. But of course, for the immunity challenge of carrying puzzle pieces over 3 levels of balance beams, assembling them into a table maze, where 2 cannonballs get maneuvered through it to get to the corners, as Ozzy did in fact win this as well, making things harder for most of the remaining tribe members. And for Tribal Council, Parvati is the one who gets voted off here. And now we enter a stuffed finale episode with 5 members still left, as Adam fears he's gone next, especially after the first immunity challenge of the 8 for 8, which was collecting 8 bags from 8 different obstacles and building the compass puzzle, where Ozzy did win again. And at Tribal Council, Adam was in fact the one to be voted out of the game. Now, for the final 4, Jeff made it clear to all of them that it's going to be a special final Tribal Council, with 3 tribe mates going in instead of 2, as the final immunity challenge was standing barefoot on individual perches above the water. With every 15 minutes, they'd have to release part of it to make it smaller. And after an hour though, the platform would be no bigger than half the size of a postcard, as Ozzy would indeed, once again, unsurprisingly, win the immunity. I also like that after the first few times, where the lasting the longest contests have happened and have run upwards of nearly half a day, that they've added some sort of add-on rule to force it to not run longer than it needs to be. The vote out from here came down to a tie between Sundra and Becky, based on letting both of them duke it out for a spot in the final 3. So they face off in a tiebreaker where Sundra ends up losing and is the last person out before the final Tribal Council. It also took an hour and a half to get the fire started by either of them in that tiebreaker, by the way. The anticipation though was on, as between these 3, Jeff would make comments before revealing the winner, saying that Ozzy was one of the best physical competitors yet, while Yul may just be the smartest competitor they've seen yet, with sadly no chance that Becky was going to win based on counted votes. But Yul would take the overall win with a 5-4 vote and become this season's sole survivor. And honestly, this season had some fierce competitors, interesting romances, whether one-sided or not, like Billy's, and a heck of a lot of twists or game mechanics that made the episodes feel engaging. But I must say, when we get to this many competitors in a season, it feels a little bit too dragged out at some parts, only then to feel a little bit rushed towards the end, but that's just in my opinion. For our next Survivor season here in Fiji, we went back to having 2 tribes, the Moto tribe and the Ravu tribe. The Ravu tribe had Jessica from California, age 27, Erica from Louisiana, age 26, Sylvia from California, age 52, Rita from Texas, age 38, Anthony from California, age 32, Rocky from California, age 28, Michelle from Ohio, age 22, Mookie from Illinois, age 24, Yao Man from California, age 54, and Earl from California, age 35. The Moto tribe would have Gary from Minnesota, age 55, Liliana from California, age 25, Lisi from California, age 36, Edgardo from Florida, age 28, Alex from California, age 28, Stacy from Colorado, age 27, Boo from Louisiana, age 34, Cassandra from California, age 42, and Dreams from North Carolina, age 24. This leaves leaves us with an odd number of contestants, as right before starting, a contestant by the name of Melissa dropped out of the show, leaving us with 19 members this go-around. And when we get to Fiji, no one has an assigned tribe yet. All the players are just working on building a shelter together, as Sylvia was the clear leader of getting stuff done for the camp thus far, and Jeff tasks her with splitting the tribes up into 2 groups, with her not being assigned to one just yet, as after, she'd be sent to Exile Island, and now we'd get the first reward immunity challenge mashup, where the majority of each tribe would pull other members in a chariot, grab bags, and assemble the puzzles from them to figure out a combination to unlock a knife, to chop a rope, to raise a flag. The winner would get immunity and access to claim the camp that they worked together to build, as the losing tribe would now have to go and find a new site to move into and build up from scratch again. The Moto tribe, though, would win here. So now at Tribal Council, the Ravu tribe would vote out Jessica first, mainly for her struggles in that challenge. Sylvia would end up on the Ravu tribe upon returning, as they now find themselves struggling to get by, having to make a new camp for themselves, as the next reward and immunity challenge combo comes up where they have to pull crates to the shore, assemble a pole from inside with your tribe flag, and place it in the holder, netting some fishing gear for the winner, which goes again to the Moto tribe, as Earl from Ravu is sent to exile. Tribal Council comes around for Ravu, as they end up voting out Erica in favor of keeping Sylvia around, as they know she's a pretty tough competitor, but I don't think she'll fare too well this next episode, regardless of how good she can play the game or deduce who the other weakest links are. The reward challenge had one-on-one matches of slipping, sliding, and shooting a ball into a basket, with the Moto tribe winning once again, and the reward would be some luxury items, more fishing gear, and or some more fruit, with Sylvia now being exiled again, which is so much fun, I bet. The immunity challenge would be eating some local delicacies, with Moto still on top and defeating Ravu, getting the immunity and sending Ravu back to Tribal Council, where Sylvia would be voted out, ending her run fairly early. Gary on the Moto tribe, though, has been having some health complications on the island, as all of the bug bites that he was getting was leading to an allergic reaction that required him to be taken out of the game, which saddened his tribe mates who all really liked him. But with the next reward challenge being the one where they had to cross the beam while getting past the others, the Moto tribe would still win here. Getting them some food and bedding needs, as Yao Man from Ravu would be sent to exile. Rocky was not too happy with the losing streak, putting a sour mood onto the rest of his tribe, and even now, for the immunity challenge of setting tribe members free, leading to a human pyramid to reach the final member, and setting them free resulting in yet another win for Moto, but with a stipulation that they would either keep the immunity and give up their camp to Ravu, or give Ravu the immunity and keep their camp, thus facing Tribal Council. So they decided to head to Tribal, already having lost a player earlier due to medical conditions, now here losing Liliana as well. Now, just because Ravu got spared for Tribal doesn't mean their luck is going to change. In fact, quite the opposite. As the reward challenge of brute strength and fighting, using a large padded bag, opponents would try and knock each other off of the platform, and Moto made easy work of this, where they would then get some coffee, toiletries, more fishing stuff, and some food, with Ravu getting some fishing gear and potatoes so they don't starve out there. And Earl would then be sent to Exile Island. Following that up for the immunity challenge, or it would be another matching style game, as the Moto tribe would take it here, sending the Ravu to Tribal Council. Rocky in general is pretty fed up with Rita on the tribe based on her just talking, existing, you name it. So at Tribal Council, he led the voting to be mainly against her, taking her out of the show. But now we swap things up with a tribe swap, starting with a schoolyard pick, leaving Lisi the odd one out, and she would have to go to Exile Island and come back to join whatever losing tribe is the result of the next challenge later. But she kind of accidentally made it very clear that her head's not really in the game, and is fantasizing over the idea of not being there anymore. So that was awkward, as Jeff explains what her statements mean to the rest of the players.
And I wouldn't mind, saying, okay, great, guys, do your business.
Maybe a little time on exile, straighten out your head, and you'll come back wanting to play.
And speaking of being mean to other players, Rocky is great at this. Being annoyed with others easily, or just speaking his mind freely, saying the parts of things you're not supposed to say out loud, leading to some tension with Anthony as we make our way through the episode. The immunity challenge here has them navigating an area filled with poles, as they were harnessed together in a multi-angled fashion, having to work together to get through, with Moto taking the win here. So Tribal Council came to everyone going after Anthony and taking him out of the show. This episode has some fun stuff going on as Lisi comes back and joins Ravu, making things awkward for sure, but Rocky's attitude is constantly feeling like too much. However, they would win the reward challenge of hitting targets with great balls of fire, getting the Ravu tribe some much desired all-you-can-eat food and a trip to a Fijian arcade, as Earl would be sent to Exile Island. But let's take a look at something. This season, there would be 2 hidden immunity idols, and they'd be hidden somewhere at each other's camps, with the clues they'd get helping them to figure this out. Both Yao-Man and Earl would be working together after early on forming a friendly alliance to protect each other if need be, and crack the clues regarding the idol, as Yao-Man eventually would find one and filling in Earl about this, but in a devious play, who'd also bury in its place a fake idol to trick someone who wouldn't know better if they found it. Immunity challenge-wise, a member of each tribe who can be rotated out at any moment helps guide the blindfolded members to smash some skulls with a club, finding the tiles inside and solving the puzzle, with the final part arranging the pieces to have it spell Cannibal Isles. That doesn't sound eerie or anything, but yeah, Moto won here, leaving tribal council for the Rabu tribe, where they were tired of Rocky and just need his mindset away from the rest of the game. In a way, it felt satisfying to see him go because he's great to dislike, but part of me wants to keep watching to dislike his attitude more. At Ravu, they end up finding the hidden idol buried there, well, they as in Alex, Mookie, and Edgardo, and they don't plan on telling the others, even pretending to help look for it with the others to sell the lie of not having it. The reward challenge would be a dance-off, with the tribes learning and then performing a traditional Fijian dance, and the tribe who performs it with the most authenticity and spirit wins, earning them a feast with the village and enjoying a local opera show, with the Moto tribe earning this reward and sending Lisi to Exile Island, and she continues to not have a great time there because of it. The next immunity challenge was hitting targets throughout different rounds using blowguns, then spears, and finally using bow and arrows, resulting in a win for Moto and tribal council for Ravu, who would just vote off Lisi based on her wanting to go home anyway, and them granting her her wish. But as a parting gift from Lisi, just for all of us back home, she released a song and a music video called Tidy Whities, filled with a bunch of expletives and other things I certainly can't repeat. Why? I don't know, but you're welcome, or I'm sorry. Now we have reached the merge, as both tribes come together as one and get to head over to Moto's camp, but uh-oh, where's the camp? All the nice setup that was there, the luxuries, you name it, it was all gone. To make matters worse, or more fun depending on how you want to watch the show, the reward and immunity challenge combo here would instantly split the merged tribe into 2, as they would have to row down a river, finding puzzle pieces at different stations to assemble symbols on a mask, replicating a pattern that they had to memorize at the start, giving the orange team the win here, which were Earl, Edgardo, Yao-Man, Boo, and Cassandra, all then getting a nice feast for the reward, while the losing mini-tribe of Alex, Dream, Stacy, Michelle, and Mookie head to tribal council right after this, with no time in between, making the vote out of Michelle, an on-the-spot decision, more than a well-thought-out one. The next reward challenge would be a 3-life system question and answer, like we've seen before, with the winner spending a night on a yacht and getting a nice feast of food, with Cassandra taking the victory and sharing the reward with Yao-Man, Dreams, and Boo, while Mookie would be exiled. For the immunity challenge, they must hold themselves in between 2 walls on small footholds, as they constantly get smaller throughout an hour, with Yao-Man taking the win for immunity here. Alex and Mookie would play switcheroo back and forth with the idol after telling Dreams about it, and he went and would tell the others, feeling like they couldn't be trusted, and because of the constant boy who cried wolf situation, regardless if he's right or not, really started to make the others think that Dreams is the one trying to make a play here, instead of telling the truth. But between the 2 alliances formed here, knowing that something is happening specifically with Alex and Mookie, they aim their sights at Edgardo, hoping that they wouldn't see that coming, forcing them to play the idol for no reason. So at tribal council, Alex ends up playing the immunity idol, and to their surprise, Edgardo gets voted out of the game. We now move on to another episode that just has everything that makes Survivor, Survivor, the reason why you tune in, as we start with the reward challenge, where the 8 would be split into 2 teams of 4 and launch balls down the beach for the others to catch, as the green team, consisting of Alex, Dream, Stacy, and Earl, would win, getting them a bunch of bathing essentials, a trip to a spa resort, getting the chance to relax, shower, sleep, and for 3 of them to not really buy into whatever Alex is selling them based on alliances. Also, Boo was exiled after the challenge. The whole episode would become the downfall of Alex and Mookie, though, thanks to their tactic of searching for and finding Yao-Man's hidden immunity idol, confronting him and trying to blackmail him. But he went to his alliance to say that he does have an idol, to which the others didn't really mind. What they did mind was the way in which Alex and Mookie went about putting pressure on Yao-Man, as they will have to go after these 2 as their next targets. The immunity challenge, which was a giant game of Battleship essentially, with Stacy continuing to step it up and rise to the occasion, she was really proving to be a threat to anyone messing with her or her allies. So now at tribal council, the backstabbing, as the others attempt a vote split. Alex takes the opportunity to vote for his ally Mookie to assure himself a spot in the game for a bit longer, resulting in Mookie being eliminated. The reward challenge up next, for a flight to a beautiful area in Fiji and some rafting in the rainforest along with a lunch, had the tribe mates all ripping pieces of meat off a slab of beef to place into a basket. The most amount of meat means you're the winner, as the top 3 players, Boo, Dreams, and Yao-Man, would win the reward, with Boo getting a bonus of an advantage at the immunity challenge for coming in first. Earl was was then exiled. Boo continued his winning streak by having the advantage of skipping the first round of the immunity challenge, where it was digging for some climbing steps, and went directly to the final round of climbing up a 12-foot pole in the water to grab the flag at the top. Tribal Council would follow with the promise of getting both Mookie and Alex out back to back, so in a 6-1 vote, Alex was taken out of the game. Now with those who remain, it would be the beginning of turning on one another, with Boo first feeling like he's next and confirming this by spying in on the others discussing it. The reward challenge was next though, where first in teams of 3, they make their way through an obstacle course full of annoyances, which would lead to a second round for the winning team for a chance at an individual reward too, where throwing hatchets at some rope would give the person who cuts the rope a new 2008 Ford Super Duty truck. I'm an adult, and I'm not going to laugh at the word duty. Duty. The orange team, with Boo, Stacy, and Yowman, won the initial reward of helping take school supplies to local schools, supplying them with not only that, but portables as well, getting a nice picnic from the school as a thank you. While the truck is the reward for the individual, which was Yowman, who tries to make a deal happen here, agreeing to put himself in exile and giving his truck to Dreams in exchange for Dreams giving him the immunity from the round at the Final Four if Dreams happens to win it, which he agrees to doing this, making a promise to God to do so. But this doesn't mean that he can't try and get Yowman out before that point. Right? The next immunity challenge had them lowering beams with the final round crossing this last beam to then stand on a little bit of this real estate on a perch and have their grappling hook retrieve a buoy to make it float, as Boo takes the immunity. Earl, though, has been on a mission to find the re-hidden idol from earlier, which he does, giving this little partnership between Yowman and Earl a nice moment to shine some more, as during the tribal council, Yowman plays his immunity idol to make sure he continues on from here, while Stacy would then be hit with the vote out. For the season finale, the immunity challenge to make it to the Final Four guaranteed would be navigating a maze to find stations and make it through the obstacles, all while blindfolded, with Yowman making it out first and now putting Dreams in an awkward position potentially. The first tribal council of the episode would see the end of Boo's run due to the others seeing how much of a threat he can be in competition, and they already had their eyes on him anyway for a vote out from earlier. And just like beautiful poetry, the last immunity challenge between the 4, where they would all be hanging at more dramatically increasing angles on a platform, only holding onto a handle, where Dreams would end up taking the win. So now what? He made a promise to Yowman that if he won this specific challenge, that he would give Yowman the immunity in exchange for the truck he was given earlier. And at Tribal Council, he backstabs Yowman from the deal and keeps the immunity for himself, as he picks himself over Yowman in fear of him being voted off if he did honor that deal. Yowman would now be officially voted out, and my god, this hurt. He's played such a smart and tactical game, going on to take a risk with a deal only to be let down when the moment comes, as Dreams took the chance at $1 million and honored a different promise over honoring the one that was thrown at him from Yowman, which again he made a very strong public promise to. Given what Dreams was in the middle of here, making that call may not net him favors in the end, as the jury at Final Tribal Council would be brutal, but in a more nasty way than confrontational way. Sure, they went after Dreams for the deal breaking, but Lisi at one point was just trying to call him stupid in a way, while not knowing the answer to how many zeros are in a million confidently herself when double checking his right answer response.
I want to know how many zeros there are in a million.
6.
Say that one more time.
It's 6.
Good. Good. Okay.
What, you think I'm stupid?
Cassandra also would just get yelled at a bunch here, but in the end, the winner would turn out to be none other than Earl, who received every single vote for the win. At the reunion, Earl made note that half of the prize money he is getting is going to his mom, and you love to see it. Years later, he and his business partner would appear on Shark Tank to pitch the sharks on his airless bike tires company called Smart Tire, which was not invested in by any of them based on the investment they were seeking. But regardless, this was a pretty fun season of the show overall. Lots of in-your-face personalities, lots of strategic plays and alliances, and a few doses of backstabbing and betrayal to complete the package. A few mean-spirited things at some points here and there, but in general, I really enjoyed it. The 15th season takes place in China, with our castaways split into 2 tribes, the Zhanhu tribe and the Fei Long tribe, Zhanhu translating to Fighting Tiger and Fei Long translating to Flying Dragon. The tribes were predetermined before the contestants arrived. In Zhanhu, we have Chicken from Virginia, age 47, Ashley from New York, age 28, Dave from California, age 37, Sharia from Georgia, age 25, Jamie from South Carolina, age 21, Frosty from Illinois, age 20, Eric from Tennessee, age 26, and PG from California, age 29. 29. In Fei Long, we have Leslie from South Carolina, age 38, Aaron from California, age 32, Jean Robert from Nevada, age 36, James from Louisiana, age 30, Denise from Massachusetts, age 40, Amanda from California, age 22, Courtney from New York, age 26, and Todd from Utah, age 22. Right when we get things going, the tribe takes place in a ceremony that, despite not being a religious one, made Leslie have to step away and not continue in it due to her beliefs and faith. But the first reward and immunity challenge had them all controlling Chinese puppets held up by a pole for each member, making their way through a maze and completing it where they need to be placing their poles in at the end, giving Fei Long the win and some flint for fire. But on the Jianhu tribe, some of the members weren't really fitting in for this season of the show. First was Chicken, who comes across very much to himself and a bit odd overall, but he's just there and not willing to really be that social with the others. The other problem is Ashley, who isn't really feeling all that good, dealing with some sickness, which both of these reasons here aided in them losing the challenge, resulting in a tribal council that might just jump scare you when Chicken gets voted out.
Chicken.
Dave would now try to find a leadership avenue over the rest of Jianhu, but the others weren't 100% on board with this. On the other tribe, alliances were starting to fully form. With Amanda and Todd already coming together to work, they would then reach out to Aaron to enter in their group, thinking that he could make a great leader for their tribe, and it would be good to have a leader as your ally, right? The reward challenge would consist of pushing large balls made out of wood through a water-soaked field, as Fei Long would win here, getting them some fishing gear and a fishing boat, plus the bonus add-on of taking someone from the other tribe and bringing them to their tribe temporarily, in which they choose Jamie for. Jamie would also get a clue leading to the hidden immunity idol at Fei Long's camp, leaving her with valuable information, but since this was a hidden idol for the Fei Long tribe to find, and she was only there temporarily, she had to give it to someone on that tribe, trusting the information to Leslie in support of her, giving her a chance at helping herself at some point. Leslie, however, thought that she could trust fellow tribe mate Todd with that information, leaving Todd in a moral dilemma of what to do, knowing that there is a path forward of him targeting Leslie for the vote out and be the sole person with the clue for the idol. But for now, at the next immunity challenge of using a log piece to make their way through some gates to then go and solve a puzzle and ring a gong, the Fei Long tribe would be the winners again, and Jianhu would head to tribal council, where instead of taking out Dave for his shot at becoming the group leader, they decide that in a 6-1 vote, Ashley was the weakest link, thanks to her being sick and she was voted off. She was a former professional wrestler for the WWE, but sadly in May of 2019, she would take her own life. The next episode had the reward challenge of trying to force the other tribe members into the water to score points, with Jianhu taking the win, which was for a lantern, pillows, blankets, and some other essentials to help out in being able to take someone from the Fei Long tribe, to which they chose Leslie for now. Some things were already starting to get uncomfortable on the Fei Long tribe though, as what we would see happening during the night would be Jean Robert trying to snuggle up with the women on the tribe, making them all feel uncomfortable from the unwanted advances and comments made about potentially getting with them. And at least for now, he seems like an easy vote out at the next tribal council. Leslie, however, while on the opposite tribe, would return the favor to Jamie regarding the clue for the hidden idol, and those two, while again not on the same tribe, had a trust for each other more than their individual tribe mates. For the immunity challenge, they would chop at a piece of wood to eventually release some hanging discs that would be brought back, put on a pole that had a heavy base to it, and have to drag it to the finish line for the win, giving Jianhu the immunity and sending Fei Long to tribal council, where instead of sending Jean Robert out of the game, Leslie would be the one who got the majority of the votes based on clearly not being in support of the rest of her tribe. Jianhu wasn't all sunshine and rainbows going into the next episode, with Dave getting in Sharia's face about what she had done with some rocks and shells that he was collecting, where after them already having less than a friendly tone with each other before, she, out of anger in this whole situation, would take those rocks and shells and try and toss them into the river. But that only made Dave mad, not from their ongoing spat, but for the fact that he was collecting them for his mother to give to her whenever his time on the show was done. But he will at least get a break from her, because after the reward challenge of using chopsticks to move a burning meatball to a wok, granting Fei Long, the winning tribe here, a lesson on fishing and making cooked meals. And oh yeah, taking Dave from the other tribe for now. Dave choosing now to give his clue about the hidden idol for the opposing tribe to Todd. The next immunity challenge saw the tribes have defenders dressed in Chinese warrior armor, trying to fend off the other tribe from smashing vases behind them, leaving Fei Long the winner, and Jianhu would be heading to tribal council that would become a full 5-1 vote for Dave to be out of the show based on his attitude. Hopefully he was able to take those rocks and shells, or at least find some new ones before he left. We now get a spark of of romance blooming from Jamie and Eric, and just something to remember that I'll bring up back here in a moment. But for now, the tribes would be forced to swap out their strongest players, or perceived strongest, with Frosty and Sharia going over to Fei Long, and Aaron and James going to John Hu. But in a power play to now get stronger players out of the show post this little swap, PG would bring to Jamie the plan of throwing the upcoming immunities in favor of voting out both Aaron and James. And they did just that for the challenge of not really trying to place puzzle pieces where they go, making James extremely upset over this, and Jeff even slightly confused over the clear lack of trying here. But the plan worked, as they would lose to Fei Long and at Tribal Council send Aaron out of the game for now, leaving James as the open target next. At the next reward challenge of forming a long phrase from Confucius, Fei Long would win, getting a trip to a tea house for some relaxation and bathing, but they choose to take James from John Hu for now so he can communicate with his old tribe, as Todd would entrust James with the idol after it was found, so if that the other tribe throws again in the efforts of voting him out, he can be safe and go after Jamie. The only problem with this, well, for the immunity challenge of eating traditional Chinese dishes, John Hu would win, mainly in part to James, but in the end for Tribal Council, Fei Long would take out Sharia for now, as she was perceived as a threat still and seemed like a solid pre-merge vote out to them. This next episode really felt like James versus Jamie, Dawn of the Fake Idol, as James's hunch of where to find the idol back on John Hu's camp was correct, leaving him with two of them now while Jamie thinks she found one, but it was a fake one. And yeah, you can see where things are going here. The two teams, however, would merge at this point, with the immunity challenge being recounting perfectly what happened during the merge. From the fees to the performance they saw, as Frosty would end up winning immunity and Jamie would receive the most votes at Tribal Council, but she confidently plays her idol, to which Jeff shows her that it's fake and she was voted off the show. Jamie would win a much deeper prize later on, but for now, the newest reward challenge had them being split into teams as they try and fill up the opposing team's boat with water to sink them, with the yellow team consisting of Amanda, Jean-Robert, James, and Todd winning the challenge and getting to go to a Chinese village for a meal. Now that there is tension with some of the others, and others meaning Todd, it was a decision that he would have to make, either going after an ally like James, being worried about his two immunities, or choosing a different threat. The next immunity challenge had them all sitting on barrels, put in the shape of a dragon, over the water and not fall off as the water from the barrels drains, leaving Courtney the winner and Todd choosing to vote in the majority towards Jean-Robert, taking him out of the game. The next reward challenge was also a split of the tribe into teams again, as they would use drums to bounce a ball with them down a course and into a barrel, as the yellow team here, now consisting of Amanda, Eric, Frosty, and Courtney, would win, getting a night on a cruise with a nice dinner added on. For the immunity challenge, however, the contestants have to match symbols to the correct animals of the Chinese zodiac, with those who don't want to do it sitting out and eating cheeseburgers, as PG wins personal immunity to keep herself safe, as at Tribal Council, Frosty is the one being voted out. But now the next episode here definitely makes anyone watching the end of it feel a bit of, hey, why didn't you save yourself? As the reward challenge at first gives us a quiz on Chinese culture and China itself, which PG won and was able to take Eric and Denise with her to a Shaolin temple to spend the night, with the immunity challenge then being about throwing metal stars to get the most points, with Eric winning immunity. But the rest of the episode felt like it was a who was or who wasn't going to try and plan for James to force his hand and play an idol. And when Tribal Council took place, Jeff makes an announcement that anyone who has one, they should play it now, to which for whatever reason, James just doesn't play either of them. And the result of 5 votes under his name meant that he was voted off the show. This dude had 2 idols, basically 2 instant lifesavers, and didn't see that he was the target here. But now it's time for the loved ones to come around, as the reward challenge would have them blindfolded, with their loved ones having to make their way through a maze to meet up with each other to get to the center together first. Denise wins this and is able to go on a boat trip for a feast, then have their loved ones stay overnight at the camp, and even getting a phone call back home, being able to share with Amanda and Todd this so that they can spend some more time with their loved ones. But in not picking PG, this lit a fire under her to win the immunity challenge of going through a swampy area, opening crates, and win keys for choosing correct statements on Chinese inventions, to then raising their flag. Tribal Council then saw the voting off of Eric, which now I can finally bring back up Jamie and the romance between her and Eric. Their romance on the show led to them actually getting married, and I think that's nice to see that the romance from having to be stuck in the show was real and not just in the moment. Things seemed to be going well for planning how to navigate the final people left. Once Denise won the reward challenge of shooting arrows with a replica 4th century crossbow to hit certain tiles, she would take Courtney and Todd on the reward trip, which was not only a nice meal, but a trip to the Great Wall of China, which is awesome. But now PG and Amanda need to convince Denise to go after Todd, with him being a threat this late in the game and could make the final 4 all women. This plan would seemingly start coming together in a great position thanks to the immunity challenge of going through a mix of all the previous challenges where Amanda would get the immunity, but in a shocking surprise, Amanda would turn on PG, knowing that in general she's a top tier competitor, so in a 4-1 vote, PG was out. And maybe now when she comes back, PG may not play 100% by the rules, but that's for way later. For now, we move on to the finale, as Amanda is on a roll here, being able to make their way through a smaller version of the Great Wall of China, reconstructing parts of it to win the reward challenge, as she then would get a meal of pizza and brownies to share with either no one person, or 2 people, and chose to only bring Todd, forming a pact to bring each other to the final tribal council. For the immunity challenge, they would be stacking porcelain dishes, and the biggest and longest lasting stack would win, and Amanda takes this win, guaranteeing her to the end, but Denise was the odd one out now, being most likely up for elimination, giving a more emotional story to the others, but in tribal council, she still would be voted out, just shy of the final 3. There's even something beyond the show regarding her, but that's saved for a different section of the video. Final tribal council would have some great arguments and points of why each of them deserved to win. Specifically here for Todd, who was able to explain why he went after certain people when he did, and the strategies he had to play to literally survive, as then it would be revealed that Todd earned the most votes and would become this season of Survivor's winner. But since then, he would face a battle with drinking, bringing him to appear on the Dr. Phil show multiple times, dealing with going to rehab and unfortunately relapsing, having to deal with the effects of constant small seizures coming into question. Despite this incredibly tough battle, I can now happily say that he's been sober since 2017, and eventually married his boyfriend in November of 2020. I honestly really enjoyed this season of the show. I thought the area that they were in, and all of the rewards of where they got to go showed off some beautiful places in China, as well as just keeping the challenges so much in design of the culture made everything a visual treat. Plus, Jeff became a vlogger at one point, doing a day in the life where he showed off what he's doing when he's not on camera for the show and is working with the crew to set up and plan everything. Just a fun bit of behind the scenes content that was fun to experience. Moving south of the equator, our next season takes place in Micronesia, and the main theme of this season being fans versus favorites. For the 10 Survivor super fans, we had Mary from California, age 28, Mikey from California, age 33, Joel from Arizona, age 32, Chet from Pennsylvania, age 48, Kathy from Illinois, age 45, Tracy from Virginia, age 43, Jason from Illinois, age 22, Alexis from California, age 24, Eric from Michigan, age 21, and Natalie from California, age 31. For the returning favorite side of things, there was John from the Pearl Islands season, Yaman from the Fiji season, Jonathan from the Cook Islands season, Ozzy from the Cook Islands season, Amanda from the China season, Parvati from the Cook Islands season, Amy from the Vanuatu season, Eliza from the Vanuatu season, James from the China season, and Suri from the Panama season. It's nice to see some returning faces, as a lot of the seasons of Survivors going forward can and just might bring back people even more. And right from the jump, Jeff sets them off to go and fight for some immunity necklaces where Yao Man was back and not messing around this time, with Kathy being told from him where the idol was for the fans. The favorites, who were already used to how the game was played, found themselves at a split in alliances already, with some couples coming together in Amanda and Ozzy, as well as James and Parvati, leaving the non-coupled up members to figure out who to take out from the couple side first. And never underestimate the fans of the show, because they came to play, putting together some wheels on a cart that gets them to another area where they dismember the wheels and use the pieces in a turnstile to lift fire into a cauldron, and taking the win for immunity and the reward of some flint. But before we see a battle between the coupled and uncoupled alliances, John wanted out, but not for nothing. It was for the fact that his newborn child was at home and he felt that he truly wanted to be there instead of in the game, convincing the others to then vote him out. But in Jeff's eyes, this was still considered quitting. And while he did give him a hug that John asked for, in a later season interview with TV Guide, Jeff said that John went from the villain to a quitter, and Survivor doesn't bring back quitters onto the show, so ouch.
The one guy we did not consider bringing back is Johnny Fairplay. Johnny Fairplay went from a villain to a quitter, and we don't invite quitters back, so he's done.
From here, we would see the fans side of things also becoming split, having another classic younger and older divide between them. As time would go on, the couples of the favorites would be getting even more cozy with each other, as we really see the blooming of Ozzy and Amanda getting even closer, and definitely keeping the rest of the tribe and any surrounding wildlife up. The reward immunity challenge of jumping and smashing tiles to release keys to open up a box of puzzle pieces forming a map of Micronesia Micronesia went to the favorites, getting them some fishing gear and a bamboo fishing boat, as well as each tribe having to send one member to exile, with Suri and Kathy being sent. Tribal Council here would see the fans sending home Mary, which she felt totally blindsided by. The reward challenge of getting bags into the end zone first has the favorites winning here, getting to pick some catalog listed items, while again a member from each tribe would be heading to exile, here being Kathy again and now Amy. A new alliance would form though from the favorites, as both coupled women, Amanda and Parvati, end up convincing Siri to join their alliance for the numbers, but have a separate alliance between the three of them for the final three called the Black Widow Brigade. She would have to put her swing vote powers to use right away though, since the immunity challenge of still holding up a large net with ropes as coconuts are tossed in them went to the fans, sending the favorites to tribal, where Suri was able to lead the voting in the direction of taking out Yao-Man based on his skills in the game. The next reward challenge would be diving down to a cage filled with coconuts containing letters on them, as they would need to be brought up and used to unscramble a word, giving the favorites the win and the reward of 3 chickens and a rooster, while Ozzy from the favorites and Kathy from the fans would both go to exile, as Ozzy would be the first person to finally find the hidden idol, as Kathy sat out of even trying to look anymore for it. Ozzy also tried to make a fake one and leave it there in its place. I say try because his replacement was a stick. The immunity challenge would have the members all interlocked together, having to navigate around to unlock themselves from the contraption, to then solve a decoding wheel for a 3-word phrase, giving the favorites immunity, and the fans having to go to tribal council, where at a 6-3 vote, they would take out Mikey from the game. Now, from here, there would be a tribe swap, as James, Eliza, Jonathan, and Parvati would now go over to the fans' RI tribe, as Tracy, Joel, Eric, and Chet head over to the favorites' Malakal tribe. For the reward challenge, it was a game of cat and mouse, where in pairs, they would chase each other around trying to grab the flags off of their opponents' backs for 1 minute, with the RI tribe winning and getting some good food. Joel and Chet being tied together for this led to some pretty funny moments for us, but some pretty aggravating moments for them. This challenge actually was legit dangerous for how simple it seemed in concept, leaving multiple people just generally hurt from it. The next immunity challenge had them throwing rocks at tiles, dropping some puzzle pieces to assemble, with the RI tribe taking another win, leaving the Malakal tribe now in a bind, as Eric and Joel, who were the biggest and toughest on the tribe, planned who to take out strength-wise, with Chet clearly on the edge of being voted out here thanks to the reward challenge. Suri would hear this plan and get the rest of the tribe on board to take out the bigger threats now, rather than the weakest. As they agreed to this, and to his surprise, Joel was taken out of the game. From here, the reward challenge would see them all collecting supplies to build a barrier to block the other tribe from getting through a tunnel, as they would both then go at them trying to tear them down, leaving the RI tribe, the winners, getting some native locals named Edwin and Joe to help teach them some fishing methods and campsite constructing skills. Chet and Jason would both be sent to exile then, where Jason finds the fake idol Ozzy hid. The only problem is that Ozzy's stick plan worked, making Jason fully believe that this plain, average-looking stick was the real idol. I mean, it made Jason happy, but it also may make him very sad in the future. But for now, Jonathan on the RI tribe was not doing so well with all of his injuries. Getting checked out some more and seeing the infection get worse, he would need to be treated outside of the game itself, as it was becoming a fatal matter. So unfortunately, he was taken out of the game, but he will be back in the future to give it a go all over again for a 3rd time. Next, for the immunity challenge, the tribes would use stepping pools to cross 2 members to platforms at sea, as the other members swim out to a smaller tower to get the whole tribe on, as the RI tribe take the victory, and Malakal went to tribal council again, where Chet wanted to be voted out based on his foot injury and just being drained from it all. But the others would rather have him here for another round to help vote out another player off, but he just didn't want to, so now he was voted out. This season was definitely taking a toll on everyone. So many players were getting hurt, or losing steam, or just not wanting to be there, like in the case of Kathy. Because after the next reward challenge of 4 members being blindfolded pushing a stone through a course, being directed by 2 others, crushing tiles along the way and using a smaller stone to solve a cog-based puzzle, to which the Malakal tribe won a trip to a spa and to get some food, Kathy on the RI tribe spent the night pondering her existence on the show, noting that there was a clear difference in watching the show and then truly participating in it, something that Jeff will make note of later on in the game to other competitors way down the line. She was really feeling depressed and felt so alone that she made the decision to quit the show. But we would still have the immunity challenge, where they would race to a bundle of puzzle pieces and attach a rope to them as they pull them back onto the shore and assemble them together, leaving the win for the RI tribe. And at tribal council for Malakal, where Tracy's plan would get stopped as she went for Ozzy, the rest of the members went for her, taking her out of the game. From here, on the other tribe, Parvati would work on building up the Black Widow Brigade, getting Natalie and Alexis on board for this. The reward immunity challenge that came next would be a full-on obstacle obstacle course to retrieve a flag and make it back, and the ante would raise with multiple members running and other tribe members trying to knock them off into the water. But the Ahry tribe would win and get some pizza and beer brought to them as Alexis and Ozzy would head to exile, and to Ozzy's excitement, his fake idol was gone, meaning someone must have it, and he's looking forward to seeing how this plays out. For the tribal council, the Malika tribe would end up voting out Amy based on her still being a threat as we lead into the merge the next episode. Eliza and Jason, who at least still had each other, as everyone else was in support of anyone but them, felt that they were two easy targets right now. Jason, however, has that fake idol, which to him is real, and lets Eliza in on the fact that they are protected because of it. I guess we shall see about that. The immunity challenge after the merge had them hold on to a gate as the tide rises, giving them little breathing room, with the last remaining person winning, to which it went to Jason, opting to then give his idol, his fake idol, to Eliza for protection. While the gesture was nice and truly in the spirit of working together, it may not be helpful at all, as before Tribal, she was able to realize that this was just a regular stick and not the immunity idol, and that she just might be screwed here in the end. After they discussed this, they still double checked since there was nothing that they could do, as Jeff confirms, much to Ozzy's delight, that the stick was just a stick. And yeah, she was voted off the show. Fun information though, when she was given the idol before opening the protection around it, a bunch of cameramen ran up to her, freaking her out for a moment. But according to Mario Lanza, a Survivor historian, Eliza mentioned that if the cameraman didn't capture the moment she realizes it was fake on camera, that their jobs were on the line. The game continued on, and boy did decisions need to be made, as at first the reward challenge of a schoolyard pick splitting the teams in two had them getting to a platform with a wall of Micronesian symbols, where upon returning back they would have to replicate the pattern, which here the orange team featuring Amanda, Ozzy, Eric, and Jason would win, getting them a feast at the village, allowing them to attend a traditional dancing performance, and getting a night at the chief's house, with Suri having to go to exile because she wasn't picked between either team because of the odd number. But with the immunity challenge being the hand in the air attached to the bucket of water setup, Jason was fighting for his life in the game since he never had an immunity idol, and he truly needed the win. The others offered a safety deal, which of course would have originally been too good to be true, but Jason took it anyway after 6 hours, letting his hand come down and giving the win to Parvati. But what if they blindside Ozzy right now, who has this idol to protect him, rather than just trick Jason to an easy vote off? Well, Amanda sure was not on board with that, but 5 others were, resulting in Ozzy being taken out of the game. Next, we would see the auction, with food being the main thing that they would be bidding for. But Natalie would get a covered item that turned out to be the power to send someone to exile, as Jason would be chosen, but luckily for him, he'd find the real immunity idol after it was re-hidden, giving him a fun redemption here. The immunity challenge, however, would be a multiple step event, going from breaking tiles to finding keys to assembling puzzle pieces, ending on racing over platforms suspended on ropes to get to the other side first, with Eric winning this, and on his birthday of all days. But for Tribal Council, where Jason is still a top target, it'll be his big moment here to use that idol and stay in the game. He didn't play it, and he was voted out. Initially being under the false illusion of the others promising him that he was safe, so that whole redemption arc ended with him just finding it for real, but not using it. The deadliness of this season continued though, as after the reward challenge of 3 life question and answer, Alexis would win a trip to Jellyfish Lake and hang out with those stingless jellyfish again. Again, why has no one told me about this? But it would also be with the loved one, and Siri and Natalie along with their loved ones would come as well. Amanda would be the one chosen for exile here, but she would find some clues to where the idol is now, figuring out that it is re-hidden back at camp. James, however, had a messed up finger from his time in the game, with the medical team on day 31 seeing how infected it was getting, needed to take him out of the show, or he could lose his finger, or worse, the infection would spread beyond that. The immunity challenge was next though, and it had them shooting at sake bottles, with the first to break their 3 winning as Eric took the win. Alexis, however, would be voted out in a 4-2 split at Tribal Council, but that 2 represented her, as Amanda's votes were null and void thanks to her actually showing up with the immunity idol to save her in this round. But now Eric tries playing his heart out, worried about being eliminated from the game, winning the reward challenge of being quizzed on past seasons of Survivor, giving him a helicopter ride to a resort for the night, sharing this with Amanda and sending Parvati to exile, to which she mentioned in an interview that she found the multiple times over re-hidden idol, but chose not to bring it back. But when it was time for the immunity challenge of finding coordinates to different sand pits to find a bag of puzzle pieces and solve the puzzle, Eric saves himself by winning the immunity. But the Black Widow Brigade proved to be something fierce, as their wild plan of convincing Eric to give up the immunity to Natalie by lying to him about it redeeming himself in front of the jury, as well as the others would then turn their votes to Amanda, seemed like a solid play. But this lie actually worked, shocking everyone at Tribal Council when he gives up his immunity to Amanda and is then blindsided in a 4-1 vote to take him out. But now it's a finale power battle, 3 against 1, as Natalie was the target here. The first immunity challenge had them all on a pole above the water, and using a leaky bucket to help lift up keys for them to get back to the shore, get pieces for a ladder and climb up it for the flag at the top, giving Amanda the win and allowing an easy 3-1 vote out of Natalie. But this would make things hard between these three, as Surrey played an incredible game, becoming a leading strategizer for her alliance and helping set up some of the biggest plays to get people out that we've seen yet. But at the immunity challenge, where they have to balance a metal ball on top of separated cylinders pushed together and only held at each end, she accidentally fumbles this, leaving the win to Amanda in a clear vote out of Surrey at Tribal Council, because she knew that having her in the final 2 means that Amanda wouldn't be the favorite to win in that scenario, giving us a tear-filled ending between these 3 as Siri gets taken out of the game, giving us the final 2 of Amanda and Parvati. At the final Tribal Council, Ozzy expresses his love for Amanda, to which, hey, they would date after this moment apparently. They'd also break up apparently. But later on after the breakup, he'd go on to date Lindsay Lohan for a bit apparently, so that's neat. Anyway, the winner of the season would end in a 5-3 split, where Parvati would become this season's sole survivor. She would also be back for more at some point, but this season was pretty interesting. I'm not gonna lie, this season gave me unfair thoughts toward returning players and focusing on them over the new people who were just fans of the show, at least at this point. And maybe that's just from my general experience of how the season played out, or maybe I just couldn't view the fans as underdogs and wanted to see the returning players have another chance in a new way. Also, again, why was this such a dangerous season? So many injuries and infections going around made the forced eliminations feel sadder than they usually are, especially with the second chance that a lot of people had here and not getting to see them compete further. Plus, just seeing the people who quit or asked to be voted out was a bit of a bummer. In this next season, we switch continents again to Africa. Setting the scene in Gabon, we have 2 tribes here, the Kota tribe and the Fong tribe. Now, the tribe selection here wasn't chosen beforehand, and it would be selected by the eldest man and the eldest woman in the castaway bunch. Selecting for the Kota tribe is Bob from Maine, age 57, and he chooses Sugar from New York, age 29, Corinne from California, age 29, Charlie from New York, age 29, Marcus from Georgia, age 28, Ace from Florida, age 27, Kelly from Illinois, age 22, Jackie from California, age 25, and Paloma from California, age 23. Jillian from California, age 61, chooses for the Fong tribe, which consists of Michelle from California, age 24, GC from Oregon, age 25, Dan from Massachusetts, age 31, Randy from Missouri, age 49, Susie from Iowa, age 47, Crystal from North Carolina, age 29, Ken from California, age 22, and Maddie from California, age 29. We would start off right away with the tribes being sent to run up a steep hill for an extra reward and personal immunity. Both GC and Marcus for each tribe would get immunity for themselves for just getting up first, but Kota would win the bonus reward based on getting the whole tribe up first, giving them some beans and extra corn. The first real reward immunity challenge, though, had the tribes race through a swamp, over some netting and passing hitching posts, to then digging up some puzzle pieces and putting them together, giving the Kota tribe a win, plus some flint for the reward, as Fong would have to face Tribal Council. On that tribe, though, Michelle was the negative Nancy of the group, which quickly irritated the rest of the tribe enough to pick voting her off of the show before their other choice of Jillian for being the oldest and potentially the weakest in a full 8-1 vote. But this episode didn't end there, as it was a special double-sized episode season opener, getting more time to see how these new people start truly vibing with one another. Marcus and Charlie on the Kota tribe became close pretty quickly, building an alliance along with Jackie and Corinne mainly, thinking that going after Bob to join in would give them the majority of any sort of the votes. But they didn't need to worry about that now, because at the next immunity challenge of rolling a large ball through a course for then someone to stand on to grab some keys, and finishing going through the final gate, Kota would win again, sending Dan to exile from Fong, as they would also be going to Tribal Council. Fong was still a bit of a mess, especially when it came to thinking that Dan was being fishy about being in exile, thinking that he may in fact have found a hidden idol, but he doesn't. So in the end, for the Tribal Council, they all decided that they needed to vote out their other choice from earlier, here, and in a 7-1 vote, Julian would be gone from the show. The next episode brings us the reward challenge of literally dragging an opposing tribe member from the post to the finish line, and Fong would ultimately take the win, getting some betting supplies while Sugar from Kodo would go to exile and luckily find the hidden immunity idol. The next immunity challenge would see them all sliding down a water slide, grabbing a numbered tile and running up a hill to drop it off, as then the remaining tribe members would solve it, figuring out the combination to a chest and getting an axe from inside of it, cutting a rope to raise their flag, with Fong winning immunity and Koda heading to tribal council, where some would vote for Paloma for being the weakest on their tribe. Speaking of power rankings, the tribes would then be asked by Jeff to rank themselves from most importance to least importance on the tribe, as Marcus and Maddie, being the standouts for each tribe, were now able to pick their new tribes for a swap, bringing Ace, Jackie, and Kelly to Fong, while Dan, Randy, and Susie would head over to Koda, and leaving the odd-numbered pick left out in Sugar heading back to exile, where she would just chill out, relax, eat some fruit, because she has no worries here. She has the idol already, and just has to go to the losing tribe of the immunity challenge, whatever that is. Oh, it's right now. The immunity challenge here would be a water-based game that has some similarities to lacrosse, where on a raft, the tribes would use the paddles to pass around a ball to try and score on their opponent's goal, with the Koda tribe taking the win, putting Sugar on the Fong tribe. But now for tribal council, Jackie was someone they couldn't trust and felt was enough of a threat to vote her out in a majority. The reward challenge here would be them tossing fruit through a hole in a wall, as an opponent would use a club trying to swat the fruit away, and so on through another person if they catch it, having to toss it through another hole past another defender, where after 5 minutes, the Koda tribe took the victory and earned themselves some herbs, spices, and all of the fruit from the challenge. Once again, Sugar was sent to exile and just got to chill out and do whatever once again. But a few things were happening over at the Fong camp, as some of the group found that Sugar had the idol already and figured that a blindside attack would be best. But GC was 1 foot in, 1 foot out of the game. So after the immunity challenge, where they were rolling wicker balls down a hill where a blindfolded member at the bottom would try and block them from going in the opposing goal, with someone aiding them in where to go to block them, the Koda tribe would win again, scoring the most points here, and GC would be let go from his tribe at tribal council for Fong. Ace would now play some sketchy moves here, speaking with Sugar and claiming that the others went through her bag and somehow convinced her to give him the idol to hold on to for safety concerns. But the next reward challenge would see the tribes tethered together to a claw snake, meant to weigh them down as they would run around the oval course, with each tribe trying to catch the other first and tag them to claim the win, as the Koda tribe continues that winning streak, getting themselves some croissants, fruit, breakfast desserts, and breakfast beverages. If you were wondering who would go to exile, it was Sugar once again, but she wasn't enjoying it as much anymore because of the guilt of not being around and participating. The immunity challenge then would divide the tribes into 3 pairs and be bound together with rope, as they would have to make their way through a course by crawling under nets, running through the jungle, and retrieving some section of a flagpole to race back with, as the next set of pairs would follow suit for more pieces to eventually assemble a pole with their flag on top first, and the Koda tribe would win this as well. But luckily, Sugar was convinced to take the idol back from Ace, just in case, to which Ace does so and returns it, regardless of wanting to or not. Tribal council here would see Kelly get voted out of the game though. The next episode gives us one thing that'll make you unliked by some people, and that's spilling the food supply, as Crystal did just that. But the reward challenge was coming up, and maybe that afternoon picnic reward could make things better for Fong. Unfortunately, in the case of the challenge being a game of trying to break the other tribe's ball being tossed back and forth, the Koda tribe would come out with the win, and yeah, Sugar is sent back to exile. At this point, I just think it's funny. To add on more to the reward, Koda was also brought some letters from home to enjoy, which was a nice little add-on bonus because now no tribe is safe. Jeff makes the announcement that it is one of those each tribe has to go to tribal council episodes. On top of this, the immunity challenge was for individual immunity, regardless of both tribes still being separated. It turned out to be a log rolling contest, as they would go head to head, resulting in Marcus taking the win, as then another special bonus was bestowed upon him, and that was to bestow another member, that being from Fong, with an individual immunity, as he chooses to protect Sugar. Ace and Maddie were working together here in general to originally take out Sugar, having to pivot over to Crystal, but more powerful than the want of food not being spilled over is having others that have your back, and Ken would be on Crystal's side to go after Ace and convince Sugar that Ace and Maddie have been after her, as she has connected the dots of what Ace has been doing to manipulate her. So at Fong's tribal council in a 3-2 vote, Ace would be voted out of the show. After the show, he faced some trouble with the law, struggling with drinking, and struck a woman, but would be released later that day. For the Koda tribe, it seemed like a hard pick for tribal council, especially with some tension between Corinne and Susie. But due to who was a larger threat to them this late in the game, Dan became the target, being voted out at a 4-3 split. Sadly, Sadly, on New Year's Eve in 2016, Dan would pass away with no further details of the cause given. The next episode would be another classic fake out of a tribe merge, first having the tribes come together for a big feast and bask in each other's company, even getting a shared clue to the idol, but together choose it was only right to toss the idol into the ocean for fairness of coming together, celebrating that fact rather than tearing themselves apart already over an idol. But then they are instructed to draw stones from a bag, as this would be yet another tribe swap pre-merge. Definitely confusing and frustrating them, but now we'd see Charlie, Corinne, and Randy on Fong as Crystal, and Ken went over to Coda. Originally, the new Fong would be planning to go after Maddie, thanks to the new powerhouse and numbers on the tribe. But for the immunity challenge of holding up poles and platforms, Maddie helped lead Fong to victory, sending the Coda tribe to tribal council. So it seemed all but over for Ken now, or so we would be led to believe, until a surprising 3-2 vote that Marcus was the one voted out. The next reward challenge of a 3-person man slingshot shooting large golf balls into holes would go to the Fong tribe after one of the funniest moments of just 3 people trying not to overthink something so easy would take place, worried to literally drop the ball inches away from getting the victory. But in the end, they were able to, still win and get the reward of a trip to a nearby village for the night.
What, farther. Maddie, don't pull it back.
They're right on the hole. How can they blow it?
Just drop it. No tension on the court at all.
I want to win this happy and calm.
I know, buddy. Then drop it.
Bob from Coda would be sent to exile and put together a fake immunity idol for himself that at least looked way more convincing than that stick did from the other season. But after this, the official merge would happen as we get our first post-merge immunity challenge, which had the castaways making a fire big enough to burn apart a rope, as Susie would win the immunity here. Corinne would try and get Sugar on board for a takedown of Crystal at voting, in a promised return of taking out Randy in the next tribal, per her feelings towards him. But in the end, Sugar stuck with Ken, who explained that Charlie is the threat here and needs to go out for now. And when tribal council came around, a 5-4 vote would take Charlie out of the game. Now we have the auction back with everyone getting their bids in on food and surprise covered items, like Ken getting the chance to send anyone to exile, choosing to send Bob. But Randy here would get a whole tray of chocolate chip cookies to pass out to the tribe. And everyone did take one, but Sugar, who already doesn't like Randy, made it very clear to his face that when she got her cookie, she did not want it. And when she finally accepted it, she immediately passed it off to Maddie, much to Randy's confusion and anger. The immunity challenge, though, would see them carry puzzle blocks over beams to then set them up like dominoes while avoiding the things that can knock them over, and set off a chain reaction to hopefully release the flag at the end, with Ken taking the personal immunity. Corinne at the auction earlier purchased an advantage to the challenge, skipping her right past part 1, but still it wasn't enough to help her win that challenge. Randy knew that a storm was coming his way now, hoping to throw a curveball by using an idol as a surprise to take out Susie and stay safe. But this idol was given to him from Bob, partly as a show of good faith from Bob, but if you remember that Bob's idol is completely fake. So this would be all for nothing? Let's see. Come tribal council, it was a wild one, as usually the castaways, when speaking to the camera showing off their votes, would whisper or be short with their reasoning. So many opposites happened here though, from Randy's vote confessional being direct and malicious to Susie.
It's not strategic, it's strictly personal.
While Sugar would whisper Randy needs to change or he'd die alone and that he's a loser. But Crystal, well, she just outright yells about how hard he's made it here for her.
You have made my life hell. Go home. Goodbye.
As clearly everyone can hear this and react to it. Again, this is why you watch. This was a fun and intense tribal council. Plus, we still have the whole fake idol thing to worry about here. When Jeff asks if anyone has an idol to play and everyone is all intense about it, is this gonna be real, is it not? Some of them were laughing, some of them were worried. Randy stands up to reveal the idol to Jeff, as then Jeff says that it's not real, to most people's laughter and enjoyment, and he is then shown to be the most voted for and taken out of the game. In more recent years, he adopted 11 puppies, naming them after his former castmates from this season, which for a villain character in the show is honestly pretty wholesome. I also find it funny how much he plays up hating Survivor while still being so much into it, as we shall see him again soon in another season, but just over the years on social media claiming to hate almost everything about Survivor, from the cast to the twist and even Jeff. As you can see, his Twitter banner here is just holding up a vote out sign that just says I suck as Jeff holds it, but at least he won't hate watch season 45 since he has a friend trend going on that season. The next reward challenge was here though, as Jeff would give everyone a chance to see video messages on a phone rather than the loved ones being there. But for now, the challenge started with a schoolyard pick for 2 teams of 3, leaving the odd 7th person out and not being able to win the reward. Sorry about that, Corin. But by collecting sprocket pieces and assembling them on a board to raise a flag, the winning team would individually face off in solving a sliding puzzle, giving the win to Bob, who received the full video message from his loved one. And while he got to privately hang out, eat pizza, drink, and watch this message, he was then surprised by his loved one, which was nice to see. But that's not where the happiness stops, as an even greater surprise happened when everyone's loved one from the show shows up, and each member got to spend some time with them. It's emotional and a great turnaround from all of them believing that they weren't going to have a chance to see anyone from their family. Maddie takes time to privately speak with his girlfriend and right then and there on the spot proposes to her, and she says yes. What happy vibes we're just currently having. It's also wholesome right now. The immunity challenge would be a question and answer segment with a bonus add-on of rolling balls into a target area, as Bob would get the immunity here, but still wanted to help his ally of Corin, who was easily the target here. He tried to help fabricate a story of the idol thrown into the ocean earlier being a distraction and not being the idol itself, but just what it came in, and that it was eventually given to Corin. The plan wasn't going to have a bite though, so in a 4-3 vote, Corin was voted off. Bob would now try to make peace with the others after the fake immunity idol stunt to save Corin, but promising that he would give immunity to Ken if he won it. But at first, with the reward challenge of making their way through obstacles for some balls that they'd have to bring back to toss into a net, Bob would win and take both Crystal and Ken to this reward of an overnight stay at a gorilla sanctuary, getting to have some nice food, a shower, and a bed. Susie, however, would be exiled. The immunity challenge would be a blindfolded mask recreation, with some obstacles in the way, giving Bob the win and immunity. But things were not alright between everyone. Crystal was feeling threatened by the others, causing division there. Ken trying to force Bob to honor the deal that he made, only in an attempt to vote Bob out in a more sneaky play. But the biggest argument became going after Crystal amongst the majority. At Tribal Council, Bob kept the immunity knowing that Ken wasn't in danger of being voted out, but Sugar used her immunity idol for Maddie to protect him regardless. And then Crystal would be voted out anyway. Crystal was an Olympic gold medalist before the show, but after her time on Survivor, she admitted in 2010 that she used performance-enhancing roids before the Olympics, where she would be stripped of her previous gold medals. Season finale time, as Sugar, who has come so far in the game with how she's been able to navigate things, has put her in a good position. She speaks with Ken to rebuild trust for the final 3, featuring her, him, and Maddie, but in reality, she had this with her, Maddie, and Bob, clearly making a potential play here for later. The first immunity challenge had the castaways digging a hole under a wall, making their way through a maze, and opening up a gate that had a bunch of huts behind it, with only 3 of the huts containing a bag of puzzle pieces, and once each bag is returned, the first person to solve the puzzle would win, giving Bob another win and immunity under his belt, really leaving this tribal council up to if Susie or if Ken would be the one voted out, and unanimously in a 4-1 vote, Ken would be voted out. And now, as of 2021, he was ranked the 4th best player at Super Smash Bros. Melee, so that's pretty cool. But now for the final 4, the last immunity challenge would be a game of stacking wooden tiles into a house of cards 10 feet high, or at least who can build the highest in a half an hour, with Susie taking the immunity win on this and truly saving herself. It was a pretty clear route to who would be voted off, but Bob's private chat with Sugar truly would come in handy, as they would be able to fully build a bond here, where he was somewhat of a father figure to her after recently dealing with the loss of her own father, letting these emotions play into making the vote at Tribal Council split 2-2 between Bob and Maddie now. Where on this last chance of sticking around, Bob would beat Maddie in the fire tiebreaker, letting him stay on for the final 3, while Maddie would officially be voted out. The final Tribal Council, where the 3 would plead their cases and answer to the jury, was pretty lackluster. Susie was hit or miss on the others, Bob himself was just a guy who said he really had no true strategy to make it this far, and Sugar, who probably played one of the best strategic games this season, especially going through the ringer of emotions after finding the idol and just chilling in exile several times over, ended up not fighting for herself here in the end. And with Randy seemingly being the deciding factor in this 4-3 vote, as Sugar would end up with no votes there, it was really just about the cookie situation, leaving the win to Bob, and oh boy, what a comeback in the final moments thanks to Sugar, giving him one last fighting chance with the split vote. Bob would then go on to open up a winter camp in Maine, where every year the Durham Warrior Survivor Challenge now takes place as a weekend-long Survivor-based charity fundraiser event, and that's pretty cool. Sugar would join another season soon, but it's not a long stay for her there, so I'll just tell you this fun fact about her now, is that she would be featured as the character of Candy Edwards in Rockstar's LA Noire, which is a fantastic video game. She also would crash into a parked car in 2014 and be arrested for it, but released later that day. But the ending of the season almost had a bit of extra drama when Jeff, many years later, talked about how the votes were almost not read live thanks to another producer who was tasked with getting the votes to the finale, but somehow forgot to bring them. So a little over a half an hour before the live part of the finale would start, Chris Campbell would then rush back to CBS's offices on his motorcycle, as he was privy to the combination on the safe that housed the votes, but he literally had to break into the offices by punching through glass, get to the votes, fax them to another producer named Dan Monday, who then would trace them by hand, making exact replicas of the votes for the show. But they wouldn't be needed in the end, as right before the show started, Chris made it back with the real votes in time, as Jeff would grab them right as he was heading on stage. Talk about a literal last-second crisis and miracle. Overall, this season was okay. I enjoyed a lot of it. There's a lot of things that I just didn't love, but there were some fun alliances, some unique plans, but it didn't stand out too much over some of the really exciting seasons that we've seen. But Bob won, and that's pretty cool.
Whatever it takes to make it all the way. Oh, he is for sure a villain.
Who will end up the ultimate survivor? Tune in to CBS Thursdays at 8/7 Central to find out.
Our next season takes us to South America, where two tribes must compete in the Brazilian wilderness. Split into two tribes beforehand, we have Jalapão, with Carolina from California, age 27, Sandy from Kentucky, age 53, Spencer from Florida, age 18, Sydney from California, age 24, Joe from Texas, age 26, Taj from Tennessee, age 37, Steven from New York, age 29, and JT from Alabama, age 24. In Timbira, we have Candace from California, age 32, Jerry from South Carolina, age 49, Brendan from Colorado, age 30, Tyson from Utah, age 29, Sierra from California, age 23, Debbie from Alabama, age 46, Coach from Missouri, age 37, and Aaron from Wisconsin, age 26. Upon arrival, the first thing both tribes get asked is that they decide who is the weakest player on each tribe. And this is of course based on assumptions here, with Jalapão choosing Sandy and Timbira voting for Sierra. But the surprise here wasn't voting them out or giving them some sort of random penalty, but rather a free helicopter ride to the campsites while everyone else would have to walk there. The perk of being considered the weakest gave them two choices upon arriving at the campsites, way before the rest of the tribes would even get there, and that was either follow some clues and look for the hidden immunity idol, or start setting up the camp to be a team player. Sandy would choose to look for the idol, but unfortunately came up empty-handed, while Sierra chose to start setting up the camp and hopefully give the others on her tribe the impression that she isn't as weak as they perceive her as. But this did little in her favor, as the others would still see her as an easy option for a first vote out, and the other tribe was mad at Sandy for doing nothing to help the tribe. At least in that moment, as she would do well in helping greatly in the reward immunity challenge of retrieving puzzle planks to be assembled into a staircase to then get a peg through a table maze to release a flag, regardless if Timbira would win and take the flint for themselves. So at tribal council for Jalapão, Sandy was given a break here and not voted off, while as a whole tribe, they decided to go for Carolina for her attitude and no one liking the bossiness that was coming from her, taking her out of the game at a 7-1 split. As we move on from that, while Sierra chose not to look for the idol, she would tell Brendan about the clues as they began to look for it. But when asked what they were doing by another tribe mate Debbie, they instead lied to her, saying that they are building a setup for a fire, to which she fully accepts, no questions asked. That was easy. Coach was getting a bit fed up over Candace based on her idea of cooking the rice and beans in one pot, as Coach retorts about how rice soaks up the water, leaving the beans to be undercooked if that was done that way. Regardless though, at the reward immunity challenge of scoring points by throwing balls into their nets, the Jalapão tribe would win, giving them some fishing gear, while Brendan from Timbira would be sent to exile, but given the chance to select someone from Jalapão to join him as he picks Taj. But they would spend time together and come up with a new secret cross-tribe alliance, as Brendan has to open some notes in private that he got from his urn in exile, revealing a clue about the hidden immunity idols and an option to switch tribes when he returns, to which he doesn't take, but they both are now aware of the hidden idols being at the campsites. Back at Timbira, Candace was trying to persuade the others into going after Coach for the vote, but in doing so, sealed her fate for the vote out at a 7-1 landslide thanks to her negative attitude and approach to getting Coach out at tribal council. Next, things kind of started as a mixed bag, with Jerry on Timbira having stomach issues due to the diet of rice and beans only, and was seemingly not so much into the game from this point. The reward challenge of blindfolding pairs being directed through a maze to fill a bucket with water and bring it back to fill a container to raise the flag up, and repeating this with with corn instead to raise a second flag, the Jalapao tribe would win, earning a tarp, umbrella, some chairs, and bedding supplies, as Brendan from Timbira is sent to exile again, and he chose to bring Taj from Jalapao once more, as they now can prove their special exile alliance true by trusting each other with information. Immunity challenge-wise, the tribes would get into pairs and make their way through a field to get 6 crates and use them to make a staircase that also properly in order shows their tribe name, and then get to the top of it as Jalapao took it once more, sending Timbira to tribal council as Coach and Tyson were hopeful in putting their votes elsewhere, but in the end helped Jerry get off the show for his own health. But hey, Brendan would end up finding an idol, which is a pretty solid find. The next reward challenge is a last left standing and holding up a pole with weights across their shoulders, feat of endurance, leaving the Jalapao tribe as winners, getting a chance to go and raid the other camp for some goods, as Sierra from Timbira would be sent to exile as she picks Taj to come with her. There in exile, the secret alliance grows bigger, with her now being in it thanks to Taj, while back at the camps, Jalapao was raiding Timbira and ended up with some of their beans and a water can just to kind of go easy on them. But Sandy was very much concerned with that, noting that more should have been taken and overall just critiqued everything. For the immunity challenge, members of each tribe would get puzzle pieces with letters on them that they need to be placed in a correct spot inside of a frame and moved around to show the scrambled phrase, with the Timbira tribe taking the win here, sending Jalapao to tribal council, where most everyone on the tribe voted for Sandy based on their original thoughts of her, and now her attitude post the camp raid. Adding to the exiled alliance's pile of idols, Taj along with Steven would figure out where Jalapao's idol was hidden, giving it to Steven for safekeeping. For the next reward challenge, where one tribe member sits on a spinning platform that another tribe member would run and grab a rope that by pulling it spun the other player, having the now dizzy tribe member make their way through obstacles like a balance beam with the tribe first to 3 points from these races given the win and the reward of a trip to a cafe for refreshments and snacks plus some toilet supplies. Brendan would be selected for exile as he would choose Steven from Jalapao to join him, but Debbie was starting to get suspicious of some sort of cross-tribe dealings going on in exile. But for now, in the immunity challenge of launching balls from a slingshot with other tribe mates trying to catch them, Timbira would win immunity as Jalapao would go to tribal council, and here Spencer would be voted out of the tribe. At Jalapao, Taj and Steven would let JT in on the knowledge that they had an idol and assured him that for protection, they would use it on him if it came to that and would join in on siding with their alliance, aiding in their numbers overall before the merge. The reward challenge here was them building barricades in 5 minutes, made from ropes and poles, as a ceramic pig would be tossed and thrown at the target area onto the barricade, hoping it doesn't shatter them, as Timbiro would have the most intact ceramic pigs at the end, winning them a trip to a nice waterfall and getting them some good eats, while Joe from Jalapao would be sent to exile, bringing Aaron from Timbira as they formed a little bond over there. For the immunity challenge, the tribes would have to shoot tiles with a slingshot to release some puzzle pieces, doing so until all 3 tiles are shot, then having to get the puzzle pieces and assemble them, where Timbira would find another win. Joe, back at camp now discovering where the idol would be, actually finds one. The only problem is that it was a fake idol planted there by Taj, and come tribal council, Sydney would be the majority vote out at a 3-2 split. But now it is time for the merge. Both teams are asked to meet up as they are surprised by a feast and a chance to mingle with everyone as they become one tribe. And some new friendships are emerging that definitely scared others into thinking their initial exile and idol-based alliances may fall apart. The immunity challenge for individual immunity was the hold on to a pole for as long as you can challenge, with Tyson outlasting the others and winning immunity. Only thing is that there is no tribal council this episode since Joe had to be checked out by medical for his infection that he had brewing in his leg, taking him out of the game for safety concerns of his own health. For now though, we move on to the next reward challenge where the tribe was split into teams of 3 as they would be taking turns throwing a metal ball at opponents' tiles to take them out of the game, as the black team, which had Brendan, JT, and Debbie, would win, while Steven would be sent to exile. For the immunity challenge though, they would all have to be attached to a rope, having to make their way through several obstacles, as the first 3 to complete this go on to do it again with a 3-story structure as Tyson takes the immunity. Tribal Council would then see a tough vote-out battle with Brendan ultimately getting the most votes in a 4-3-2 split and being taken out of the game. Sierra was the upcoming target of Tyson, and there was no way around that. Things weren't looking good at the start with the reward challenge of splitting the teams to get large puzzle boards to then align them in a certain way to reveal vowels and consonants that would then need to be arranged for a 4-word phrase, as the red team of Debbie, JT, Aaron, and Tyson took the victory and got themselves a trip to a local village for some fresh foods and a display showcase of capoeira, which is an Afro-Brazilian style of martial arts combining in the theatrics. Steven was sent to exile though. Later on for the immunity challenge, they would be playing some shuffleboard essentially, or just choose to sit out and eat some pizza. And Debbie Debbie would win the immunity here. And knowing that time was limited for Sierra coming from Tyson, she worked well to convince the others, as they decided it was a good way to get him out while they can, ending in a 5-3 vote at Tribal Council, blindsiding Tyson and just barely keeping Sierra safe in the game. The next reward challenge would be the 3-life question and answer bit, resulting in Steven winning a trip to a natural spring along with a home-cooked Brazilian meal made by a local family, bringing JT and Taj, with Aaron getting exiled. This whole episode really becomes a game of he said, she said when it comes to Sierra, as the multiple alliances were all bouncing back and forth over the matter, ending mainly with her being not trusted in general. So after the immunity challenge of using a grappling hook to get some bags at the top of trees and facing off in a labyrinth game, Coach would end up the winner and seal the fate of Sierra at Tribal Council, where she was voted off. As things were ramping up to the end, it was time for another classic auction, all for food, except for what Taj purchased, and that was a video message from back home of her husband, former NFL player Eddie George, who slipped in a line about seeing her back at camp, which took her a moment to hear what he actually said, as she is over the moon excited over that fact, literally ripping Jeff's arm off. But for the chance that the others can see their loved ones, she heads to exile voluntarily to let them experience the same feelings. For the immunity challenge, they would have to make their way through obstacles to memorize mathematical symbols, run back and then put them in the correct order to figure out the problem, as Steven would do this in his first attempt, giving him a quick immunity win. And as far as Tribal Council, Debbie was the outlier here, being the one not fully in or out of things, as most everyone didn't trust her pleas of any dealings offered, voting her out of the game. This next episode turns into one of the most inspirational ones out there thanks to Coach, who lets it be known that when his body is failing him, even when his asthma is flaring up, there are no excuses. He will always do what it takes to carry on in this game. The reward challenge had them have their feet shackled together running through a maze in the shape of the Survivor logo, where at the end they would build a pole long enough to reach a sandbag that swings to hit 3 different targets, which JT won and shared his reward of an overnight trip at the governor's retreat for all of the amenities and a nice feast, while Coach was exiled, as we see his one-man trek into him no matter what surviving. Immunity challenge wise though is where it all comes down to for Coach, as they all do the holding themselves up between 2 walls challenge, where every 15 minutes their foot pegs get smaller and smaller, but in the end, Coach wasn't able to outlast JT, who secured the victory. There was a nice emotional moment of them all comforting Coach, and even a promise by a couple of them to spare him to keep him in the game, that unfortunately JT was the only person to actually honor that promise in Tribal Council, as Coach would be voted out of the game. We now make it to the finale of the season. The first immunity challenge of the episode was making their way through rope tunnels to retrieve bags with puzzle pieces in them to assemble a web-shaped piece. When all said and done, as JT would win here, giving him time to strategize with Steven over what would be smarter, taking out Aaron or getting Taj out before the final immunity challenge. Deciding to go with Taj for elimination at Tribal Council, ending the run for this member of the R&B and Soul group SWV. For the final immunity challenge this season, they would have to drop a ball into a metal chute, having to catch it in either one of 2 exits and send it again as more balls get added until there were a total of 8, as you'd still have to catch all the balls regardless of how many or which way they'd come out, or face being eliminated from the game, all the while having one hand tied behind your back. JT would also win here, taking Steven to the final 2 by eliminating Aaron from the game, and during the final Tribal Council, JT's efforts in speaking with the jury would earn him votes across the board for a win, not losing a single one to Steven, making JT this season's sole survivor. And while I enjoyed a decent bit of the contestants this season, I felt a little lost when it came to the alliances and who was working with who, as others would find themselves in the middle of multiple situations as we got closer to the end. Maybe it's a bit of burnout from watching the seasons consecutively, but overall I think it was a very okay season with a few standout and notable moments. And maybe we just need something new to refresh the formula once more. For this next season, we're heading back to Oceania, specifically to Samoa, where the Fo'afoa tribe and the Galoo tribe were facing off. In Fo'afoa, we have Marissa from Ohio, age 25, Mike from California, age 62, Betsy from New Hampshire, age 48, Ben from California, age 28, Ashley from Minnesota, age 22, Liz from New York, age 33, Jason from Illinois, age 28, Mick from California, age 33, Russell H. from Texas, age 36, and Natalie from Arkansas, age 26. In Galoo, we have Jasmine Yasmin from California, age 33, Russell S. from Pennsylvania, age 42, Eric from California, age 28, Kelly from California, age 25, Laura from Oregon, age 39, John from California, age 38, Monica from California, age 24, Dave from California, age 38, Shambo from Washington, age 45, and Brett from California, age 23. Right when arriving and meeting with Jeff, both tribes would have to elect a leader, giving us Russell S. for Galoo and Mick for Foa. From there, choosing other members of the tribe for other various titles based on what role they can fit into, like swimming, or being the strongest or most agile or smartest on the team. But after this, they would all partake in their first reward challenge of combining those traits together, ending on a puzzle statue being put together as Foa would win, earning them some flint. A character you really get to meet this episode is someone who came to play the game in a very interesting way, and that is Russell H., who worked to get every girl privately on his tribe in a special alliance with just him, as we see him spending time and promising the same things with each girl, Ashley, Natalie, Betsy, and Marissa, all for his so-called dumb girl alliance. The immunity challenge gave the Galoo tribe a win here, pulling a wooden crate across a ramp and up to the final platform where they would disassemble it and use it to solve a puzzle. So with Foa heading to the season's first tribal council, one of the girls on the tribe was a bit weary of Russell H, based on seeing him speaking with all of the other girls, but this would end up costing her the game since Russell H felt that by telling him this, that she was dumb and became his target. And in a 7-3 vote, Marissa would be the first person voted off the show this season. Russell H here wouldn't only be a threat to the many women of the game that he's promising all these alliances with, but to just anyone this season in general, as he came to play a whole different game of Survivor, knowing that there must be a hidden immunity idol around the campsite somewhere, and without any clues, he just eventually finds it, giving him the most advantage on his tribe even more so now. He lets Jason in on knowing that he has it though, thinking that he is someone that he can trust going forward for now. The reward immunity challenge that comes up has the tribes face off in a brawl over some balls to score some points, but the contact aspect of it all was pretty rough, even leading to Ben being overly aggressive and using cheap tactics to take the others out or just hurt them, leading to Jeff, who has already warned them already, to get extremely upset and pull Ben out of the challenge here. The reward of some fishing gear would go to the Galoo tribe, and Foa would be sent to tribal council, with Yasmin from the Galoo tribe to observe Foa's camp for the day beforehand. Sadly, Foa would be down a tribe member as a result from the intense challenge. Mike would suffer some complications from it, with problems breathing and being lightheaded as medical would officially call it, and take him out of the game for his own safety here. For tribal council, Foa would also lose another member, with that being a 7-1 vote towards Betsy. Ben was already not well liked in terms of his playstyle and tactics, but just in personality as well. Last episode making some comments towards Yasmin, and at one point calling her ghetto trash.
She's ghetto trash. She needs to go back to eating ketchup sandwiches and drinking Kool-Aid.
I love confrontation.
To which his tribe mates very much had a problem with, especially Jason, who would speak with the others in efforts of making sure that he's next out. The next reward immunity challenge was having each tribe make their way from the beach to some crates to bring back to the shore, having to make it past the battle zone first, where the opposing tribe would try and stop you from getting past them, as the Galoo tribe would win again here, getting them some comfort items instead of more survival-based items after given the choice, which split the team on the decision. But on top of that, Galoo would send Shambo over to Foa to observe them for the day, which may not have been the best idea because they like her over there. But you know who they don't like? Ben. So come tribal council, it was a clean 6-1 vote off of Ben, taking him out of the game. Galoo would also have their idol found next, thanks to Eric taking a look around, evening the playing field between tribes here for individual immunity. Come the reward challenge, which Jeff decided he wasn't going to be around for, they had the tribes play a game of tossing tribe-colored balls the closest to a flagpole that they could get, giving Galoo the win and the reward of 3 chickens, which Shambo let one of them loose almost instantly, so really, we'll call it 2 chickens. Foa though would make a small comeback here in the immunity challenge, where they had to race carrying blocks to a platform as they would be stacked into a tower, then having to cross a rope bridge to another platform, untying 2 nets to unlock more blocks for another tower, and sending Galoo to tribal council, where even though Shambo let a reward chicken out, Yasmin would be the one receiving the majority of the votes, based on the others thinking that she was being lazy around the camp and not contributing enough. We get to our next reward challenge though, which was a nice roulette wheel of gross smoothies for the tribe members to fully down, as Galoo would end up winning here based on taunting Ashley, who was doing her best to muster through it all, but just couldn't. So Galoo took the reward of some meats and spices while they sent over Shambo once more to Foa, which hey, good for her, she likes it over there. opting to clue the other tribe in on the dealings happening over at Galoo. Russell H's tension with the women on the tribe keeps getting somewhat confrontational, as Liz tried pressing Russell H over him potentially having the idol and being dishonest. But even from this more game-threatening moment, he wouldn't go after Liz for now. The immunity challenge next would be a strength test, having a man and woman from each tribe holding up a net by ropes, as the tribe members from the opposing teams toss in coconuts to weigh it down, as Foa just couldn't hold on to it any longer, sending them to tribal council. Based on how things played out earlier for the reward challenge, Ashley became the weakest link on the tribe and was voted out at 5-1. We start the next episode as normal, only being given the twist of a double tribal council being inevitable, and both teams would be saying goodbye to at least someone. But everything ended up changing once the reward challenge started. Russell S. would end up collapsing at one point concerning everyone immediately, as Jeff called off the game and had medical rush over. And in an emotional moment, as Russell S. became more coherent, he learns that he is being forced out of the game for his own health, despite him of course not wanting his time on the show to end like this. And because of it, Jeff explained to the others that tribal council wasn't going to send anyone home on either tribe for now, much to their relief, but still over a pretty sad situation. With Russell S. gone from the tribe now, Shambo would end up taking the leadership spot, and after the reward challenge of an item matching game that also had a bonus of either keeping the matched survival items or taking the points, the Galoo tribe would win, getting them a sailing trip, a nice lunch, and any items from the game that weren't exchanged for forfeited points. They also would send Laura over to Foa, and she already doesn't like Shambo, giving her an easy opening to be used by Russell H. With the immunity challenge of retrieving and putting together some puzzle pieces, the Galoo tribe would win again, sending Foa to tribal council, where it was simply just time for Russell to have everyone push on Liz for the vote out based on her argument with him a little bit back, taking her out of the show at a 4-1 vote. But happening earlier than you'd think was the merge, giving our new combined tribe here a lot more members to interact with, as Russell wasted no time in making new alliances with the Galoo members, showing off his idol and just doing the usual stuff that Russell's been doing the whole game, as we now lead into the immunity challenge, where it would be for double individual immunity, where the men would face off against each other and so would the women against each other in games of t-ball to see where the ball would stop to earn points, giving the win in immunity to both John and Laura. For whatever reason, Russell used his idol at tribal council when he wasn't even remotely the current target, which was Eric based on his aggression in the game, and for his attitude rubbing everyone the wrong way and now being voted out in a 10-2 vote. Continuing from there, yeah, of course Russell was mad. Why did you use your idol? You call all of the girls dumb and you feel like you're running the place, but you wasted your safety, and you probably won't get another chance to do so. The next reward challenge had the tribe split into teams of 5, as one castaway would be sitting out of the game, as the teams would move colored coconuts on poles to form a 4-digit number that a blindfolded team member would be using to open a lock. The purple team, which had Dave, Shambo, John, Monica, and Kelly, would win, getting them a trip to a waterfall rock slide and a nice lunch along with a clue to the re-hidden idol. So now, while they enjoyed their lunch and learned about the clues, they knew they needed to take Russell out here, and with no more hidden idol on him, he was a complete open target. Gosh darn it. Yeah, he somehow just found another one. I'm not accusing no one of nothing here, but is there a producer whispering in his ear? Because that's ridiculous. Either that or these idols are just not hidden that well. He also says he's not telling anyone about it this time, to which he immediately shows it to Shambo. But it was at least in good spirits after she told him that they were gunning for him next. And at the next immunity challenge, there would be a series of tasks for them to get 2 bags with wooden pegs down using grappling hooks, with the first 3 to get their bags moving onto the final round, where they would try to place the different shaped pegs into the board, which would release another piece, and they would do so until the board was full, leaving Laura the winner of immunity. At tribal council though, it's pretty much a majority vote onto Russell, but there's still being 4 votes cast onto Kelly, who became the open target since Laura had immunity. But with everyone sure that Russell was going down, Jeff asked the question of anyone having a hidden idol, to which Russell stands up, much to the shock and sadness of many of the others, as he says he isn't finished playing just yet, saving him from the votes and forcing Kelly out as he played his idol. After such a wild shakeup, the next reward challenge would split the tribe again into 2 teams, as one member from each would be held up in the air by ropes from the other members, who would maneuver them around to help them collect 15 flags. The purple team with Brett, Dave, Russell, Natalie, and Laura would win, getting them a trip to another island for a meal that gave them a clue to the new re-hidden idol. But there's no way that Russell would be this lucky enough to find it a third. Are you kidding me? He found it for a third time. I have nothing to add. That's just wild. Moving on to the immunity challenge, for every tile out of the 3 that they would break with stones, they are given a spear for the next round, where they would shoot them to get the closest to the center of a target, where Mick would end up winning immunity. Right now though, the numbers would be split 5 and 5 for who is siding with who in the votes. And that's what we see at Tribal Council here, as both Laura and Natalie are tied at 5-5 each. But beforehand, Russell tried making a deal with John to flip the vote onto Laura to guarantee the next vote out of someone who would be from Foa previously, and on the revote, we see John make the flip, resulting in Laura being voted out of the show. We enter the next episode with the auction. The usual fare of food items being bid on and won here, but Jason would go for the challenge advantage to help him later, as John would purchase a clue for the hidden idol, which means he spent money on literally nothing. The challenge advantage for Jason would come in handy for the immunity challenge here, where with one hand they would all be hanging onto a rope with a bunch of knots in it, and every 3 minutes they'd have to move to the next knot while switching hands, making the angle even harder to hold. The longest lasting holder would win, where Jason's advantage of 2 extra higher up knots made all the difference in outlasting the others, granting him the win for immunity. For this Tribal Council though, Russell is too sketched out and worried about John to have him keep playing. Despite Shambo wanting them to go after Dave, the majority vote in favor of John, taking him out of the show. He would, however, end up later on marrying and had a kid with Parvati from previous seasons, and someone we shall see more of in a bit, but before they would end up getting a divorce, and her getting a temporary restraining order against him on the grounds of his anger and his abuse towards her while he had been undergoing cancer treatment. Russell would speak with Shambo about not going for her choice of Dave, but on the lie of saying it was because John was leading a vote towards her. This episode would turn out to feature a double helping of the good stuff, with 2 immunity challenges and 2 immunity awards. First, with the immunity challenge of a bowling tournament, where by the end Jason would be given the victory and the first immunity, and now Russell keeps good on his word to Shambo and actually aligns for the Dave vote out here at a 7-1 split. The next immunity challenge was retrieving a bag and launching it up from a seesaw to a basket on a tower, with the first to 3 points winning, giving Brett the immunity, which Russell sees him as a threat now, as the audience sees him as, wait, who is this guy? A major long-running joke in the Survivor fandom is that this character Brett here, based on how much he wasn't shown throughout the season this far, to only really appear now, and, well, as you'll see, becoming this seemingly out-of-nowhere threat in the competition, with meme after meme referring to his addition this season as being digitally inserted with state-of-the-art CGI. Tribal Council, however, would see a 5-2 vote out of Monica. As we start to ramp up to the end for this season, the reward challenge of the first team of 3 to choose the right rope to release 100 coconuts would win. The yellow tribe of Jason, Russell, and Shambu would win, getting an overnight stay at a local village and a nice big meal. The whispering of separate alliances and promising of final member packs are beginning as we enter into the immunity challenge. We're running out to different stations and counting the amount of objects at each. Those numbers would be used to unlock a combination lock, with the first person to do so and then smash their tile given the immunity win, as Brett would win this. The plan for this Tribal Council was to vote off Shambo based on feeling that she is better suited for the jury, hopefully having a good decision at the end of the game rather than being left in it, taking her out in a 5-1 split. But here we have entered the finale. Some decisions here are going to be tough, especially after the immunity challenge of racing to get puzzle pieces that eventually would be put together to show the season's logo of Survivor, as Brett would be winning again, leaving everyone else in quite the pickle for the vote out. While Russell believes that Natalie is someone easy to beat in the end, the vote becomes clear as Jason wasn't giving it his all anymore, mostly finding that their head was no longer in the game. So in a 4-1 vote, he would be taken out of the game as well, and now we would enter the final 4. The final immunity challenge was a test of holding up a pole that held on to an idol at the top of it, and every so often they would have to add on another pole piece at the bottom as they balanced the idol higher and higher, ending in a standoff between Brett and Russell. And while he's not Mike Tyson, he's Brett. It couldn't save him again here, as at over 7 feet, Brett's idol would fall off, leaving Russell the immunity winner here and safe for the final 3, where Brett would be voted off at Tribal Council. And as we now enter the final Tribal Council, things seem like a pretty decent lock for Russell. As spoiler, Mick would not have received any votes to win, so it was just down to Russell and Natalie. The jury, though, sure did give Russell a fair dose of their issues with him and his deceptive gameplay strategies and lies to so many others. So after an incredible run for Russell, while doing all of those things he's accused of, plus his luck of just finding idols and just making it this far, he would lose. He lost. Natalie would beat him out in a 7-2 split, despite him thinking that she was an easy target to beat. That's why you should never assume or underestimate. But there's a few things to mention here, specifically for Russell. First, going back to his immunity challenge win against Brett, he would claim that this was done twice. When he was on a live stream with Twitch streamer and entertainer Will Neff, he spoke out about Brett's idol, saying that it had fallen, so he dropped his as well and celebrated, but Jeff didn't call the game yet, saying that there was no ruling, having them reset it back up based on the producer's call for him to then just beat him a second time.
He's in the Discord. Can someone bring him into my office?
You hear me?
I can hear you, brother. It's good meeting you finally.
Me and Brett was holding those sticks up and the statue was on top.
Yeah.
That, to give you a little insight, his fell down and hit the ground. When it fell down, I threw mine to the side to grab the statue because I thought I won. And Jeff said, no. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I didn't say it was over. I said, his hit the ground. His hit the ground first. What are you talking about? No. So we had to do that challenge twice. I beat Brett twice in that challenge.
That is crazy.
So the thing is, I was not losing that challenge.
Russell is someone that you'll see back on the show quite a bit beyond this point, but in general, outside of the show, there was some controversy with him as well, like in 2010 for engaging in a fight with a woman at a bar that he owns, to which he shoved her down to the floor, resulting in a misdemeanor charge. While there is more to speak about with Russell, some stuff coming up shortly, and some way later on in this video regarding potential leaking of Survivor results before they happened, I'd rather move on to the next season of the show, as it's the one that technically started the spark of making this video in the first place, as I think this previous season of the show in general had a lot of fun moments as well as a lot of unbelievable ones, from Russell's triple immunity fine to Brett just existing all of a sudden. Shot soon after wrapping on Survivor Samoa, the next season takes place in the same location, but with the returning castaways split into two teams, heroes and villains. In the heroes tribe, we have Sugar, Stephanie, Suri, Tom, James, JT, Amanda, Candace, Rupert, and Colby. In the villains tribe, we have Randy, Tyson, Rob, Coach, Courtney, Danielle, Jerry, Russell, Parvati, and Sandra. Just a plethora of returning castmates that now get to go against each other in this social experiment of a group of villains all on one tribe and a group of heroes all on the other. And it sounds like a brilliant idea in theory, right? So this season is kind of special for me. Aside from why it's an entertaining season, it's a season that got me on the kick of wanting to watch some Survivor at all, which eventually led to the making of this video. So I was watching a Pay Money Wubby stream one night, and in fact I think it was just over a year ago when that stream happened, as he took his stream on an adventure of what the first episode of Survivor Season 20 is all about. So in a way, you can thank Wubby for this idea snowballing into what this video became.
So the first episode of a new season of one of these is always the slowest. There's a lot of introduction that we have to get through, but this show is one of my favorite shows of all time. Let's take a look here, chat. Let's take a look here. First episode, that was a long one too, a double feature of Survivor Season 20. I had a good time.
What a great, exciting, and even painful start to this whole thing, as right away the tribes would face off in pairs to try and dig up a singular bag where they would all get into a brawl over it, bringing it back to the finish line first, as the first to 3 points would win, resulting in the heroes taking the victory and some flint for the reward. But there were some injuries that took place here from the challenge, such as Rupert getting his toe broken and Stephanie getting her shoulder dislocated. But they both stayed in the game for now, despite the injuries. Russell, who we know well from last season, was here playing again for the villain side and not really doing anything much different, jumping right into trying to form alliances with the women from the jump. But since these are all villains over on this tribe, who can you really ever trust at the end of the day? Rob would have a good push forward with the others, being able to help get the tribe set up with shelters being built and fire getting started. On the heroes tribe of things, alliances and agreements were starting to form like they would naturally as they would set up their camp and make it through the night. Well, as much through the night as they could, as Sugar was keeping them up and already getting on the other tribe mates' nerves. Come the immunity challenge, where 6 members from each tribe would assemble a boat together, paddle out to get a lit torch and bring it back, disassemble the planks off the boat, and reassemble them with the rest of the tribe, solving a puzzle as the boat pieces would turn into a ladder to reach the top of the platform, as the puzzle would then be placed in a designated slot, as the whole tribe would have to get to the top of the platform to use their lit torch to light a barrel on top. The villains would be the one taking the major immunity win here. For Tribal Council, the combined effects of her coming off as annoying to the others and her holding the team back from a huge lead and ending in a loss thanks to her not figuring out the puzzle all that well, Sugar would then be the first person voted off this season. Our next episode starts with another medical scare as Rob was found passed out, but Medical was able to help him recover so he could stay in the game. And this showed how much the other villain members cared by how supportive they were of Rob, except for Russell, who was more so jealous about how the others felt about him. For the reward immunity challenge this episode, the tribes would retrieve 6 large crates that together in the right order would spell out the tribe's name, as they would have to move them and stack them in the correct order to also form a staircase for them all to get on top of, where the villains won, earning them a tarp and immunity, as the heroes would be the ones at Tribal Council, where Stephanie would be the weak link here due to how she played in the challenge and specifically getting called out by James for how she's played on previous seasons, giving us a more sour than fun debate for Tribal Council when Stephanie gets voted out, mentioning on her way out that cursing and yelling at tribe mates may not be the smartest play in the future, as James tells her to just keep her mouth shut.
Keep your mouth shut.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, for a group of heroes, they sure aren't acting like it. But the villains are gonna be the villains, as at their camp, Rob warns Russell to calm down on making his side alliances so obvious, and you know how Russell responds, very maturely. I'm kidding, the dude's unhinged sometimes. He ends up hiding the tribe's machete from them.
I'm the daddy around here. I gotta listen to this fool, like he's in control. Nobody knows who they messing with around here. It's Russell Hance. King Restall can get rid of the machete. The tribe's gonna go crazy. Can't find the machete, can't open the coconuts, can't start fire, and that's a good thing.
The reward immunity challenge here was one-on-one bouts on a platform, as the opponents from each tribe would then try to push each other into the mud pit around them to win a point, with the heroes taking the victory here because of their brute strength being greater. And the pent-up aggression from James gets the better of him when he easily takes out Randy, finishing him off in the mud pit with an extra blow from the bag that they would use to push the opponent out. Randy ain't having the best time this episode, as come Tribal Council, it was a complete sweep, a 9-1 vote in favor of Randy being voted out, as he would now be eliminated from the game. Now, just a regular reward challenge came up, and on a slippery surface, the tribes would grab a ball with a color and a number on it hanging above them as they have to toss it and make it into a basket to score a point, where the villains would score 4 points faster, getting them a reward of selecting items in a Sears catalog, choosing to get some camp supplies and a toolkit, where later the villains would find a clue regarding a hidden immunity idol to be found. Everyone decides to not look for it because the person who gets it will just become a target. But of course, Russell does his thing and tries to go and find it, getting caught by Sandra as she reports that to the others, making Russell the prime target here. The heroes would have a clue to one as well, as they set out looking for it, where Tom is the one who managed to locate it first, but eyes on this team are all the same, as Amanda would notice him finding the idol and let the others know about it. This next immunity challenge would have a member strapped in a spherical cage as they guide blindfolded tribe members to make their way with the cage through the forest and then help them navigate a ball through a table maze. And with the villains getting the win here, it was a struggle of how the heroes would play out their next tribal council. Both Suri and Tom were going after each other for where their votes would lie, but in the end, aside from Rupert and James voting for Colby and not as a group with the others, it left us with a deadlock of 3-3 with votes against Suri and Tom. But rather than do a revote or have a tiebreaker, Tom played his immunity idol, saving him for now and taking out Suri from the game so early on. So guess what? If you thought Russell's idol luck wore out, you'd be wrong, as he ends up being the one to find it. I'm not even surprised in the slightest, honestly. But moving on to the reward challenge, where in an arena, 3 members of each tribe would now be battling for control over 3 balls, needing to pass it to 3 different tribe mates who are standing on a platform as they have to toss them into the opponent's baskets, with the villains winning and earning a swimming trip and a feast of a whole bunch of sweets, while James on the heroes tribe has a knee injury take place that causes him to go and be thoroughly checked out by medical, as the rest of the tribe has to sit and worry about if he is coming back or not, because he's such a powerhouse player. But it's okay, he would come come back. The villains, however, come back for another victory in the immunity challenge where one person on each team would give orders to the blindfolded members who were collecting puzzle pieces and assembling them, giving us the heroes at Tribal Council, and Tom, no longer with the immunity protection, was voted out. The next episode would have a lot going on. From the jump, Jeff fills in the tribes in on the plans of having both tribes facing Tribal Council, and on top of that, members from both tribes would have a shot at individual immunity. So for this reward immunity super challenge, the castaways would be connected to a rope that is threaded through some obstacles as they have to make their way navigating through them, with the first hero and first villain to reach the end earning personal immunity for themselves. Continuing on to the next round of the competition, through a more difficult course, Candace and Rob would end up being the two winners for immunity from that battle, would win the reward of a hot dog feast for the tribe, and that they get to enjoy it while watching the heroes at Tribal Council. Speaking of Tribal Council, the villains get to go first, and things get pretty devious, as beforehand, Parvati is the clear target being set up for the vote out, as Russell makes it seems like he is turning on her for the vote out, convincing Tyson to vote for her, and he just thinks he's making an in with Russell and needs to do it for safety later. But secretly, a few votes would be placed on Tyson while Russell shakes things up, pulling out the immunity idol and then handing it to Parvati, keeping her safe from all of the votes, as then Tyson becomes the next victim of Russell's game plan. As for the heroes, I guess needing James around wasn't the honest truth, as a mixture of his attitude and his abilities going forward here were just now the concern of the rest of the tribe, as he then gets voted off 5-1. While the villains are starting to all break apart, which is par for the course in their respective roles, the heroes would find some domination this episode, as the reward challenge had them face off in the water for control of a ball and shooting it into the opponent's basket for a point, where the heroes would score 3 points first and earn the reward of a nice meal and a trip to a waterfall for a bit. The immunity challenge, featuring the rope nets where they all scramble to get bags of puzzle pieces to then assemble, would end up going to the heroes as well, leaving the villains to head to Tribal Council, as the power Rob had was seemingly gone. Coach didn't want to get in the way of voting for either of the main prospects, throwing away his vote on Courtney, while this left Rob with more votes on him than Russell, taking him out of the game, and he sure wasn't shy on showing his annoyance.
Little man. I mean, I saw it coming.
Moving on, we have JT finding the idol for the heroes camp, but was spotted by Amanda, so to keep a good show of faith, he reveals that he found it for the rest of the tribe, as Jeff decides to pull a big old prank on the tribes by making them think that they would be merging, as he would then say, "Drop your," then taking a pause as some rejoice for the merge, but he continues on to say, "expectations."
Drop your expectation. We are not merging.
As they would not be merging, at least not yet. The reward challenge would have them do a little bit of bowling, giving the heroes a win and the reward of a pizza party. The immunity challenge would then have the tribes in pairs of 2 belted together, as they would make their way through a mud pit and over obstacles to grab a flag for a point, leading to a 1-on-1 round and a third round of 2-on-2 again, as the heroes clutch another victory, sending the villains to Tribal Council, where in an effort to make the other tribe think that there is a full girl alliance coming their way, Coach is voted off in a 4-3 split, which just kind of made me feel sad for Coach here. The villain's strategy though was seemingly working, as the other tribes made note that Coach was voted off, and even JT seeing Russell make a signaling gesture that he's on their chopping block next. The reward challenge had them all be ranked from weakest to strongest, as face-offs between tribes would see them having to last as long as they can over the opponent, standing on small footstools that only get smaller, giving the villains a win here, as they got to enjoy Outback Steakhouse for their reward. Parvati would find a clue to the hidden idol at the camp, with Danielle helping her look for it, and when she does find it, they end up keeping it a secret from the others. But on the hero side of things, they were prepared to give Russell the idol, placing his plans of action of manipulating the other tribe into thinking that he needs them and can become an easy flip for their side once the merge does happen. So after the heroes win the immunity challenge of getting a bag of puzzle pieces through a course while it's attached to a rope and then assembling it, JT slips the hero's idol into Russell's pocket, who gloats about it in his confessionals, but come Tribal Council, the easy pick-off here was Courtney, as they would vote her off 4-1. The merge though is finally happening now, but some truth gets spilled to the heroes about Russell and Parvati calling the shots for the villains overthinking that there was a full woman alliance, and to put Russell up to the test to make sure he was on their side when needed, they would give him a name to vote for while they would choose someone else just to see if he was truly on board with everything, or just a guy who's good at giving fake promises and stories straight to your face. The immunity challenge here was them all holding on to a pole the longest as Danielle would win and earn immunity. Russell, though, ends up giving up his idol to Parvati for protection, but this just now gives her 2 of them. But here's where the most Yu-Gi-Oh feeling move in the game would happen. As the heroes are planning their real vote out of Jerry, Amanda tries to persuade Parvati to play the idol for herself, but knew that she wasn't actually the one people are after. And that also takes away Russell from the equation based on the tribes trusting him in general before making any decisions, leaving their real vote on either Sandra or Jerry, as then she would sacrifice both of her immunity idols, leaving JT as the accidental only other target where votes would be, taking him out. Russell would now convince Candace to come to the dark side, which wouldn't be too hard apparently, but this would come in handy. The reward challenge next would have them divided into groups of 3 as they play some shuffleboard, giving the blue team that had Amanda, Danielle, and Colby the reward of a night's stay at Robert Louis Stevenson's home to watch Treasure Island and eat popcorn. Oh, what's that? A clue for an idol hidden in the popcorn? How else could you see this play out? Obviously then, the hiding of the note from Danielle had Amanda instantly suspicious and trying to take it, as Colby was just trying to watch some women wrestling, and yeah, everything is just fine here. This felt like a skit, and I'm talking like an SNL skit where they can't make it through the skit without laughing.
Sitting on the bed, watching Treasure Island, but I didn't enjoy any of it.
Wow, I found a clue in the bullet popcorn. Are you hiding under the bed?
I'll seriously grab it out of your hand. Relax for a second. Then give it back to me. Do it. You're a psychopath.
Give me back the clue.
I found it. You're psychotic.
I didn't even see what happened. I was watching Treasure Island.
Ended up giving the clue back to Danielle, like an idiot, and I was just like, oh my god.
But when they come back from that and share with the tribe the idol clue, none other than Russell himself is the one to find it, and only tell Candace about it for now, promising to take her to the end of the game, but Russell was told by Candace that they are going after him for the vote, making him confirm her for the villain alliance, voting out Amanda, as she would alert the others that Russell now knows that they're after him, making them switch their vote to Parvati. The next immunity challenge was using 150 tiles to build the tallest house of cards that you can, I guess house of tiles, giving Jerry immunity here, while then at Tribal Council, Russell uses his idol out of protection, but again, never needed it, as the others did vote for Parvati. It's just that there were way more votes on Amanda, sending her packing from the game. Rupert and Russell really wouldn't be seeing eye to eye about the right and wrong ways to play this game, giving Russell the tunnel vision of going after Rupert next. So at the first immunity challenge of the episode, where the tribe mates would have their hands shackled to a tower bucket filled with water, forcing them to have their hand held over their head while doing so for the longest amount of time possible. But Parvati would take the win here, with the others never really playing all that hard, taking rewards from Jeff instead, who was bribing them. Rupert knew that Russell would be on his case now, as he then hid a rock in his pocket to make it seem to Russell that he also found a re-hidden idol. Sandra, however, yeah, she found the idol. This tribal council though wasn't too crazy other than Russell losing Candace as an early ally to help bring to the end. Oh wait, he voted for her too? Well, the next immunity challenge of finding a wooden peg and getting it through a table maze, as some would make it through to the next round, where they would use a few pegs to climb a wall, with the last 3 competing at solving a sliding puzzle, as Russell would be safe from tribal council now for winning. And as some alliances were coming together and deals were being made, Danielle would be the next one voted out of the game in a 4-3 vote over some tensions that were rising elsewhere due to where Russell's focus now was, which was doing anything and everything he can for himself. The next reward challenge had the tribe mates and their loved ones compete together in a game of passing a bucket and filling up another bucket on a seesaw with water and weigh it down first, giving Jerry a win, getting to go to the Alafaga blowholes and enjoy some good food, being able to also take Parvati and Sandra with their loved ones there as well. The 3 guys back at camp set up a final 3 alliance between them in fear of the women were doing the same. Parvati would then be their target first, but at the immunity challenge, where they would hold up poles with their hands for the longest amount of time, Parvati would end up winning. So that means the guys have to think of something else for now. The only problem was that along with all 3 women, Russell showed his villain side, and having his vote go to Rupert, regardless if Sandra used the immunity idol. The votes were on Rupert anyway, which it's so wild to see one of the biggest and most recent villains take out one of the most loved fan favorite heroes from the game. And when Rupert stares into the soul of Russell on the way out, you can feel the disgust, the betrayal just felt in that moment. And since I didn't mention this earlier, when we talked about Rupert winning that $1 million from America's Tribal Council, he actually donated a large percentage of it to establish his own organization that would help at-risk teens called Rupert's Kids. We have now made it to the finale of this really fun season, leaving us with one hero against the odds with 4 remaining villains. For the first immunity challenge here, they all would have to balance ceramic dishes and every so often have to add on to the stack. And whoever lasts the longest without their dishes falling over would win, as Parvati would do so, making it an easy vote out of the final hero, Colby. The final immunity challenge was for them to navigate a maze blindfolded and retrieve 4 necklaces at different stations, and then find the immunity necklace itself for a win, as Russell would assure himself to the final 3, where he plans to bring along Sandra feeling like he would beat her pretty easily when dealing with the jury. Telling this to her, but she isn't too worried about that, having just a bit of faith in herself, you know? Jerry would be the one to be voted out at Tribal Council now, leaving the final 3 as Parvati, Russell, and Sandra. And this final Tribal Council, however, could be pretty harsh on Russell, as he would come to learn the same reason again, that you can play your way to the top all you want, but the more backs that you stab, the less support that you'll have, as he was heavily spoken down to about his playstyle, with everyone discussing how they don't respect how he sees playing this game as okay, even having Rupert get some nice final digs in there that really display one final message to him, and that would be he would receive 0 votes to win.
And if you think you should be proud of how you got here, you're sadly mistaken. I had been swayed by what I consider a disgusting human being. Parvati, you, as well as Sandra, deserve the vote. Thank you.
Ending with Sandra winning this season of Survivor and being the first person to win Survivor 2 times in the show. So that's pretty incredible for someone who Russell thought was a easy target. This was a really fun season overall, from the way it started to the brutality of some of the challenges or the series of alliances that ran through it all. The Rupert-Russell build-up and breakdown was such a true moment of betrayal and what it felt like, seeing why the villain role was made in the first place, as Russell would be the pure definition of it in the game. Seeing all these mixed and mashed castaways from all these other multiple seasons was just a treat of a season to behold, and a lot of these Survivor stories will continue on forward in future seasons, just like we're going to do right now. In the 21st season of Survivor, the contestants are divided into 2 tribes by their age here, old versus young. In the Espada, old tribe, we have Wendy from Montana, age 48, Jimmy J from Florida, age 66, Jimmy T from Massachusetts, age 47, Tyrone from California, age 42, Eve from Missouri, age 41, Jill from Pennsylvania, age 43, Marty from California, age 48, Jane from North Carolina, age 56, Dan from New York, age 63, and Holly from South Dakota, age 44. In the LaFleur, or younger tribe, we have Shannon from Louisiana, age 30, Kelly B from North Carolina, age 26, Alina from California, age 23, Brenda from Florida, age 27, Nyanko from California, age 27, Kelly S from Arizona, age 20, Benry from California, age 23, Sash from New York, age 30, Chase from North Carolina, age 24, and Fabio from California, age 21. When getting to the location to start the game, Jeff would make an announcement of a new thing, the Medallion of Power. And since he didn't bother to explain it yet at this point, I won't either. All we know now is that it's hidden somewhere on the beach and that whoever finds it wins possession of it for their tribe. Of course, this scatters everyone to look for it. Brenda would be the person who ends up finding it, winning the medallion for the younger tribe, where they would be able to trade in the medallion to the other tribe for an early advantage of having flint and fishing gear. The older tribe wouldn't need flint to get fire started because they have bifocals, and Jane here was cooking. So they were well on their way of getting things started, as the younger tribe would begin to bond and get to know each other, with Kelly B showing the rest of the tribe her prosthetic leg, which had a mixed reaction, as some felt that this would be bad for their team, or they were thinking that she would just be getting sympathy votes to carry her through the show. But right away, Kelly B, along with Alina, were able to find a clue for the hidden immunity idol, but couldn't figure out what it meant, leaving them to keep the clue to themselves for now. For the immunity challenge, both tribes would have a tribe member stand at the top of a tower, pouring water down 5 different gutters held by 5 more tribe members that would fill up a barrel, releasing a net, setting free the puzzle pieces that need to be assembled. But now we get to see the use of the medallion in action, as it offered an advantage to the one tribe over the other, giving the older tribe an already full bucket's worth of water in their barrel. But the other stipulation with the medallion, though, is that if it is used, it would then be transferred to the opposite tribe afterwards. So they decided to hold on to it for now and not use it, to which the younger tribe would end up winning immunity. As the older tribe head to tribal council, debating on which member was their weakest link, after a 9-1 vote, Wendy was the first person voted off the show this season, with the younger tribe tribe now, Nyanka couldn't find her socks, getting ready to go after whoever may have taken them, choosing to fight fire with fire, where she would take Fabio's socks to where they would get in an argument about it, and this just made Fabio sad and not want to even be there. Speaking of footwear though, over on the older tribe, Dan's expensive leather shoes were gone. My thinking would be, hey, maybe don't wear your $1,600 shoes to a survival game, but also sure, don't steal someone else's shoes, especially if you end up filling them with sand and tossing them into the ocean, which is what Holly would do. But why would she do that? Well, Dan called her crazy and she overheard that, so she acted this way in retaliation. So clearly, both tribes are equally mature despite their age gaps. For the reward immunity challenge, they would need to make their way through some hay to find a case of balls that they would need so they can bounce them off of other tribe members who are holding shields and into a barrel, to which the older tribe would use the medallion of power here, giving them the advantage of a ball already being in their barrel. Only needing 3 more, the older tribe would end up winning even though it was a struggle, getting to pick between a tarp or fishing gear for the reward, as they chose the fishing supplies and received some clues to the hidden immunity idol, as the medallion would now go over to the younger tribe. Using the clue, Marty, Dan, and Jill on the older tribe would find the idol. The younger tribe would find themselves in a tizzy trying to figure out the best option for the vote out, as some were fearful that Shannon was plotting against them. The majority of the tribe would come together in a 7-3 vote, taking out Shannon from the show. Tie that in with certain remarks made by Shannon during tribal council, with accidental and intentional double downs, later at the reunion and on YouTube, making him a not so well-liked contestant. The other tribe was dealing with how some of the others felt about having Jimmy J, or Jimmy Johnson, on their tribe. Jimmy is a multiple Super Bowl championship winning coach for the Dallas Cowboys, but currently is retired. So his celebrity status doesn't have everyone gelling so well with him, Marty specifically. So he wanted to earn some favor with the rest of the tribe by showing them all that he has the idol, and that he wants to use the idol against the younger tribe, giving them the assurance that it wouldn't be used on them, but rather to take out someone on the other tribe when the time is right, making the tribe pretty happy to hear that. Nyanka and Fabio have their feud continue on the younger tribe, as others are just having a good time while she feels Fabio is, and I quote, "stupid, I can't stand him." So things are going great, it seems. At least alliance building wise, Brenda, Nyanka, Sash, Chase, and Kelly S were eyeing Alina as the next potential vote out, as we now enter the next reward immunity challenge. If you like barrels, there sure are plenty of them this season, as now they have to collect 10 barrels and set them up properly as they toss sandbags at them, trying to get them to land on top of the barrels. The medallion advantage that could be used was 2 barrels would already have sandbags on them, but the younger tribe declined this offer, claiming that they can do it without it, to which they did, winning them the reward of some fruits and spices. And then Nyanka decides to take the game into her own hands here. As Kelly B had the basket of fruit and was looking for an idol clue, Nyanka comes and shoves her aside and starts tearing up the fruit, wasting it in the efforts of finding the idol clue for the reasons of doing what she has to do in the game, claiming that the paper with the clue is basically like $1 million and the lifeline of the game, going on to say that it's a game, she has one leg, and that she's not going to be nice or play nice because of that.
I'll push you so hard that damn leg will fly off. Don't think that I'm gonna be nice to you because you have one leg.
The rest of the tribe who weren't in the alliance were mortified to see this, thinking that it was rude and uncalled for in general if she did that to anyone. She did walk away with the clue because of her actions, though wasn't able to figure it out, while on the other tribe there were a few prospects for the vote out, but Jimmy J would seal his fate by admitting to Jeff at tribal council that he is the team's weakest member due to his age, which convinced everyone fully to vote for him, much to Marty's delight. But as we get into the next episode, Nyanka and Brenda would eventually find the hidden idol, and Nyanka would be the one to hold on to it, going on to see Alina and Kelly, where she would rub it in their face at how good she was doing in the game and letting them know that she doesn't like them or trust them. Whether this was the truth or just trying to get in their mind, her attitude was surely getting to them. The other tribe is having some problems of their own still, and it looks like Marty has some smoke with the other Jimmy left on the tribe, after Marty is trying to set a one-voice system of leadership for the group during challenges, thinking that Tyrone is the best option for this, and while everyone is in agreement, Jimmy T definitely isn't, and all he wants to do is tell him to shut up. Jimmy would instantly clash with Tyrone's decisions, now making Jimmy the outcast in the tribe currently. One person would call out to guide the blindfolded members to find items scattered around, and then guide 2 more people to find some keys to open a chest and get everything back to the starting line. The medallion advantage would offer 2 of the 10 items they need to collect already back at the starting line, to which the younger tribe chose to use the power, and it resulted in them winning, getting to choose some of the items collected as a reward and giving the medallion back over to the older tribe. Clearly, after this loss, Jimmy Jimmy T was a detriment to the older tribe, not listening to the one voice system, just claiming that he couldn't even hear Tyrone. But regardless, during tribal council, another Jimmy bites the dust as Jimmy T is voted out in a 5-3 split. While he was a strong player for them, he was just too much to deal with and could be more of an issue rather than a help down the road. But now things get shaken up as Jeff has them meet up and drop their buffs as it's time for a tribe switch, having Brenda pick the new LaFleur tribe and Holly pick the new Espada tribe. Brenda, Fabio, Jane, Jill, Kelly B, Kelly S, Marty, and Sash would be the LaFleur tribe, as Alina, Benry, Chase, Dan, Holly, Nyanka, Tyrone, and Eve would be Espada. At this point as well, Jeff takes back the Medallion of Power and says that it is retired from the game for now, as we get the reward challenge of throwing a ball onto a board that'll shift the ball's trajectory, where other tribe members would have to try and catch them without any being missed, and if they were, that would be a point for the other tribe. The Espada tribe would end up winning here and getting some hens and a rooster, as now the new tribes have to adjust to the new people on each tribe. Having Nyanka on the same tribe as Tyrone now made them immediately have a difference in how the game is going to be played, once he explained to them how the tribe was working previously and how it would continue to operate. But what would really bring down Nyanka's passion for the game in general was a pretty bad storm that had her fully consider quitting before being convinced to stay. This breakdown would either set in motion a burning fire to stick it out and win, or lead down a path of self-destruction for the game. For the immunity challenge now, a few members from each tribe would be strapped onto a large wheel, while others would spin it, causing all of them to have their head be dunked underwater at one point, getting a mouthful, and as it spins around, they would spit out the water into a tube to fill it up, as a ball then would be released so that it can be used to break some tiles. LaFleur would end up getting all of the tiles broken first, sending the Espada tribe to tribal council, where beforehand debating on eating one of the chickens or letting it lay eggs, Tyrone's option of staying hungry for now was outvoted, and then they all became more upset with him over perceiving that he was eating the largest amount of it, sparing the others from then voting out Nyanka as Tyrone would be voted out. But the theme of quitting prevails as Dan speaks with Holly about leaving, which becomes a point of contention once Eve finds out about this and is worried that they would come for her as the next vote when Dan doesn't want to be there. As far as the older tribe members now on the floor, they are clearly the ones under watch from the younger members. Jane, however, has merged well with the younger members though, so they are more welcoming of her as they plot to force out the idol by splitting votes between Marty and Jill if they head to tribal council, which they will because both tribes this episode are being forced to. You gotta love it. This reward and individual immunity challenge had them dig up rope rings with paddles and chuck them into baskets on their back, and after getting 3, the first person from each tribe to make it back to the start wins, where Jill and Holly do so as the next round would be the tribes competing for the reward of a chicken and beef feast, while getting to see the other tribes' tribal council as they now compete in ring toss where LaFleur would win. With Jill having immunity though, the new plan for getting the idol to be used would be splitting votes between Marty and Kelly B, while lying to her about who else the split would be between. At the same time, Marty would be manipulating Fabio over claiming to be a chess grandmaster, to which he believed, and was convinced to stick by him for now. Come tribal council for LaFleur, while Brenda received Marty and Jill's vote, everyone else split their votes between Kelly and Marty, as he didn't end up playing his idol, so for the revote, Sash and Jill changed their vote to Kelly B, taking her out of the game as Marty gets spared for now. For Espada's tribal council, Eve just became the agreed upon easy target for now, taking her out of the show in a 6-1 vote. For the next reward challenge, where a member from each tribe stands on a platform in the water, acting as a defender while members from the other tribe try to get a ball thrown in past them and into the net, the Espada tribe would take the win here and get the reward of some horseback riding on a ranch with a nice meal added on. After this, they would come back for another win in the immunity challenge, where 2 members roll cannonballs down a chute from a tower while the other tribe members move and aim the chute to hit the other tribe's tiles. Now for the LaFleur tribe, it was a matter of deciding if they would try the same plan again to flush out the idol or go a different route. Sash, however, would work out a plan with Marty to keep him safe for now. If he would part ways with the idol, and promises that if they lose the next immunity challenge, that he would get it back so he could feel safe then too. So he did just that, and the promise was kept for tribal council, where in a 3-2-2 split, Jill would be the one voted out. After that, the next episode would see the merge finally happen, much to Marty's excitement of at least making it to this point, and Naoko was happy about this as well, getting to build back her alliance with Brenda. However, her happiness didn't last long, as when she was making tortillas for everyone, Fabio gets his revenge by taking a big bite out of the the biggest one, causing her to retaliate by taking the flour for the whole tribe and burying it in the jungle, continuing on to eat an apple that she stole when everyone else was away from camp. She then had a moment with Alina, who felt like a target invented to Naonka, where Naonka gave her some of the stolen fruit and pumped her up to win the immunity. Holly notices that the flour is completely gone, causing accusations to be fired out at Naonka, with Fabio asking her about it. And after denying it for a bit, both Alina and Chase think that she should confess to what she did, eventually ending with her owning up to it, and claimed it was for the conservation of food, and not everyone believed that. The immunity challenge was coming up though, and it had them hold some handles to hold up to a bar, trying not to let go, then let it drop down and break a tile, leaving the last man and woman standing, the two people to win immunity, as Jane and Fabio would take this win, thus leaving Alina the target still, with even Naonka voting for her, taking her out of the game. The next reward challenge had the tribe split into two teams, facing off against each other, making their way through an obstacle course, collecting a few keys to unlock the tribe flag, where the blue team of Benry, Fabio, Sash, Dan, and Marty would win, getting the reward of a tour of the jungle, some food, and a fun time ziplining. Chase, who was the odd number out for the challenge, placed his bet on the wrong team to win, meaning he did not get to go and enjoy the reward either. The immunity challenge would have them see a series of symbols from Jeff that they would have to memorize and show them back in the exact order, with Brenda taking the immunity win. Marty had spent this episode trying to set up a plan that would deceive the others into thinking votes are going to people who they actually aren't going to, but thanks to sloppy execution, this gave others the chance to go after him, so at Tribal Council, Naonka would go off on Marty and Fabio, flipping him off in the end as the votes were cast, leaving a 7-4 split in favor of Marty being voted off. The next plot for voting someone out was for Brenda, where Holly would get Benry, Jane, and Naonka on her efforts of doing so. For the reward challenge, splitting into two teams again, they would have 4 barrels, 2 planks, and 10 feet of rope, and needed to utilize that to make it across the beach without stepping on the sand. The blue team with Chase, Kelly, Naonka, Fabio, and Jane would win and get to go to a volcano and volcano surf, as well as enjoy some pizza. The losing team unfortunately returned to their chests at camp, being completely burnt down after they had moved them earlier to keep them safe from a storm, but sat them right near the fire, as this would take away some important survival supplies and nearly all of their food, so that's not good. But now for the immunity challenge, they would hang back from a platform over the water, holding themselves up with a rope as they slowly make their way further down, increasing the angle until Jane ends up outlasting everyone else and winning immunity. For Tribal Council, after much contemplation, majority of the castaways would cast their vote for Brenda, ending her run on the show. Naonka was starting to feel a bit run down, wondering if it was time to call it, alongside Kelly, who felt the same way. Naonka would give her idol to Chase in the meantime, but for now, the reward challenge came up and split the teams once more, having to move an 8-foot dummy recreating the larger human setup from Gulliver's Travels, bringing the dummy through a series of obstacles. And yes, this would be a legit tie-in though, as around this time, the new Gulliver's Travel movie, starring Jack Black, was coming out, and the reward would be seeing the film early and eating theater snacks. The blue team won, which had Benry, Holly, Naonka, and Chase, but Holly chose not to go, instead getting some rice for the tribe as well as a tarp. But Dan would end up going thanks to guessing which team would win, and in a shocking moment, Naonka would announce that she wants to quit the game, catching Jeff off guard. Kelly stepped up alongside Naonka in stepping out of the game, leaving us with no immunity challenge or no real tribal council, just 2 quitting the game. With 2 alliances of 3 people each, Sash became the odd one out between them, so to give him the advantage to stick around and be seen as a swing vote and not someone easy to vote out, he said he would use his idol. Chase would promise him a path to the end of the game and would take him along for the next reward. For the reward challenge, it would be the combined efforts of previous challenges, as Chase would end up winning, getting a trip to a resort, a nice meal, a shower, a place to sleep, and sharing this with Holly, and not Sash, instead taking Jane. Chase would later realize his mistake in promising Sash to come, and then not doing so, and to fix this, him and Holly would say they would take him to the final 3, and that him not coming was to see if he was trustworthy in staying loyal. Because of this, Sash would let them know that Benry was lying about where his vote would lie. For the immunity challenge, they would all be attached to a hitching rail, going around it to unspool the rope and try to receive a bag, and in the final round they would have to use the coins within that bag as puzzle pieces for a chest puzzle, with Sash pulling through in the end. For Tribal Council, based on the information we know earlier about Benry, he became the target, target as they voted him out of the game. Moving right away into the next reward challenge, and it's the Loved Ones challenge, where the players would have to run up a ramp and into a pool to grab 2 bags of letter puzzles as their loved ones would solve the puzzle, which would spell out family comes first. The winner would get time with their loved one on a sailboat with some nice food, as Chase would end up winning, bringing along Holly and Sash, along with their loved ones for the reward. For the immunity challenge, the castaways would then be connected to a rope, as well as blindfolded as they would feel a set of symbols, having to memorize it and then replicate it at the same time as dealing with pieces for the replica that are just wrong and don't fit. Fabio would win the immunity for the safety and tribal council, but Sash and Chase would play their immunity idols, but the majority of the votes landed on Jane, taking her out of the game. But now it's the season finale, and we start off with an immunity challenge where they run to different stations trying to get the answers right to questions regarding the history of the area, earning puzzle pieces to finish putting together a Survivor logo for the season, as Fabio would end up winning immunity. Dan would try to convince the others to vote for Holly as his final efforts, feeling like he was an easy vote out, and he'd be correct as the other 4 would vote him out, leaving us with Chase, Fabio, Holly, and Sash for the final 4. Dan, however, would sadly pass away in September of 2022 from supranuclear palsy. For the last immunity challenge, it would be a game of balancing, where in one hand they would balance a sword on top of a shield, while their other hand adds coins onto the handle of the sword, not letting any of them drop off. Fabio would win again, securing his final 3 spot, but putting him in a bind for who to bring to the end, ultimately choosing Holly as the odd one out to be voted off, as she posed the biggest threat to him when it comes to the jury. For the final tribal council, the 3 of them enjoyed their morning, burning down what's left of the camp and facing the jury. Fabio has a strong case for himself based on how he played the game for the most part, but in general was always truthful with his alliances and promises, not backstabbing anyone, and Sash for sure had some apologies and regrets for his breaking of alliances, while Chase, well, he didn't get to have the best case and faced the most wrath from the jury more than anyone. But in a 5-4 split, Fabio would end up the winner of this season, and overall, I think this season was just okay. It's definitely hard to follow up the previous season, but I really think it boils down to some of the more mean-spirited gameplay, where sometimes it's fun and in the spirit of the game with no true hard feelings, but some stuff here ended up feeling so petty and for issues that weren't even really that interesting. I felt that there was just a lot of contestants that wanted to quit at one point or another, and it just didn't make it too exciting to really find someone to root for. But in a bit of a positive note, Holly apologized to Dan at the reunion for ruining his expensive shoes by giving him some new ostrich boots, and that's a nice way to wrap up a more lackluster, mean-spirited season. Taking place in the same location, our next season follows none of the previous rules of Survivor, but we do still have 2 initial tribes, the Ometepe and the Zapatera. In Ometepe, we have Francesca from Washington, D.C., age 36, Christina from California, age 45, Grant from California, age 29, Matt from Tennessee, age 21, Andrea from Wisconsin, age 21, Ashley from Maine, age 25, Natalie from California, age 19, Philip from California, age 52, and Rob from California, age 34. In Zapatero, we have Russell from Texas, age 37, Krista from South Carolina, age 25, Stephanie from California, age 25, Sarita from California, age 35, David from California, age 31, Julie from California, age 50, Steve from California, age 51, Ralph from Virginia, age 44, and Mike from California, age 30. The biggest surprise to the all-new players entering their first bouts in the game of Survivor is that 2 returning Legacy members will be joining them in the game as well, one being Rob, aka Boston Rob, as well as his mortal Survivor enemy, Russell. Yes, that Russell. Newcomer Stephanie immediately knew Russell's tactics in the game, so it's either she works her way to being in the end game with him, or she feels that there's no way around it and would be out at some point way before then. Francesca would claim that they are both troublemakers and that they are already sizing them up, which, yeah, I feel like that's the part of the game, but I guess it does feel different when they both have played the game multiple times. Jeff would inform them that this season of Survivor is a bit different, and by that, he means that when someone is voted out of the game, they are not voted out of the game just yet, as they would head over to Redemption Island, the name of the season, where over there they would have a chance to re-enter into the main game. So aside from adding in the redemption layer, this would also change relationships and alliance dynamics. If you backstab or blindside someone to vote them out, they may just come back, and I'm sure they probably wouldn't be happy. Redemption Island would work like this. Once someone is voted out, they would head over to the island as they would live by themselves until the next person is voted out, when those 2 would then face off, with a winner staying on the island and a loser getting sent out of the game for good. And eventually, whoever is left standing on the the island after all of the duels will be able to re-enter the game at a certain point. Russell would immediately speak with the rest of the Zapatera tribe once they were at camp, promising them that he is playing this game completely different and that as a tribe they shouldn't be playing dirty or in any way that he did in the past. Most of them really didn't buy that, but oh well, the results are going to speak for themselves, I'm sure. Russell, though, would notice Stephanie mean-mugging him, to which he'd go and speak with her and set some future plans in motion as he thinks that they can work well together, shaking her hand to enter into Russell's first deal with a woman this season. For the Ometepe tribe, Christina was looking for the hidden immunity idol, to which Rob already knew what she was up to, as the other members of the tribe are cautious around him and trying not to be intimidated, standing their ground in confidence in themselves. Going on to day 3, Christina would end up finding the idol when Rob was distracted, quickly building an alliance with Philip and Francesca as they feel Rob is their biggest threat in general, and the sooner he's out, the better. Before they can even fully come together, Philip was immediately concerned, bringing up questions about how they can do so, not giving a chance for Christina to finish speaking or reveal her idol, which wasn't the best impression on both of the girls, but the alliance is for the greater good for now. And here we move on to the first reward immunity challenge, pushing up blocks to build a base for them to run up, where a member would then chop ropes with an axe to release another set of blocks to continue up to the top to finish a puzzle first. The reward was some flint, and Zapatera would win, as the Ometepe tribe would have to face tribal council later on. Christina would show Francesca that she found the idol earlier and detailed her plan to get Rob out in the first vote, but Francesca thinks maybe they should keep Rob around for now and just in case, cut some of the weaker members first, making their numbers greater for a vote out of Rob eventually. Christina wasn't really vibing with this, and it didn't align with her strategies specifically, regardless of what was for the betterment of the tribe as a whole or not. Rob was already trying to make a plan to split votes between those two girls though, thinking there's a chance that one of them has the idol. Philip's skepticism caused him to call out Francesca, letting the others know that Christina is the one who has the idol, which made both of the girls upset and place their votes on Philip, leaving an easy opening for 4 votes to be placed on Francesca, who would now be the first person voted out of the show and first person ever to be sent to Redemption Island. Upon arriving, she was given a lantern, flint, and a plaque to read that said "Life on Redemption Island." Things back with the Ometepe tribe were surely different now after the twist in turn filled tribal council, leaving Christina that odd one out, but the one who was determined to keep up the fight. Philip would be more emotional after last night, reaffirming himself that he is a good person. Russell, over with the Zapatera tribe, was starting to form more of an alliance, bringing in Krista now, as he was setting his sights on Ralph, claiming him to be the dumbest person on the face of the earth and to play Survivor.
Poor old Ralph. He might be just the dumbest person on the face of the earth.
But how stupid can he be when he just somehow ends up finding the immunity idol? And Russell, the literal king of that, didn't. The reward immunity challenge would have the tribe's one member at a time swim to a platform, climb up it, break a tile, grab a key, as they would end up with 5, where a member would use them to open up a box to get a ball, where the last members would break 5 more tiles with it, giving Zapatera another win and some fishing gear for a reward, now leaving Ometepe in a bad position. Matt tried to be a good sport about it and shake the winning tribe's hand, which made Rob mad, questioning why you'd ever want to do that after just getting beat in a challenge, especially how bad they're losing. For the winners though, Russell ends up luckily getting the clue for the hidden idol in secret, clearly not knowing that Ralph already had it. Ralph, however, was going to be Russell's rival on the tribe, seeing him hide the clue and would tell Mike about this, making him think that Russell is just as shady as they thought. Rob was also trying to set up others to vote out Matt for their tribal council, while Christina still felt threatened and used her idol to keep herself safe. Regardless of that not mattering, Rob was so furious with Matt and how nice and clean he's acting while playing, which led him to being voted out to Redemption Island next. Matt would show up and now would have to face off against Francesca to see who stays and who goes. Drawing marbles, each tribe would send 2 representatives to watch the duel take place, as Francesca and Matt would make a pull out of sticks and rope to retrieve some keys to unlock a set of locks, as Matt, while struggling at first, would end up beating Francesca, which would send her out of the game for good and keep Matt on Redemption Island until the next battle would happen. Back with Russell and his alliance, they decided to just make it seem like they have the idol since they can't find it. The other players on the tribe think that Russell is the go-to play to target, and maybe we can see how that plays out shortly as we enter the reward immunity challenge of being strapped to a wheel, getting dunked into water and spitting out water to fill a tube up, to drop a ball, and turning it into a game of puzzles where the Ometepe tribe would catch a win, getting a tarp, bedding, chairs, and a lantern. Rob would also end up finding a clue for the immunity idol. For Zapatera, the majority decided that splitting votes on Russell and Stephanie would be a solid idea, and split they did, landing 3 votes on each of them as Russell, Krista, and Stephanie stuck together, landing 3 votes on Ralph, making it a 3-way tie of 3 votes each. But on the revote, Russell would end up being sent to Redemption Island. And this should be interesting. Ralph would end up showing the others, aside from those aligned with Russell, that he did in fact have the idol to build trust among them. But both tribes would send out people to Redemption Island to watch the upcoming duel, which had Matt versus Russell. And Russell somehow always finds a way to make it so far into the show, and after setting up wood blocks like dominoes avoiding obstacles and setting it off to the end where it would break a tile, he would lose. He lost. Russell's run this season would officially come to an end, and he got a bit emotional about it. Losing is cool a bit after the others are watching this, as he would now have to head out of the game, and Matt would be able to stay even longer now. Back with Rob though, he would eventually find the hidden immunity idol. The reward immunity challenge of completing different tasks with different tools at separate stations, eventually completing a ramp that they would have to use to get to a platform, break a few tiles, and putting the tools away, would be won by the Zapatera tribe, where they would get a barbecue feast, and for the Ometepe tribe, there sure was a split for who should be voted out. Christina was the clear, obvious choice, but some of the others felt that it was time to send Philip to the island. But in a 4-3 split vote, Christina would be the one voted out and must go face Matt. And at Redemption Island, the two raced to get some puzzle pieces to assemble into a cube, as Matt would win once again, as clearly he is fighting hard to stay in the game. For the reward immunity challenge, where a member from each tribe would call out to blindfolded members to help them collect puzzle piece bags that would then need to be solved, spelling out the sweet taste of victory, the Ometepe tribe would take the win and earn the reward of some breakfast beverages and sweets. Enjoying their reward, both Grant and Rob would see the immunity idol clue and work together to keep it a secret from the others, with Rob ending up with it only to switch it with the previous clue, pretending that the old clue was the new one, giving Rob the advantage of the new clue. For tribal council, Zapatera would ultimately decide that Krista should be voted out, as she tried to stir the pot between the alliances, claiming there are sub-alliances between them, but they didn't break, and now she would be heading to Redemption Island. Krista would have to face off against Matt now, using a grappling hook to retrieve some bags that contain a ball and use them to complete a table maze, which once again, Matt would make it another round while Krista would be sent home. Luckily, they had this friendly bond over her luxury item, which was a Bible that she gifted to him when leaving. For Zapatera, a toothache crisis would occur for Zarita, which was made a larger issue for some of the others as they were annoyed with dealing with her, leading to some potential vote-out strategies to get her out. Things at Ometepe were also fun, with Philip not being happy with how Natalie and Ashley were too comfortable and not being a big help around the camp, and ended up confronting them about this, but Rob tried intervening to broker peace to keep things on their tribe strong for now. The reward immunity challenge would have them shooting balls with slingshots, with the others trying to catch it, scoring a point, as Grant would be a dominator of this challenge, helping win it for the Ometepe tribe, as they would win a trip to a mountain overlooking San Juan del Sur as they enjoyed a meal. Philip would catch Grant and Rob reading the next clue to the idol and didn't like how sneaky they were being about it, and felt more betrayed than anything as they didn't show it to him, holding on to those feelings for another time. For Zapatera, tribal council would come as a surprise, as the plot to take out Zarita by both David and Stephanie didn't work. Instead, Stephanie would be the one majority voted for, sending her to face off against Matt. The two would then verse each other in points earned from matching tiles together, as they took turns flipping 2 over at a time. But Matt still came out on top, beating Stephanie, and at this point for both tribes, there were suspicions of certain members flipping alliances when the merge happens, leaving some distrust in the air. The next reward immunity challenge would have them tackle some obstacles in their path, collecting ball bags and shooting them into a basket, as the Ometepe tribe would win, getting to eat a meal at the top of a volcano on the island that their tribe is named after. Rob would find the next clue for the idol and had it all to himself at this point, as he would toss it in the volcano. Zapatera would head to tribal council, and while she was saved last time, she wouldn't be spared this time, as Zarita would now go to Redemption Island. But here is where we get to the big culmination of Redemption Island, as Jeff brought both tribes together to see the duel, as he announced that this was the duel of all duels, as the winner would be brought back into the game right here. Matt has been fighting hard for the majority of the game thus far, spending most of his time here on the island. having to beat everyone who has stepped in his way. And still, even with an injured foot, Matt would beat out Zarita by outlasting her on a foothold challenge, and because of this, he made his way back into the game. So after all that, being separated, being injured a bit, beating every opponent sent his way, Matt is officially back into the game, and who knows, he might just go all the way. After this, the tribes officially merged, coming together as one. For the first individual immunity challenge, they would have to balance a ball on a disc while standing on a small log, balancing more balls as time went on, as Natalie would be the one who ended up beating everyone else. Following his faith in not flipping on Ometepe members, Rob would be filled in on Mike's plans for the rest of the game and his idol offerings, as Matt's honesty here turned into throwing others under the bus, but many were unsure where to place their votes and who to make some agreements with. For Tribal Council, Ralph used his idol for Mike though, as after everything he went through, Matt would be voted out of the show. Just kidding, he would be sent right back to Redemption Island. Yeah, so that's still in play. Rob would be spending his time figuring out the final 3 guarantees, while also trying not to let alliances form between opposite tribes despite being one now, setting up a buddy system for the remaining Ometepe tribe members to not get involved with the Zapatera tribe. There would be 2 immunity challenges this episode and 2 tribal councils. The first challenge would be set up in multiple rounds, from smashing a tile, getting water, to crawl under the obstacle, to spit it out into a bowl and fill up a tube, and finally, solving a puzzle with Grant taking the win. The first tribal council was very split, almost resulting in a tie between Philip and Mike, but with the power of the Ometepe, they held strong protecting Philip, voting out Mike in a 6-5 vote, sending him to Redemption Island as well. Rob would start patching things up with Philip, letting him know that they have his back and are proud that he stuck with them in voting, refusing to hear out the other tribe. But we move on to the second immunity challenge, where they would hold on to a bar for as long as they can, eventually leading to only using their legs to hold on to them. But if you didn't want to participate, you can just sit out and eat some cheeseburgers. Andrea would end up being the one to hold out the longest, winning the immunity, as Tribal Council would see another protection from the Ometepe, as their 6 votes to David would save Rob from being voted and sent to Redemption Island. And now we would see the result of those 2 heading to Redemption Island to face off against Matt in our first 3-way duel, as they would use wooden tiles to build a house of cards, trying to get it 8 feet in height, where Matt and Mike would beat out David, sending him to the jury, as Mike and Matt would stay on the island for now. After this, Rice would cause a heated fight between the 2 tribes, that are supposed to just be one tribe now. The Ometepe tribe's rice can had been infested with bugs, as they then had to sort it out to save what they could, and Andrea asked the Zapatera tribe if they could use their can to store their rice too, but Steve from their tribe made a hard-nosed stance on this, calling Philip crazy as their argument over this escalated, setting off Philip even more for how he interpreted the word crazy. Obviously, when your limited food becomes even more limited, tensions can end up getting pretty high. But for now, the immunity challenge, the castaways would try to complete a multiple-step puzzle, going through multiple rounds to finish it off, with the final result of it being a sundial, as Rob would win immunity. Rob made sure to push hard in this case, as the person right on his tail that he had to beat out was Steve, making this win for the remaining Ometepe one built on determination. The pettiness from the Zapatera tribe resulted in Philip's swim trunks being buried when he wasn't around by Julie, and all of this built up to a pretty explosive tribal council where Steve and Philip continued their heated conversation, going back and forth with Philip claiming Steve to have made some racist comments, while Steve says that this isn't true.
Say whatever you want to say when I'm finished.
1/5 of the team was white. Played 13 years in the NFL. There's no line of black and white in my heart.
Aside from that comment, Julie would speak up about her being the one taking and hiding Philip's trunks, and thanks to the more upbeat and happy way that she admitted to this, the majority of the votes landed on her, sending her to Redemption Island. We enter into another large episode packed with so much going on, starting out with more Steve and Philip, as Steve would try to apologize, but Philip wasn't buying it, thinking it was only for the show, and for Steve to just feel better about himself. Besides, he was busy using a spiritual sense that he felt from his great-great-grandfather, leading him to find exactly where his swim trunks would be hidden.
I got up this morning and I had a premonition. He said, look near the water hole. There my shorts were. Am I good or what? Don't mess with the undercover specialist.
The Redemption Island duel now would be starting to take its toll on Matt, but in a game of shuffleboard, believing in his faith to help carry him further, he was able to win along with Mike to stay on the island while Julie would be sent home. For the rest of the players in the main game, they had a reward immunity challenge to compete in, where it was a log rolling contest facing off against another member to see who would last longer on the log. After a few sets of rounds, Grant would end up beating out the others, getting immunity and the reward of a chocolate cake that he could share with 2 others, bringing Andrea and Rob along for them to have some. But another secret add-on was at the start of the challenge. He would be showed a mystery gift, and then be told,
$5 or mystery gift?
I'll take a mystery gift.
I'm kidding. It was given to the tribe and they were told not to unwrap it until tribal council. They were worried that whatever was in there was going to result in another person being voted out at tribal. In general, Rob wanted to go after Ralph based on his perceived threat in the game, as well as coming up with a second choice if that's what the mystery package had them do. Deciding that Andrea is a risk of flipping their loyalties and she would be a safe choice to vote out for now, rather than waiting. But Steve had a want for Rob being out of the game, and upon finding this out, he shifted his mindset to getting Steve out instead of Andrea, come a second vote off. For tribal council, Steve did try to form a blindside against Rob, but to no avail as majority of the votes landed on Ralph, sending him to Redemption Island. Jeff then said to open the package, which stated that they would have to face off in another immunity challenge and vote off another member, which was essentially what they thought they would have to do, just adding on a challenge for immunity around it. This second immunity challenge had them just try and memorize some symbols that Jeff would show them, and then repeat them back to him in the same order, with Rob taking the win here, and the immediate tribal council following resulted in Steve now being sent to Redemption Island, opting to go for him over Andrea. Redemption Island is getting pretty stuffed with contestants now as we have a duel with 4 people. This would also be for a reward where they would throw a metal ball and try to break some tiles, with the first 3 people to do so being able to stay in the game, but the person who wins first will get the reward of a visit from their loved one, as Jeff showed some video messages to them beforehand. Overall, Mike would win first place while Matt and Ralph would take second and third, as Steve, the ex-NFL player, would be sent out of the game. Mike was given a choice though. He could keep the reward and see his loved one, or he could give that reward to the others on Redemption Island, as well as a third option where he could give it to those playing in the main game, as they could go and see their loved ones instead. Well, sure, a decision to give this to those back in the game would give him good favor. He chose to listen to his spiritual guidance, leading to give the reward to the others in the main game, as it was a chance to give a larger amount of people a good experience over just him or just 2 other people on this island. Matt, of course, was impressed by this, while Ralph clearly wasn't. For the castaways still in the main game, they would face off in another immunity challenge, putting a staircase in the correct order for the puzzle to work before getting to the top of it for the win, which Rob would do, winning immunity again. In general, it was Andrea that would be the main focus to take out of the game. Philip would eventually fully play into the villain-type character for the show, trying to be seen as someone easy to vote out by tearing up the shelter and tossing it around into the fire, and complaining over little things here and there to annoy the others. Rob would still lead the vote towards Andrea though, keeping Philip around. In another 4-way duel, they would compete in getting a handle through a table maze to then use to break open a box that had a puzzle inside, with Andrea, Matt, and Mike finishing it first, leaving Ralph to be the one taken out of the game. He played a fierce game from the start, going toe-to-toe with Russell in a mental game of hidden idols, but sadly, Ralph would suffer a heart attack in April of 2022 and would pass away. Rob now was making sure Natalie knew she would be taken to the end, while Philip was making the game less enjoyable for his arguing and strategy-breaking moments. Ashley, who was scared of being voted out, made a play to plead with Rob about going after Grant, saying that he was too big of a threat to risk for the final 3. Rob said that he would think about it, but I guess not for too long, because he would tell Grant about this, still leaving Ashley as the open target. But in a case of pure willpower to stay in the game at all costs, the reward immunity challenge that had a multiple-step fish skeleton puzzle that you had to put together with one arm tied behind your back would be won by Ashley, protecting herself from being voted out to Redemption Island and earning the reward of a 3-course meal and getting to share it with the person she chooses, which was Natalie. So now in a predicament, Rob pivoted to siding with Ashley to go after Grant, taking him out in a 4-1 split. And now, in a massive season finale, we start off with the last Redemption Island duel, where all 4 of them would place one foot on the end of a seesaw, while on the other end, it holds a ceramic vase, and they would have to sit there and balance it, making sure not to drop the vase, and see who would last the longest. And after 40 minutes, the other ex-NFL player, Grant's vase, would fall and he would be out of the game officially. But the challenge isn't over yet, as only one winner can come from this to make it back into the game. It was all or nothing now. Heartbreakingly, after an hour, Matt, who essentially has spent the whole month at Redemption Island, would have his vase fall next, taking him out of the game. And in a shocker to most, Andrea would beat out Mike, as he would then be out of the game and she would be fully integrated back into the finale, for a shot at winning still. She came back strong with stories as well as playing into a strategy saying that Philip was who some of the others on the jury are going to vote for in the end. just as a way to secure some trust with the other girls left. For the second to last immunity challenge, they had to run across a balance beam collecting numbered tiled bags that they would have to organize from 1 to 100, as Ahry ended up finishing first, saving her a spot in the final 4. Afterwards, Rob noticed what could happen if Andrea makes it past this point or to the final 3. She has an easy case for the jury based on how helpful she's been around camp, how well she would do in challenges, and in comparison, had essentially no one on the jury who was angry with her specifically. So he pulled the others aside to explain and plan this whole thing out, and it seemed like a good idea to them. Ahry did have concerns with Rob privately about Philip, but he told her that the next tribal council would be where they would make their move to get him out, which she understands. At tribal council, Andrea really wanted the girls to team up together, but they would all hold strong. Rob would use his hidden idol since he couldn't use it beyond this point anyway, and in a 4-to-1 vote regardless, Andrea would be officially voted out of the show. Rob would now officially confirm with the other women that it's them that's going to the final 3, and they can't really let Philip win immunity or that plan is ruined. While there was some stumbles and some worries throughout the immunity challenge of finding bags of puzzle pieces in a maze and solving it on top of a pyramid, Rob would secure the plan by winning immunity. But in a last-minute play, Rob would speak to Natalie, telling her that Ahry could have some bonds or connections to the jury that is mainly made up of the other tribe. So instead of Philip, the vote should go to Ahry. And at tribal council, stuck between the perceived smarter play to guarantee her to the final 3 or her friendship with Ahry, the end result gave us that everyone voted for Ahry, and she was taken out of the game and sent to the jury. And now, in the end, between Rob, Philip, and Natalie, it was clear to the jury that Rob was the one pulling the strings for the tribe's plans, and through this, the others saw Natalie as someone just clinging to victory, while Philip got a more hostile response for how confrontational he was, and from several instances of burning bridges with the rest of the players. In the end, Rob would get a bit of both, receiving love and hate from how he played the game, but his strategies proved to be too hard for any newcomer to overcome. And with 8 votes, Rob would be given the title of sole survivor after one heck of a jam-packed season, and his 4th round of playing Survivor. This season in general was really stuffed with so much, from the eager bunch of new players that all wanted to compete in ways that can align with or beat the other 2 returning players, which technically they beat one, but couldn't beat the other, and we had plenty of intense conflicts, some that were more harmless and fun, and some that were definitely more serious. While I wish there was some better rewards given out to the players, the Redemption Island twist gave us a longer time with some of the castaways, but I will say that it did feel like it dragged down the show just a little bit too much, making it feel longer than it was, especially having both people who did come back in at different points just be taken out right away. It felt like all this inspirational stuff we're getting, to see them fight for their survival in the game, only to have it stripped away instantly. So it's just, I mean, it is what it is, it makes you feel kind of bad. Oh, and to continue on with some stuff about Russell, with this being his final run on Survivor, at least the American version of the show, as he would go on to be on a season of the Australian Survivor in 2018, in recent years, he's been outspoken of how he views Survivor. He uploaded a video on YouTube in 2021 calling modern Survivor woke and Jeff woke as well, specifically based on Jeff's catchphrase of "come on in guys" being changed to just "come on in." He would go on to discuss other grievances with the show in recent years, leading him to feel ultimately negative over his time with Survivor, choosing to auction off some memorabilia that he had in 2022. And while there's even a bit more to discuss regarding Russell coming up, let's leave it there for now, and let's actually go ahead and talk about Jeff in general.
I'll go tally the votes.
So, who really is Jeff Probst? Why has this host with the most stuck with the show for 23 years running, and how did he get involved in the first place? Well, to start things off, he was a kid from Wichita, Kansas, that spent most of their time growing up in the Northwest in Bellevue, Washington. He would go on to work at Boeing Motion Picture Television Studios as someone putting together and voicing marketing-related videos.
An overheated condition is displayed as a flashing squiggle in the lower display window.
Eventually turning his future career here into that and finding an interest of hosting shows.
If you're ever in this part of town, hold on. Yes!
And mostly at this time, they were some form of game shows.
What is Lonely People? Nicely done, a very tight game.
Oh, man, what are you doing, man? I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. I didn't see it. This guy pushed me on film. It's going to be excess Willywood.
As he would eventually be trying out for them, but not booking any of the gigs. And his feedback from his auditions from all the different studios was that, well, they needed someone with a name. So how did he book Survivor? Well, Jeff was driving on the 405 listening to a radio interview with Mark Burnett, where Survivor was first being mentioned as a thing in general when looking for their initial 16 castaways. Jeff thought that this was a brilliant idea, as he would then pull over his car, run to the nearest payphone, calling his agent to let him know that he wants in on this project. And since CBS already had liked him from his previous auditions for a hosting role, he would now be the first person Mark would end up meeting with for the gig. We would come to find out from Jeff when he recounts this meeting that Mark had this whole thing mapped out to a T, knowing that narrative arcs through these everyday people will turn into major moments of attachment for the audience, also understanding the concepts of heroes and villains before it would truly turn into being a thing for people to catch on to and run with. Baked into the core DNA of the show was knowing exactly what they had here and what it took to accomplish making it, as Mark would be concerned if Jeff would be able to handle it all, as they originally were on the island or whichever specific area that the show would take place, roughing it out as well, albeit to a much less extent, but they would be there sleeping in tents and not having access to every vanity that the average person may be wanting while having a role like a host, or a producer, or all of the cast and crew. Roles that you think you wouldn't have to get your hands in the mud as well with. And this irked Jeff, this comment, the assumption of it. It really lit this fire for him to prove that he is more than willing to do so, but even more so, ready to do so. In a moment of pure passion, Jeff pleads his case as not the Hollywood glamorized host, ripping up the pictures of him from his headshots, and telling him that he's someone who is built for this, only then receiving a very nice to meet you and a handshake as a response. Months of silence would pass as Jeff knew he was determined for this gig. He knew it was his and he just couldn't let it go. So that silence built up to a point where he, very much on brand of what the theme of the show would be, wrote a bunch of fake articles and shoved them into a bottle like a message in a bottle, as they would be headlines of Survivor, as it would be breaking summer TV viewership records or outperforming other shows, or making the heads of the studio very wealthy because of its success. And at the very bottom of these articles, they would have a message attributing partial success to a great but unknown new host, Jeff. It was clear he was destined for this, and Mark decided to personally give him the chance. Even when both knowing the vision of what the show could be, neither of them knew how big it would get. Who knew it would just keep going, constantly pumping out season after season, quickly getting to a point that so many years have gone by of doing the same thing. In Jeff's case, this was his everything. When you saw him on the show, he was there for the challenges, lasting with the competition and showing that he cares so much about the game's integrity that he would get emotional and protective of the sanctity of it all. If you quit the show or if you broke the rules, he's not there to baby you through it, proving his speech to Mark and everything he said that the show would become, thanks in part to him doing his part as a host, were all genuinely true. In fact, much like Survivor won its own awards and Emmys, Jeff would win the first ever primetime Emmy for Outstanding Host for a reality show or reality competition program in 2008.
For the first time, the Television Academy awards an Emmy for Outstanding Host for a reality or reality competition show, and it is my great honor to be here to present that award.
Then 3 more times the following years. I can attest to a large enjoyment of the show for me is Jeff, so it all makes sense here. No matter the other gigs that he would get during this time, nothing hit quite right, just like Survivor did in the end.
Driver spoken.
Reality shows have changed the face of television.
What part of that makes sense?
And the winner of the Emmy is going to be revealed when we come back after this break.
And as for the losers, they will be taken and executed. Leave it to me to say one of those dumbass girls.
And the Emmy Award goes to...
Beat your ass. You're the ones who need to make the deal. My life is fine.
Jeff Probst.
I say the same 200 words.
Thank you very much. This has been a great experience for all of us. Over and over and over and over and over. Thank you for letting reality in. I'm in therapy, I say the word so often. And finally, to the Survivor family that I work with who are making me look good enough to warrant one of these. With the ceremonial loser dismount. Thanks for having us tonight. Good night.
You guys are quitters.
Well, we all agreed that whoever won the host award would host the rest of the show alone. That's me. Good night.
Hold up, bro. I just always wanted to say that.
okay?
Jeff would end up sparking a relationship with a contestant named Julie after her time on the show, and that season in general was over, which would block her from ever being allowed to compete in further seasons. But the struggles of relationships in general, mixed with Jeff's work and travel schedule because of the show, made it very difficult to have the most normal relationship or future personal life overall. As a few years later, they would break up, but Jeff, regardless of them staying friends afterwards or not, says that Survivor is where he found love, and the idea is to try and pursue it afterwards. And for that, he's grateful and wouldn't change a thing. Survivor is hard to host and have a significant other. His first wife and him separated in 2001, but post his dating life, he would eventually get married to Lisa Ann Russell in 2011, and being in a much better spot from his experiences on the show, his friendships with others, and by going to therapy. Sometimes, though, a good time doesn't last forever. Was there an actual honeymoon phase to hosting a show like this? By season 14, the show started to take a ratings hit, going through the next couple seasons weighing heavy on Jeff, where by season 17, he felt that his time on the show was done, and with his contract coming up, he was in his own head worrying that people didn't view him as anything more than just some host, as his own self-image put him too far into an overthinking mode as he went to the CEO of CBS to quit Survivor. He had finished his time with the show and needed to find more for himself, but before he could confirm this decision, he was offered to just take a vacation, think about things, and truly figure out what you're dealing with. Things would have to change, the viewership, the fan base, all of what was out there. He would just need to figure out what made it work so well in the beginning and deliver the reason why the OG fans loved it so much.
And I have the honor of interviewing multiple Emmy winner Jeff Probst.
Jeff stated that, "I'm not going to lie and say I wouldn't love for more people to start watching Survivor, but I'm not making it to attract a new viewer. I'm making it for people who have kept us on the air." Continuing on to say that, "I feel like I've been given the greatest gift and no one really realizes it." In the years since, his role on the show, or should I say for the show, would become a lot more connected to the property beyond just hosting it. I'll get to that shortly, but in knowing that and bringing us to current day, Jeff has essentially remained the face of the brand, with him still hosting and even today taking something away from it as he was starting to feel the burnout again and needed another break between productions to figure things out and evaluate where he's at, but ultimately would understand where he feels he belongs right now still. It's impossible to describe what Survivor represents to me. Impossible. It goes beyond creative experience or professional recognition. It's much deeper. It's right in line with the ideas I try to impress on our players. It's about pushing myself further than I think I can go, about trying to stay in the moment and adapt to my surroundings, about being a good tribe member, about being open to new ideas and new people. The same opportunity Survivor offers the players, it offers me. I love Survivor and I still need Survivor. As of now, he doesn't have any plans to step away from his hosting position, but he is getting older, now being 61 years old, and the show is quickly approaching the grand 50th season number coming in 2025. So I guess it's a wait and see where Jeff feels it's time to call it for himself and snuff out his own flame and go home, while the show either continues a legacy or reaches a natural conclusion. Either way, Jeff has always and will always give everything to the show he's cared about since the beginning, and now being solely responsible for how the show plays out, the attachment there is harder to let go of. Earlier, I mentioned that he had a close friendship with Jen and was there during her battle with breast cancer. Jen was someone that Jeff reconnected with some years after the season that she was on, and the two of them became really close really fast, in Jeff's words. She was accepting her time left and would still attend the Survivor 10th anniversary special event 10 days before she passed away. Jeff would help and be a part of what time she did have left, learning from Jen as she showed him how to love someone who is dying, having to understand what that truly means. Up until the end, she spent her final holiday season opening up a Christmas tree lot and taking all the profits and donating them to the Susan Love Cancer Research Foundation. Jeff and Jen spent a lot of time discussing Jen's experiences and how she views it all, how she values life and is preparing for what death is, how scary yet inevitable it is. Jen did such a good job of showing me how to love someone who is dying that it is surprisingly easy to talk about her passing. I feel there is great knowledge in wanting to share with others about how to deal with someone who is dying. Throughout her battle with cancer, friends would often encourage her to fight harder, stay positive. It's a well-intentioned gesture, but as I learned through Jen, it's not always the right one. Near the end, Jen worried that some people may think she gave up and didn't fight hard enough. We talked a lot about the idea that death is such a hard subject and so many of us simply don't know what is an appropriate thing to say, so we end up saying the wrong thing for all the right reasons. If I learned anything from Jen, it is this. this. Don't be afraid to ask someone how they are truly feeling about dying. Don't shy away from the scary parts of death. They need someone to talk to about what is going on inside their head, and most importantly, encourage them to let go of the expectations of others and give them permission to do what is right for them, even if it means letting go. I think his time with Jen hit on a deeper level when it came to having the chance to make his own show for CBS, which was called Live for the Moment, that would give people with terminal illnesses their last adventure before they would pass away, wanting to give these opportunities to fully embrace the life we all have a limited time with to those who sadly know when their time is coming. The show didn't last longer than the pilot, which aired around the same time Jen passed, but you felt that this was an emotional passion for Jeff to be able to do this for and with others. His other ventures in life have been creating a book with Scholastic for grades 4 through 6 called Stranded that focused on some people left on a deserted island as they fend for themselves, and he even started a nonprofit called the Serpentine Project that helped young adults transition out of the foster care system, and eventually partnering that with the Alliance for Children's Rights, providing legal assistance and advocacy for 100,000 kids in Los Angeles and helping raise funds for this through the auctioning of Survivor items. His journey on the show in terms of his role on it would change as well, like I mentioned. He may have started off as a host for hire, but through working with Mark and their visions aligning, as well as their trust in each other being real, he would be given the title of producer and would have a say, a smaller say, but at least a voice in what happens. He would later go on to become an executive producer on the show, being offered to have such a more impactful behind-the-scenes role in what happens, making his time thinking about what to do for the show while on his break that much more exciting for him when he would continue on with the show. From there, his time with Mark really opened him up for all the ways he would run a show, not being afraid to change things up and truly get into it yourself, not just from afar and calling the shots, but actually being in it, being involved. In 2011, Jeff was given the opportunity to take more control of the show, being someone believed in to lead the show forward as the showrunner. It was sudden and absolute. I'm not sure I was ready, but that is always how it goes on Survivor. It invokes a bit of panic because you want to prove it was the right decision, and I still have those feelings today. I know I've been given a tremendous opportunity and I cherish it. I have never taken it for granted, not for a single day. As now, Jeff calls all of the shots for the decisions that he makes for the series, which for sure has had its divide on fans, either liking or disliking Jeff's handling of the production, as Jeff welcomes the praise and criticism all the same, as he's never shied away from the things that didn't work in the past or he just didn't like, regardless if it was before his time making the final call or after. So whether you dislike or like him, you can't say that Jeff doesn't have a genuine passion for Survivor.
Jeff has taken a great leadership role. Very grateful to Jeff.
And that's the story of Jeff and his relationship to the show in general, and the type of person that he was. Much like his mentality of knowing he belongs somewhere and knew what it can be thanks to his true caring of what Survivor is and those who are on the show. A lot of this hits home for me as someone who has lost loved ones and not being able to understand my own thoughts or where they were at dealing with it all. And I am thankful that this journey I am taking through Survivor and just being engulfed into every aspect of it has done for me, hitting me on a deeper level thus far, much more so than I could have ever guessed. And while this whole idea, this whole project is starting to take a toll on me, there genuinely is something here that makes it feel that I was meant to make and go on this journey. There's something I'm supposed to take away from this, and I'm hoping that's true when I find it, as we are only halfway through the video at this point. Jeez, I think I'm gonna need more RAM.
Is your tongue green? Were you
Blue.
just sucking?
A new formula.
The next season would build upon the last, as here for Survivor South Pacific, the Redemption Island concept makes a return. Our two tribes are Savai and Upulu. In Savai, we have Semhar from California, age 24, Mark from New York, age 47, Elise from Nevada, age 27, Jim from Colorado, age 35, Keith from Minnesota, age 25, Don from Utah, age 40, Whitney from Tennessee, age 26, John from Washington, D.C., age 24, and Ozzy from California, age 29. In Upulu, there's Stacy from Texas, age 43, Michaela from Florida, age 21, Christine from New York, age 39, Edna from California, age 35, Brandon from Texas, age 19, Rick from Utah, age 51, Albert from Florida, age 26, Coach from California, age 39, and Sophie from New York, age 21. Similar to the last season, Jeff makes the announcement to everyone that there are 2 returning players to the game to play with all the new people. Edna would make a comment about hoping that the surprise isn't Russell.
not wrestle.
Me either. That would suck.
But she made this comment to a contestant named Brandon, which hilariously is Russell's nephew, and yes, this will lead to some Russell-related antics beyond the main show itself.
It's like being related to him. I don't think he was running around saying, hey, I'm his nephew.
But I'm getting ahead of myself. This is something he would note in a confessional, saying he'd never reveal his last name. But he has Little Hans tattooed on the back of his arm, so that may be a problem.
This tattoo says Lil Hans on it, and this tattoo says Hans on it.
The two returning, of course, would be Coach and Ozzy. In fact, these two would be put against each other in the reward challenge first, and not the rest of their tribe mates, pitting them head to head as they climb a 12-foot pole to grab a wood turtle, and end with solving a tower puzzle, with the top being the turtle. Ozzy would take the win, earning the Savai tribe the reward of flint and some taro. For the Upulu tribe, things would get off to an interesting start as the others weren't too excited for Coach to be on their team, as well as Christine was causing some controversy amongst them all by going and looking for the immunity idol on her own. Coach would find some alliance though through others on the tribe like Albert, Sophie, Rick, and Brandon, making the tension ease up a bit for himself being on this tribe. As far as the Savai tribe, Mark wanted his own nickname and wanted to go by Papa Bear. I will not refer to him as that in this video, but Mark and Ozzy would find some worry together over their tribe mate Don, who on day 2 was already having a breakdown from their time on the show, thanks to spilling water and tripping over trees constantly. But regardless, for the immunity challenge, the tribes would have to make their way through an obstacle course to then get a machete, cut some ropes, release some coconuts that they would then shoot into a net to weigh it down, releasing their flag. Upulu would end up winning and earning some bonus flint and a clue for the immunity reward. For the Savai tribe, blame was being thrown around for why they lost the challenge, as Jim would come after Simhar's efforts used in the challenge, leading to the others really feeling the same way. Ozzy though didn't want that and instead was thinking of getting John out first. But this got back to John thanks to Jim catching wind of this. At Tribal Council, the debate raged on, but ultimately it came out to an 8-1 vote to send Simhar to Redemption Island. For the Upulu tribe, Coach would bring in Edna to the alliance that he was trying to form based on her kind nature toward him from the very start. Brandon would already go back on his idea of hiding who he is by telling Coach, but promises to be there for the alliance. As for Ozzy on the other tribe, he would find a hidden idol based on past knowledge of how the game works. For the reward immunity challenge, each tribe would undo ribbons to release some keys, with one of them being used to set free the remaining members of the tribes, eventually bringing a crate to the finish line, with the reward being betting related items and of course immunity. With the Savai tribe beating out the Upulu after they originally had the lead, Coach then planned with his alliance to go after Christine, thinking she may have an idol, and splitting the votes between her and Stacy would be the safe bet. Doing just that at Tribal Council, sending Christine to Redemption Island for now, as she did not have the idol. The first duel takes place between her and Simhar, where they would balance a pole with a totem on top, making it go higher as time goes on, as Simhar's totem would fall, sending her out of the game and leaving Christine there for now. Brandon would now tell the others about who he is and his tattoo in an effort to square away a few issues of trust, as Coach, who already felt weary about him, definitely was making Brandon a bit worried in general. Ozzy would find some trust with Keith though, letting him know about his idol, but he would try to earn the trust of Whitney, as he would tell her right away. For the reward immunity challenge, they would run, grab a bag, and get pulled back to get the puzzle banners needed for rolling down the side of a wall in the right order, where the Upulu tribe would win and receive some sweets and immunity. For Savai, Mark was pretty worried about being sent out of the game to Redemption Island, and to try and fool the others, he would make his own immunity idol and pretend like he has one. But come Tribal Council, his bluff is called and he is voted to go to the island. Brandon was having a bit of a struggle continuing forward, stirring the pot up a bit more by telling Edna that she's not really in the inner core of Coach's alliance, and merely just an easy to get rid of additional member just being kept close, making her feel pretty sad. For the redemption duel, Christine would beat out Mark in a game of tossing bags to land on top of crates, keeping her on the island. For the reward immunity challenge, where they would have 2 men and 2 women from each tribe stand on platforms holding up a pole over their shoulders, the other members of the opposite tribe would go and choose who had to be given more weight to be attached to them every few minutes, leading to Don staying in the longest without dropping the pole and the weights, giving the Savai tribe the win and the reward of 2 hens and a rooster. Coach was already annoyed with Brandon for several reasons, but as much as there was a reason for him to be voted off right now, Stacy was the agreed upon target, and he stuck with that for the alliance, as she would then be voted off, not being too overly excited about this, causing her to tell the other tribe that Coach was calling all the shots on her tribe to give them some sort of information.
It is Benjamin
Albert, and Sophie.
But as far as her duel now, they would have to face off in a game of dropping a ball down a chute and trying to catch it, whichever direction that it might come out, as more balls get added, leading to Christine winning once again, and Stacy being officially out of the game. Albert would end up finding a clue to the hidden idol, and eventually would tell Coach and Sophie about it, but to surprise them and build trust in a sub-alliance, Coach would reveal to them that he already had found it. Heading to the next reward challenge of ripping pieces of pork off of a roast with only their mouths and spitting them into a basket to be weighed, the Apulu tribe would take the victory here, as well as all the meat collected and some additives for cooking in general, when the Savai tribe was pretty split on alliances, or at least sticking to them, where in the end, Don, Jim, and John would blindside Elise, which would take her away from a close alliance with Ozzy. This would cause him to play the game on his own now, and would claim having no alliances and being a free agent, announcing to the others that he has an immunity idol.
I've got the idol. How about that?
Which that, plus his reaction to them voting her out, put a target on his back from the others. Meanwhile, with Coach on his tribe, Brandon would share with him and Albert that he found a clue to the idol and went out to look for it, as they both agreed not to tell him about it in fear of his unpredictability and his reactions. As far as the next redemption duel in a game of shuffleboard, Christine would follow suit like Matt from the last season and push through yet another battle, taking Elise out of the game for good. After some time had passed, Ozzy would try and fix things with his tribe after his emotional reaction, so that's nice, I guess. The next reward immunity challenge, where they would have to build wheelbarrows and make their way through an obstacle course with them collecting coconuts to be used for slingshot ammo to hit some targets, the Apulu tribe would lose, as Coach and Michaela would go back and forth with her missing her shots and her refusing to listen or sit out, allowing the other tribe to catch up and win, getting the Savai tribe a trip to a waterfall that can be slid down into some water below and a nice lunch. Albert and Sophie tried to campaign to Coach for Edna to be out of the game for her being the weakest, but Coach was dead set on Michaela being the correct decision to be voted out, as the alliance would start to split where the vote should truly lie, making Brandon angry towards the core alliance not having true loyalty in the end. But still, Michaela would be voted out to Redemption Island. Regardless of what Brandon was fighting for, his blow-ups on the others and unpredictability is becoming too much of an issue. But Edna is on board with him continuing to act this way in hopes of making him the easiest target possible for a vote out. For the redemption duel, Christine would once again take the win here at using planks to cross a bridge and then use them to solve a puzzle, sending Michaela out of the game. Worried about Christine's continued wins, Ozzy was debating on going over there himself on purpose in hopes to take her out, seeing her as a great threat for when the merge happens. He would tell John about the plan and offer to give his hidden idol to him at this time while he is on the island. So for the reward immunity challenge, the tribes would have to be split up in pairs, with one pair making calls as the other pairs would be blindfolded, as they would try to find bags of masks in an obstacle course, with one of the pairs only feeling the mask to match the pairs up. The reward here was another movie tie-in promotion, this time for Adam Sandler's movie Jack and Jill, being able to get a chance to see it early. I'm not really sure that one's a reward, but the Apulu tribe would end up with the win here, as Ozzy's plan worked perfectly as John helped hold them back from winning. But the hate from the other tribe members toward him made him worried if Ozzy would stick to this plan. Ozzy would tell the tribe of the plan fully in the morning and present his idol, and some of the others were concerned with this idea but still would go along with it. Ozzy handed over his idol to John as he promised to give it back upon his return, and sure enough, Ozzy was voted off. For the redemption duel of using rope to tie sticks, making a pole long enough to retrieve some keys to unlock a series of locks, this would be the duel to decide who is coming back to the game for the merge. Ozzy wasted no time in beating out Christine, finishing the full task before she even had one of her keys, sending her out of the game officially after such a great job at fighting to stay in for so long. So definitely a bit of a heartbreaker to see, but Ozzy's plan worked. John, however, would put himself in an interesting situation when it came to the merge, being sent from his alliance and tribe in general to get in good with the Apulu tribe, but Coach was completely on to what was happening, leaving John with a choice. Either he would be in his tribe and leaving the next vote up to chance, or actually leave the other tribe completely, voting with them instead, and his time in the game would be protected by them, as he would then choose that second option, filling them in on how the Savai tribe operates. John did keep his word about the idol and gave it back to Ozzy though, and Don, however, would be on board with John about flipping to work with the other tribe, who already felt like an outsider with John on hers. Before the immunity challenge though, they would all hold a coconut between two ropes, as they would be balancing on a perch, lengthening the rope every so often, as whoever the final man or woman left in the end would win, giving Don and Ozzy individual immunities. Ozzy gave his idol to Whitney for protection, thinking that she would be the target, but John was already in on helping the other tribe, giving them good information as Don was reconsidering it all, telling John that he should probably reconsider too. Whitney's idol would be played for protection at tribal, but it wouldn't really matter as the votes would be split 6 and 6 on both Keith and Rick, with John sticking with his tribe originally, but upon the revote, he switched matched up, sending Keith to Redemption Island. He revealed to them that he betrayed them and went over to the Apulu tribe for safety from his old tribe mates, who let him know how much it sucked that he did that, making them waste that idol, feeding information to the other tribe, and ultimately leaving them. But now for the immunity challenge, they would toss coconuts into a hole, moving on to the next round of cracking them open, drinking the water inside, and spitting it out into a tube on the other side of the obstacle course, giving Jim the win. But even if some good plans and ideas were thrown around, Jim was threatened to be voted out if he did give his immunity to Ozzy, making Ozzy the vote out for tribal council, sending him back to the island. But the episode isn't over yet, as it's a double elimination episode, giving us another immunity challenge that some could sit out and eat some treats and drink iced coffees, but if not, they'd compete in balancing barefoot on a beam that gets smaller over time as they had to balance a ball on top of that the whole time, leaving Whitney as the winner. The Apulu tribe would stick together in voting at the second tribal council and get Jim voted out to Redemption Island. John tried bonding with Coach now, forming a protection from him if the others came for him. The Redemption duel now had 3 of them hold on to some poles against a board above them, and if you drop them, you'd lose. Rather than 2 people sticking around like last time, only the last one standing would stick around and both of the others would be out. Ozzy would end up winning, sending both Keith and Jim out of the game. Now for the immunity challenge, the castaways would have to fill rice into a bowl that would need to be balanced on their head while walking over multiple seesaws and dumped into a basket that would need to be filled enough to weigh it down to raise a flag. Sophie would take the win here and mention that a twist was coming at tribal council, but in the meantime, Coach made it very clear that the others planning to make a blindside decision to vote out a member from the Apulu tribe would be dead. That's a little bit too threatening, but it worked as they stuck together and just voted out Dawn for now. But as far as the twist, they would all have to compete in an immediate immunity challenge where they all get asked questions with any wrong answers taking you out of the game, with Sophie outlasting the others for a second straight win, as they would all now face another vote out, making it an easy choice to go for Whitney. John's efforts to try and survive in the game would continue to a point where he would lie about his birthday coming up, earning sympathy for that in the moment since he wanted to celebrate it while being in the game. However, for the Redemption duel, the 3 of them there would have to balance ceramic plates while Jeff was telling them to add on certain types of other dishes to the balancing act until the last person was left standing. Ozzy would once again beat out the other 2, as both Dawn and Whitney would be out of the game. The reward immunity challenge of the castaways, going through a mix of previous challenges, would see Albert getting a win here in the end, and also winning the reward of a trip to a spa to clean up and relax, getting to bring another person as he chose Coach. Jeff would tell Albert no after he asked to bring another person, but would allow him to swap himself from taking the reward and give it to another person, in which he chose John for a birthday gift, even though he was lying about his birthday. It was still a nice gesture from Albert though. But after a bunch of planning and pleading of who to listen to or who to vote for, Coach and Albert stuck together in the original alliance and went against John, who was then sent to Redemption Island, where I'm sure some fun was waiting for him with Ozzy. Ozzy was bigging him up by asking for his vote in the end, assuming that John would lose the duel here and be out of the game, and sent to the jury, to which of course John felt insulted by for those comments, and also hurt that his new alliance turned their back on him.
He really doesn't stand a chance.
The duel had them using a grapple hook to get some bags with a ball inside that would be used for a table maze, with Ozzy winning and John being sent to the jury. But Jeff threw in a twist to this duel, and that was all of the loved ones showing up, as Ozzy would have to pick 3 others to be given time with their loved ones, choosing Albert, Coach, and Brandon to do so, while all of them would stay with Ozzy on Redemption Island to spend their time. Coach would make a promise to Ozzy that they would be going to the final 3 if he makes it back into the game. Brandon's father would also try to convince Coach that Brandon will do whatever it takes and whatever is asked of him if it's guaranteeing him the final 3, but Coach saw this as a form of manipulation, having to have your father fight for your battles to stay in the game, instead of earning it yourself. The immunity challenge next had them moving on hexagons in a grid, flipping them over after being stepped on and not being able to be stepped on again until there was only one person left. Coach would be the one to win immunity here. Edna, who has been at major odds with Brandon the whole time, made several attempts with the others to stay in the game longer, looking for immunity or a final 4 pact, but in the end, she would be the one sent to Redemption Island next. On Redemption Island now, we get to see the next duel pitting Edna against Ozzy, where they would have to solve a puzzle, cut a rope with a hatchet releasing a bag of cubes that would then need to be stacked with no repeating colors shown on each side, with Ozzy defeating Edna. Brandon's presence was becoming too much, annoying Albert and Coach when they were privately talking, claiming he's playing like his uncle would play, and they needed to get him out of there next. So in a last-ditch effort, the reward immunity challenge of a rope climb for a puzzle piece that would need to be put together with 3 of the ones that can't fit containing a code that would open a lock for the win, and it would be won by Brandon, being given some pizza for a reward, allowing another person to join, with him choosing Rick, as the others would have to figure out their own strategy now. Later on, Brandon and Albert would end up speaking and making sure things were patched up, as Brandon gave him the immunity at Tribal Council, but this would be his own downfall as he would be voted out and sent to Redemption Island. And the final redemption duel pitted the two against the challenge of hanging on a pole for the longest, Brandon eventually being defeated and officially out of the game, bringing Ozzy back for the finale. Coach and Ozzy were together in this now, and if necessary, Coach would give Ozzy his idol to protect him. The first immunity challenge of pulling a rope to balance a board with one hand and build a tower of blocks with the other, Ozzy would beat out everyone else. And at Tribal Council, with everyone pleading of why they should stay in, Ozzy said Coach was taking him to the final three as the discussions kept going on, but in the end, Rick was voted out, leaving us with our final four, consisting of two returning contestants along with Albert and Sophie, who aligned themselves well enough and played as best as they could to get there. Coach was for sure pretty upset with Ozzy letting them know about their plans with him, feeling a little bit slighted by this, but Ozzy was more so just defensive based on earlier moments from this season of the game. So for now, at the final immunity challenge, the remaining members would make their way through an obstacle course retrieving bags of puzzle pieces to solve a puzzle, as Sophie would overtake Ozzy and win the final immunity. Tribal Council would see a hard decision needed to be made by Coach specifically, ultimately choosing to vote out Ozzy, bringing us the final three members of the game. Final Tribal Council would be the usual fare of questions and accusations between them and the jury, with the final result being that most of the votes would be going to Sophie for the win, becoming this season's sole survivor. Much like the last season, I still feel like there's a lack of fun rewards and a bit less of the more survival aspects relating to them not having a larger focus, adding up to feeling like this is just taking something away from the game that I'm missing. And once again, Redemption Island feels a little bit too drawn out in general, but this could just be a side effect of marathoning the show versus officially watching week to week, so I can understand that perspective. Also, we all know that Brandon was Russell's nephew, and based on his performance in this show, Russell would poke fun at him and badmouth him, basing his own experiences on the show against his nephew's. And during the reunion live show from this season, Russell would be in the audience and called out to give his thoughts regarding on what he thought of his nephew's performance in general this season, where he would berate him further as the audience booed him.
I am Uncle Russell. That's a side of me that you know, but I'm also Russell from Survivor. I will sit down and shut up if you want me to sit down and shut up. If you want me to critique your game, I'll do that as well.
I want you to critique.
He didn't do one thing right. He went out there to Hant's name to change what I did. That doesn't even make sense to me.
I just got it. I know what next season is. Russell on one tribe, Brandon on the other.
Jeff made a joke about another season where it was just his nephew versus him, but in general, maybe Russell will view his nephew in a different light in another season. Yes, this is foreshadowing. The following season plays around with a lot, dividing contestants into two tribes like usual, but bringing back the separation of male and female players along with the new twist named after the season, Survivor One World, where both tribes would be living at the same camp together. The women's tribe is called Solani and consists of Courtney from Texas, age 29, Nina from California, age 51, Monica from Florida, age 41, Kat from Florida, age 22, Alicia from Illinois, age 24, Christina from California, age 28, Chelsea from South Carolina, age 26, Sabrina from New York, age 33, and Kim from Texas, age 28. The men's tribe is called Manano and has Matt from California, age 33, Bill from California, age 27, Colton from Alabama, age 20, Jonas from Utah, age 37, Michael from Washington, age 29, Jay from South Carolina, age 24, Leaf from California, age 27, Troyzen from Florida, age 50, and Tarzan from Texas, age 63. On top of all the other stuff going on, this season would not feature the return of Redemption Island. Jeff even gave them a fake out of where both tribes grabbed all the goods they could from a truck and were sent off in different directions, but would be surprised to see that they would end up in the same location, as we see how the dynamic of things here would now play out, where the men made fire but wouldn't work with the women to set up a trade or a deal to help them get a fire going. So in the middle of the night, they stole a bit of it just to make it through the night. Sabrina would end up finding a hidden idol on day 2, but in noticing it was meant for the other tribe, she would give it to Colton for some help. The reward immunity challenge to kick things off this season would be having them all jump off of a 25-foot tower, landing in a net, continuing on to a balance beam and a rope bridge, but during the event, Courtney injured herself from the initial jump, clearly having a problem with her wrist before making it to the next part of the challenge as Jeff would pause the game, and upon medical taking a look at it, they believed it to be broken and took her from the challenge to get checked out further. When given the option to continue or take the immunity win, the men took the immunity win and the women were pretty sad about that, wanting to fully finish the competition, but during Tribal Council, they wouldn't have to vote anyone off as Courtney Brittany's injuries were worse than originally thought, having multiple fractures requiring surgery to fix immediately as she would be forced out of the game. Because of this, a doctor ended up finding a large tumor in her abdomen, but were able to remove it. The next reward challenge would have them untie knots from a rope to set free a metal ring, as the men would win and get a tarp and use of the items from the challenge for how they see fit. Colton kept finding himself over with the women at the camp, regardless of them trying to push him back to the men's side of the camp. But here he felt like an outcast on the tribe. Colton would speak with a few of the other men regarding playing his immunity idol that he had, and together they could blindside Michael or Matt, creating a misfit alliance for now, but willing to leave it at any moment for a chance to align with the women. The immunity challenge of moving around others on a balance beam over the ocean, only being able to touch one other person at a time as you do so, and getting to the other platform resulted in another win for the men, as the women only had one member finish by the time the men have completed the whole challenge. Despite Kat being the weakest member of the tribe, the women would end up voting out Nina at tribal council based on her attitude. With a massive advantage that the men currently have along with their built shelter, Jonas and Colton offered the women to stay at their shelter for the night since a storm was coming in, but they decided against it. But come morning, they would be over at their camp for warmth. As the rain was still falling, the reward challenge would take place, having them go one-on-one, memorizing a set of items, and would have to go to another station to duplicate the correct order of those items for a point where the women would win, earning them fishing gear along with a canoe and paddles. Another storm was fully coming in though, and a bunch of the women came over for shelter and for some warmth, and the men would ask to use their canoe in return, but they didn't want to agree to any sort of deal, which of course angered the fellas. But in the next immunity challenge, one member of each tribe would help the blindfolded tribe mates release puzzle piece bags that the caller would have to solve. The women here would win again, and the men would come together, deciding that Matt was going to be the next one voted off at tribal council based on seeing him as a threat in the game. Continuing on to try and coexist, the men wanted to use the fishing net that the women had, and offered to give them half of the catch they would get in return, but they didn't accept. The reward challenge that came next was either for some bedding and a mattress, or a tarp and some breakfast-related food items, with a task of having them launch coconuts from a slingshot at a grid of targets and completing a line in any direction. The women would win this and choose the tarp, and for the men, things would heat up between them as Leaf would tell Bill that Colton is coming for him for a vote out. So Colton told Leaf once he found out about this that he just sealed his fate and chose the wrong side to place bets on. Now for the immunity challenge, the tribes would get into pairs and be locked together as they'd have to figure out puzzles that increase in difficulty, earning keys for them and unlocking a flag at the end to win. The men would win this as some of the women had problems solving one of the puzzles. Bill and Colton would get into a heated exchange since he found out from Leaf that Colton and the others were working to get him off the show. It got so bad that Colton was ready to give up the immunity to the women's tribe just so that they can all go to tribal council and try and force out Bill from the game. Tarzan would lay into Leaf for betraying their initial alliance, making it clear no matter what that he's out. The women loved watching this because in the end, the men gave the women immunity and showed up at tribal council surprising Jeff. And the arguments and pleading back and forth regarding Bill and Leaf got pretty deep into what the root of the problems are or aren't, but going into voting, Bill would be the one pushed off the show instead of Leaf for now. Right after all of this went down and we continue on, Jeff would have them switch up the tribes a bit, as it was clearly time for a mix-up. The Monano tribe would now have Alicia, Christina, and Monica added, while the Solani tribe would bring over Jay, Michael, and Troyzen. Right after this, we would get into the reward challenge of transferring water to a container while the bucket has holes in it to weigh down a seesaw. The Solani tribe would end up winning and get the reward of some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, but also being able to stay at the current camp location. The Solani tribe would also have their idol found thanks to Kim, who would let Chelsea in on this. Immunity challenge wise, we would have the water basketball game as the tribes would try and get a ball into a basket while the opposing tribe would try and stop them from doing so, giving us another win for the Solani tribe. For Monano, Colton and Alicia are planning to vote out Monica, but made it seem to both the other girls that Tarzan was going to be voted out next, only for both of them to be surprised when Monica was indeed the one to go. Colton's reign of terror was becoming a threatening gloating match to his competition, and now along with Alicia, they rubbed it in Christina's face, warning her that she is next, and that's really all there is left for her in the game. For the reward challenge, each castaway would make their way to the top of some crates to bounce a coconut off a trampoline to try and hit their targets, with the Solani tribe winning once more and earning the reward of ice cream, the Survivor way. Christina was the clear issue in losing this challenge for her tribe, mainly thanks to her being discouraged from Colton, who even yelled at her throughout the whole challenge, calling her names and overall just kind of being the worst. But it seems that karma really does exist, as later into the night, Colton started feeling ill, first with a major headache and then some pain in his abdomen region. Christina, despite the evil he's thrown at her, still tried helping him, which he thought was just a way to somehow stay in the game. Tarzan would have a look and let him know that these are the signs of possible appendicitis, or it could be nothing. The medical team would assume the same and that he needed to be checked up immediately, resulting in Colton being the next one leaving the show now. But remember this for an upcoming season later on. At Tribal Council later, when Jeff would speak with the boys' tribe as they try and figure things out, he surprised them all by initiating the official merge, making them all one tribe and back at the same camp like before. The reward challenge next was for some pizza, as the tribe would split into teams, retrieving puzzle bags to be solved that would represent a turtle, as the orange team of Alicia, Sabrina, Jay, Chelsea, Troyzen, and Christina would win, and also get a secret note that informed them of another hidden immunity idol for them to look for, keeping this information to themselves. Troyzen on his own would go and look for the idol early in the morning the next day and ended up finding it. The next immunity challenge would have them performing the balance act of multiple balls while standing on a log, and Troyzen put himself in a great position by winning an early immunity. Jonas on the tribe was the perceived biggest threat, and during Tribal Council, he tried to push attention over to another castaway, but Tarzan would stick up for Michael, who he claimed was being lied about and thrown under the bus by Jonas, and after the votes were all tallied up, Jonas would be voted out of the game. The reward challenge to win an Oasis trip where barbecue and 7-Up would be aplenty, they all would be split into teams, racing out to retrieve a crate from the ocean, doing this several times, to then use the crates as puzzle pieces to assemble them, with the yellow team winning, consisting of Christina, Leaf, Kim, Sabrina, and Michael. With the amount of men left, they were worried about who the women would be going for, concerned that their alliance could overtake them, but in general, Tarzan made himself a large target as he would get on the others' nerves for his camp etiquette and comments made about Chelsea's plastic surgery. Regardless if he is a plastic surgeon or not, who asked? It's none of your business. But Michael's name was the one thrown around in a majority, with Troyzen buying into voting out Michael if possible. For the immunity challenge, they would all make their way through an obstacle course grabbing puzzle piece bags along the way, to then assemble it all together in the end. Jay would come out victorious and earned himself immunity here. For Tribal Council, Michael did become the clear vote out option, receiving most of the votes and thus ending his run. The next reward challenge of ring toss would be won by the red team, which had Jay, Alicia, Kat, Troyzen, and Tarzan getting to go to another island and enjoy a meal. And while they all tried to plan a sticking together alliance, Jay was still worried about the women in general. But maybe for a good reason, as the women were coming after him or Troyzen next, it seemed. Only making things worse as Chelsea would let both of them know that. The immunity challenge was the much used hand above the head attached to a bucket challenge, where you would be tempted by food to get out of this challenge by Jeff, but Chelsea and Leaf would be the last two remaining, and after speaking, she convinced him to get out for now and he'd be okay. For Tribal Council, the plan would still be to go for Jay and Troyzen, splitting the votes to flush out any potential idols, to which it worked, having Troyzen play the one that he found and stayed safe, leaving Jay with the most votes in general placed on him and voted out of the game. This left Troyzen worried for himself and only himself from now on. But here it was time for the classic Survivor auction. Some people got some food, with other options on here being stuff like letters from home or a shower, but in Troyzen's case, he purchased the challenge advantage for later. The immunity challenge would be a combination of the challenges from before, as the advantage for Troyzen would be him getting to skip the first part of the challenge, giving him the power needed to end up winning immunity, leaving the women no choice but to still vote out a man to keep their numbers strong and control the game. This resulted in Leaf being the one voted out of the game. The next reward challenge would be answering questions based on other castaways, having to predict the answers. Others would most likely say too, staying in the game by not having your 3-life system cut and your doll being burned. Kim would end up winning, getting the reward of another island feast, taking along Alicia and Chelsea. Later, for the immunity challenge, where they had to get a rope ring from a slippery area and toss it onto a pole, repeating it in the next round with some more rings, Kim would once again come out on top, giving them the advantage that they would need to vote out Troyzen at Tribal Council, especially after how much he was trying to stir the pot among the women in general recently. It's now time for the loved ones to show up, as they would get to work together with the next reward challenge, as they would be tethered to one another and attached to a rope, making their way through some poles, untangling ropes in their way, as Kat and her loved one would end up winning a nice picnic, bringing along Alicia and Kim as well as their loved ones. Sabrina was upset about not being invited to go and wanted to vote Kat out of the game now, while the others would start agreeing to voting out Sabrina instead. The immunity challenge of holding onto a handle and slowly being cranked back over the water, Kim would last the longest here and earn immunity. So in the end, for Tribal Council, the others decided that it would be better to vote for Kat, as she would be voted out, receiving everyone else's vote. Final 3 alliances were trying to be made, as Kim was clearly setting up multiple deals and nervous about being found out. The reward challenge of a sailboat trip overnight and a 3-course meal would be fought for by retrieving 3 discs on top of poles to solve a combination lock, and was won by Chelsea, choosing to take Kim and Sabrina on the reward, while she had already promised Christina, making her pretty upset. Later on, both Alicia and Kim would figure out Tarzan's play in the end here, feeling like he's bouncing around where he can survive in the game in general. But after the immunity challenge of completing a multiple-step large fish skeleton puzzle, Alicia would win and Tarzan would be the one voted out at Tribal Council. Council. For the finale, the 5 remaining were all women, and the first immunity challenge had them traverse and navigate some obstacles while grabbing some puzzle piece bags, solving the puzzles and finding the code to the lock for them, as Kim would win it. Stuck on where her vote would be placed at Tribal, the choice would come down to her vote of Chelsea or Alicia, but ultimately went for Alicia, taking her out of the game. In more recent years, Alicia would be diagnosed with breast cancer, but by the end of January 2020, her double mastectomy resulted in her officially beating cancer. The final immunity challenge was doing the balancing of a bowl with a pole as you move it through a metal structure that's on a spring, stacking more bowls on it throughout as Kim would win again, securing her spot in the final 3 and having to make her decision of who else that includes. Christina, though, seemed pretty unable to fight for herself as to why she should go to the final 3, making her an easy vote out for Tribal, leaving our final 3 of Kim, Chelsea, and Sabrina, having to now face the jury head on as they were criticized for various things throughout the game. And while Kim definitely didn't have a lot of friends based on all the betrayals and blindsides, they still had respect for how much she accomplished with the skills that she has, and Kim officially became this season's sole survivor. But not long after, she would be arrested as there was a warrant out for her name, but luckily it was the case of mistaken identity and was only in jail for 8 hours, and being able to cover her own bail before they realized that they had the wrong Kim, who happened to have the same birthday. But hey, having your own HD TV show now is cool, and I do have a fun idea for an HD TV video, so look out for that at some point soon, I guess. But overall, this season I thought was okay. Some fun moments for sure, but this was the season of no one trusting anyone fully, it seemed. Alliances just really meant nothing, and on top of that, the mean-spirited nature of some of the contestants were just not fun to watch play out. Like, sure, the tea was hot, but in this instance, I ordered coffee. You know what I mean? Either way, not one of my favorites thus far. Season 25 finds the castaways in the Philippines, where they are split into 3 tribes for the first time in a while: Calabao, Matsing, and Tandang. In Calabao, we have Dana from North Carolina, age 32, Sarah from Maryland, age 28, Katie from Delaware, age 22, Jeff from Texas, age 44, Jonathan from California, age 50, and Carter from Kansas, age 24. In Matsing, we have Zane from Virginia, age 28, Roxy from New York, age 27, Angie from Utah, age 20, Russell from Pennsylvania, age 45, Malcolm from California, age 24, and Denise from Iowa, age 41. In Tandang, we have RC from New York, age 26, Artist from Louisiana, age 52, Pete from New Jersey, age 24, Abby Maria from California, age 32, Lisa from Texas, age 48, and Michael from Michigan, age 50. There are also 3 returning players this season that I mentioned, with Russell, Jonathan, and Michael all being given another chance to compete. For the Matsing tribe, Russell would already find a clue for the idol, which Zane saw him looking at, which made things already awkward when bringing up that anyone looking for the idol should be voted out. Speaking of looking for the idol, that's what Jonathan was doing over at the Calabao tribe, making him a target among his tribe already. Jonathan, though, much like Russell, found a clue for it as well. As far as Michael on the Tandang tribe, he would begin making an alliance with a few of the tribe members, wasting no time to have a stronger position in the early game. The first reward immunity challenge would have a pair from each tribe make their way through the jungle, grabbing some paddles, as the next pair would take the paddles and row a boat out into the water, dive for a chest near a buoy, swim back to shore, and assemble the puzzle that was inside of the chest. The Calabao tribe would take first place here and get the fire starting kit and some flint, with Tandang taking second and just getting flint, making the Matsing tribe come in last. They would blame Russell for choosing who would do what in the challenge, but Zane would throw his own hat into the ring and be voted out, blaming his poor performance, but really only did this for sympathy to warrant more votes for Russell and for himself to look noble. But this was all seen through because at Tribal Council, Russell works things out for the most part with the others, and Zane was the one voted out first. It seems that Angie and Malcolm over at the Matsing tribe are getting pretty cozy with one another, which some people like Roxy see as a problem of power going forward, having to find a way to get one of them out of the game. Jonathan at the Calabao tribe would end up finding the hidden idol, putting him at a great advantage. The next reward immunity challenge, though, had them pulling a sled to different locations, collecting puzzle pieces, and then solving the puzzle, as the Tandang tribe took first place and got some bedding and a tarp, with Calabao getting second and just getting a tarp, sending Matsing to Tribal Council yet again. After speaking with a few people on the tribe, Russell would see Roxy's true intentions were more so to just split up Angie and Malcolm, who denied during Tribal that there was anything going on between them more than just being friends. Now down 2 members already, Matsing is not in the best standing compared to the other tribes, putting them at a disadvantage for when the merge would happen for any protective alliances. But over at Tandang, there was some turbulence between RC and Abby Maria, but Abby Maria would end up finding the hidden idol with Pete as they went off looking together for it when the others were out hunting for clams. To build a stronger alliance, Pete would reach out to Lisa to bring her in so that they can blindside Michael easily, leaving RC pretty open to be taken out as well. The others at Calabao would figure out that the hidden idol has already been found, assuming that Jonathan was the one to find it first, to which he later told Jeff in order to build some solid trust, but that is still yet to be seen. For the reward immunity challenge, they would all dive for puzzle wheels, using them to, yeah, you guess it, solve a puzzle. Calabao would take first place, earning themselves a fishing kit and canoe, while Tandang would receive a smaller fishing kit for coming in second. Sadly, leaving Matt Singh in last place once again, which is only going to shrink them even further. Russell definitely didn't pull through too well in this challenge, but neither did Angie. And maybe Malcolm and her weren't so close as Roxy thought, or even we thought, because in a 3-1 vote, Angie would be voted out. This is 2014's Miss Utah USA we're talking about here. For the Tandang tribe, a hidden idol clue would fall out of RC's bag in front of everyone, but this would be the fault of Pete placing it there on purpose to cause some tension their way. Abi Maria would think that RC is making their already rocky alliance even worse, not wanting to even talk to them anymore. Russell, back at Matt Singh's camp, was causing others to think that he is ultimately untrustworthy as he continued to look for the hidden idol. So now the other two would figure an easy takeout would be of him next. So this next reward immunity challenge would be pretty important. The challenge would have them all carry pots of rice through an obstacle course, placing them on a stand at the end and repeating until every pot has been brought over. After, they would use a ball attached to a rope to then hit all of the pots, where Tandang would end up winning, getting a steak reward with a bunch of add-ons, while Calabao would take second and get some vegetables in a pot. Calabao took an option of taking a tarp instead, and yep, once again the smallest tribe lost, and it would now have to become just way too small. Regardless if they were worried if Russell had an idol or not, he was still the choice they had to vote out at tribal council, where the risk paid off because Russell would be voted out. Russell would have a hard time dealing with another chance at Survivor being gone from him, especially watching them as the episodes premiered, but he seems to have found a nice passion documenting his journey to becoming a pilot on YouTube, and I love seeing that. With only 2 people left on the tribe, can you even call it a tribe? Both Denise and Malcolm in the meantime were just waiting on Jeff to announce some sort of merge to happen, or having them just be absorbed into the other tribes. But for now, they would just look and end up finding the hidden immunity idol at their camp, as Malcolm will be the one to hold on to it. As we get to the reward challenge, both of them would then be split apart and sent to the opposite tribes, with Malcolm going to Tandang and Denise going to Calabao. Now in one-on-one balancing combat, the castaways would balance a wooden idol with one hand, as their other hand would try and swat at the other person's idol, trying to knock it out of their hand to score a point. Malcolm would make a good first impression for his new tribe by coming through with the final point for them to win, earning the whole tribe some sweet treats. We would have another medical issue though over at Calabao, as Dana would have some pain coming from her stomach. Regardless of being cleared by medical to still play, if she wanted to, she feared it would only get worse if she did and ended up leaving the show. Immunity challenge wise, it was a trek through an obstacle course that'll have them going down and up through various exhausting tasks, leading to getting some bamboo puzzle pieces where they had to find the ones that had letters on them to solve the final puzzle. Tandang would just get by beating Calabao, and regardless of a medical pullout from the game, someone was still going home from the losing tribe, as it almost seemed like Katie was the one to be voted out based on them being held back by her in the game. But Sarah became the target instead to vote out in the end. The reward challenge would be a 3-on-3 bout of pushing a giant ball across a mud field to score a point. With this match becoming way longer and drawn out than it needed to be, a deal was made, where Calabao would be given the win in reward of a nice picnic, but they would also be giving up all their rice. This agreement was struck, and as a surprise during the reward, the Calabao tribe would also get some letters from home. Some back at the Tandang tribe weren't too excited for that deal, and not everyone had a full voice to agree on it. For the immunity challenge, the tribes would launch balls on slingshots for the other tribe mates to catch in their nets, and when it looked like one tribe, the Calabao tribe, was going to take the win at 4-2, the Tandang tribe would have a solid comeback and end up getting to 5 points first, winning immunity. This would be mainly attributed to Malcolm, once again securing his spot on the tribe for bringing them another win. As for tribal council, Calabao would decide on Katie for the vote out. From here, it was time for the tribes to merge. Lisa would make a play for the final 3 pact with Malcolm after accidentally finding his immunity idol. Malcolm would also have a split vote plan for Jonathan and RC to force out any idol that they may have. The immunity challenge after the merge would have them all holding onto a handle, and if they let go, it would unwind a rope that's holding up a bucket, and the last man and woman standing would be the winners of immunity, as Carter and Denise would end up being safe. At tribal council now trying to split the votes, it would scare out an immunity idol from Jonathan, leading to RC having the most votes left on them, and she would be voted out of the show. Michael and Jonathan would notice that they are the targets here now, and they would have to look for ways to separate their power. The reward challenge now split them into teams and would have them dive into the water to get pieces of a puzzle in a fish basket and then solve it, resulting in the yellow team winning, which had Denise, Jeff, Malcolm, Jonathan, and Lisa earning a river cruise and a meal. Lisa's initial pact play with Malcolm didn't seem like enough of a guarantee, or at least not the safe play, as she told Michael about his immunity idol, opting to blindside alongside Malcolm, so that's fun. For the immunity challenge, a standard obstacle course for puzzle piece bags occurred, with the second part having them put the puzzle together, resulting in Jonathan winning and earning immunity. Now, Lisa would have also told Pete about the idol that Malcolm has, so he asked him about it, to which he denied it, of course, and Pete believed it, as the attention went on to Jeff for the vote out. Jeff would hear of this and in retaliation aim after Pete, but at tribal council, it would come down to Malcolm having to admit that he has an idol, but only on the grounds of calling out Lisa for playing this whole situation how she did. Everyone seemed to have a different view on how Alliance should be and who should be sticking together, but continuing on, Abby Maria showed that she had an immunity idol just to let everyone in on that fact. But both of the idol holders did not play them, as the votes would come down to a 5-4 split between Jeff and Pete, as Jeff would have the higher number and be voted out of the game. This retired baseball player did take a swing at Survivor, but I guess it was a miss. I'm so sorry I said that. The next reward challenge would have them all split up into teams again, making their way through a muddy obstacle course, finding bags full of balls within the mud and shooting the balls into baskets, as the red team with Carter, Malcolm, Denise, and Jonathan would win, earning a trip to a local village to help deliver school supplies and toys, and then enjoy a nice meal. Later on, for the immunity challenge, they would have to balance a large paddle and roll balls down them to the different holes on the paddle to get a ball in each one of them. Michael would win the immunity, and Denise would start a push for Artist to be voted out of the game. Lisa, though, was still not trusted by Abby Maria, making sure this is still well known during Tribal, but in the end, Artist got the surprise of being voted out. The next reward challenge was another team split up, as they would try and flip over 3 of the opponent's circles at the same time, while guarding theirs from being flipped over, with the red team winning, with Pete, Abby Maria, Carter, and Malcolm getting a nice day at a spa and some food. While Malcolm played for a Final 4 deal with him, Michael, Lisa, and Denise, Michael would speak to Lisa, who preferred a Final 3 of her, Michael, and Jonathan. But with Jonathan not accepting this, Denise, Malcolm, Michael, and Lisa would plan on being the Final 4, and the immunity challenge next would have them move a buoy through multiple stages of the competition, where Carter won individual immunity, leading to the decision of a split vote between Abby Maria and Pete, forcing Abby Maria to use her idol, sending Pete out of the game. We start off things in the next episode with an auction like usual. Some people were getting food, but Abby Maria purchased the challenge advantage and decided to pretend that it was more than it was. Going up to the challenge, she would say that her advantage had given her a major jump to the final part of the challenge, but also another bit that she would keep private and rip up the note, just to get in everyone's head. In the challenge itself, it would bring her past the stages of potentially carrying more weight and just going through the several obstacles, leading to the final bit of obstacles of just climbing and untying a rope, which helped Abby Maria finish this with no problem, having probably the easiest win ever handed to anyone on the show thus far. At this point, Jonathan was the target, and in a 4-3 vote, he would be sent to the jury. The loved ones would come around and compete in the reward challenge of knocking down targets with bags. Malcolm would end up the winner and picked Lisa to have her loved one stay overnight as well for the reward, but asked for another and gave Michael a chance to spend some time with his son. Later, for the immunity challenge, they would retrieve bags from under the water and bring them back to the shore, using the sticks inside to reach and knock over a target to win, with Malcolm doing so, keeping himself safe. Despite his final pleas to continue, Carter would still end up being voted off at Tribal Council. The next reward faced the castaways with sliding into the ocean to get some rings to play a form of ring toss, as Michael would win, sharing his experience of seeing a whale shark and having a pizza meal with Malcolm and Lisa, as then they would commit to a final 3-pack together, while Denise would have some sort of neck pain. She would work through this pain though for the immunity challenge of crossing a rope bridge with planks to collect puzzle pieces to finish in the end, but despite all this, Denise would not have a miraculous win here, as Malcolm once again earned immunity. After some discussion during Tribal, Abby Maria would be voted out by the others. For the finale, the reward challenge up next would be an obstacle course that leads into completing a puzzle, earning the winner an advantage for Tribal Council. Malcolm ended up winning, but Denise became suspicious of Malcolm's commitment to her and bringing her to the final 3, as she would try to target him along with Lisa and Michael. The last immunity challenge had them balancing a ball on a cylinder that they'd hold onto with handles, increasing in difficulty throughout, trying to keep the ball from falling. The advantage Malcolm had only gave him a bonus life if he had dropped the ball, which he would do it twice, as Michael would then take the win, and a decision to take out Malcolm was put in place, giving us our final 3 of Denise, Lisa, and Michael. Now for the final Tribal Council, the 3 would face the jury with criticisms about betraying alliances, as well as Jonathan getting in some digs, and even bringing up the fact that what we learned at the beginning, that Lisa was an actor back in the day on the show The Facts of Life. In the end though, Denise would end up receiving the majority of the votes and became this season's sole survivor. Lisa had a cool opportunity though, as Jeff at this time would begin another standalone show of his own called The Jeff Probst Show, that would feature guests along with members of the audience trying to find common ground on various topics. Lisa would become a co-host for a handful of episodes before the show would come to an end after a year. But as far as this season of Survivor, it was decent. For sure a lot more memorable than some of of the other seasons, but I have no real love or major dislike of it. To me, it was just another average season, and my experience watching it was okay. The next season is fans versus favorites. For the favorites, there is Francesca from New York, age 38, Brandon from Texas, age 20, Corinne from California, age 33, Philip from California, age 54, Malcolm from California, age 25, Andrea from New York, age 23, Brenda from Florida, age 29, Eric from California, age 26, Dawn from Utah, age 41, and John from Washington, D.C., age 25. For the fans, there's Ahry from New York, age 24, Hope from Missouri, age 22, Shamar from New York, age 26, Laura from Washington, D.C., age 22, Matt from Ohio, age 38, Julia from California, age 20, Michael from New York, age 40, Reynold from California, age 29, Eddie from New Jersey, age 23, and Sherry from Idaho, age 40. Coming together immediately, they would all get into the first reward challenge of the season, battling for a ring that has to be held by both them and touching a pole at the same time to score points, and the favorites would end up taking the initial win here and getting a lot of beans and some flint. The fans would quickly realize that what they see on TV isn't the same thing as being in the game, struggling and arguing over making fire to then creating their first alliances. The favorites would already be well on their way to doing stuff like this, but after Philip starts building a solid in size alliance, he gives an ultimatum offer to Eric to join or be excluded, to which Eric didn't like that approach. For the first immunity challenge, pairs of players would get to different levels on a tower, smashing crates and collecting the sandbags to hit targets with them, as the fans make a strong comeback to earn the win here, making our first tribal council and first vote out of a favorite, which would turn out to be Francesca, who earlier said that she would eat a rock if this would happen.
I will eat this rock. It's not gonna happen.
Tribe has spoken.
I'm gonna drown myself in the ocean.
Brandon, yeah, Russell's nephew, is back, and this time he wants to play more so like his uncle did, trying to embrace the mindset rather than reject it. Well, maybe by the next morning that died down a bit, but who knows? Over at the fans camp, they would have a standout lazier member in Shamar, to which the Alliance wanted out, but Sherry would be at their defense and brought him into her alliance and needing him to keep up in terms of making the others feel that way. It was all part of her strategy, you see. For the reward immunity challenge, 3 members of a tribe would be in a raft pulled by 3 other members as they dive down to set free some rings that would need to be brought back to the beach, with the final members tossing the rings onto a post as the reward of fishing gear went to the favorites. The fans would stay getting into an argument over the performance, as Shamar would be called out by Reynold, who afterwards would end up finding the hidden idol, which Laura noticed he had with him, mentioning that at tribal council, but he had no reason to play it, as the votes would be between 2 players, Ahry and Shamar, with Ahry ending up with 6 votes and being the first person voted out of the fan tribe. Afterwards, Shamar's faith in himself in the game was dipping, considering just getting out, but for the sake of the alliance that had his back, he would stick it out a bit longer. The favorites' hidden idol would be found by Malcolm and Corinne before the next reward immunity challenge. For that though, they would have to free and bring back to the shore a chest, having to move it along a track to the end, as the favorites would win once again, earning some bedding and lounging items, along with the tarp and rope. The fans would end up planning to split the votes here to get the idol used, ending the first round of voting in a perfect 3-way split between Eddie, Shamar, and Hope, but clearly that didn't pull anything out, as the person with the idol wasn't voted for, leading to a revote where Hope would end up with the majority of the votes and be eliminated from the show. It just like that, Miss Missouri USA 2011 was out of there. Continuing on to the next reward challenge, going from platform to platform by swinging and climbing, all members would have to get on the final tower together to win, with the prize being having a local help improve their camp and would get a nice feast of food, with the favorites winning again here, leaving the fans continuing to have some conflict between themselves. Shamar's personal feelings of being there and the others that were annoyed by him wouldn't have to possibly be a thing anymore, as some sand got into his eye and only got worse and scratched it further once a storm hit their camp, having the medical team pull him out of the game since his cornea was confirmed to be scratched and needed specific help immediately. The fans' tribe trouble wouldn't be over for the episode yet, as the immunity challenge of the smash and grab that we've seen before ended with the favorites winning, and the fans would have to still vote out another person. Reynolds' efforts in the games were great, keeping him in a pretty safe spot aside from having an idol, but Laura seemed like their physically weakest link to them. Despite that, he still played his immunity idol just in case, but the majority of the team still voted for Laura, and she was taken out of the game, which severely lowered the tribe's numbers now. For the favorites, Brandon felt like he was needed back home, feeling guilty for not being there and offered himself up for being voted out, but once again, the next morning, he's back in the mindset of playing the game. The reward challenge would have them all hold onto a rope to support a net of coconuts getting filled up until they can't last any longer, and whoever lasts the longest would win, with Philip winning for the favorite tribe and getting some steaks and various food add-ons, and the fan tribe would spend their time now hunting for the re-hidden idol. However, for the favorites, tension tensions would come to a boiling point as Brandon and Phillip would end up clashing. Brandon didn't like Phillip's leadership as well, as thinking that he was taking full credit for the previous reward win. For a moment, things seemed to calm down as they would shake hands, but Phillip didn't want him there beyond the next tribal council, planning on losing the immunity challenge on purpose to do so. But this information was passed along to Brandon, and the fighting continued. At one point, Brandon said, "Let me give you a reason to vote me out," dumping over the tribe's regular food storage of rice and beans, and instead of an immunity challenge, Corinne said that the favorites tribe was going to give up the challenge, and with that, giving immunity to the fan tribe, which got Brandon heated even more, and with that escalating, Jeff called for an immediate tribal council. And while Brandon got to say what he wanted to say and put it all on the line, the others wouldn't get past his attitude, his constant changing of his mind, and of course, the wasting of the tribe's food. So everyone, aside from himself, voted Brandon out of the show, ending his run in the game. But it was finally here where Russell would give him some props and praise Brandon for their performance in the game. So that's nice, at least. They would also be together on multiple live streams in more recent years on Russell's YouTube show, and he's definitely gotten quite a few tattoos.
Bring my kids into this, I'll come over there and knock your head off.
I love you, but I know you're fired up. You're not going back to camp, no.
Thank you.
This is over. You good with that?
I'm good with it. Phillip, you're...
Well,
I was the author of my elimination.
Next, the tribes would have a little bit of a swap, where the favorites tribe or the Bacall tribe now had Julie, Matt, and Michael come over, where the fan tribe or the Goda tribe would have Andrea, Brenda, Eric, and Malcolm head over. This sent some things into disarray, but this was mainly just the adjustment period of mixing things up with the members. The immunity challenge had them get and organize crates to make a staircase to climb up that perfectly shows fans versus favorites on the side. The Goda tribe would win and the Bacall would head to tribal council, debating on if Matt or Julia would be the target to go after. But in the end, the majority voted for Matt, and he was eliminated from the game. Phillip's more ego-driven attitude would fall back on his face after boasting about how no one could best him in any challenge of strength. But during the reward challenge of the classic moving around the oval to try and catch the other tribe, but be weighed down as you would do so, and being in a little bit of water, Phillip couldn't push through it, and ended up losing the challenge, giving the reward of sweets and coffee to the Goda tribe. Malcolm would make a play to align with Reynolds and build it fully with Eddie and Eric post-merge. And out of trust, Reynolds said to Malcolm that he had an immunity idol, and for the next immunity challenge, the tribes would retrieve a statue in the ocean and bring it to a tower, eventually raising it to the top, with the Goda tribe winning again, sending the Bacall tribe to tribal, where Corinne and Phillip had choices, each that they wanted out, making it a vote between Michael and Julia, where the votes would end in a tie, but in the revote, it ended with all the votes on Julia. And then she became a NASCAR driver. So that's pretty cool. Here we get the official merge, bringing both tribes together as they enjoy their meal and mingle. Corinne would speak with Malcolm to go after Phillip, who was busy setting up a potential Final Four, and the first immunity challenge for individual immunity brought back the eating of local delicacies challenge. And while Malcolm was dominating, John ended up winning. Corinne's plan of a blindside of Phillip got back to him and they prepared accordingly, leaving the final vote at Tribal Council 7-5 in favor of Corinne being voted out. Phillip's alliances would grow stronger after bringing Sherry into it for her participation in that vote, and the next reward challenge had them all split into teams, being on the offense and defense of jumping off of a platform into the water trying to shoot a ball into a net. The purple team with Eddie, John, Eric, Reynolds, and Michael would win and get a trip rappelling down a waterfall for a nice lunch. Phillip's alliance was really strong here as Malcolm tried recruiting from it, and John at the reward didn't fall into the alliance pitches coming his way. But because of these other deals trying to be made, Malcolm would become the next target. For the immunity challenge playing the high tide game, Brenda would battle Andrea to the very end of the challenge, and with her resourceful tactics, Brenda would become the winner. Come Tribal Council, Phillip made sure everyone for the alliance knew the rules. If you're disloyal, you're voted out. Simple as that. For safety, Reynolds almost played his idol, but Malcolm stopped him and asked for it, thinking that they were coming after him. But he used it for nothing as the majority landed on Michael for the vote out. There was a nice bonding moment between Dawn and Brenda where Dawn was ready to quit if her retainer that just fell into the water could not be found, but Brenda jumped in and recovered it, so that's really nice to see. For the reward challenge, they split up into teams again, having to go through an obstacle course that would get them covered in mud and rice and retrieving bags of balls to shoot into a basket, where the purple team won and Dawn, John, Eric, Phillip, and Reynolds won a trip to a resort as well as a bunch of food. Reynolds would end up winning the immunity challenge, completing his laps through each round, just barely beating Malcolm. And after this, Malcolm would find an immunity idol, giving himself protection from that tribal as well. But making things a bit more interesting, with Eddie here being on the chopping block for the Stealth R Us alliance, Malcolm had a second immunity idol and gave it to him. forming the new alliance trio of the three amigos, pulling off a perfect play by Eddie and Malcolm using their immunity idols, with the rest of the votes only on Philip, as now he would be eliminated from the game, taking the leader out of the majority alliance. For the Survivor auction, John was going for broke, purchasing a clue to a hidden idol and the advantage in the immunity challenge. However, he wouldn't be successful in finding it thanks to the others like Malcolm and Andrea following him around when he went looking for it. For the immunity challenge itself, the contestants would hold on to a rope with knots in it, with one hand while on a log, as they had to switch hands and lower each time, increasing the angle and ability to keep doing so. John's advantage gave him 2 extra knot spaces above, which ended in him being able to win immunity. Tribal Council would result in a 3-way tie between Reynolds, Malcolm, and Andrea, but once the revote happened, Malcolm would end up with all the votes, directly landed on them, and would head to the jury. Much like the title of the next episode, it was the beginning of the end as we approached all the final fun stuff. Right away, we would have a reward immunity challenge where the tribe would stand on a triangular platform moving high up every so often, as Jeff offered food to get people out of the challenge, with the last person up there getting immunity and a clue to a hidden idol. After a few hours, Andrea would take the win and ended up sharing the clue with the others. Eric would end up finding it before anyone else, but he then gave it to Andrea as she plotted to take out Brenda for how tough she is truly to beat in these challenges. But instead, we'd see them go after Reynolds for a blindside, sending him out of the game. But there was more to this episode, another immunity challenge to be exact, where they would bring a buoy through a maze, untie knots, releasing a key to open a chest filled with ladder pieces to put together and climb up a tower, as Eric would do so first and end up winning. Eric also made a big move, literally, that's what it was called, as Andrea, thinking she was pretty safe here, didn't use her immunity idol, and his vote tipped the scale from a 3-way tie to a 3-2-2 vote, in favor of Andrea being sent to the jury. The tribe's loved ones would come around now to work with them in the reward challenge, where they unscrewed rails to reassemble them so they can land bolas on them, with Brenda winning a picnic, selecting Dawn and their loved one to join them. But Jeff had another option, showing that 2 loved ones were there, and giving up the reward for herself and Dawn and giving it to everyone else became an easy deal for her to make. Dawn was the only one clearly mad about this though, but for the immunity challenge, they would hold on to a handle behind them and hang over the water, with an angle increasing more and more every so often, as Dawn would eventually win and beat out Brenda. A few last-minute decisions would be tried in terms of alliances for the final 3, but the vote out here would be pretty clear. Brenda would be voted out, and to this was shocked that she was, letting them all know that she was honest and genuine with them while playing, and tearing up as she left the game. Because of this, Dawn received so much backlash on social media, forcing her to delete all of her social media for a while. But for now, for the finale, we start off with another unfortunate evacuation from the game, as Eric became extremely dizzy due to starvation, and being so close to the end of the game was unfortunately forced out of it. The reward challenge that came up next would require them to balance a board with one hand and build a house of tiles with the other hand on top of the board, with John winning and earning an advantage for the final immunity challenge. That last immunity challenge though would be a race through a 3-story course to get a bag of puzzle pieces to head down a water slide, doing so until 3 bags were picked up to use in solving the final puzzle, but the bags would need to be untied in order to get them, except for John's thanks to his advantage, which helped him win the last immunity. John was already bringing Sherry to the end of the game, but needed to decide if Dawn or Eddie would be the right choice to bring as well, ultimately choosing Dawn, and Eddie was sent to the jury in which they would have to face for the final tribal council. Everyone would say their piece, with Philip telling John that he played a good game and that Sherry is no longer in his alliance, and just telling Dawn that the votes are not going to her either. Eric would get a bit heated with Sherry, but she shut him down, saying, "You're not going to vote for me anyway, so it wouldn't matter." After much discussion, John would have a complete sweep in votes, receiving all 8 of them and being given the title of sole survivor. As much fun as this season was with returning players, we hit a point in the show where it's more than just a few challenges that are repetitive. By that, I don't mean involving puzzle pieces, because all of these have some sort of puzzle pieces. I mean nearly all of the challenges were to a T something we've already seen before, or slightly tweaked versions of the same thing. Probably just another effect for me personally for binging the show instead of the twice-a-year releases of seasons. But it was just a little too noticeable, mixing that with more rewards that weren't at all too rewardy feeling. I don't know, it feels like we're playing with a bunch of formats here, trying some new things, going back to some old things, but not finding the thing that would make the season as a whole more engaging.
It's Jeff Probst with a chance to win up to 25.
Our next season of Survivor will be called Blood vs. Water, with our two tribes, Galong and Tadhana, where each contestant arrives and competes against a loved one in the opposite tribe. And the Galong tribe would be all returning players, which brought back Rupert, Colton, Candace, Kat, Aris, Laura M, Tina, Gervais, Monica, and Tyson. In the Tadhana tribe, we would have Rupert's wife Laura B, Colton's fiance Caleb, Candace's husband John, Kat's boyfriend Hayden, Aris's brother Vitus, Laura M's daughter Sierra, Tina's daughter Katie, Gervais's niece Marissa, Monica's husband Brad, and Tyson's girlfriend Rachel. The show would start off with a day zero that put everyone in their loved one pairs in 10 separate locations, giving them one last moment together before they would be against each other. This was not known to them though until Jeff announced that they not playing together, but against each other. And on top of that, right off the rip, 2 people needed to be voted off for no reason. So Laura B was gone from the loved ones, and Candace was gone from the returning players. Aside from the players returning, Redemption Island would as well. So those 2 who just got voted off and didn't get a chance to even play in the game would now just go to Redemption Island. Loved ones, though, can actually swap places if they want to with their loved one if they had to go to Redemption Island, as Rupert here chose to go to the island for his wife to stay in the game as she took his place on the returning players tribe. The reward immunity challenge to start things off would be a race in the water to some boats, where under the water they needed to be set free, then paddled back to get some puzzle pieces from a chest, assembling it to a wheel to raise up the tribe flag, as the returning players would win and earn some flint, meaning that one of the loved ones was going to be sent to Redemption Island. But in celebrating too much, the loved one's tribe didn't have love for how Gervais celebrated on the other tribe, meaning that they would have thought of targeting his loved one on their tribe because of it. So yeah, they did that, and Marissa was sent over to the island. Colton was trying to stir the pot, but the returning players wanted to keep things pretty drama-free, with an alliance already being put together with Aras, Monica, Gervais, Tyson, and Tina, while the loved ones had their all-man alliance put together. For Redemption Island, the metal spring maze was used again, with Candace and Marissa beating out Rupert, sending him out of the game already, which is pretty sad to see. And as a bonus, the first place winner, that being Candace, was given a clue to an immunity idol that she would give to John. For the others back in the regular game, the reward immunity challenge had them roll a member who would be in a barrel and brought to certain points to jump out of it, to get ball bags for the rest of the tribe, to roll them up a ramp, to land them into hitting the targets, earning the loved one's immunity and some fishing gear, where the returning players would end up sending Rachel to Redemption Island. Candace and Marissa narrowly beat Rachel in the chain reaction challenge, sending her out of the game for good, but she wouldn't be the only one out of this game this episode. Colton couldn't handle being here anymore. He just couldn't handle anything, honestly, anymore, crying and then choosing to quit the game, mainly because he was feeling lonely and pushed aside from the others. And Jeff, oh boy, he was mad.
You came back because you said, I've changed. You're now doing the exact opposite.
I don't care about this trial.
A very selfish move.
Colton wanted to have another shot in the game and fix his image from the last time he was here, and now for him to quit, Jeff said that he was being selfish, calling him a 2-time quitter, believing that the last time that he went out of the game for alleged appendicitis was just a ploy, and Jeff didn't believe him.
Now I can confirm for myself as a second time. You feigned an appendicitis. Turns out you didn't have it.
At least based on his actions in the game so far. Deciding to officially leave, he said his goodbyes to his fiance on the other tribe, and Jeff was just really on one, basically saying Survivor was never meant for him, and he shouldn't have tried.
Lots of people like to watch adventure. It doesn't mean they really should get up off the couch. Colton is the guy who never should have got up off the couch.
Going as far as not allowing him the burning of his buff, saying that honor is reserved for people who compete, sending him away in a very cold fashion.
I don't care what y'all say.
You can keep your buff. I won't give you the honor of throwing that in the urn, reserved for people who compete. Colton is gone.
For the reward immunity challenge, it was a return of the sumo-style one-on-one opponent knock off the platform battle, as the returning players won, getting some bedding, mosquito protection, and a tarp. The loved ones would come to a decision to vote out John to Redemption Island, but stayed weary of Brad, who organized it in a way where his hands didn't seem dirty. For the next redemption duel, freeing a locked up key on a buoy to then unlock some puzzle pieces for them to assemble, John would come in first, with Candace coming in second, as they are partners in crime, but that means Marissa would be officially out of the game. Gervais and Tyson would now have a common ground here that their loved ones would both been voted out, having a little sub-alliance just for them now. The next reward immunity challenge was the crate to staircase build that we've seen plenty of times, spelling out the name of the season on the side, and once again, the returning players took the win, getting some coffee and some snacks while their loved ones figured out their next tribal council strategy. Sierra would be the weak link who was beat by their own mother in the challenges, and Brad, who, well, isn't leaving a great impression on the others, left the votes split between them, with the revote ending on Brad having the most votes and was sent to Redemption Island. The redemption duel had the three of them build a bridge from disassembling a crate, then disassembling the bridge to use it to solve a puzzle, using some of the pieces, and John would come in first, but his partner Candace would come in third, resulting in her being out of the game, and Brad awkwardly having to share Redemption Island space with John. The reward immunity challenge for the rest of the players had them playing some water slide ring toss, where the loved ones would finally get a win for themselves, earning steaks and other food. And now with 2 Lauras on the tribe, they weren't sure if they should hold on to Rupert's wife or send their own returning player to go and beat the others at Redemption Island, choosing to go with that second plan and sending her there. And the plan was already working. With the duel of the 100 number pieces needing to be arranged, Laura M would come in first, where John took second, leaving Brad the one to be sent out of the game. We also would now get a tribe swap, sending Katie and Vetus to the Galong tribe, where Eros, Jervis, and Tyson would go over to the Tadhana tribe. The reward immunity challenge would have them retrieve fish traps that had puzzle bags in them for them to solve for the win, as the Tadhana tribe would win here, earning ingredients to make sandwiches and some brownies. Galong would have to face tribal council as Kat became the target of interest based on her loyalty and is then sent to Redemption Island. The duel would pit an emotional Kat against Laura M and John, where they assembled a flame-shaped puzzle, with John taking first, Laura M taking second, and Kat going home. Her loved one Hayden didn't end up switching places with her when Jeff egged him on to.
My relationship with Kat is more important than even this game.
Really? I want to challenge you on that. At any point, a loved one can take the spot for the person in the arena, which means you would be taking yourself out of this game and swapping spots with Kat. Kat, what do you want to have happen?
I would switch.
Hey, what do you think is better for us long term? Who has the better shot to win the game?
You know you do. You know I've always thought that. I'll play here, and I want you to stay. You know that means so much to me.
That he would come down.
That he would, but I think it means more to him to stay.
Which had him really questioning their love. In a different relationship years later, Kat would be arrested for allegedly hitting her boyfriend in the face. For the Tadhana tribe, Tyson, Caleb, Jervis, Hayden, and Sierra made a final 5-pack. The reward immunity challenge next would have some of them linked together, moving through an obstacle course collecting ball bags and chains to use them in essentially toss. The Tadhana would win again and get some fried chicken for a meal, including all of the perfectly paired sides. Laura B warned Vetus that he was going to be targeted for a vote out, and the other women didn't like her doing that without consulting with the rest of them first. The trust factor was gone there, and quickly, this Laura would join the other Laura at Redemption Island. The duel here had them hanging on to a pole the longest, resulting in Laura M beating out the other two. But now both John and Laura would be sent home from the game as Laura M was brought back into the regular game itself. Yeah, it's time for the merge now. Tyson would eventually find the hidden idol. Aris, who really set up the plan for Laura M to go to Redemption Island to then make it back, had her in mind for the vote out though. This immunity challenge had them memorize the symbols shown to them to recreate, and if it was incorrect, you'd be out. Vetus would end up winning, and this would make it easy for Aris to convince his allies to split votes, but in a surprise, Aris would be the one voted out with a large majority of the votes directly on him, sending him to the island. The first immunity challenge for the next episode had them eating some, what I would consider, gross things. Jervis would even have flashbacks about this, not being able to get through it this time either, as Monica would win immunity. But Monica would be upset with how Vetus viewed her in the game, changing her vote to him, and surprisingly, just like his brother, he was the person voted out by the majority and sent to Redemption Island. But we need another person sent, so in the next immunity challenge of balancing the tip of a sword on a shield, stacking coins on it to balance, Katie took the win, and later, Tina was expecting a vote out of Monica from the rest of the alliance based on several reasons, but because she bluffed about having an idol, it helped cement her fate in going to the island. The duel would now take place between two brothers and Tina, getting some balls to complete the table labyrinth as Vetus would come in first, but Tina came through to earn second, sending Eris out of the game. For the rest of the players, their reward immunity challenge would be the hanging back rope knot holding game, where Monica kept herself safe by winning, but decided that she wanted the reward to go to the rest of the tribe if she just got to keep immunity, and didn't partake in the food, which Jeff allowed. But for tribal council, Sierra would still, with the alliance, plan to vote out her mother, following through and sending her to the island. The next duel of stacking 4 blocks with different colors would need to be stacked in a way of not showing any repeating colors on each side. Laura M would come in first, with Tina barely beating Vetus, who would now join his brother on the jury. Tyson seemingly became the choice for a blindside, but Tyson would be given some heads up from Sierra, who would now vote with him, aiming to take out Caleb and letting Jervis in on the plan. The immunity challenge brought back the stopping of a rod undoing a rope that would release their bucket, and the person lasting the longest stopping that from happening would win immunity. Some took the option to sit out of the challenge as Jeff offered some nice food to do so, but Monica stayed strong and won the challenge. For a tribal council, Tyson would play his immunity idol, but no one voted for him, and Caleb was still sent to Redemption Island. The duel of constructing a house of tiles 8 feet tall went to Laura, with Tina coming in second while Caleb would be eliminated. Sadly, Caleb would pass away after a horrible work accident in 2014 ahead of his wedding with Colton planned for later that year. The next reward immunity challenge would be balancing a ball on a pole while going through an obstacle course, eventually getting some sandbags to knock over some targets, where Jervis would win and share the ice cream award with Monica and Tyson. For Tribal Council, the votes were split 3-3 for Hayden and Monica, having to go to a revote that resulted in a 2-2 vote, now having to go to the rock draw, where the rules now keep those two safe since no decision was made, and force Katie, Sierra, and Tyson to do it as Katie drew the not safe rock, sending her to the island. Tyson would show Jervis and Monica that he has found the hidden idol, as we now go to our next duel. Making a pole with sticks and ropes to get keys to open their locks, Laura would claim first place with Tina following in second, leaving Katie for the jury. The reward immunity challenge for the other players would have them guiding a buoy through obstacles to get to a bag of puzzle pieces for them to solve, for the reward of plenty of good food items as an option for delivery to the camp could be won. As Sierra fought from last place to first, she would win the challenge and shared the reward with Hayden. Too bad for Hayden though, as he would be the one sent to Redemption Island in a 3-2 vote. The final Redemption Island duel would be balancing a seesaw with one foot with a vase on the other side, and Tina would beat out Laura and Hayden for her chance to rejoin in the main game. Now back in, we'd have an immunity challenge where they had to hold up a table with a rope, balancing it while balancing themselves, as they would add blocks to the table, keeping it balanced, with the first to 10 on there resulting in Tyson getting immunity. While some decisions were getting heated here, during Tribal Council, Tyson gave Jervis his immunity idol to use, but regardless, Sierra was still voted out of the game. The last immunity challenge of the season would have them run an obstacle course retrieving puzzle piece bags to solve what would offer a clue to unlock the final combination lock to win, as Tyson secured his final 3 spot by winning again. Monica declined Tina's plea for a vote out on Jervis, as now we would see this end in a fire-making challenge, leaving Tina to be voted out. In the end, now having to face the jury and dealing with all of the back and forth like usual, Tyson would be given the majority vote and win the title of sole survivor. While I think this season was cool in concept, the interesting factor of the loved ones playing quickly fell to the wayside for me, ending up with another season that felt too focused on Redemption Island and not for the main part of the game itself. And maybe I just don't like Redemption Island, I don't know. The challenges are usually the same, it feels like a little too predictable, and for me, I'd rather see the regular game played with better rewards offered. Cool concept for the season, but lackluster execution. This next season of Survivor would give us 3 tribes, with another theme returning. Divided under the categories of brains, brawn, and beauty, we have the Smart Tribe here with David from Florida, age 45, Garrett from California, age 27, Shatia from Illinois, age 31, Tasha from Missouri, age 36, Spencer from Illinois, age 21, and Cass from California, age 41. For the Brawn Tribe, we have Cliff from New York, age 46, Lindsay from Indiana, age 29, Sarah from Iowa, age 29, Trish from Massachusetts, age 47, Wu from California, age 29, and Tony from New Jersey, age 39. In the Beauty Tribe, we'd have Bryce from Pennsylvania, age 27, Alexis from Illinois, age 21, Morgan from California, age 21, LJ from Massachusetts, age 34, Jeremiah from North Carolina, age 34, and Jeffra from Kentucky, age 23. All of the tribes upon arrival were tasked with choosing a leader, David for brains, Sarah for brawn, and LJ for beauty, and then having to choose the weakest players, picking Garrett, Trish, and Morgan. These 3 would be then given a free helicopter ride to the camp, getting there first and given a choice of an extra rice for the whole tribe, or a clue to look for the hidden idol. Trish would choose the bag of rice while the other 2 would both look for the idol. Garrett found his while Morgan did not. After a little bit of settling in, it was time for a reward immunity challenge where use of a wagon would help collect them keys for some trunks, and then they would have to disassemble the wagon to get it over or through a fence, reassemble it continuing onto the course to take the pieces from the trunks, and put together a puzzle with the Beauty Tribe winning, taking first place, earning themselves a fire-making kit, and Brawn coming in second, earning them Flint, giving us the Brains coming in last and needing to go to Tribal Council. Garrett led a charge for David to be voted out based on being targeted as the weakest player, which the pettiness became a vote out for David, and he was eliminated. I think he'll be okay though, as the then president of the Miami Marlins, he sold them for $1.3 billion. At the Beauty Tribe, an alliance was forming between Bryce, Morgan, and Jeremiah. This episode, though, wasn't over. Another reward immunity challenge popped up, where they got the puzzle pieces from fish traps to solve, with the Brawn taking first place getting a deluxe fishing kit and cooking utensils, while the Beauty took second place and received some basic fishing equipment. The Brains would end up in last place again and already having to get rid of a second person from their tribe before the end of the premiere episode. Garrett became too controlling when it comes to how people communicate and decided on things, not allowing them to speak in private, as he chose another person to push for. This led to some arguments, specifically with both Shatia and Tasha, and after, he was then voted out at the second tribal council. After a storm rolled into the area, LJ at the beauty camp went off in searching for the hidden idol, and eventually would come across it. The next reward immunity challenge had the tribes collecting water in a bucket and then chucking the bucket to another player to then dump it into a container to release a ball for a maze to complete, with the Brawn tribe taking first and earning comfort items and a tarp, and second place went to the Brains, taking just a tarp, while the Beauty tribe would now face tribal council. In the meantime, Tony would end up taking a clue to the hidden idol for the Brawn tribe, hiding it so the others don't look, as he already has it. For the Beauty, it became a decision to split votes, aiming this at Bryce and Morgan. But after the first round of voting, there was a three-way tie between Alexis, Morgan, and Bryce, having 2 votes each. Upon the revote, it became a full 3 votes onto Bryce, taking him out of the game. The next reward challenge would have a shot caller guide the blindfolded tribe mates to find some items, and a flag to then bring up to the shot caller, as the Beauty tribe came in first place, earning them some egg-laying hens and a rooster, with Brawn taking second and just getting some eggs. Before the immunity challenge, Sarah and the Brawn tribe were planning on trying to get Cliff out of the game, believing that Cliff was after her per Tony's mention, which was a lie, planning with both Trish and Wu to possibly lose the challenge on purpose just to do so. The immunity challenge would have them diving into the water to collect buoys and tossing them into a basket, where the Beauty took first place, and regardless of trying to throw the challenge or not, the Brawn came in second, bringing the Brains to tribal council. Deciding to spare their best player for the challenge, the Women's Alliance on the tribe chose to go after Shatia based on her fits of rage, costing them some rice, voting her out. As of April 2023, she is now in a battle with breast cancer, pushing through her treatments with the true spirit of a survivor. As we get into the next episode, Jeff would call on a swap of the tribes, as the Brains would have to be absorbed into the others anyway, giving us the new Ahry tribe of Alexis, Jeremiah, Cass, Morgan, Sarah, Spencer, and Tasha, and the Solana tribe of Cliff, Jeffra, LJ, Lindsay, Tony, Trish, and Wu. The reward challenge after would have a tribe member hold on to a post, while the opposite tribe member is trying to remove them from that post and get them across to the finish line area, earning them a point. Solana would beat the Ahry and earn some coffee and pastries. After a bit of time for the new setup of the tribes getting to figure out their positioning and potential new or continued alliances, the immunity challenge had them use a puzzle log to make it through some gates to then navigate a maze on a log at the maze station, finishing with hitting a gong, as the Ahry tribe took the victory, and in a 4-3 vote, the former NBA player Cliff would be voted out. He sadly passed away though in August of 2020 from his battle with lymphoma. Lindsay and Trish would get into an argument though, resulting in Lindsay walking away and meeting with Jeff, telling him that she wants to leave the game under the grounds that she is fearful for doing something on the show that her child might see, and she wouldn't want that, and thus she left the show. For the reward challenge, we would see the one-handed idol balancing in one hand while you try and knock over the other opponent's idol as they do the same to you challenge, giving the winner, in this case the Solana tribe, the reward of raiding the other tribe's camp. The Solana tribe would continue their winning streak by making it through the obstacle course and solving the puzzle of the next immunity challenge, leaving the Ahry to face tribal council. While there was some suspicion on their tribe over Jeremiah, it was Alexis who made the majority of them weary based on where her alliances would lie post-merge, and in a majority vote, she would be sent out of the game. The next episode though would bring us to the merge already, and with something new to the game, a hidden idol that would have different powers to find out about. The immunity challenge brought back the Bermuda Triangle challenge, as Wu remained strong, balancing for a while against Tony to claim the first individual immunity. Cass and Sarah couldn't seem to get along, and with Trish overhearing them fighting, she spoke with Cass of who she would go after, to which she said Sarah, and Trish let her know that the former Solana tribe would aim their votes towards Sarah. Tony revealed his immunity idol during tribal council, mentioning that it was a community idol, that anyone aligned with him can use it if needed, and in fear of thinking LJ was being targeted, Tony played his idol for LJ. But he already had an idol as well and played it for Tony, but the votes weren't after either of them anyway. Instead, it was nearly split between Jeffra and Sarah, with Sarah having the majority and was sent to the jury. The next reward challenge would split the tribe into 2 teams as they make their way from the water to the land, grabbing a chest and bringing it up to a different area to then solve the puzzle from inside as the orange team of Jeffra, LJ, Jeremiah, Spencer, and Morgan would win some food from Outback Steakhouse. Spencer would secretly find the hidden idol clue and returning to camp would begin looking for it. But Wu would find the clue falling out of his pants, running to inform everyone else about it, and the idol hunt had begun. But Spencer still was able to find the idol first, but not the special different powers idol that we learned of. The immunity challenge, Spencer would win here after an hour and a half and taking the immunity. Based on how Morgan has been acting around the camp with her not really helping out too much, she became the target and was voted out at Tribal Council. The next reward challenge split the tribe into 3 teams. They would release a box full of sandbags that would need to be tossed into a net tube, helping it get through there to the other side to be bounced from a trampoline and into a target, with the green team taking the win. So Jeremiah, Spencer, and Tony would all get the reward of a spa visit and some food. Together, Tony promised those 2 protection come Tribal Council, while the others at the camp saw Tony as a potential target. The next immunity challenge had them all memorize colored tiles shown in a specific order from Jeff, and then had to repeat it back perfectly to stay in the game until you're the last one in, with Tasha earning individual immunity eventually. Tony thought that it would be the best time to go after LJ now, with the majority of the votes going to them in a 5-3-1 vote, sending LJ to the jury. Now divided into teams of 4, the reward challenge had them head out to a boat to collect crates to bring them back to the shore, where they would have to solve a word puzzle with the letters on the paddles connected to the crates, helping them solve the hidden phrase of worth playing for. The purple team of Jeffra, Spencer, Jeremiah, and Tasha would win and have a nice lunch, as well as some letters from home and a trip to a cave. Based on her letter from home, Jeffra needed to not let her kindness and emotions be her downfall, and chose to accept an offer from the other 3 to align. Now for the immunity challenge of balancing a ball on a pole while on a beam, Tasha would beat out the rest of them and earn immunity. Tony, who definitely needed to have some safety in the game right now, ended up finding the next hidden idol, and this would be the one that has the different special powers, being able to be played after the votes are read, which could lead to a pretty shocking reveal to the others if played. For Tribal Council though, Spencer would play his idol, but he was never the target here. Wu initially was, per Jeremiah, Spencer, and Tasha, but since Jeffra went back on her decision to align with them, Jeremiah would be the one hit with the most votes and was sent to the jury. Now it was time for the Survivor auction. Again, the usual food items would be up for grabs, but for a potential advantage, Tony and Spencer went to a rock draw after bidding all their money on it, where Tony would win and the advantage was actually a clue for a hidden immunity idol, and he would find it. The next immunity challenge of finding a rope and pulling bags attached to that rope from out of the ground, to then having to use the balls inside the bags to get them into the different holes at the end of a maze, Tasha would win once again, and the larger alliance had aimed their sights at Spencer to vote him out. To avoid having an all-girl alliance take dominance, Tony thought of going towards the vote out of Jeffra. Based on that, and Spencer outing Jeffra for wanting to flip on Tony earlier, Jeffra would receive the majority of votes and be sent to the jury. A misunderstanding would occur though in the morning, as Tony thought Cass wasn't feeling well, as she was sleeping in, but she was kind of awake and thought Tony was talking bad things about her, ending this up in an argument, revealing to her that he has a special hidden idol, and that if his name is written down for a vote out from her later on, she would definitely be going home. The reward challenge would split the tribe into 2 again, as they would throw sandbags at a puzzle, knocking it down only for them to have to rebuild it, as the purple team of Cass, Spencer, and Wu would win, and it was to help deliver school supplies to local schools and then enjoy a meal. An idea for a split vote between Tony and Trish was brewing, while he was skeptical about being told that there was a plan to vote out Tasha. Spencer would win the immunity challenge of counting items at different tables and helping unlock a metal rod for them to use to break a tile. Tony went into Tribal Council confident, not playing his idol, and to his luck, Tasha would end up being the vote out, and there was no split vote between Tony and Trish. Final alliance deals were being made as Tony figured Wu and Cass would be a solid final 3, but at the same time told Cass that it would be her and Trish in the final 3 with him. But that got back to Wu, causing massive doubts about where he actually stands with Tony. The reward challenge next would be a return of the getting covered in mud and chipping it into a bucket to hopefully have the heaviest mud load challenge, to which Tony would win and get a pizza meal for a reward, and sharing it with Trish. The others saw it as Tony or Trish again for the vote out. For the immunity challenge though, they would navigate obstacles to get a key that unlocks ladder pieces from a chest, having to then build a staircase in a certain way, bringing them to the final level to build the season's logo in a puzzle form for the win, which Spencer would do, passing Tony in the end. Tony unnecessarily used his regular idol to stay safe, while the rest of the vote pretty much landed on Trish, making making her the next jury member and bringing us to the final four and the finale of the season. While Trish was his ally, there was just no way around it unless he sacrificed his idol. But he was under the impression that the special ability idol essentially guarantees him a final 3 spot in the game. For now though, their loved ones come back to visit, and for the immunity challenge of the finale, Cass would make a huge comeback and eventually getting a key from filling up a bamboo shoot with water and then solving the ending puzzle first. With how things were looking, it seemed that it was going to be a final 2 and not a final 3 like we've seen in the great majority of the show. At Tribal Council, Spencer couldn't find a way around it to stay in the game and was voted out. And Tony's special immunity expired anyway here. So for the final immunity challenge to determine the final 2 for a refreshing ending, it was a maze navigation with real and false turnstiles, as they would try and grab 4 medallions to open a chest filled with cogs that would have to be arranged to work and raise up a flag, as Wu earned the final immunity, and he was able to decide on either bringing Cass, someone she claims is easy to beat in the end, or Tony, where a lot of sensibilities lie in terms of honor and integrity, to the final 2, eventually deciding on voting out Cass, as Tony and Wu would now have to face the jury. The others brought up all the betraying Tony had done in the game, but Spencer defended him, admiring his strategies throughout the season, telling the others to place their votes with him. When all said and done, the final votes of an 8-1 favored Tony, making him the sole survivor for the season. Funny enough, that never used super special idol for the season was insisted to be in the game from a celebrity fan of the show, Tyler Perry, who convinced Jeff to put it in the game. Now, it was technically a thing earlier on with immunity idols beforehand, and eventually changed it to playing them before the votes were read. But Jeff claims Perry to be an idea machine and sends him messages with ideas and thoughts all the time, and brought that concept back for one special idol. Jeff would have to realize though what he was doing in the game was a lesson he had already learned before, as it was too powerful and claimed to be a mistake on his part for bringing it back to the show at this point. Plus, Tyler wanted Tasha or Spencer to be the one to find it while he watched. Overall, this was a pretty safe season with a fun initial concept to have the team split up by, but there just wasn't too much to point out here in general though, as it fits in with your average season of the show. I was entertained, but I can't think of a singular moment that pushed it above many of the other truly incredible seasons. So while not a bad season by any means, it just fades into the middle of the rankings for me. Reviving the blood versus water theme, contestants would be competing against their loved ones once again, as they would be pitted against each other in 2 tribes, the Koyopa and the Hunahpu, and they all must individually compete against their family, specifically during the challenges. In the Koyopa tribe, we have Nadia from New Jersey, age 28, Val from Massachusetts, age 35, John from Georgia, age 39, Dale from Washington, age 55, Josh from New York, age 32, Wes from Louisiana, age 23, Alec from Florida, age 22, Baylor from Tennessee, age 20, and Jacqueline from Nevada, age 25. In the Hunahpu tribe, we have Nadia's twin sister, Natalie from New Jersey, age 28, Val's husband, Jeremy from Massachusetts, age 36, John's girlfriend, Julie from Georgia, age 24, Dale's daughter, Kelly from Washington, age 27, Josh's boyfriend, Reed from New York, age 31, Wes's father, Keith from Louisiana, age 53, Alec's brother, Drew from Florida, age 25, Baylor's mother, Missy from Texas, age 46, and Jacqueline's boyfriend, John from Michigan, age 26. Just like last time, the initial first night has the 9 pairs spend time with their loved one privately until the next day, when they are split up and pit against one another. Right away, they all have to jump into a reward challenge, which for the season would take place in the hero arena, as both tribes play some rock, paper, scissors to see who chooses their hero to compete first, which is shaking things up a bit. For now in the game, the tribe who didn't win the rock, paper, scissors battle would send out the loved one to match the other person who was chosen on the other tribe. The first challenge was untangling ropes to free 2 rings, bringing them to the wooden platforms to get them to the finish line, where the Hunahpu tribe would win, earning them flint and some beans. But there is a twist, and no, it's not Redemption Island, it's Exile Island. Val from the other tribe would be sent there along with someone from the same tribe, and that would be Keith. Dale on the Koyopa tribe had some trouble fitting in, but he did find some interesting wooden item that he couldn't be too certain if it was or was not an idol, so he pocketed it for now. He also would use his glasses to help make some of the fire for the tribe, which did help him earn some cred with the others. Exile Island would have 2 urns to pick from though, with one of them having a clue to the hidden idol, which Val's did have, but she lied about what was written to Keith. For the immunity challenge, they all faced an obstacle course retrieving bags and using the pieces inside to help climb higher onto the tower until at the top where you would solve a final puzzle. The Hunahpu tribe would end up winning as the Koyopa tribe struggled a bit after gaining a solid lead. Leading up to the tribal council, Koyopa was already divided by the men and by the women, but in the voting, Baylor would choose to end up voting with the men and targeted Nadia, sending her out of the game with 5 votes. At the Hunahpu tribe, they woke up to their flint being gone as John ended up misplacing it, which it's nice that you fessed up to it, but it definitely didn't put you in the best light for the others. For the reward challenge, they would end up trying to balance a ball on a pole while making their way around obstacles, then having to roll a few balls into some holes, with the Hunahpu tribe winning thanks to Julia, who won them fishing gear. But they opted for some flint instead, replacing what John had lost them. The other John on the other tribe would be sent to exile as Jeremy from Hunahpu would join them. For the immunity challenge, it was the one-on-one sumo-esque battle that we've seen before, and in a pretty back-and-forth set of rounds, the Hunahpu tribe would win 5-4. John would be back at the camp from exile now and went looking for the immunity idol thanks to the information that he was given from Jeremy in exile, and he ended up finding it. Val had just lied to him about having multiple idols, and in believing that, wanted to split the votes to draw them out. Initially, the votes were split 4-4 between Baylor and Val, with the revote ending 5-1 in favor of Val being voted out. For all of the winning that the Hunahpu tribe has been doing, some players over there are just losing things, or in today's case, not doing anything at all. Drew was going to help improve their shelter by fixing and sprucing up the roof, but before anything was really done, he was already napping, leaving the others pretty annoyed. For the next immunity challenge, they had to move some wooden squares that were on a paddle across a balance beam to be stacked, with the reward of comfort bedding items or fishing gear as an option. Wes would end up beating his father here, sending him to exile, and Josh from the Coyopa tribe would go as well. At Hunahpu's camp, Jeremy was pretty upset with John on the other tribe, after he had helped him with the clue on exile and was supposed to protect his wife Val as an agreement, then choosing to aid in her being voted out. So now he explains to his tribe about John's past, not the ex-MLB player past, the other one where he made some derogatory statements toward minority groups, to which he is remembered more for now. His girlfriend Julie was pretty much given a target on her head to be shunned out by the others now, because of all that, but John over on the Coyopa tribe was already now being targeted as Baylor would lead the charge for that. For now though, the immunity challenge had them all linked together as they make their way through a bunch of obstacles, eventually getting a ball and needing to shoot it into a basket to win, and it initially ended tied up 2-2, needing 3 points to win, as the Hunahpu tribe would win once more, scoring that third basket and having Coyopa sent to tribal council. But of course, not before John got caught up in some trash talking with the other tribe, leading to them getting called out for all of the hate-filled comments from their past and telling Natalie on the other tribe that if she were a man, he'd knock her teeth out. It's safe to say that this was a pretty unanimous decision here, as John, who didn't play his idol, would be voted out. Remember that lost flint at Hunahpu? Well, Natalie would end up coming across it, so I guess that's good, but kind of pointless now after sacrificing an earlier reward for more flint. Drew tried to fix that and trade it back to Jeff, but Jeff denied that, and the others felt kind of embarrassed that he would try and ask Jeff that. But for the reward challenge of retrieving some ball bags to then launch the balls into a bunch of different baskets, the Hunahpu continued their majority winning streak and won some comfort items, as Jacqueline would go to Exile Island with Drew from Hunahpu joining along. Drew would tell Jacqueline that they were going to throw the upcoming immunity challenge to get rid of a player on the tribe that they did not trust. Keith back at the Hunahpu camp would be the one to find the hidden immunity idol. But for the immunity challenge of grabbing rings that were together in the water and bringing them back for a little bit of ring toss, the Coyopa tribe would win, but not for the close competition, but for Drew purposely messing things up in the end. It seemed that the men couldn't come to a conclusion of who to take out as the women seized the moment and worked together to go after Drew as he received 5 votes and was now out of the show. Next up, there wouldn't be a reward challenge. Instead, it was the tribe swap, as the new Coyopa tribe would be bringing over John, Keith, Kelly, and Missy, and the new Hunahpu tribe would be bringing over Alec, Josh, and Wes. After some time of settling in and getting to figure out some strategies and potential alliances, the immunity challenge had them digging up some keys for them to then crawl in the mud, open up a gate, and release some sandbags from a pole, having to then toss them up onto a platform. The Hunahpu tribe would end up completely destroying the Coyopa tribe, having all of their bags landed on the platform before they even got one. They did this while being mostly starved as well, after having essentially no rice left at their camp, asking Jeff for some help there, as he would pay them a visit later on to figure that out. At tribal council for the Coyopa tribe, Kelly would be the one voted out in a 3-2-2 split, and in the morning, Jeff would now visit the Hunahpu's camp and gave them a bit of pushback on their management of their food, and if they wanted some more rice to make it through the game, they would need to forfeit all of their other goods, from their tools to their comfort items to that useless extra flint that they had. He just really laid it on thick here. But this was a good learning lesson not only for the tribe or the initial members who caused this, but for those watching who would one day be on the show, making sure that rationing out your food is done in a responsible way. For the next reward challenge though, a grill along with meat and vegetables was on the line, as the blindfolded players would make their way to a station to study the mask there, going on to get some puzzle piece bags to get to the next station where, using those pieces, they would have to recreate the mask from memory, as there were some incorrect pieces there to throw them off. The Hunahpu tribe would earn the win, sending Baylor to exile, while Natalie from the Hunahpu tribe would go with her. Despite winning the challenge and getting some more food, giving up all that other stuff was pretty brutal, especially with a bad storm hitting them throughout the night. The immunity challenge now would have them race over a wall and push a cube towards a bunch of posts, where each one of them would have a bag of scrolls that would be assembled together to form a large image. The Hunahpu tribe would make a comeback in the later portion of this challenge, with the Koyopa tribe now heading to tribal council. Dave tried to use his assumed idol, which to him is real, as a bribing tool to stay around, almost getting John to take it, but regardless, it wasn't traded or played, and Dale ended up being voted out of the game. Hunahpu would now be split into two alliances, the majority alliance with Alec, Wes, Reed, and Josh, and the dubbed singles alliance of Jeremy, Julie, and Natalie. Oh, it was also time for the merge anyway, with both alliances growing, with Keith joining the alliance with his son, and Baylor, Jacqueline, John, and Missy joining with Jeremy's alliance. Of course, this would lead to some other dealings of some trying to win over others, but they did all come together to look for their leftover snacks from the merge feast, finding it all in Julie's bag, and like gremlins, they all just ate it, running her away when she came back from a walk that she went on. The immunity challenge, though, of balancing balls on a disc being held up by a knotted rope, Keith would end up the victor here, winning first individual immunity. Julie's bad times would keep coming as the others, like Alec, were making fun of her, and she felt like she didn't want to be there anymore. Speaking with Jeff, and then she left the show, canceling tribal council for the episode. For the next reward challenge, they all divided up into teams as Missy became the odd one out, not being picked and couldn't be up for any award. The teams would put puzzle pieces on a track to push to a tower, where it would be assembled to build to the rest of the structure, as then one member would race to get to the top of it and free a statue for them to lift up to the top. The yellow team of Jeremy, Reed, Keith, Wes, and Natalie would win and get a fun taco bar reward, while John would be sent to exile, where he would end up finding a hidden idol. For the next immunity challenge, Jeff would show some symbols in a specific order, and they would have to perfectly repeat them back to stay in the challenge, as Jeremy would beat out Josh in the very end, pretty much sealing his fate at tribal council, as Josh would be voted out and sent to the jury. Divided into two teams again, the reward challenge of one-on-one bouts of getting the opponents to fall off a balance beam and into a mud pit would land us at a 4-4 tie, as Baylor would defeat her own mother Missy, giving the yellow team of her, Alec, Natalie, Reed, and Jeremy the reward of a luxury yacht experience with some food and drink. Poor Missy, she couldn't play in the last reward challenge, her daughter beats her in this challenge, and what's next? Guess we gotta find out. Jeremy and Natalie would end up giving the reward to both Jacqueline and John, as Jeremy would go to exile for now. But his efforts to go there for the idol didn't pay off, having to deal with a couple awful rainy nights and become more personally defeated for the game. John was worried about Jeremy though, since he had the idol, and Jeremy would probably come after him for that. For the immunity challenge, they would only be allowed to use their feet as they undo a rope to release some blocks, for them now to stack in rows of 3 and put a flag in the middle, as Baylor ended up beating the others and winning immunity. John's worried nature mixed with already misplaced tension of others led to the majority of the votes landing on Jeremy before things could get interesting regarding idol politics. Natalie was made aware of John's idol in a play for him to earn her trust fully now, but she would only play along until she absolutely couldn't. The next reward challenge would have them divided up again, as they would jump off of a platform to grab a key, swim out to get some puzzle pieces, and assemble the puzzle. The yellow team would win, and Alec, John, Jacqueline, and Reed would win the reward of delivering sports equipment to kids and enjoying some snacks, with Missy getting to go as Reed gave it up to her. Wes, though, would head to exile now. Both Natalie and Baylor would work together looking for the immunity idol around the area, and ended up coming across it before we get into the immunity challenge, where they stood on a small platform while holding onto a handle above them for as long as they could, as Jeff would offer food to them to get them out. Reed would end up outlasting the others and win immunity, and for tribal council, the votes were mainly split between John and Keith, but both of them played an immunity idol, resulting in Wes, who only had 2 votes, being voted out of the game. The next reward challenge was them all being asked a bunch of questions about the other tribe members with another 3 life system to stay in. But Jeff would end up stopping the challenge as some of the others decided to give the win and reward to Missy, who finally got something nice done for her, as she would get to go horseback riding and enjoying a stay at a resort with a nice meal, and shared it with Natalie and Baylor, as John would go to exile and find himself with another idol now. After the next immunity challenge of a paddle balancing setup to roll several balls into the spots along the paddle, leading to Keith winning immunity, tensions were high as it seemed things were just in general in full disarray. But despite poor communication between them all, they would place their votes on Reed, as Missy was mainly angry at him for calling her daughter a brat. The next reward challenge had them all trying to stabilize a ball against a hanging piece of wood while standing on a small block. Natalie would win and have a king-size bed brought to the camp and a big Italian meal that was shared with Jacqueline and John, as Alec would be sent to exile. exile. Natalie was planning on blindsiding John, but chose him to come along so he wouldn't suspect it. In fact, he even showed her his new idol, so things seemed pretty good. The immunity challenge up next was the table balancing one, where they would place blocks on there with John winning immunity, throwing a wrench into Natalie's plans for now. In a close tribal council filled with emotional pleas to stay in the game, Alec would receive 4 votes to Keith's 3, sending him to the jury. For the next reward challenge, dividing back into teams, they would be tethered together and make their way through obstacles to bring water, to fill a bucket, lowering a gate so that they can solve a final puzzle for the reward of a spa day and a meal. The blue team of John, Keith, and Missy would win as John gave his spot to Baylor, while Natalie would head over to exile. Missy ended up getting a bit hurt in that challenge, twisting her ankle, but after being checked up by medical, she was still okayed to play. For the immunity challenge of holding onto handles and balancing on a seesaw with a vase on the other side, Natalie would win on the grounds of John's vase being knocked over from some wind. The plan would be to split votes for tribal council, but making it seem that there was a sense of security for some. Jacqueline, John, and Keith would each receive 2 votes, and no immunity idol was used. So upon a revote, John would receive 2 votes to Jacqueline's 1, and was sent to the jury. But now for the finale, the last reward challenge would have them undo a rope, assemble the rest of the bridge, and throw sandbags at some blocks to knock them down, as Keith would win and receive an advantage for the immunity challenge. Jacqueline would now head over to exile though. Speaking of the immunity challenge, this next one would have them moving a ball through obstacles with small paddles, where Keith, thanks to the advantage of having time practicing this, would win. For tribal council, Jacqueline played her immunity idol, saving her from the majority of the votes, as Baylor would be left with 2 votes placed on her, taking her out to the jury. Missy was upset but understood it was part of the game, that her daughter is now out of it, as Natalie planned for Keith to be the last person voted for the jury. The final immunity challenge had them traverse obstacles, starting with sliding down a pole, collecting puzzle bags to drop off at the top of a tower that they have to run up, heading back down for the final bags, making them run back up to the top to solve the puzzle that featured 3 missing pieces, revealing the numbers to a lock on their flag, ending with Jacqueline winning immunity. The 3 women would stick together at tribal council, sending Keith out of the game, giving us the final 3 of Jacqueline, Missy, and Natalie. Sadly, just a couple of months ago, as of making this video, Keith passed away after a battle with cancer. For the final tribal council, they would all plead their own cases of why they deserved to be there in the end, and why they deserved to win, as in a poetic way, after her twin sister was the first person voted off of the season, Natalie would end up winning, and being crowned this season's sole survivor. This was another mixed bag of a season overall. Exile Island was fun to deal with, mixed in with the loved ones as they battle it out once more, but in terms of connecting with these set of contestants, it just never really happened for me, especially towards the later half, where distrust ran rampant. I know it's part of the game, but in general, it just didn't feel too exciting here, I guess. I think I'd rather see the tribes start out with their loved ones working together, rather than being at odds, showing us what winning and losing together can truly do, either showing how much of a strain it puts on them in their relationship, or how great they work together because of it. But yeah, now we move on to season 30.
The brand new Outback Steakhouse, the grilled pineapple Rita.
I can smell it.
Plus, and there's dessert too.
Outback Steak.
Survivor Worlds Apart, season frickin' 30, can you believe it? Our castaways this time are split into 3 tribes based on their occupations, giving us the alternate title of white collar versus blue collar versus no collar. For the white collar tribe, we have So from California, age 31, Max from California, age 37, Joaquin from New York, age 27, Shireen from California, age 31, Tyler from California, age 33, and Carolyn from Florida, age 52. For the blue collar tribe, we have Lindsay from Florida, age 24, Kelly from New York, age 44, Dan from Maine, age 47, Sierra from Utah, age 27, Rodney from Massachusetts, age 24, Mike from Texas, age 38. For the no-collar tribe, we have Vince from California, age 32, Nina from California, age 51, Haley from California, age 25, Joe from Arizona, age 25, Jen from California, age 22, and Will from California, age 41. At the start of the game, each tribe would have to pick out a representative for them, and from there, each would then have to choose a second in command, together making decisions for the tribe. Joaquin and So would represent the white-collar tribe, Dan and Mike would represent the blue-collar tribe, and Will and Jen would represent the no-collar tribe. Once at their camps, they would be given a choice which could be either honest or deceive, where choosing honest gets your tribe a big bag of beans, or deceive, where that would get your tribe a smaller bag of beans, but also a clue to a hidden idol. Joaquin and So were the only ones to choose a deceiving start here, but in doing so, lied about it to the others, mentioning some mythical third option of just neutral. All this would do for every tribe, whether being honest or not, is just make everyone skeptics. For the white collar tribe, maybe deceiving was a bad option, as So made it more obvious than not that she was looking for the hidden idol herself, where Carolyn would now jump in and find it, based on just knowing the places to look from watching previous seasons of the show. Our first reward immunity challenge would have them running up to a crate and unlocking it and freeing the ladder from it, for them to go up and over the other part of the challenge, having to solve one of 3 puzzles, with the no collar tribe taking the first place win, earning a fire making kit, and the blue collar tribe taking second, earning some flint, as the white collar tribe lost thanks to Shireen struggling with the puzzle at the start. For the first tribal council of the season, Shireen tried to save herself by calling out their representative and their partner in lies, saying that they got a clue to the hidden idol over more rice for the tribe as a whole, and just like that, So would be the first person voted off the season. At the blue collar tribe's camp, they were enjoying killing some time, but Mike wanted everyone to be working on the camp itself. Aside from this, the other tribes in general would have their moments of forming some alliances or getting on each other's nerves. The reward immunity challenge of bringing buoys through some obstacles to eventually having to take it and toss it into a basket resulted in the white collar tribe taking first place, getting them a fishing kit, while the blue collar tribe came in second and earning them a spear. The no collar tribe would head to tribal council, where Vince would ultimately be voted out. Shireen would tell some interesting tales about some howler monkeys, to the rest of the white collar tribe's annoyance. But for the blue collar tribe, work ethic arguments would break out between Mike and a few others, with Lindsay ending up insulting his religious beliefs. For the reward immunity challenge, the tribes transported water into a bucket with holes, then bringing it to a barrel, filling it up, and earning the win. The reward of some comfort seating and sleeping items would be won by the blue collar tribe, and just the tarp would be won by the white collar tribe, meaning that the no collar tribe would be sent to tribal council. Nina would feel she was being unfairly targeted as a weak player due to her being deaf, as the others tried to negate those claims. She would try to campaign for Will for a vote out, but in the end, with a 3-2 vote, Nina would be voted out of the game. The next reward challenge had a one tribe member giving directions to their blindfolded tribe mates as they would maneuver around some obstacles to retrieve some items, as they would then bring them up to the person who's been calling out to them, earning the no collar tribe some egg-laying hens and a rooster, while the white collar tribe took second place and got some eggs. There was an injury during the challenge though, as Kelly was hit on the head by a platform, but was cleared to still play by medical and later on would get a few stitches as she took it in stride to prove herself in the show. The no collar tribe was celebrating their win, and Jen decided to leave them to it and go on a walk to look for the hidden immunity idol, since she's a vegetarian and the rest of the tribe was going to end up ending one of the chickens' lives to eat, and she didn't want to be there for that. And this turned out to be good in her favor, as she would in fact find the hidden idol. The immunity challenge up next had them tied to a rope as they would make their way through some obstacles, as they got some ball bags and make them finish to the end of a maze without falling out beforehand, with the no collar tribe and white collar tribe taking first and second place, with the blue collar tribe heading to tribal council, where multiple issues were had against one another, with Rodney, Lindsay, and Sierra each receiving 2 votes and having to go to a revote, where in a solid 3 votes, Lindsay would be sent out of the game. But after that, it was a tribe swap meetup where the white collar tribe would be absorbed by the other 2, as they would both mix it up as well, giving us a blue collar tribe of Dan, Joaquin, Joe, Mike, Rodney, Sierra, and Tyler, and a no collar tribe of Will, Sheeran, Max, Kelly, Jen, Haley, and Carolyn. Reward challenge wise, the tribes competed by shooting balls from a slingshot, as some of the others tried to catch them in their handheld net. The blue tribe would win here and receive a bunch of cooking items, some food, and all of the past stuff won by the white collar tribe that was at their camp. For the no collar tribe, Sheeran was getting on the nerves of some of the new people there that she was sharing the space with. And Max, well, he would get stung by a stingray, getting on the tribe's nerves because he was resting his foot in the cooking pot, but only doing so based on Jen mentioning to do that for the time being. Speaking of pots, for the immunity challenge, the tribe would have some pots on a sled that would be dragged around some obstacles to be placed on a stand to then smash them up with a wrecking ball. The blue collar tribe would win and send the no collar tribe to tribal council. Basically, aside from Sheeran, the rest of the tribe would vote for Max and take him out of the game. The next reward challenge has the tribe making their way through obstacles to the top of a tower to launch sandbags at targets down below, having to hit all of them to win a trip to a turtle sanctuary for the night and receive a nice meal. The no collar tribe would win, and it gave Sheeran a chance to find a place to fit in with the others on the tribe, with the blue collar tribe now dealing with several different avenues that they could take for true alliances and plans for the game pre-merge. Rodney would want to purposely throw the next immunity challenge in favor of voting out Joe being too much of a late game threat, as Mike seemingly felt the same, but for reasons of protecting Kelly, who is now on the other tribe. Come time for the immunity challenge, where they would have to memorize a pattern pattern of some items at one station and recreate it at another, the no-color tribe would win again as Mike went along with the plan to lose purposely. While Joe was the target for Rodney, Mike had other plans, deciding to work with Dan to protect Joe and go after Joaquin to break up his alliance with Rodney, as Sierra's swing vote came in handy to take Joaquin out of the game at a 4-3 vote. Rodney definitely didn't love this and yelled at Mike for not trusting the process, claiming that he had plans to deal with Joaquin later. But despite the argument, it was time for the official merge to happen, where all the different collars finally came off. I'm sorry I said that. Old alliances were happy to see one another again, as they had a moment to figure things out, build stronger alliances with new additions, and come up with their own plans against one another from here. The next immunity challenge was just holding on to a pole for the longest time, as Joe would win after an hour, taking the first individual immunity. Joe, Jen, Shireen, and Haley would be going after Kelly at Tribal Council. But when it came down to the voting, Jen would originally have the majority of votes on her, but all 7 of them would be worthless as Jen used her immunity idol, deflecting now to Kelly, who would then be voted out of the game. The small alliance responsible for Kelly being out of the game would now become open game for Rodney coming after them, picking on them over food portioning just to be disrespectful towards them. The reward challenge of getting puzzle piece bags across a balance beam and then completing the puzzle would offer a ziplining trip and some pizza for a meal, as Joe would take the win, sharing it with Carolyn, Shireen, Tyler, and Will. Joe would also get a clue to the hidden idol after noticing it in the bottle at the reward, tricking Carolyn to get the bottle from her, so he can get the clue, but this was seen by Tyler, which the next day he would share with him the clue, and they would go off together and search for it. Mike spotted them doing so and decided to keep his peepers out on what they were doing, but Tyler would tell Mike about the clue anyway for trust, and with this info, he would claim that Joe did find the idol, even though he did not, and in that distraction, went and found it on his own and accomplished doing so. The next immunity challenge was maneuvering a puzzle piece through sliding puzzle mazes and using the piece to complete a final sliding puzzle. Joe would protect himself by winning a second time this episode, though. The girls would possibly start aligning on their own after discussing and revealing to each other Dan's snobbish comments. They would try and hold strong at Tribal Council when Dan commented that flippers never win, and Sierra, who had the potential to do so, didn't, and in the end, Haley would be the one voted out of the game. The next reward challenge would divide them into teams as they used a grappling hook to retrieve rings out of the water, ending in the close result of the blue team of Dan, Shireen, Mike, Tyler, and Sierra winning and enjoying a chocolate buffet. Jen was feeling like she's probably on the outs and in general, as well as just being ready to leave, opted to give her immunity to Joe if she were to win the immunity challenge, which was them all standing on a perch within a frame, holding up wooden blocks between their head and the top until there was one person left, as Jen almost won, losing to Tyler in the end. Joe and Jen were just the targets in general, as Joe tried to show off a fake idol he made to potentially save himself, but that didn't do anything, of course, and with just one more vote than Jen, Joe would be voted out of the game. And now we get to the Survivor auction, and there would be food, letters from home, an advantage, or in Will's case, a covered item that turned out to be a large box that had secret rations of food to last for the rest of the game at camp, but the stipulation said you would have to leave the auction. Dan would be the one who purchased the advantage, but rather than helping in the challenge, it was just an extra vote in the next Tribal Council, which if used properly could be great. Will would choose to share the rations that he got with the rest of the tribe, but Jen, Mike, and Shireen didn't believe he shared his full supply, and he was secretly stashing some more, and this got back to him as he would say some messed up personal attacks Shireen's way, as now we get to the immunity challenge of using metal tongs to bring a ball over some seesaws and place it on a stand, doing so several times. Mike would then take the immunity win, and for Tribal Council, Shireen and Will were still having a verbal beef, where it would be a moment of her then opening up about abuse towards her in the past, and once the conversation settled down and we moved on to counting the votes, Jen would be the one taken out of the show. The next reward challenge would split them into groups again, as they would have to cross the beach without touching any of the sand by using barrels, planks, and ropes, as the red team of Carolyn, Dan, Will, and Tyler would win, earning them a sailing trip coming with a nice meal. The next immunity challenge was the handle holding one that we've seen a few times to stop it from undoing and causing a bucket to spill over, with this time 2 people getting to win immunity, the last man and the last woman to be in the challenge, which was Mike and Carolyn. Tyler would end up taking a look into Dan's bag later and noticed the advantage, learning that it was an extra vote, and told Carolyn about this. And during Tribal Council, Shireen was going for Tyler and Mike was going to as well, even claiming that he will play his idol for her to protect her. But when it came time to tally the votes, he did not play play it, and the others apparently didn't back down from their choice of Shireen, as she would then be voted out with the majority of votes. Moving on to the next episode, we have the reward challenge where it divided once more into teams, where they would undo ribbons wrapped around a pole to get a key, unlocking them planks for ladder assembly, having to climb up it, get a ball bag, finishing their way to the end to launch balls into several nets. It was Rodney's birthday the day after this, and he really wanted to win a reward challenge to celebrate it, but in the game, even after messing up at one point and slowing his team down, Rodney was almost able to aid in the win, but still ended up losing as the red team of Sierra, Mike, and Carolyn won. No one on the team ended up giving away their reward, which was them helping deliver needed supplies to a local orphanage and then enjoying a nice meal, which made him pretty upset. But he came up with a plan to make it seem like he wanted to quit, hoping he can ease Mike into not being worried about using his idol and would be open for a blindside. Mike saw through this, of course, but before we see the results, we have the immunity challenge, which was the hanging backwards holding onto a rope while on a perch one as Carolyn beat out the others for immunity. Some, like Tyler, Will, and Carolyn, were worried about Dan's advantage, as Carolyn also played the field with Dan, Rodney, and Sierra to place their votes between Mike and Tyler. Come time to vote, Mike would use his idol, protecting him from the 4 votes placed on him, leaving Tyler with the other 3 votes, which sent him to the jury. Dan would still be the worry for now, as his 2-vote advantage still loomed over the remaining players. The reward challenge had them split into teams, racing through some obstacles, crossing a drawbridge, and releasing puzzle pieces that need to be solved, spelling out a reward with all the fixins. The red team of Mike, Will, and Carolyn would win and get a helicopter tour of the area while enjoying a surf and turf style meal. There, Mike would try pitching to the other 2 a final 3 deal, which didn't seem like there was too much of a commitment there from the others. Rodney was back at camp mad that yet again he was not given the reward from anyone who won. He just wanted a present for his birthday, man. But maybe he'll win immunity in the immunity challenge, where they receive some ball bags to use them in a table maze where Rodney did not win, but Mike did, which essentially saved Mike after using his idol last time. And Carolyn, though, who was this powerhouse player and seen as a threat, felt threatened at tribal council, so she chose to play her hidden idol as she had 5 votes against her, with 2 being Dan's, since he finally used his double vote advantage and she successfully negated it. And Dan would now be the one voted out as he had 2 votes against him. The final reward challenge would feature their loved ones coming to the camp, as the challenge had them crawl through a net, make their way to a table where they would slide tiles into the right places, and once all of them would be through, they would use a machete to transport those tiles over a seesaw and balance beam to get to the final area, where they would sort them into pairs, and 3 of the tiles would not match up, as those would hold the code to the combination that will unlock their box. Mike would take the win here and got to spend time with his mother at the camp for a while, and they also got an advantage for the next challenge by getting to practice it beforehand. This ended up helping Mike win the immunity challenge of finding medallions while blindfolded in a maze, with tribal council ending in a 4-1 vote out against Sierra, which sent her to the jury. The final immunity challenge next would seal the deal for the end game, for whoever would win, as they would have to untie knots to get a gate open, go up a tower to grab a key, slide back down and make it through some more obstacles to then use the key to get some puzzle piece bags to assemble a lighthouse puzzle, as Mike would end up winning, earning immunity, but at tribal council the votes were evenly split 2-2 on Carolyn and Rodney, sending them to the fire challenge tiebreaker as Carolyn pushed through, beating out Rodney and joining Will and Mike in the final 3. Now, in the end, after all having a chance to speak on their game with the jury and hearing back what they had to say, Mike would end up being voted this season's sole survivor. Some well fought for wins against a mix of interesting and reoccurring challenges, but the fun initial concept didn't offer anything too special to be overall that memorable. As what was more memorable is at the reunion special, the players joining the next season would be chosen by a public vote from fans of the show, as Jeff walked around the audience that was filled with some returning players waiting to find out if they made it back into the show or not, and revealed who they all would be, packing them onto a bus and sending them to Cambodia for season 31. Survivor Cambodia is full of a bunch of players that we've seen before, and with 2 starting tribes here, Bion and Takeo, we have Monica, Cass, Andrew, Sierra, Steven, Joe, Kimmy, Keith, Tasha, and Jeremy for Bion, and for Takeo we have Vetus, Shireen, PG, Jeff, Terry, Wu, Kelly, Abby Maria, Other Kelly, and Spencer. The first reward challenge would have the tribes raid a boat for supplies and load them onto a raft, paddling it out to another boat, with the first tribe reaching the boat earning an extra bag of rice. The Takeo tribe would win thanks to Wu, and their tribe wasted no time in setting up their campsite and planning out how they're going to start working together. Some potential drama also was happening here though, as Ahry Maria ended up losing her bracelet only to find it within PG's bag, but at least this whole situation was able to be cleared up for now. A clue for the immunity idol would reveal it to be found at the next immunity challenge, interesting enough. At the reward immunity challenge, the tribes would guide a raft in the water, lighting some torches on a path, and head back to the shore, where a pole would be assembled together to reach some keys to unlock a gate for them to light the final torch. The Bion tribe would end up winning the challenge, getting a fire making kit and a tarp along with immunity. But for Kelly on the Takeo tribe, she was able to grab the hidden idol. For the first tribal council, the votes would end pretty split between two players, Ahry Maria and Vetus. But with 6 votes, Vetus would be voted out first for the season. Since Survivor has been running for now over 30 seasons at this point, the alliances being built would feature a clique mentality of old schoolers and new schoolers. The feuding between Ahry Maria and PG continued as they clashed after Ahry Maria heard her and Shirin speaking bad about her, which, to be fair, she was already pushed aside by the others because of her attitude and communication with others. Terry would align with Ahry Maria at this point because she was easy to sway. On the Bion tribe, Steven was suspicious that Jeremy was looking for a hidden idol, but Jeremy was approached by Andrew to go after Steven for the reasons of always strategizing and being in a game mode. In a survival game where a large prize is on the line? Huh, go figure. The reward immunity challenge of making their way over to some A-frame obstacles, then using a rope to pull up a crate to them, getting the puzzle pieces from inside to solve the puzzle, would end up being won by the Bion tribe, getting them a packed toolkit and immunity. For Takeo, Shirin would speak with Ahry Maria, apologizing to her about her conversations with PG. But this did little to sway her any favors aside from maybe sleeping better at night, and by that, I mean in her own bed, as she would be voted out in a 5-4 vote. In an interesting move for Survivor, Jeff would do the opposite of emerge, and have this kind of being a tribe swap, is now the 2 tribes would become 3 tribes, and in general, a lot of moving everyone around would happen. Takeo would now consist of Sierra, Joe, Cass, Keith, Kelly, and Terry. Bion now would have Jeremy, the other Kelly, Kimmy, Monica, Spencer, and Steven. And now for the new tribe, Anchor, they would have Ahry Maria, Andrew, Jeff, PG, Tasha, and Wu. Being a new randomly put together tribe, having a new camp to set up, it was definitely going to be a struggle, especially when some bad weather began rolling in. Ahry Maria and PG would still be around each other, as the others would notice the clear tension in the air between them. What's more fierce, the storm rolling in or their feud? The immunity challenge this episode brought back the wagon navigating around obstacles, being disassembled and reassembled at certain points challenge, ending with a puzzle like usual as the Takeo tribe came in first and the Bion tribe came in second, along with Jeremy on the tribe finding and grabbing a hidden idol, thus leaving the new Anchor tribe in last place and heading to tribal council right away, with the boiling point being hit for PG and Ahry Maria, resulting in a 4-2 vote between them as PG received the higher number and was sent home. Now, sneaking stuff into the game of Survivor has been a thing that has been confirmed by some, rumored by some, and even alluded to in the show itself, as this season it seemed that PG may have got more than a little snuck in. While some have been accused of bringing in food, she apparently would bring in flint, fishing wire, and fishing hooks, that she all disguised as jewelry, with Jeff Varner saying that she did and called her gangster for doing it, also noting that it was confiscated. Cheaters never win, everyone, unless you're just better at hiding it. Speaking of Jeff Varner, he was seemingly the next target on his tribe as Tasha led the charge for that. The reward challenge now would have them retrieve some sandbags and launch them into a net higher up to win a grill with cookware and some food, as this would go to the Anchor tribe thanks to Andrew, as Takeo placed second, winning a walk and some veggies, and Bion got nothing. As for the immunity challenge, a shot collar would help the blindfolded tribe mates find a bunch of puzzle pieces and then assemble them, with Bion taking first, faring better than before, with Takeo taking second, leaving Anchor for tribal council once more. Jeff was at fault for this challenge, being that he dropped a piece of the puzzle on his foot at one point. And come tribal council, Jeff was unanimously voted out. The next reward challenge would have them using barrels to roll another member in them to complete the task that we've seen before in the game, as the Takeo tribe took first, getting fruit, juice, and some comfort items, and Anchor took second place, getting them a tarp. At Anchor, suspicions of manipulation were there, specifically from Ahry Maria, who thinks that Wu was getting sympathy from Tasha and Andrew based on him telling them about his mother, and thought it was some sort of play being made by him. But for the immunity challenge, they all raced through some obstacles obstacles, then launch some sandbags at targets below them, as the Angkor tribe would hit all of their targets first and Takeo would come in second. Bion would head to Tribal Council though now, and in a 3-2-1 vote, Monica would be shocked as she would be the one voted out. At the start of the next episode, Jeff went to Takeo's camp to let Terry know that his wife and doctor requested him to come home and leave the game to be with his family as his son had been hospitalized. Luckily, his son was okay and had a successful heart transplant. The next day, the tribes would be swapped around again, going back to only 2, with Bion now having Jeremy, Joe, Keith, Kelly, Kimmy, Steven, and Tasha. As for Takeo now, it was Abi Maria, Andrew, Sierra, Cass, the other Kelly, Spencer, and Wu. After that, they played a little bit of that slippery one-on-one ring toss, as the Takeo tribe would win and earn a nice meal. However, for the immunity challenge in a race of eating local delicacies, Bion would win thanks to Tasha beating Cass in the final round, sending Takeo to Tribal Council. And at Tribal Council, in a close vote of 4-3, Wu would be voted out of the game. Now, even though we've been swapping tribes and making new tribes this season, it's time for the official merge. Now, some old alliances would try to reform back together as other suspicions began to brew, as lies would be said and old feuds would be brought back up. It didn't matter anymore because it was now time for the next immunity challenge. They all would be balancing a ball on a pole with one hand while standing on a beam that they would have to move to a narrower part as the time went on, as well as lowering their grip on the pole as time progressed. And Joe would win, earning the first individual immunity. The majority plan right now would be to split votes between Cass and Sierra for a vote out to see if any of the idols get played, but the final result at Tribal Council would be Cass with 6 votes and would now be sent out of the game. Dividing the tribe into 2 teams, the next reward challenge had them head into the water to get some puzzle cubes that would be brought to shore, then need to be stacked where no repeating colors showed on each side. The green team of Sierra, Joe, Keith, Kelly, and the other Kelly and Kimmy would win and get to enjoy some coffee and treats from the Survivor Cafe. Andrew would later overhear a plot from Jeremy, Steven, Spencer, and Tasha to vote out Joe, and then he told him about it. The only stipulation was if he did win immunity, they obviously wouldn't. Luckily, he would win at the rope ball balance immunity challenge, so now at Tribal Council, the majority of the votes would land on this Kelly, but she would play her immunity idol, and with only 3 votes on them, compared to Kelly's 9, Andrew would be voted out. Now, divided into teams again, they would have to partake in the Sticks Reward Challenge. Sierra, Tasha, Steven, Joe, and Spencer would win and earn a spa trip, which sounds really great right about now. Sierra then tried to rally with the others that Jeremy needed to be the next out, but Jeremy would get a clue to the hidden immunity idol, having to sneak around at night to find it, leading him right to it from that clue. The immunity challenge of lasting longest on an A-frame, moving higher up every so often, Joe once more would win the immunity. But during the game, Jeff offered the players who jumped off the challenge a chance at some sort of advantage by getting to the buoy out in the water first. Steven would end up winning this, and it was the advantage of stealing a vote from someone, controlling who they vote for essentially, but it would only be valid until the final 5. For Tribal Council, the votes were spread between this Kelly, Sierra, and this Kelly, as that first Kelly ended up receiving the majority at 6 votes and being eliminated from the game. The next reward challenge split them into teams again, facing off against each other as they retrieve a ball in the water and shoot it up into their net, with the purple team winning with Abi Maria, Tasha, Sierra, Spencer, and Joe getting a trip to a Cambodian circus and a nice lunch. Before we get to the immunity challenge, Jeff mentions to them that they can forfeit from that challenge if they want to in favor of a better shelter for their living space just in general, which would come with a waterproof roof to help from all the rain, but only if 5 of the contestants in total drop out from playing this challenge. Everyone aside from Joe and Keith backed out, leaving them to compete in balancing a ball against a hanging piece of wood while maintaining their balance on one foot on a block. Joe would win once more, and at Tribal Council, Steven saved himself by playing his hidden idol, so all of the votes against him would mean nothing, and now Sierra would be the one voted out of the game. Continuing on, Jeff would now tell them a story regarding Cambodian history, as the reward challenge had them answering questions regarding the story at different stations in a maze to earn all of the medallions needed. Steven would end up winning and earn a helicopter ride to a resort, as well as a nice meal, choosing to share it with Tasha and Jeremy, but Kelly, however, would find a hidden idol clue during the challenge, leading her to find the hidden idol underneath their newly built shelter, as well as she aligned with the others at camp who did not go on the reward, as well as Kimmy. For the next immunity challenge, having to only use their feet, it would have them undo a roll to get some blocks free, stacking them into 3 rows and placing a flag in the center, ending with Spencer winning and earning immunity. For Tribal Council, Steven would finally use his steal a vote advantage, taking Joe's vote, leaving a vote for him and a vote for Abi Maria. But Steven would end up being blindsided, getting 4 votes against him, taking him out of the game. While the new tribe now evenly split between men and women, the women would have formed a stronger alliance together to try and take out Joe if they would have the opportunity to. They were all next visited by their loved ones for the reward challenge, where they were untying puzzle bags and eventually solving a puzzle that spells out nourishment, as Kelly Kelly would win, getting a barbecue with their loved one and sharing it with Ahry Maria, Keith, Joe, Kimmy, and their loved ones. This gave time for Spencer, Jeremy, and Tasha to form a final 3 pact with each other. Kelly was on a roll here, winning the immunity challenge for women by balancing a statue on a pole as they hold the bottom of it, adding on new sections making it longer and harder to hold up. Joe pushed himself a little too hard in this challenge and passed out at one point, but was okay and still able to play in general. But Keith would win the immunity here for the men, and Joe seemed like a safe, good vote out for the majority of the players left. More so because he's a physical threat in the game for these challenges for the most part, but also kinda just for his health. Participating in the returning reward challenge of undoing rope, assembling a bridge, crossing it, to throw sandbags at blocks to knock them over, Keith would win, and get a feast at a Cambodian ceremony, sharing it with Kelly and Spencer. These 3 would make a final 3 deal together, and for the immunity challenge, they would make their way through an obstacle course in the water, grabbing a key, making their way back to unlock puzzle pieces they needed to solve, as Spencer would solve it first, and during the challenge, Tasha would be checked up by medical after she needed to be rescued from the water after dealing with exhaustion. She pushed through it later on and stayed in the game. At Tribal Council, Ahry Maria became a choice target here, receiving 4 votes and then taken out of the game. Now, in the finale of the season, we start out with the immunity challenge of assembling puzzle steps, going up to the top of the stairs to solve a sliding puzzle, where Steven won an easy immunity here. Spencer and Tasha would figure out that Kimmy, Keith, and Kelly were planning on going after Jeremy, but he didn't believe this, but played his immunity idol anyway. But so did Kelly. Only problem was, there were only 2 voted for, and they both had 3 votes each. So it would go to a vote reset, minus the people who were immune to vote for, ending yet again in another tie between Tasha and Kimmy. Once they told Jeff that the votes just wouldn't change, he said that they would have to work together and come up with a decision between the 2, eventually choosing Kimmy. The next immunity challenge of navigating an obstacle course and grabbing 6 puzzle bags, then solving the puzzle, would be won by Kelly, and the Tribal Council after would be split between Keith and Spencer, with Keith receiving 1 more vote and taken out of the game. Now on to the final immunity challenge of the episode, as so many people were still in the game for this final episode. The castaways would take part in the challenge of dropping balls down a metal track that can release them in different directions, as they must catch the balls as the number of them increase to stay in the game, and win, which Jeremy would do, and for the last regular Tribal Council, Kelly would be voted out, with Jeremy, Spencer, and Tasha being the final 3. And after speaking with the jury for the final Tribal Council, it would be a unanimous decision, as Jeremy would receive 10 votes and become this season's sole survivor. Overall, this was a pretty fun season, with a nice chance for people to come back and try and win again. And I feel that there were some good players to root for along the way, with a little bit of drama here and there, but you add in all of the blind sides that happened and the strategies that were made, the conversations between players and the Tribal Councils, it all seemed pretty interesting to me to watch compared to a lot of the others around this era for me. So I would say this was a pretty solid season overall. I enjoyed it. Survivor Season 32 was bringing back the theme of brains versus brawn versus beauty. Our brains tribe had Liz from New York, age 26, Peter from Minnesota, age 34, Neil from California, age 38, Debbie from Pennsylvania, age 49, Joe from Florida, age 71, and Ahry from New Jersey, age 24. Our beauty tribe had Caleb from Kentucky, age 27, Anna from New York, age 26, Nick from California, age 30, Julia from Massachusetts, age 18, Ty from California, age 51, and Michelle from New Jersey, age 24. In the Brawn tribe, we have Darnell from Illinois, age 27, Jennifer from Utah, age 37, Alicia from Texas, age 23, Scott from Indiana, age 40, Kyle from Michigan, age 30, and Sydney from Georgia, age 22. Right off the bat, for our Brawn tribe, Jason began working on forming alliances with multiple other people, but initially with Scott and Jennifer, and saw Sydney as the weakest link on their tribe. Jennifer had a bug crawl on her and got stuck in her ear at one point. It didn't do anything serious, and then Scott helped pull it out. It's just something a little funny to get the game going. The Brains would see the alliance of Ahry, Liz, Peter, and Neil form, making the other 2, Debbie and Joe, the outcasts on the tribe. Lastly, on the Beauty tribe, Julia, Michelle, and Anna formed a loose alliance after getting to know each other and earning general trust. The first reward immunity challenge had them swim out to a boat, diving down for the paddles and bringing it back to the shore, and onto a track and assembling a puzzle. The Brains tribe would take first place and get a fire making kit, with the Beauty tribe earning some flint for second place. The weakest links on the Brawn tribe from the challenge were Darnell and Alicia, making them easy targets for Tribal Council, where the results would initially end up in a tie vote between the 2, and upon the revote, Darnell received all the votes, becoming the first elimination from this season. Ty on the Beauty tribe ended up finding the hidden idol at the camp, but it was in a locked box, telling him where to find the key, but he didn't find it for now. The next reward immunity challenge had the tribes get a few 100-pound log and carry it through several obstacles to then remove some balls attached to it to launch at and hit some targets, with the Beauty tribe coming in first place and getting some fishing gear, while Brains would come in second, getting a smaller fishing kit, with the Brawn tribe surprisingly coming in last. Their tribe at Tribal Council would see Jennifer as someone that they couldn't trust, as she spoke about the different plans and strategies going around to the group, ending with her being voted out of the game in a 3-2 vote. Alicia, who was more on the outside of the Braun tribe, found a clue to their hidden idol, sharing it with Sydney, but in Survivor fashion, Sydney passed this info along to both Scott and Jason, as all of them were on the lookout for the idol now, with Jason and Scott finding the key to open the lockbox. The Beauty tribe was also looking for their idol, as Ty found the key to unlock their tribe's box as well. The next reward immunity challenge has them jumping into the water towards a boat to retrieve bags of rice, having to push them through a hole in a gate, and then crossing a balance beam, getting to the beach to open the rice bags, getting some balls out of them, and getting them up a wall through a bunch of holes on it, leading to the top. The Beauty tribe would take first place, getting to choose either comfort items or their luxury items, with the second place tribe, the Braun tribe, getting the option that the first place winners didn't pick for their reward. For the Brains tribe, everything seemed indecisive, as a split vote between Ahry, Liz, and Peter with 2 votes each occurred, but upon a revote, Liz became the one with all of the votes on them. The first standalone reward challenge had them race their way through a sandpit, digging up some ball bags, where they'd be rolled up a ramp and hopefully landing the ball in each of the slots. The Brains tribe placed first, getting cooking utensils, spices, and some coffee, while the Beauty tribe took second, getting a bit less cooking utensils. Things seemed to be off to a grueling start this season, as Debbie ended up having to be checked out by medical after suffering from heat stroke during the challenge, but was okay later on, as well as Sydney and Caleb needed to be treated for heat stroke as well after the game. Unfortunately, Caleb's case of it was too severe and had to be evacuated from the game at that moment, spending several days in the ICU. The immunity challenge later on for 2 tribe members making their way into the jungle to climb up a ladder getting some puzzle pieces, while 2 other tribe members make their way into the water to dive down for more puzzle pieces, would then come together with the remaining tribe members to solve the puzzle, resulted in the Brains and the Beauty tribe coming in first and second place, leaving the Braun tribe up for Tribal Council. Or, per Jeff's offer, they can vote someone off right then and there if everyone agreed to it, but Elisa said that there wouldn't be a chance that they'd all go along with that happening. But there just might have been, as later on anyway, she was the one voted out by the rest of the tribe. Things would get a bit changed up in this next episode as we start with the Brains' hidden idol being found by Neil before the rest of the other players in general would be swapped and divided into just 2 tribes now, as the Chan-Lo tribe would have Sydney, Debbie, Jason, Nick, Neil, and Michelle, with the Gondal tribe having Anna, Ahry, Ty, Scott, Joe, and Peter, leaving Julia as the odd one out, and surprised, became exiled, at least for now, and will join whatever tribe loses the next immunity challenge, which for that they would have to retrieve puzzle pieces from a net in the water and eventually solve the puzzle, as the Chan-Lo tribe would take the win, and Gondal would face Tribal Council. Ty would end up showing Scott and Anna his idol, and Scott worried about Jason playing one too, telling Ty not to play it, and he didn't, as in a 5-1 vote, Anna would be the one voted off. The reward challenge next had them untying a bunch of buoys, and they would be brought to the shore and used to be shot into a basket, with the Gondal tribe doing so first, earning them a nice picnic. While Debbie would be there for her saying everything was fine, Michelle feared that her struggles aided heavily in the Chan-Lo tribe losing the reward and making her a target. For the immunity challenge, the tribes made their way along an obstacle course and then moved some blocks through a net to eventually stack them, as the Chan-Lo tribe barely got by and won, leaving the Gondal tribe heading to Tribal Council again. In a 4-2 vote, Peter would be the next person eliminated from the game. Peter would be another case of having to go to the hospital after getting out of the game, as he had to have surgery for an infection spreading in his hand and in his back. Sydney, along with Jason, noticed something in Neil's pocket on the Chan-Lo tribe, assuming he may have an idol on him. The tribes, however, would officially merge right here, becoming one as they spent time getting acquainted and aligning themselves accordingly, bringing us to the next immunity challenge, where they would have to stand on a log while balancing a ball on a disc, adding more balls on over time, with Nick winning the first individual immunity of the game. But rather than Tribal Council for this episode, a doctor would visit the camp with Jeff and checked in on some of the players. Like I mentioned, things were just a bit too brutal this season, whether it's been during the game or after some people have been voted out. But afterward, Neil's knee had too bad of an infection wound and needed to be taken out of the game. Alliance-wise now, the mixed Braun and Beauty Alliance was the majority, having 7 members in it compared to the Brains Alliance of just 3. Starting the next episode off with a reward challenge of splitting into 2 teams, as they use stepping pools to make their way from one platform to another, then swimming over to the next one after that, fitting everyone on the team on that platform, giving the yellow team of Debbie, Nick, Scott, Julia, and Ty the win, and reward of getting to eat some ice cream. Some of the others were worried of a woman-only alliance forming, as the late game was coming up. The next immunity challenge had them balance on a small perch while holding onto a handle, trying to last the longest while Jeff offered food to get the people to jump out of the challenge. Ty would end up the winner at the end, and for Tribal Council, the women band together, and in the majority vote, Nick was voted out of the game. Ty showed off his idol to Jason, who showed his back, after aligning together with Scott, although Ty felt odd about the other two hiding their tribe's machete and axe, along with putting out their fire, feeling it was a little bit too childish. The reward challenge would split up the tribe into teams again, as they had to untie themselves from each other and then throw sandbags at some blocks to knock them over. The odd member out would be Joe, who had to predict who he thought would win, and if he was right, he would be able to join them for the reward as well. The yellow team of Julia, Ty, Scott, and Jason won, earning a Chinese food lunch, and Joe wouldn't join them, as he thought the other team would win. Ty would finally give in to doing some sabotage as well, and took out the fire later on. But for the immunity challenge, the players would set up blocks like dominoes to hit the final block at the end first to be claimed the winner, with Julia earning immunity here. The women discussed splitting votes between Scott and Ty, but Julia was originally going to be the target for them if she didn't win that challenge, so she told Scott that that was the plan, hoping they could aim at Debbie instead. And at Tribal Council, Debbie got a big surprise as she would be voted out by the rest of the women in the game. The next reward challenge had them using one leg to balance a seesaw with stacked pots on it to win for one of the 3 different rewards, as Julia beat Joe, competing for the letter from home. Ty beat both Sydney and Ahry for an advantage of an extra vote at any Tribal Council coming up until the final 5, and Michelle beat both Jason and Scott for a hamburger meal. The immunity challenge up next had them supporting discs with pots attached to some posts, only using their fingertips and not letting them fall, as Jason would end up winning immunity and he would give his idol to Scott, and between them and Ty, they were planning to create the super idol. But come time for Tribal Council, Ty didn't participate to make that happen, and Scott was the one voted out of the game. The play got Jason's idol out of the game and not used, as Ty would be the one in the majority alliance with Joe, Sydney, and Ahry. Ty had to explain his backstab to Jason, claiming that he thought him and Scott were going to backstab him, only resulting in more anger from Jason. The reward challenge put the players in pairs tied together and having to get through the obstacle course and retrieve some rings. Sydney and Michelle ended up winning, earning the reward of a helicopter tour and a picnic. Jason would try to plot with Julia to go after Ty for the next vote, so after Michelle would win the immunity challenge of correctly memorizing and repeating the same pattern back, Ty had faith and didn't use his idol, which paid off, as in a 5-2 vote, Julia would be voted out of the game. Ty would then reveal to Joe and Ahry that he has the double vote advantage, and the next reward challenge had them split into groups of 3, making their way through a water-based obstacle course, getting to a table maze, untying balls, and helping maneuvering them to the center slots, with the blue team of Jason, Michelle, and Ty winning, getting to go then help at an animal sanctuary, getting a fun tour of it, and just having a good time. Sydney would end up winning the immunity challenge of retrieving stacking blocks that would end up spelling out immunity. For Tribal Council though, Ty wanted to lead the vote out of Michelle, even using his advantage in voting twice on her, but the others knew that the real threat in the endgame is currently Jason, and he was voted out from the majority, having the most amount of votes on his name. Starting off with the next reward challenge, they would retrieve sandbags to launch at a series of targets, and could win an overnight spa trip and a nice meal, as Joe won and shared it with both Sydney and Ahry. Sadly, this wouldn't be the best episode for Joe, as later on he fell ill, specifically for the food that he ate on the reward, only getting worse and unbearable to play in the game still, while having to now deal with medical, as they took a look at him and took him out of the game. But now that brings us to the finale of the season. The reward challenge first would be the one where they would have to get tiles through some obstacles to solve a combo lock, as at the end where Ahry won, she shared the reward of a protein-filled meal with Sydney, giving a chance for Ty and Michelle to maybe work together in breaking apart Ahry and Sydney. The final immunity challenge had them racing on a platform in the water to a tower to collect keys, opening up higher levels to get to the puzzle piece bag for them to solve, giving Michelle the win, and the result of a tie at Tribal Council between Ahry and Sydney, as they then had to go to the fire-making tiebreaker, as Ahry would beat out Sydney, sending her out of the game. In a special twist now, being at the final 3 of Ahry, Ty, and Michelle, Jeff announced that there was going to be a reward challenge, and the reward was to vote out a jury member, giving a chance to take out someone who may be against you on the jury, as the challenge would have them be balanced on an unstable platform while using a pole to stack balls, as Michelle would end up winning and Neil was removed from the jury. For the final Tribal Council, each player was given some words from the jury discussing how they played, with some good and some bad comments like usual, but in the end, Michelle would be voted for and became this season's sole survivor. This season overall took another shot at the beauty, brains, and bronze concept, and had a lot of fun with it, but didn't do too much with it either, just giving it early on attention before the season became one of many evacuations from those being hurt or having to deal with infections after being voted off. The season also offered a lot of fun players to watch and root for as well, and whether you like him or paid him for his gameplay, Ty was a fun person to root for or see just navigate all the way to the end, and how Michelle ended up proving herself worthy of the win throughout leading to a strong and solid win. Yeah, really entertaining and enjoyable season.
Game of Judy, have you made your decision? Should Clint or should not Clint continue to be Joker at our wedding?
Hell
have. Okay, then Survivor's Jeff Probst. Please share the results.
Tribe has spoken. Clint gets to be Joker.
Season 33 of Survivor really starts feeling more like the current time, as it's titled Millennials vs. Gen X, where the two generations are put in two tribes to compete against one another. In the Millennial tribe, we have Mari from California, age 31, Figgy from Tennessee, age 23, Michaela from Texas, age 25, Michelle from Washington, age 28, Taylor from Idaho, age 24, Zeke from New York, age 28, Will from New Jersey, age 18, Jay from Florida, age 26, Hannah from California, age 24, and Adam from California, age 25. In the Gen X tribe, we have Rachel from California, age 37, Paul from Florida, age 52, Lucy from California, age 42, Cece from California, age 39, Chris from Oklahoma, age 38, Jessica from New York, age 37, Sunday from Minnesota, age 45, Brett from Massachusetts, age 42, David from California, age 42, and Ken from Colorado, age 33. At the start of the game, Jessica from the Gen X tribe would find a special envelope that had a legacy advantage given to her but not detailed yet, as it was specifically an advantage for day 36 if she makes it that far in the game. If she doesn't, she would have to privately give it to another person, as she would leave. Setting up shelter initially though was hard, as a terrible storm swept the whole area, eventually becoming worse, being upgraded to a cyclone, where they all needed to be evacuated for the night for their safety until it passes, and the next day they would all be going back. Zeke would help lead the effort of building up the tribe and making a fire for the Millennials, while Taylor, who begun flirting with Figgy, formed a bond with Jay and brought in Michelle for a solid starting alliance here. For the Gen X tribe, two members would already be making bad impressions on the rest of the tribe, as Rachel was being too bossy, annoying them all, and David wasn't having the easiest time setting up the camp and eventually went off to look for the hidden idol, making the others not have trust in him. The first reward immunity challenge would have them go through an obstacle course and solve a puzzle, as the new side option would add in shortcut opportunities to take, as the Millennials took one and Gen X took both of them, but the Millennials in the end won and earned some flint, and for Gen X, Rachel was one of the reasons that they struggled in the challenge, leading to her being the first person voted out of the show at Tribal Council. David was finally able to get some things going over at the Gen X campsite by starting a fire, but the others like Chris and Paul were thinking that he would be the first target for them at the next elimination. Luckily for now, he found the hidden idol, aligning with Cece and Ken, showing them the idol. Similar to the last season though, heat exhaustion is running rampant in the game, as Paul had to deal with this getting checked out and taken care of, but still being all good to play. Over on the Millennials, Michaela overheard Taylor and Figgy making out, letting the others know and causing some awkward conversations. Millennials, am I right? Technically, I am a millennial. The reward immunity challenge had them swim out to retrieve keys to unlock a diving mask, using it to get some hoops to then throw at targets, with Gen X taking the win and getting a tarp. And originally it seemed like the Millennials would try and split Figgy and Taylor up by voting one of them out, but in a surprise to Mari, she would be blindsided by the majority and be voted out. If Mari seems familiar to any avid YouTube viewers from, I don't know, like the past decade, you may know her from her time working with Smosh, working over there as talent and hosting a bunch of projects, and overall just appearing in a lot of different content throughout all of their different avenues, before leaving in 2020 to continue working on her own stuff. The next day, both tribes had to send 4 random people from each tribe to a summit, which was a chance for the representatives to meet and eat with one another, as a note tells them to break bread with your rivals, have a chance to mingle and get some one-on-one time to know the current rivals in the game, because this could even mean some pre-merge alliance building for later. The new reward immunity challenge had them carry heavy bags of coconuts and sandbags as they make their way through an obstacle course, to then separate them throwing sandbags at puzzle blocks to assemble to the puzzle, with the Millennials winning and earning some comfort items for the whole camp. Initially, Cece seemed like the target for Gen X here, specifically for her struggles and her performance on the balance beam portion, but later, once Paul made some out-of-pocket comments to Jessica, the majority of them, and a huge help from the women on the tribe, ended up voting Paul out of the game. The Millennials were mostly hunting for some food to eat, while Adam went looking for the hidden idol, finding a clue about its location, which he would find later on in the episode. The reward challenge next was for some steamed sausages and some vegetables, as they would retrieve a ring from the water, trying to hold the ring and hold onto the tribe's pole at the same time to earn some points, as Gen X won the challenge. Lucy was coming off bossy to a point of no return, it seemed, to the others, as Ken was not too happy about it. The immunity challenge had 3 tribe members at a time time make their way through the course to a chair at the end, as the others would lift them up and help them retrieve puzzle pieces for them to solve, leading to the millennials winning after that game would go on for quite a while. Lucy and Ken's arguing would continue on, but as there was an attempt to vote Jessica out, David used his idol to save her from getting voted out, leaving Lucy, who only had 2 votes, to now be voted out of the game. David would end up finding the re-hidden idol, so that's pretty good for him, but the tribes would be in for a little bit of a shakeup thanks to Jeff bringing back the 2 tribes into 3 tribes thing, as now we have the Ikabula tribe with Brett, Hannah, Jay, Michaela, Sunday, and Will, and the Takali tribe would have Jessica, Adam, Taylor, Figgy, and Ken, and then the last tribe, the Vanua tribe, had Cece, Chris, Michelle, Zeke, and David. The immunity challenge then would have them diving for buoys, and then tossing them into a basket as the Ikabula and Takahali tribe would win, leaving the Vanua tribe heading to tribal council, as they all ended up blindsiding Cece in a 4-1 vote, taking her out of the game. The next reward challenge was a classic case of a tribe member helping guide the blindfolded members through a course, getting puzzle pieces, and then solving that puzzle. The Vanu tribe would come in first place and get some desserts for the reward, with Ikabula coming in second, getting a plate of cookies. In the immunity challenge of going around the obstacles to get coconuts and billiard balls to get those through a labyrinth, as her tribe, the Ikabula, would take first place with the Vanua tribe in second. Despite how much they wanted to hide it, Figgy and Taylor's relationship was targeted, resulting in Figgy receiving the most votes and was eliminated from the show. Michaela's plans and strategies were scaring the others on the tribe. Worried about what would happen later on in the game if she stuck around, the next reward challenge had them collecting ball bags to then shoot them into a net, as the Vanua tribe would win and get a visit from a chef to cook them some nice meal, while the Ikabula came in second, getting some kebabs. The tribes would come together from 3 to 1, as they would eat food and were able to build upon their agreements, alliances, or in some cases, like Adam, finding an advantage that allows him to steal someone else's reward from the reward challenge. Taylor would end up hiding some of the food from the feast for later, but others took notice of that. He would also deny Adam's apologetic pleas of trying to align together and told Jay about Adam's plan to target Will, and since those two were allies, they would now target Adam when possible. At the next immunity challenge, while the group that was going after Adam for sure wanted to take him out, Michaela would be the one who received the majority of the votes in a massive 9-4 decision. Even though it would come crashing down on them, Adam and Taylor ended up promising to protect each other's secrets, that being the secret food stash and the reward stealing advantage. At the next immunity challenge, bringing back the hand over the head, shackled to a bucket of water battle, Will would outlast the others to earn the first individual immunity challenge after an hour and a half, and while the group was going after Adam for sure, in a 9-4 vote, Michelle would be voted off. The reward challenge had them in 2 teams, going through an obstacle course of getting a key to unlock a box, for it to drag back, to where it would then be macheted open, getting the rings inside to then toss them, and the purple team, which was Brett, David, Chris, Ken, Taylor, and Sunday, earning a trip to a poolside resort and some food. The immunity challenge next was a balancing act of a ball on a rounded bow, as they would have to move to more and more narrow parts of a balance beam that they are currently standing on, or you could just not play and eat some grilled cheeses instead. But Ken sure did play, and he sure did win that immunity. For tribal council though, Adam and Taylor of course fell apart already, as Taylor spilled the beans about both secrets and even lied about Adam eating some with him, and in the majority vote, Taylor was now gone from the game. The next episode would have a double stuffed one, with the first reward challenge having them split into 2 teams, pulling themselves onto a raft through an obstacle course to get keys, using them to unlock the cubes to stack them with an order of no repeating colors on each side, as the purple team of Adam, Hannah, Sunday, Brett, and Zeke would win and earn a trip to a floating pizza and chicken wing joint and would receive some letters from home. Immunity challenge wise, the players had to have a statue balancing on a pole for the longest, as David beat out the others for the immunity win. For our first tribal council of the episode, Chris would be voted out in the majority vote. The second reward challenge for a helicopter tour of the area and a nice picnic, the players in 3 teams of 3 raced through an obstacle course with their feet chained together and eventually getting to a snake puzzle to solve, which the orange team of Brett, Sunday, and Zeke won. But having David join them on the reward because he was the odd one out who didn't get to play. Following this, the next immunity challenge for the episode had to move a handle through a maze while not being able to see to eventually get it to the right location, to open the door to the cage and finish a final slide puzzle to win. Jay would end up winning, and after some alliance promising and aligning, tribal council would come up and David would play his hidden idol, and the votes would end up tied between Hannah and Zeke, forcing a revote that once again resulted in the same outcome. Going to a rock draw now between the others, Jessica would be the unlucky one here, pulling the rock that means she's lost and she's eliminated now. After that intensity, Zeke would have the majority alliance with Brett, Jay, Will, and Sunday, as they would go against David's alliance directly for this episode. Ken ended up finding a legacy advantage, and it's the same one Jessica received and had to leave behind for someone else if she didn't make it to a certain point, point, and well, guess that happened. The loved ones of the players came around, and the reward challenge had them attached to a rope as they would have to make it through an obstacle course to earn a lunch with their loved one. Jay would win and offered Will, Sunday, and Adam along with the loved ones all to partake. Adam would have time to speak with his brother regarding their mother's battle with cancer, making the moment super emotional here, as Adam would also give Jay his reward stealing advantage as a thank you for allowing him to have time with his loved one. The immunity challenge of the castaways holding a metal bar back from undoing and falling to break a tile, Adam here would win and earning immunity. For tribal council, Adam used his immunity idol on Hannah, but regardless of those votes, Zeke would still have more on him, sending him out to the jury now. The next episode hit us with an immunity challenge right away, where they would move some discs across an obstacle course to roll them down a ramp and into the slots that they were supposed to be in. As Jay came out victorious and jumping into tribal council right after, Will would be targeted by the majority and be voted out. Oh, another immunity challenge this episode? It had them send a ball up a ramp and down a plinko board, having to solve a puzzle and catch the ball before it hits the ground, repeating until the puzzle is solved, where Ken eventually would win, and for a second tribal council, Jay used his hidden idol, but Sunday would receive the majority of the votes and head to the jury. Sadly, after being diagnosed with both esophageal and ovarian cancer in 2020, Sunday passed away in April of 2021. In the season finale, David would work on making a fake idol, hiding it in a specific coconut, as his plan worked for someone to believe it, as Jay found it and did just that. Ken realized that his legacy advantage was due to be used at tribal council before the votes are read. So first, with the reward immunity challenge, they went through an obstacle course, got some puzzle piece bags, and then using the numbers on the puzzle pieces, helped them open a combo lock, releasing a key to get more puzzle pieces, as they would have to complete a bat puzzle, as David would win immunity and a steak dinner, which Jay would use his advantage to steal it, but use the invites allowed to bring David anyway, along with Adam. Aside from some discussing of where the endgame can go, tribal council came around and Jay would use that fake idol, as Jeff threw it in the fire to reveal it as such, and Ken used that advantage, which turned out to be an immunity from votes, but Jay would be the one voted out by everyone else. Continuing on, the players moved a buoy to the shore from the water, avoiding obstacles and moving puzzle pieces over a seesaw to solve the word puzzle, which Ken would do first. Adam would end up finding a hidden idol before we get into the next tribal council, and Brett was the next person voted out, as now Adam just wanted the immunity idol anyway and would now be aiming to take out David before the end. In the final immunity challenge, they brought back the metal structure on springs that they would then have to move a wooden bowl through, and Ken would secure this endgame by winning immunity for our last vote out of tribal council, and the plans to get David out worked here in a 3-to-1 sweep, giving us the final three of Hannah, Ken, and Adam. Now at final tribal council, Ken would be criticized for not making certain decisions until this was very late in the game. Hannah would be criticized for getting in the way and messing with other people's plans, and Adam was just picked on for being on the wrong side of the voting decisions. In the end, Adam would be given the title of sole survivor for this season of the show, even mentioning that $100,000 of his winnings are going to cancer research in honor of his mother, who would pass away, and a non-profit from Adam was launched because of it. I think this season is a good example of where we are in the timeline of the show, from where it started to more modern times, giving us a taste of the generation of the newer and younger players here, as well as giving us a generational team to root for to get you invested. Both tribes brought a lot of strengths and weaknesses with them, and a whole lot of alliance mistrust, multiple switches and betrayals, as well as everyone being blindsided by everything, which I think people just like doing to seem cooler and all strategic. I'm not saying that it isn't those things, I'm just saying it happens a lot. But before we truly get into the new era of the show and fully catch up to the end, let's have a little bit of a powwow here with something the social media generation loves, as well as any other generation does, as it's time to be honest with ourselves and not be liars pretending that we're better anymore. Drama. There is a lot of it on and off the show, and there's a handful of stuff that I wanted to talk about, so let's just get into it.
I need you to bring me your torch.
A staple of reality TV throughout the 2000s and to now is certainly the drama. We already have so much that happens on screen during the show itself that can be considered drama. I mean, the conflicts were a reason to watch and build connections to the contestants, but in general, a show this big is bound to be full of drama, less than favorable moments, and truly messed up and despicable things surrounding the different aspects from castaways themselves during the show or post the show in their general lives. Even production slip-ups, handling of more sensitive moments, and even even beef with the Great Barrier Reef. Throughout the video, I have mentioned things here and there regarding some pretty messed up moments, but left a lot that didn't need to be in context at that moment and saved it for this part in the video. Again, some of these may be smaller or less serious, some may be a lot more serious, and or not shining a great light on some players of the game specifically. But to start things off, let's mention something that happened early on. There was this other show called I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, where it took some celebrities and put them in a jungle for a few weeks, with them competing to be king or queen of the jungle. Now, this show would start post-Survivor existing, but when there were talks that ABC was now going to bring this show to the US, as it wanted to expand globally as well, Charlie Parsons saw this show as somewhat of a ripoff of his property, wanting to halt the production of the US version, thinking that this would be an easy case for CBS to take care of thanks to the popularity of Survivor. But the judge would rule this show not to be a direct copy of Survivor. Obviously, the people behind that show would be happy to hear this news and be confident that in any court system around the world, it would rule out the same. The judge noted that this show is in no violation of ripping off Survivor, as a majority of the medium out there takes and adapts existing things to make them new with their own spins on them. So yeah, they tried suing and they lost. Something that pertains to people on the show is the time that the show was being sued by one of the first contestants, Stacy Stillman, who in early 2001 would end up suing Survivor, well, suing CBS and Mark Burnett, over claims that the show was rigged for her ejection from it, saying that Dirk and Sean were persuaded by the producers to vote her out of the show when that wasn't originally going to be their plan, according to her. In her 14-page lawsuit, she details that they originally were going to vote off Rudy, but that they had been whispered to go after her instead. Because of this, she was seeking restitution for lost prize money, a bonus $75,000 for out-of-pocket expenses, and punitive damages. CBS and Mark would of course deny the allegations in this. Sean would end up saying that while he did have a talk with Mark, it was not something that led to influencing his vote on the matter, claiming that Mark would only tell him to vote with conscience. Mark would later countersue Stacy for an extreme amount of $5 million, most likely for a stipulation in the contract, as you'll see with other stipulations we'll bring up, but there's also likely reasons that it was for the public attacking of the show, or possibly just a scare tactic as both parties would settle out of court. Mark made sure to say that the claims from every angle of it were false and that Stacy at one point delayed the lawsuit trying to have CBS put her on another reality show specifically to her claims, one that isn't manipulated as well, later trying to also seek $5 million in a settlement. Both were denied. Now let's take a look back at Richard Hatch, who to this day is still very much ingrained in the world of Survivor, keeping up with it, talking about it, regardless of only being on the show twice for season 1 and then the All-Star season. We've already went over some of the stuff that went on with Richard, especially during the All-Star season, but aside from all the other shows and opportunities he had post-Survivor and post-winning season 1, where he won the whole thing, in early 2005, it was reported that he didn't report the $1 million he had won from Survivor, as brought up by the United States Attorney's Office in Providence, Rhode Island, and from the other money in his appearance fees post-Survivor at the time, about $321,000, were also claimed not to be reported. He was arrested for this and originally was going to make a deal by making a guilty plea, but retracted under the grounds of suddenly believing that CBS were the ones who were responsible for figuring out all the tax stuff. A handful of years later, he was arrested again and taken into federal custody for granting unauthorized interviews to take place during house arrest, and tried to fight this based on the prisoner rules of the interviews and not getting them cleared, only applying to those in prison, not under house arrest. But a month after, he was released from prison for completing the federal sentence, but went under house arrest some more until the end of 2011. He also may have tried sneaking some matches in a vial to bring onto the show for fire being stored in his, well, I feel like you could take a guess. Another little contestant issue was with Colby Donaldson, as when he won the reward to go to the Great Barrier Reef with Jerry, he broke some of Australia's environmental policies by breaking off and collecting a piece of coral, as it's an endangered species, and it's illegal to remove anything from the marine park itself. The fine was $110,000 in Australian dollars, as well as the helicopter that took them there broke an Australian law flying over the area where seabirds were breeding, disturbing it. Mark Burnett would apologize on behalf of Colby and the production team, with a big point of this being an issue bigger than Colby because of the televised factor of someone watching this, thinking it's okay to do what he did, and wanting to replicate the action of it one day. And you remember when we talked about season 13, the Cook Islands? Well, the show started with the tribes being split up between the contestants' races, which drew a lot of criticism, but is claimed to be the result of criticism regarding not being diverse enough. Specifically with the contestants, as you'd see major sponsors of the show like Coca-Cola, GM, Campbell's, Home Depot, etc. drop their initial support and funding, but decline that any of those reasons had anything to do with this season's controversy. And this would kind of carry over to the 14th season, as the majority majority of the cast was recruited to be on the show, rather than the traditional audition process and bypassing those who applied. But this was done in the efforts of finding more diverse cast members after struggling to find any through the auditions, or so it is said to be. For Survivor China's reunion show, Denise Martin was given a special bonus gift of $50,000 from Mark Burnett, as she announced that her work at school went from being the lunch lady to being demoted to school janitor based on how much of a distraction she would be for the students when she returned to work. But it would come to light thanks to the school district themselves publicly responding saying that this wasn't true, and that she applied to be the janitor before leaving to be on that season of Survivor. Denise would retract her comments about this, and she donated the money to charity. It's hard to think about a show like Survivor where cameras are constantly rolling day and night, with contestants either willingly or just by accident end up showing skin that then censors in editing may not catch, with a notable moment being Marcus Lemon's privates very briefly shown on the first episode of Survivor Gabon, which the network would come out and apologize for. And I guess you can say it was a bit of a nutty situation. What about fans of the show being involved in some drama with the show? Specifically a forum user named Jim, who would end up with a fat lawsuit from Mark Burnett, his production company, and CBS in 2010 for the alleged reasons of posting detailed spoilers and information about both seasons 19 and 20 within the Survivor forums, but Jim admitted that this was all coming to him from Russell Hantz, a contestant for both of those seasons. Throughout this lawsuit, he would cooperate with everything, leading to the lawsuit against him being dismissed by early 2011. As for Russell, a lawsuit wouldn't be drafted to go after him, even though the contract does have a clause that revealing information, like that specifically ahead of time before being aired on TV, leaves the contestant liable up to $5 million. Russell, though, claimed all this to be false. Another moment dealing with NDAs was before the season of Survivor David vs. Goliath even started, with the contestant Alec Merlino, as he would post up a photo on Instagram featuring him and Kara Kay from that season as well, captioning it with "F it." The reason this was bad was because the cast hadn't been announced yet, and this would spoil both of them being on the show and technically would have landed him with a $5 million penalty for leaking that information. But because he would lose appearance fees and the alleged ability to be part of the reunion show, he would not have to end up facing that penalty. But it was for sure clear that he was not allowed to be at the reunion, and he was never mentioned there. For the reunion show after Survivor Caramon, any contestant that didn't make it to the jury that season was not invited on stage, much to many fans and those contestants' dismay. The claimed reason was due to the new stage and setup not being suited for that amount of people, but it was clear that by not having the pre-jury eliminated members up there and speaking was a disservice to both fans and the contestants, leaving a lot of wanted answered questions unanswered, and even people like Eric, who placed 5th that season, not getting a chance to speak at all. For whatever reason they were doing this, may it be budgetary or for time constraints, clearly it wasn't liked by basically everyone, and it didn't celebrate the season that the show just had. Now, there were a few more serious moments on the show that caused some major backlash with what either happened in general or how certain parts of the situation were handled. One moment during Survivor Game Changers, a season we haven't spoken about yet at this point, the returning contestant Jeff Varner publicly outed Zeke Smith, another contestant that was playing as trans, as this moment left everyone speechless in confirming if what Jeff Varner just said and did actually just happened. No one in the moment was okay with this. The rest of the tribe mates and Jeff Probst took massive issue with these comments that were aimed as this gotcha moment. Varner would go back and forth with everyone at this tribal council, claiming this wasn't an attack and he's more than supportive of Zeke, but only calling attention to it as something deceptive to the game as a whole, which everyone else claimed otherwise. Zeke took this as a surprise, as he was kind of close with Varner, but in having the moment to speak, Zeke expressed a level of composure and went into their own personal experience. While Varner would be voted off instantly with no tribal council, just a full agreement from everyone that he needs to go, Zeke would be okay with all of this premiering on national television, as a vulnerable but important moment for him and others out there watching, even choosing to give Varner a hug before he would leave. Another upcoming season we will be speaking about is Survivor Island of the Idols. It had a heavily criticized moment regarding the contestant Dan Spillo, as the producers had to issue a warning to them for inappropriately touching Kelly Kim and some other of the contestants. Aside from the show and Jeff dealing with this, as after episode 12 Dan was removed from the game, other tribe mates, specifically Elizabeth Beazle and Missy Bird, would try to use these situations as a strategic method of voting out Kelly after that report. While the contestants have apologized for using the situation to their own benefit in the game, the production and Jeff would make sure that there was a great focus on earlier detection and prevention of this, regardless if it's as open and within an episode, or like with Dan continuing this behavior and harassment off camera. Just overall making sure that any contestant is protected from something of this matter, and on the reverse, harsh and strict penalties and as many preventional measures during casting and during the game. CBS, starting in 2020, across the board implemented their new diversity initiatives for all of the network's unscripted programming, which opened up a chance from previous Survivor contestants throughout the show's previous 20 years at that point to speak up about not having the support from other tribe mates or the suits that run the program. Whether it be by the way the show portrayed them not being accurate to who they are or who they were on the show, or whether how the others around them would make them seem with added in comments and more, especially the stuff we didn't get to see, the parts cut out in editing or not captured on camera at all. From the casting process to being on the show dealing with everyone, this became a major shift in focus for someone like Jeff, who said he wasn't as privy to it, or as he continued on to say, it opened the door to something we hadn't seen, one of our own blind spots. A show like Survivor, running now for nearly 25 years, was bound to have not just a few moments of drama, controversies, and problems, but a laundry list of it all, especially during all of the cultural and societal changes since the turn of the century. Survivor from the start has always had a level of inclusion, and not being afraid to be open about that. And while this has not been perfect all of the time for everyone out there, as people have been able to speak to this in detail, Survivor's strongest asset is the combination of different people from all walks of life coming together to partake in a survival competition, but more importantly, live together, communicate with one another, work together, and being able to see each other on the base level of humans. Some of the drama that we've discussed, sure, is silly, but some, just classifying it as drama is a disservice to what the situations were and who was affected by them. Will Survivor continue to grow and learn? Of course. It's a show that has been open to growth at every opportunity, making some great decisions and making some bad decisions. But Jeff, as he's gone through the ranks and is now in control of the show, has stated many times that being open to criticism, good or bad, being willing to listen and change where oversights may have been, is all part of the core DNA that makes the show work and what makes Jeff love being a part of it all. And to end this section of the video, I'd like to end on a more random and sillier moment, and that was when the, mysterious package of drugs was then found. During Survivor Panama, Shane from that season has confirmed the rumors of something that may have washed ashore, and that was a kilo of blow, appearing in front of Shane and Aris as they were shocked at what they had found, and upon opening the package, it was confirmed to be just that. With the camera and audio peeps seeing this, it wasn't long before producers got word of this, and at first debated if this was, 1, a good thing for the show, or 2, something bad that we need to deal with right now. As Shane would have the intrusive thoughts of, well, what if before challenges everyone takes a dip and lines their gums, giving them some sort of advantage? But before he could have even gone further with this thought, the brick was taken away from the contestants there, and for what happened to it, it's a guess that you'll have to make yourself. Shane would point out, or at least joke about, that the production crew overall was having a mighty fine season, and with how much work they have to do, who knows if this was their special secret to it all. But with all of that said, I am ready for my last leg of the show, going through essentially modern Survivor, getting to see the changes that happened as the pandemic hit and where it navigated because of that.
Welcome to the show. Thank you. Have a seat. Big show today.
The first, wow, do you see that? Sorry.
You just spit?
A little bit of spit just went
Right
out.
there.
That's the love. Sell it on eBay.
So at this point in the process of making this project, I had to find ways to keep me motivated and keep me going when I was drained, tired, and just plain wanted to watch anything else aside from Survivor. So I developed a system, a reward challenge system. I would set certain goals to hit, and if I was able to accomplish them in the time frames I gave myself, I'd reward myself with stuff like a round or two of Fortnite, or I'd get to open a pack of Pokemon cards, just whatever seemed to be so the opposite of the moment that would give me that rush of serotonin or dopamine that I needed. Anyway, we're about to enter the final stretch of the video. It's still a lot, but we've made it this far, right? So let's continue on.
Modern era.
Survivor brings us some familiar faces this season, and by that I mean our castaways are all returning players again, split into two tribes, the Nuku and the Mana. In Nuku we have JT, Ozzy, Debbie, Zeke, Sierra, Andrea, Suri, Ty, Brad, and Sarah. In Mana we have other Sierra, Tony, Caleb, Malcolm, Sandra, Jeff, Haley, Michaela, Aubrey, and Choizan. Right away when our players get there, the reward challenge has them gathering as much supplies as they can from a large ship, or you can go right after the large toolkit that was tied to a buoy with with the first tribe being able to get there at any point being the winners of the challenge. Winning, well, the toolkit, which the Nuku tribe would do thanks to Ahry. Sierra would find an envelope which was a legacy advantage, giving her or whoever is in possession of it immunity at either the final 13 or final 6 players remaining in the game, having to pass it off if voted out at any point. The next reward immunity challenge would have them row a raft to some obstacles, get some keys, and finishing up solving a captain's wheel puzzle, with the Nuku tribe winning again and earning some flint. Our first tribal council though gave us a clear 9-1 vote out of Sierra, this Sierra, on the Mana tribe, barely getting a real chance to even play the game this season. But jumping into the last reward immunity of the intro episode this season, they would have to retrieve this massive 30-foot long 400-pound snake thing, which would require solving several combinations to free the rings that are on it. That would end up spelling immunity, as Nuku would hit the 3-peat in the first episode, earning a fishing kit with a raft, while the Mana tribe would face tribal council again, where in a 7-2 split, Tony would be voted out of the game. After the massive start to the season, we would continue the 3-tribe split, where 2 tribes now become 3, and had some redistribution. The Mana tribe would now be Brad, Caleb, Debbie, Haley, Sierra, and Ty. The Nuku tribe would now be Aubrey, JT, Jeff, Malcolm, Michaela, and Sandra. And the new tribe Tavua would have Andrea, Zeke, Troyzen, Suri, Sarah, and Ozzy. Getting to the next reward immunity challenge, Troyzen found a hidden idol clue at the new Tavua camp, regarding the idol being at the challenge. The challenge itself would be the water transporting classic that we've seen plenty of times prior, with the Nuku tribe taking first place, getting a tarp, as well as either some comfort items or some food seasonings. And whichever they didn't pick, the second place tribe would get, having been Tavua. Troyzen was also able to grab that immunity idol, by the way. Mana would head to tribal council, where Caleb would be the next person voted out. At the next reward challenge, 2 members from each tribe would compete in the challenge itself, where one of them makes their way over several balance beams while carrying a ball on top of a pole, then trading the ball for a key for a chest that has sandbags as you throw them at some targets. The Nuku tribe would win first place, getting the reward of drinks and snacks, and Mana took second, getting some iced tea. For the immunity challenge, it was a classic blindfolded players event with one person calling out to their tribe. The Tavuo tribe here would end up winning, and the other 2 tribes would face tribal council as they figured out their next plays. But before tribal, Ty would find the hidden idol. But more importantly now was the vote out wasn't going to be for 2 people, as the Mana and Nuku tribes had to vote together against one another, where Sierra would easily have been voted out. But using her immunity idol to deflect the 6 votes that are on her, it meant that Malcolm would now be voted off. Because of this voting, JT would need to find an idol if he's lucky. Having the others distrust him, he knew his time here may be limited, and he would need a strong strategy to stay in the game. The reward challenge next would be retrieving a bow that you would be balancing a ball on as you cross over balance beams, leading to a final slide puzzle needing to be solved, as the Tavua tribe took first place and got some PB&J sandwiches, cookies, and milk, while second place, the Nuku tribe, would get some PB&J sandwiches by themselves. Mana lost, and Debbie was not happy with herself and decided to take it out on Brad, as she would call him the tribe's dictator. The next immunity challenge would be getting keys to unlock a chest full of sandbags that need to be transported, and use some of them to hit the target that they need to knock down for immunity, as the Mana tribe placed first with Tavua in second, as the Nuku tribe would now have to deal with tribal council, where JT in a 3-2 vote was eliminated from the game. On the Mana tribe, Ty's mission of trying to figure out where the hidden idol would be finally paid off, as he found it right before we get another tribe redistribution event. Going back to our 2 main tribes now, with Mana being Aubrey, Brad, Troyzen, Sierra, Suri, Michaela, and Haley, and the Nuku tribe would now be Andrea, Zeke, Sandra, Jeff, Ozzy, Ty, and Sarah, as Debbie would be the odd number out here and be exiled currently, joining the future losing team of the next immunity challenge. Initially, Zeke and Jeff had a strong bond which came into play later on, but for now, Ty would look at the other camp in a similar location to where he found the previous idol, and to his surprise, it was there. And maybe exile for Debbie isn't too bad, as right now she's just on a yacht as a previous contestant, John, just comes out of nowhere and gives her some advice in the game, and then having a choice at 3 different advantages: a fake idol making kit, an extra vote, or an advantage for the next immunity challenge, as she chose the extra vote. For the immunity challenge, the players would have to make their way through an obstacle course on the water, getting puzzle pieces that would need to be solved. As the Mana tribe won, the Nuku tribe would then face tribal council, voting out Sandra in the moment, as Jeff would start trying to plan to get Ozzy off the show as the merge was coming up. The next reward challenge was another that we've seen before, using a key to get planks, to then build a ladder to get some ball bags, and put the puzzle together. The Nuku tribe would win and get a pizza-filled meal, while the Mana tribe had time to reflect on the way that they've been playing the game in the past, and by that I mean all the players in their previous times on the show. For the Nuku tribe, Zeke and Jeff spoke as Zeke apologized for not keeping him in the loop on things after building a bond, even making final tribal council plans to be together. For the immunity challenge, they needed to go out and get some buoys that would then need to be deciphered, helping spell out the word metamorphosis. The Mana tribe would take the win here, but things get pretty wild for the ending of this episode with the Nuku tribe, as Jeff and Zeke would start falling back apart after just patching things up, with Jeff getting sketched out thinking that Zeke has a secret alliance with Ozzy and won't go after him with Jeff. So come Tribal Council, you guessed it, it was the major moment that we spoke about earlier where Jeff outed Zeke's personal business to everyone else in a way that seemed tactical and malicious. And we all remember that this resulted in no full-on voting here, just an agreement that sending Jeff Varner home was the unanimous call. Starting the next episode, the tribes would merge, and the first immunity challenge of this episode would have them doing the whole balancing a block between their head and the wood frame above them, where Andrea would end up winning, and for this next Tribal Council, the majority would vote out Haley. The next reward challenge would have them putting together the multiple piece fish puzzle, as the blue team of Andrea, Debbie, Ozzy, Troyzen, Zeke, and Ty would win and get a trip to the Marshall's Lounge Spa and a meal of some burgers. The next immunity challenge was just holding on to the pole for as long as you can, as Ty would end up winning, and the majority of the players would now target Ozzy in a clear opening to do so, with Debbie also using her double vote on him just in case, sending Ozzy out of the game. The next reward challenge would have them split into teams, again, as they maneuver through an obstacle course to then dive into the water for 5 rings, as the blue team of Andrea, Ahry, Sierra, Brad, and Debbie won and earned themselves a picnic. Sarah would see an advantage and without being seen was able to secure it, and it gave her the option to steal another player's vote up until the final 5. The immunity challenge we've seen plenty of times, having blocks spell out immunity while on an unbalanced board that you're holding onto a rope with. Troyzen would do so first and would win immunity here. And for the final Tribal Council of this episode, in a 6-5 vote, Debbie would be eliminated. A lot of alliances with all of these legacy players have turned into people just making separate deals or being too nonchalant about betraying agreements and voting. The next reward challenge would split them into teams again, where a player would be lifted up in a chair for them to be able to retrieve puzzle pieces and then go on and solving the word puzzle. The blue team here, consisting of Andrea, Ahry, Zeke, Sarah, and Brad, would win a trip to a luxury resort and a nice meal. For the immunity challenge though, it was the domino setup essentially, and Andrea would win immunity here as she then plotted against Zeke to take him out, as all the women ended up voting for Zeke at Tribal Council, aside from Sierra taking Zeke out of the game. The castaways would then be joined by their loved ones as the reward challenge, going through several obstacles to end using sandbags to knock down a pyramid of blocks, was won by the orange team, which consisted of Andrea, Brad, and Ahry, as they got to spend time with their loved ones and enjoy a barbecue with them, getting to extend an invite to Suri and Sarah to join with their loved ones as well. As far as the immunity challenge though, they would stand on small perches while having to hold on to a buoy the longest they can, with Brad taking the win here, and Sierra, who let Sarah know about the legacy advantage she has, helped push a vote to 6-3 for Sierra to be off, forcing her to give up the legacy advantage as Sarah would then get it. Next, they would bring back the immunity challenge of balancing an unstable board while holding onto a rope with one hand and with the other building a house of cards on that board, or again, house of tiles, as Ahry would win in only a handful of minutes, as the remaining players were then figuring out how they would all navigate the late game as we were rapidly approaching it. In a surprise to Andrea, and maybe even more so Ahry, for all of the tears shed, Andrea would be voted out in Tribal Council in a 6-2 vote. Another immunity challenge this episode would have them lifting up water in a bucket to fill a chute to get access to some keys and get back, finishing off with a block puzzle. As Brad would end up winning, getting immunity as we head into another Tribal Council this episode, Sarah would use her steal a vote advantage to just double a vote for whoever or spread votes around, as Michaela would be the one who'd be voted out. And now, for the final episode of the season, the reward immunity challenge to start things off was navigating a puzzle, finding the puzzle pieces, and solving the puzzle, as Brad would end up winning, earning the prize of a nice pasta meal, sharing it with Sarah and Troyzen. But for the Tribal Council, every person who thought that they were on the chopping block played a hidden idol, and the only person eligible to be voted out would unfortunately be Suri. The second to last immunity challenge had the players using paddles to help maneuver a ball through obstacles on a table maze, and Brad would earn another win here, which would be a huge plus, and come Tribal Council, Ahry would be the next person voted out, leading us to the last immunity challenge of the season, as they would then race to a tower to retrieve keys to unlock puzzle pieces that would need to be solved, and yep, you guessed it, Brad would win another immunity challenge here. And for Tribal Council, it was another clear 3-1 vote, as Ty would be the one eliminated from the game, leaving us now with the final 3 of Troyzen, Sarah, and Brad. However, the final Tribal Council would be a bit different, as Jeff led a more moderated prepared statement and prepared answer discussions. Sarah was praised for her social skills and strategic nature in the game, but criticized over her deceitfulness and lack of focus sometimes. Brad was hyped up for his skill in winning immunity challenges, but this arrogance would be his biggest downfall, not being able to communicate in the best of ways with others. Troyzen was hit with just following a leader, not really having a fun direction of their own, but in the end, it was revealed that this season's sole survivor would be none other than Sarah. And overall, I think this season was alright. It's always good to see a bunch of legacy characters play together. In fact, it's probably some of my favorite times to see people come back onto the show. Plus, there was a lot of deeper conversations added on here that gave us a lot more than the usual drama and challenges that we've seen in the past. And I think the only problem is that it plays the game out so much more chill little than usual, resulting in a less engaging season here. Similar to some of the other seasons of splitting up the tribes, the next season pits 3 tribes against each other based on how they are seen by their communities. Heroes versus healers versus hustlers. The Levu tribe, aka the Heroes, consists of Katrina from Minnesota, age 46, Alan from Texas, age 32, JP from California, age 28, Ashley from Florida, age 26, Chrissy from New Jersey, age 46, and Ben from Idaho, age 34. The Soko tribe, aka the Healers, has Rourke from California, age 27, Jessica from Kentucky, age 29, Desi from Virginia, age 27, Cole from Arizona, age 24, Joe from Connecticut, age 34, and Mike from Florida, age 43. And on the Yawa tribe, aka the Hustlers, consist of Simone from New York, age 25, Patrick from Alabama, age 25, Ali from California, age 24, Lauren from North Carolina, age 35, Devin from California, age 24, and Ryan from New Jersey, age 23. Right at the start, Jeff had them all get into the reward challenge, where each of the tribes had an urn on fire that is up 15 feet in the air, as they'd have to go and gather supplies until Jeff rings a bell, where then they would start paddling off in their boats to the beach, and they'd have to lift each other up to light their torch from that urn, with the Healers tribe taking first place, earning a fire-making kit, and the Heroes tribe coming in second, getting some flint, and Ryan on the Hustlers tribe would find a secret advantage, which would be a super idol, allowing it to be played after all the votes were read at tribal council, but only for the first tribal council if needed, and he offered this to Devin, as the two of them would make a final 2 deal already. The immunity challenge had them getting a cart up onto a track and choosing one of 3 mazes to take, with 3 different styles to get 3 balls through a maze to win. The Hustlers would win, followed by the Healers, leaving the Heroes to come in last and having to face tribal council. In a 5-to-1 vote, Katrina would be voted out first this season. Joe, thanks to the help of Cole, found an immunity idol, though was weary of Cole for knowing. Moving on to the reward immunity challenge, where they had to swim out to a floating net, which there they had to dive down to get some puzzle pieces to bring back for a puzzle to be put together, with the Healers winning first and getting a fishing kit, with the Heroes coming in second getting a smaller kit for fishing, as the Hustlers would lose, and at tribal council it was a discussion of strength or trust for a better tribe, but the strength would prevail, as Simone's trust play ended in her being voted out. The next immunity challenge had them using sandbags to knock blocks off of a ledge and then stack the blocks on top of each other. The Heroes would end up winning first place, getting 3 hens and a rooster, and the Healers would take second place, getting a dozen eggs. Patrick and Lauren would butt heads on the Hustlers tribe, especially after losing, but thanks to Patrick not swapping out in the challenge and being one of the reasons they lost, he would be voted out by all of the others, offering some hard words as he left.
You guys are awful. I hope you guys don't have a very successful game.
Next, we have the swapping of the tribes, where the new Levu tribe would be Alan, Ashley, Joe, Devin, and Desi, and the new Soko tribe would be Ali, Chrissy, JP, Rourke, and Ryan. And lastly, the new Yawa tribe was Ben, Cole, Mike, Jessica, and Lauren. Right away, we had another reward challenge where they would have to untangle themselves from a rope, getting free and pulling a sled to them with puzzle pieces on it to finish putting the puzzle together, as the Yawa tribe would win, getting them some PB&J sandwiches plus some chips on the side. Jessica would find a special secret advantage inside of the chips though when enjoying them, allowing her to block someone else's vote, and it can only be used at the next tribal council. The next immunity challenge had them go and get a crate of puzzle pieces to maneuver them through a table maze and under a cargo net, and eventually get more pieces to solve the full puzzle, with the Yawa tribe taking first place and the Soko tribe taking second, as the Levu tribe would head to tribal council, where Jessica's block advantage went to blocking Devin's vote, nearly leaving a split 2-2 votes on Alan and Joe. But Joe used his immunity idol, meaning that Alan, by default, would be the one voted off. The next episode starts with Ben having a difficult time and needing to get some fresh air away from the camp, after the sound of bamboo crackling in the fire at the Yawa camp was pulling up some memories from his past in the Marine Corps, concerning the others if he was okay. Later on, for the reward challenge, the players had to have their arms and legs bound together while they slithered through sand trying to push a ball through the course, and then a remaining player then shoots the ball into a basket, as the Levu tribe came in first, winning some coffee and pastries, with the Yawa taking second place and getting some iced coffee. Ryan felt responsible for the Soko tribe losing the reward challenge, as he would then be told to target Chrissy in a tribal council, to which he was feeling reluctant in doing so. Over at the Yawa camp, Jessica and Mike ended up finding an immunity idol. The next immunity challenge had the contestants swim out to retrieve some bags of rice from a boat and push them through a hole and make their way to the balance beam on shore, where they would open them up and find 3 balls within the bags, and then placing them in the slots they need to be in, with the Yawa tribe taking first and the Levu tribe coming in second, as the Soko tribe would head to tribal council. Going against what he was told to do and choosing what he felt was right to do, Ryan would be the swing vote and placed his vote onto Rourke, voting her out of the game in a 3-to-1 split, saving Chrissy. Ali, who was trying to push him to vote for Chrissy, got in a heated argument with Ryan, as he was just kind of scared of their bond and their aggressive nature, at least towards him. The reward challenge next would have them all go through an obstacle course as in pairs. They had to carry a buoy through it all and get it to a boat, then pull themselves themselves with a rope to a platform, having to then use a slingshot, shooting and trying to hit some targets as the Soko tribe would come in first, earning some pizzas and sodas, while the Yawa tribe would split a singular pizza. Cole from the Yawa tribe would end up passing out at one point from hunger, but thanks to the fast help from Jessica and Mike, he would make a quick recovery, claiming to feel better. But he may just be a target for Mike now because of this. For the immunity challenge, the tribe has to individually hold up a disc with a rope while on a balance beam, and another person would write immunity on the disc, pulling the rope, and if the person on the beam falls, or if their disc falls, then they would have to start again. But the Yawa tribe would win, as Levu would come in second, but the Soko tribe would be heading back to tribal council. And there, in full agreement, Chrissy, JP, and Ryan would all vote for Ahry to take her out of the show. Now it was time for the merge to happen, as then the tribes would come together, enjoy a steak meal, mingle, and begin building up how things were going to be shaping up over the rest of the season. The immunity challenge next was for the players to keep a ball spinning on a wheel while standing on balance beams, keeping it going the longest as they can, with Desi ending up winning here and getting the first individual immunity. During tribal council, Joe would have the idol he eventually went off and found, making a bit of a verbal combative scene, and played it for himself, but for really no reason, as all the votes were between Chrissy and Jessica.
Let's not talk about this vote. Let's talk about next vote. So everyone's uncomfortable right now. Am I gonna play it and not play it? But I'm gonna rock it for right now, so y'all figure it out. And I'm chilling right now.
As Jessica would be the one voted out of the show. Lauren would end up finding a secret advantage, seeing that it gives the power of a double vote during tribal council of their choosing, but only if they didn't vote in the next tribal council. The real challenge next would split the tribes up as they run to the top of a tower, having to shoot sandbags from slingshots to hit the targets, as the blue team of Chrissy, Cole, Ryan, JP, and Devin would win, receiving a pasta dinner on a private island. Joe would end up joining them as well, after the luck of drawing a rock that allowed him to go. Cole would end up finding a clue for the next hidden idol underneath a plate, trying to hide the clue afterwards, but Chrissy and Ryan both found the clue, with Ryan getting to finding it first. Immunity challenge wise, they would all be balancing a statue on a pole, adding more distance every so often, trying to hold out on not dropping it before the others, as Cole would end up saving himself from some of the others by winning immunity, and for when tribal council came around, with Lauren not voting per her option, to later on get 2 votes, but Joe and Desi would be tied, having 4 votes each. But upon a revote, Desi would earn the majority of the votes, taking her out of the game. For the next reward challenge, the tribe divided into teams of 5, as 3 of them would swim out to a ladder, get it up and jump into the water to retrieve a key from a buoy, and once all the keys have been acquired, the other 2 members unlock a chest to get some balls that are inside of it to score some baskets, as the red team of Chrissy, Cole, Mike, Joe, and JP would win, earning some time on a yacht and enjoying a meal. But as far as the next immunity challenge, Lauren would beat out all of the others by having to stand in some sort of squatting position while holding an urn at the right level, where it wouldn't be too high for water to spill on a fire below, or too low that their flag would release. Just overall outlasting the others here. In the end, for tribal council though, Mike would use his immunity idol, but the 2 votes that were on him to be negated wouldn't even matter, as Cole would have 7 votes placed on him, sending him off to the jury. Our next reward challenge in this massive episode had them using only their feet to undo a rope and assemble blocks with a flag in the middle, as Lauren won, sharing her reward of a tour of the island from above, cheeseburger meals, and letters from home with Ashley, Ben, and Devin. Here, Lauren would try to set up a solid 4-person alliance with this group, to which they were into it, and the next day, Ben would find a clue to a hidden idol and eventually found it before the next immunity challenge, which was the Bermuda Triangles challenge that we've seen a few times before, with some not having to participate if they'd rather just eat instead. Ashley would end up winning immunity here, and would set up this whole new alliance where they would plant Ben to be this double agent going after Mike, while Lauren, along with Ashley, would get Mike and Joe to join them in going after JP, hitting him hard at tribal council with 5 votes, taking him out. The next reward challenge this episode would divide the tribe into groups of 4, where they have to head out to a boat to bring it to shore, using bags of logs to push puzzle pieces out from a chute to finish up a puzzle, to win a spa trip and feast, as the blue team of Ashley, Joe, Ben, and Devin would win. Afterwards, the next immunity challenge of moving a key through a series of obstacles, it would unlock some puzzle pieces, as the same setup would bring them to the finishing area for them to piece together the word invulnerable to win immunity. But Chrissy here would earn the immunity for herself. Ryan would end up using his immunity idol at tribal council, but Joe would receive the majority of votes, and his time in the game had come to an end. The next episode brings us the members' loved ones coming around, as together with their loved ones, they would compete in a reward challenge of getting bags of marbles, as it would have black and white marbles in it, having to blindly both pull out the same color to stay in the challenge, as Chrissy and her husband would eventually beat out all of the others, earning the reward of a barbecue and spending time with their loved ones some more, sharing this with Ashley, Ryan, and Mike along with their loved ones. In the meantime, Ben would put some effort into creating a fake idol for someone to find, specifically hoping that Chrissy would be the one to, but Lauren would find something pretty cool, and that was half of a 2-part immunity idol, with the other half being at the next immunity challenge, where they had to support discs with weighted wind chimes on them, only using their fingertips, not not being allowed to drop them, with Ashley beating out Devin for the promise of getting a massage. Lauren would end up finding the other half of the idol, but was seen by Ben, but a blindside against him was probably brewing up anyway. For Tribal Council, Lauren would surprisingly learn that she wasn't in control, as Lauren left her extra vote advantage back at the campsite.
The advantage is I can't. I cannot use the advantage.
And while the 6 votes would still land on Ben, he would be saved by his immunity idol that made the 1 vote he left on Lauren strong enough to take her out of the game in a complete blindside that she couldn't have seen coming. After a pretty intense night, Ben was the person on the tribe feeling pretty alone and open for an easy vote out against him, having himself now waking up early to go look for a new idol with no one worried that he would find anything. The next reward challenge would have them in 3 pairs clipped to a rope, making their way through some obstacles, unclipping themselves at the end to play some ring toss on a target, as Devin and Chrissy would win and earn a private island overnight stay, along with a feast. Jeff allowed them to take another person as they invited Ryan to come along, as they then would discuss some sort of final 3 pact here with one another, but for now, in the next immunity challenge, it had them go through an obstacle course to get some sandbags and land one in a basket as you'd move higher up the tower, getting to the top to solve a puzzle with Chrissy pulling off another immunity win. Ben would eventually find that idol though that he was looking for, and desperately needed, or maybe not, as no one came after him. Instead, Ashley was the move here, with all of the votes landing on her, sending her to the jury. As for the finale to this season, Ben would quickly go and get another hidden idol, hopping from one to the other for his benefit. But for the reward immunity challenge, they would all swim out to some crates, jumping off them to get some keys that would unlock their puzzle, as they move some balls around to line them up in the proper color matching chutes, where Chrissy would win again, sharing her feast with Devin and Mike. For the first tribal council of the finale, and when the others thought they had Ben here no problem, he would reveal that he had another idol and played it, surprising them all and saving himself from the 3 votes that he had, and Devin and Mike each would have 1 vote against them, having to deal in a small revote where Mike would be the one taken out. The final 4 now would have 1 more twist dropped onto them from Jeff, as they would now have to ponder on what it would be as we get the final immunity challenge of the season. They would all have to stack together blocks on an unstable platform, and whoever spelled out the 3 tribes' original concepts correctly, as Chrissy won again on a legendary amount of individual wins in the endgame here. The twist now would be revealed as Chrissy would be given the final game advantage, giving her the power to choose a person for the final 3, as the other 2 members would have to face each other in a fire-making challenge, as the winner would be the last person in the final 3. She would take Ryan with her and have Ben face off against Devin, as Ben punched through the challenge to take Devin out. As now our trio here head to the final tribal council, where Ryan was perceived as weak and lazy throughout the game, and Chrissy was given her props for her ability to dominate the challenges, but based on Ben's ability to fight at every corner to stay in the game, pulling off strategic plays, and making it from a guaranteed vote out to where he is now, gave a very clear picture that in this 5-2-1 vote, Ben would be given the title of this season's sole survivor. While I think that this season really got exciting toward the end, where some of the really strategic moments and most engaging parts happened, the majority of the season was a little uninteresting thanks to a lot of the people who just didn't work for me to root for, only finding the members of the game to truly have an investment for me into at just too late of a point into the season. There was a lot of fun arguments this season, for sure, but maybe it just felt too much for a show to make up for less than interesting personalities. And no offense to the players at all, but that spark for this season, it just wasn't there. The new theme this season on Survivor would be Ghost Island, based on the past mistakes in Survivor history for new players to correct. Our 2 new tribes are the Malolo and the Navidi. In the Malolo tribe, we have Stephanie Gonzalez from Florida, age 26, Stephanie Johnson from Illinois, age 34, Jacob from New York, age 22, Brendan from Virginia, age 40, James from New York, age 24, Libby from Texas, age 24, Jenna from California, age 23, Michael from California, age 18, Donathan from Kentucky, age 25, and Laurel from Minnesota, age 29. On the Navidi tribe, we have Morgan from Florida, age 29, Bradley from California, age 26, Chris from New York, age 27, Desiree from New York, age 21, Chelsea from California, age 25, Kellen from Colorado, age 30, Sebastian from Florida, age 22, Angela from Ohio, age 42, Dominic from New York, age 38, and Wendell from Pennsylvania, age 33. At the start of the show, Jeff had each tribe pick a leader, as the Malolo tribe chose Brendan and the Navidi tribe chose Chris, getting their initial survivor supplies as we would jump into the first reward challenge. After a person would run through some obstacles to dig up some keys, they would unlock a puzzle for another person to solve, as the Malolo would win and get the shelter building kit first. And on top of this, if a tribe leader decided that they wanted to forfeit the challenge during the second portion of the puzzle, they would get to at least keep their fishing kit, but the now winning tribe would get some flint and a bunch of eggs. As that's what Chris did, is if they didn't, the losing tribe in general would lose their fishing kit. So they just wanted to save something important like that. Of course, this decision would be questioned later on by the other tribe mates, but for the immunity challenge, they would have to work together to untie some bags hanging beyond a net net bridge that have a pair of ropes that would help them get a sled full of puzzle pieces to the end of the course for them to solve, as the Navidi tribe would end up winning, getting immunity and some flint as a bonus. But move along Redemption Island, because here we have Ghost Island, as they would also have to send a member of the Malolo tribe to Ghost Island. And when you're there, you're safe from being voted out, as Jacob was sent, having to break open an urn for a game to hopefully get an advantage, but losing would have him forfeit his next vote. But he did win in this game of chance, and we see how the past mistakes concept would play out, as he won Sierra's legacy advantage from the Game Changers season, having to push it on to another member of his tribe, and he would choose Morgan for this. For a tribal council, Stephanie G was completely blindsided and honestly just lied to, as it was made to seem that everyone was voting for Donathan, but they truly were all voting for her, and she would be gone from the game first this season. Dominic over at the Navidi tribe would search for and find the immunity idol in the middle of the night, and specifically, this was another reminder from the past, as this was Andrea's idol from the Caramon season. Jacob ended up not letting go of the legacy advantage information and said that he just found an idol there instead, as he ended up putting together a fake one. For another reward immunity challenge this episode, 2 pairs from the tribes would make their way through obstacles in the water, having to dive under, releasing some buoys, as another member gets them to the finish, where 4 other members get them all into the baskets to win the reward of some food and comfort items around their camp, and of course, immunity, as the Navidi tribe took the victory here and sent Donathan to Ghost Island, as the urn he smashed had nothing in it for him. At the Malolo tribe, Jacob revealed to Stephanie the truth about the legacy advantage, but this put a target on his back instantly, with his plan not paying off all that well, as Jacob at tribal council would be voted off in a 5-2-1 split. Already, it would be time for a tribe swap, as Donathan, James, Laurel, and Libby would be put on the Navidi tribe, as Bradley, Chelsea, Desiree, Kellen, and Sebastian would now be on the Malolo tribe. Michael and Brendan would later come across the immunity idol for James from the China season. Adding more for a Survivor fanboys bit of trivia here, as we take a bunch of these looks back at the past. The reward immunity challenge though would have them all jump between ramps to a sand pit to find a buried ladder, using that to get a monkey fist at the top of a tripod, which is just a special tied up knot rope, and using that to hit a target to make their trek back over the ramps to finish up with a tiki head puzzle to solve, as the Malolo tribe won, earning a tarp for the reward, and Chris from the Navidi would now be sent to Ghost Island, and again, nothing in the urn, but gave time to open up and reflect about personal family related matters regarding his mother's multiple sclerosis that she was struggling to deal with. For tribal council, Morgan would be surprised when the majority of votes landed on her for the vote out, where she would pass on the legacy advantage to Dominic before leaving. The next reward challenge had 2 members from the tribes run out into the water to get a ring, and to score a point, they would have to hold the ring and their own post, where the Navidi tribe would end up taking victory here, earning the tribe some PB&J sandwiches and some milk, but also adding in the bonus presented by Jeff that the Malolo tribe would now, at random, send someone to Ghost Island, as Kellen was picked, making her pretty scared to be there on her own, as that was her own personal fear. Her urn ended up giving her a choice of risking her vote, but she decided not to play with a chance decision. The immunity idol challenge next would have them get into a bamboo cage underwater, opening up the door and taking the chest back to the beach to place it on a track to help make it back to a perch, where the balls inside would need to land on top of the perch, as the Navidi beat out the Malolo tribe by a small margin, but Chris's efforts pulled through for them. And come tribal council, Stephanie would use her idol, sadly for nothing, as the votes were split between Brendan and Bradley, with Brendan receiving 5 of the votes and being sent out of the game. The next reward challenge had the tribes make their way over several tables to get to some sandbags, which they would look through them to find a lever, to which pulling it released 60 smaller sandbags to be collected and used against a target that would spin to raise a flag, as the Navidi tribe would win, earning some coffee and pastries, and Stephanie from Malolo would go over to Ghost Island, but her urn was empty. For the immunity challenge, the first member would grab a boogie board that was attached to a rope, as they'd make their way over balance beams, grabbing one of 4 satchels that they need to fully grab them all to be used at the next number tiles area to discover the combination lock's code, unlocking a key used for getting us the sliding puzzle, with the Navidi tribe absolutely continuing their domination of the Malolo tribe. At tribal council, Malolo would vote out the second Stephanie from the season in a complete 7-1 sweep. So after that, how about another swap? You know what? How about another whole new tribe as well? The new Malolo tribe would now be Angela, Desiree, James, Kellen, and Michael. The new Navidi tribe would be Bradley, Chelsea, Dominic, Libby, and Donathan, with the newest tribe, the Yanuya, having Chris, Jenna, Laurel, Sebastian, and Wendell. The immunity challenge here would have one person from all 3 tribes become a shot caller for all the blindfolded tribe members, as they'd help them find some puzzle piece bags and have a couple of them solve it, as the Yanuya tribe, for almost throwing it, would strongly come back for a win, as the Navidi tribe would take second, and the Malolo tribe would lose. Desiree wasn't all too happy with how they played the game here, being really hard on herself about her skills in helping lead the tribe, but the majority would end up placing their votes onto James, taking him out of the show in a complete blindside. Michael over on the Malolo tribe would end up finding Ozzy's fake idol from the Micronesia season of the show, but now this time, the idol would be officially real. The reward challenge this would be that same plate one we saw recently. The Navidi tribe here would win first place and would get a grill, some chicken kebabs, maybe some steaks, and the Yanuya tribe would take second place and get some chicken kebabs only. And the Malolo tribe lost, and Kellen from that tribe was sent to Ghost Island. Over there, she had a larger selection of urns to pick from, as 2 of them would have a chance at an advantage, while 1 would just take her voting privileges away at the next tribal council. Luckily, she would win the advantage of stealing a vote in remembrance of Michaela in the Game Changers season, where she failed to ever use it, but now it would just be a second vote. Wendell over at the Yanuya tribe would spend some time in the night looking for any hidden idols, eventually stumbling across one that was the necklace that Eric gave to Natalie in the Micronesia season before getting voted out. But let's check back in with the Malolo tribe. I'm sure things are okay.
Need a burner to get rid of the curse.
Right now?
Yes, it's sad.
The curse is broken.
Alright, things are definitely not okay, but if they do break their streak now, I'll give them their props for sure. From the immunity challenge of getting to and running up a platform in the water, they would have to then jump into the water and collect some floating rings to bring back and using them for ring toss, sending them out to a floating target, as in first place the Yanuya tribe would win, but at least not coming in last this time was the Malolo tribe. So while not fully winning, at least the team is all sticking around for a bit longer. At tribal council, the Navidi tribe would vote out Bradley in a 4-1 vote, blindsiding him, which kind of made him happy because he was a huge fan of the show and thought it was kind of an honor to go out this way. But multiple tribes don't matter anymore, as it was time for the official merge. Chris would randomly find a note in his buff that clued him into finding an idol over on Ghost Island, to which in the middle of the night he would head over there to find JT's idol from the Game Changers season, but the catch was that it can only be used during the next tribal council. But while being there, he played a game of chance to extend the longevity of the idol's power beyond this tribal council for at least 5 rounds of voting, and in testing that luck he was able to earn at least 1 more tribal added on to what was there. But I guess that would be the only time, as his next vote wouldn't matter anymore because it was gone thanks to him risking too much and losing it. For the immunity challenge, they would all be holding up a tiki statue on a long pole as they stood on a perch that became more narrow the longer the game was going on, with the last person standing having their idol still in the air would be crowned the winner here, as Kellen beat everyone else out to earn the first individual immunity. Chris, not being able to vote or use his idol, would have gone through all of that earlier for nothing, as 10 votes would be placed against him, taking him out of the game and a massive blindside, as well as Dominic ended up using his idol without needing it. The next reward challenge then divided up the group into 2 teams of 6, and they faced off in making their way to the end of a floating balance beam, where back on shore, they would use a slingshot to hit some blocks up on a perch with sandbags, as the purple team of Angela, Chelsea, Wendell, Donathan, Libby, and Laurel won and earned themselves some tacos, burritos, and more, while Jenna would be sent to Ghost Island. Her urn would be empty though, and the next immunity challenge in this episode had them eat some exotic dishes, from fish eyes to sea slugs. Angela would end up becoming the victor, eating all of those gross things for some immunity. Love her for that, couldn't be me. And come tribal council, Michael played his immunity idol to save himself from the majority of the votes placed on him, as Libby would be hit by the 4 votes sitting on her name and taking her out of the game. The next reward challenge, the players would be split again into teams of 5, starting at a canoe with 2 players in it, as the other 3 are stuck in a cage, and they had to rescue them and head to the shore, where they could unlock a net of puzzle pieces to carry them to a frame to finish the puzzle. The orange team of Chelsea, Jenna, Michael, Sebastian, and Kellen would win, and get the reward of a helicopter tour, leading them to a nice area for a picnic, as Angela was sent to Ghost Island. She risked her vote and ended up losing it. Michael and Donathan would end up looking for another idol, and they found Scott's idol from the Brains vs. Bronze vs. Beauty season. And for the immunity challenge, the castaways would balance a ball on a disc that was attached to ropes that they must keep held up, as Chelsea would outlast the others and win individual immunity. At tribal council and a majority vote, Desiree would be the next person voted off of this season of the show. Dominic would end up finding the fake idol that Jay would play in the Millennials vs. Gen X season, which would still just be nothing, sadly, but he thought it would be useful in tricking the others. Jeff wanted to change things up again though, making 2 smaller tribes that they would randomly draw for to be a part of for the rest of the day, with both going to tribal council for 2 eliminations that were going to happen no matter what. The immunity challenge here though would have them pull on a bar to hold a ball back in that Jaws-like device, and the last person standing doing so for each of the teams would win immunity, and the last person in general would grant their whole team the right to go second and watch the other tribe first going through their tribal council. Chelsea would win it for herself, while Dominic won it for himself, as well as the bonus perk regarding the tribal for the rest of the orange team. For the purple team's tribal council, Donathan would use his idol, but Jenna's 3 votes against her would be enough to vote her out of the game. For the orange team, Kellen would use her double vote perk to place 2 votes onto Laurel, but doing so made her 2 votes on Laurel tie with the 2 votes on Michael, causing a revote where Michael would receive 3 votes and be eliminated from the game. The remaining players' loved ones would then show up to the game now, and the next reward challenge had them making their way through several obstacles, getting a sandbag to then throw into a narrow landing spot, as Sebastian would win and share the reward of many different proteins and some ice cream with their loved one, with Donathan, Wendell, and Dominic along with their loved ones. But Wendell declined to instead go over to Ghost Island, where there he would get Malcolm's final immunity challenge advantage from the Philippines season. The next immunity challenge was the one that had them balancing a metal ball on a cylinder, but Wendell's challenge advantage would only give him the help of an extra life if he dropped the ball, which he did twice. So Dominic would end up winning, with the tribal council resulting in a 5-3 vote to take out Chelsea over Wendell for elimination. The next reward challenge divided the remaining players into 3 teams of 2 each, as they would try to stop constant spools being placed in the efforts of stopping this from dropping, as the purple team of Dominic and Wendell would win, and getting to help deliver supplies to a Fijian school, as well as getting a feast of fried chicken and some chocolate cake for dessert, and being able to share that with Laurel, as Sebastian was sent to Ghost Island. There, he would find Kellen's misplaced extra vote that we saw earlier this episode, getting a chance to right a wrong from just several days ago. The immunity challenge would be a race up a tower, creating a bridge to get up to a ladder, and now at the top, you must solve a slide puzzle, where Laurel would take the immunity win here, with some potential controversy here, as it may seem that Wendell may have finished his first.
Did you call me? I didn't call you.
Between Donathan and Kellen, she would be voted out here in a 4-1 vote and was sent to the jury. And now in this finale, the reward immunity challenge at the start would have them make their way through a skull-shaped maze collecting some bags that would have puzzle pieces in them to help finish their puzzle, as Wendell won, earning a steak dinner, and he shared it with Sebastian and Angela. Sebastian would end up being voted out at the first tribal council of the episode in a 4-1-1 vote, and the next immunity challenge was another series of obstacles to collect some puzzle pieces to then use to properly put together a pyramid puzzle, with Wendell winning immunity. And for the next tribal council, both Laura and Dominic played their idols, but nothing matters, as Donathan had the majority of the votes listed on his name to now be voted out of the game. The final immunity challenge of the episode had the remaining castaways on a balance beam that was very shaky, and they would have to use a long fork to stack a bunch of balls properly on a freestanding structure, with Dominic taking the win and securing his position in the final 3. For the fire-making challenge, Wendell would face off against Angela, and he defeated her no problem, bringing us to the final tribal council, where Laurel, Dominic, and Wendell will go over their strengths and weaknesses for the season like usual, as the vote ended up in a tie, with Laurel receiving 0 votes, unfortunately, as both of the others received 5 each, heading to a revote where Laurel will be part of the final deciding factor, placing her choice on Wendell to win the title of sole survivor for this season. Overall, this season was a refresher for me, but not so much for the players themselves or their own alliances and strategies this season, as I thought those were once again pretty weak here, but it was the concept this season that was a lot of fun, and it felt like a celebration to look back on major moments from the show that left your jaw dropped, and now you can hopefully feel fulfilled from seeing some of those advantages and setups from the past used in the game, whether they were used correctly or not. And it respected the fans who love and know all of the Survivor lore, but sacrificing what could have been even more special if they played more into that, as after a bit it just didn't stand out anymore and became just a background thing. The next season of Survivor would be labeled David vs. Goliath. The David tribe consists of underdog types going against the Goliath tribe consisting of overachievers. In the David tribe, we have Pat from New York, age 41, Jessica from Florida, age 19, B from Texas, age 28, Lyrsa from Massachusetts, age 36, Elizabeth from Texas, age 31, Carl from Texas, age 41, Gabby from Colorado, age 25, Christian from Florida, age 32, Davey from Georgia, age 30, and Nick from Kentucky, age 27. In the Goliath tribe, we have Jeremy from New York, age 39, Natalia from California, age 25, Natalie from California, age 57, John from California, age 38, Dan from Florida, age 27, Alec from California, age 24, Allison from North Carolina, age 28, Kara from California, age 30, Angelina from California, age 28, and Mike from California, age 47. Jeff would ask the Goliath tribe to select who they thought the weakest man and weakest woman would be on the David tribe, choosing Christian and Lyrsa, and then select their own tribe's strongest man and strongest woman, which they would choose John and Allison. These pairs would have to face off in a reward challenge, making their way through several obstacles to then move a bunch of sandbags from one area to another. Finishing with the first to get to a shelter making kit would win that for the reward. The David tribe would take the win here and get to work building their shelter, where Pat would take leadership of doing this, but in a more bossy tone that the others didn't love. Speaking of love, that's what Dan on the Goliath tribe was feeling towards Kara, as everyone else was getting acquainted, and just like the other tribe, Natalie was being more assertive and bossy in setting up the camp, and this would specifically be getting on Natalia's nerves. Later on, the tribe members would be looking together for the hidden idols, which a few of them together would find, find and Dan would hold on to, as the heavy rain becomes the backdrop of the survivors for their welcome to the game. The reward immunity challenge had them racing through an obstacle course to get to a sand pit and getting around a log to then release some ladders and pull vault over to the final puzzle to solve, where the Goliath tribe took the win as the David tribe was being boated back to their camp for now. But thanks to the weather, the waters were a bit choppy and Pat was in a lot of pain, so much so that it would require medical to come check him out and see if his back injury is something more serious than it is. But after the checkup, Pat will be pulled from the game as they would then cancel the first episode's tribal council, but luckily Pat would make a full recovery in general. With the weather still being as bad as it is, Jeff supplied the tribes with some helpful survival products like tarps and full-on fire making kits, as these rough times gave the tribes more moments of speaking with each other early on to form their alliances, friendships, and strategies. We then get to the reward immunity challenge, where the tribes would face off going through some obstacles to grab a key to unlock their boat to paddle out for some puzzle piece bags to bring back, where they would have to complete the puzzle, as the Goliath tribe would get the fishing kit and earn immunity. The David tribe would face tribal council now, and in a 5-4 vote, Jessica would be the first person officially voted out of the game. The next reward immunity challenge was a series of untangling some ropes and then using them to swing in some platforms, where we finish off the challenge with a pyramid puzzle, as David would end up winning here and earning some comfort items. B ended up a bit hurt from this challenge, now having sprained her MCL, which could easily become a problem real fast here, but for the Goliath tribe, Angelina would campaign for Jeremy to be voted off, since he would be a larger threat in the game's future, convincing the others to not go after Natalie for now, and in a 9-1 blindside, Jeremy would be voted out of the game. Starting off the next episode, B would announce that they would be leaving the game as their sprain was just too much to deal with, making her a detriment to the tribe's success and mainly to her own health. Jeff then brings everyone in as we get a bit of a tribe merge and tribe add-on, having 3 tribes, with the Jabeni tribe having Angelina, Lyrsa, Nick, Mike, and Natalie. The Vuku tribe would have Alec, Davey, Elizabeth, Natalia, and Kara, with the 3rd tribe, the Tiva tribe, having Allison, John, Dan, Christian, and Gabby, as Carl would be exiled, being the odd one out, not being added to the tribe for now. Carl, though, would find a clue to the next advantage called the Idol Nullifier, but you shall see the power that it holds later on. Now, all of the newly put together tribes would face off in the Reward Immunity Challenge, where it was a version of the wheelbarrow push, as a member from each tribe would be sitting in the wheelbarrow as they would go around through several obstacles, and by the end, the Tiva tribe claimed first place and earned immunity and some coffee and snacks, with Jabeni coming in second, just getting the immunity shared with them, with the Vuku tribe heading to tribal council, where Natalia was voted out from the majority of the tribe. Bad weather wasn't stopping anytime soon, as the cyclone picked back up and directly hit the campsites, having to be taken to safety again and waited out for now. The next reward challenge would have the players knock out hanging sandbags with a pole to get them so they can use them for slingshot ammo to land them in some baskets, as the Vuku tribe took first place, getting 3 hens and a rooster, while the Jabeni tribe took second and got some eggs. While Dan would be forming a new alliance on the Tiva tribe, he would also find a clue regarding a hidden idol, being at the next immunity challenge. The challenge had the usual fare of obstacles to make it through, leading up to sliding down a pole like a fireman and untying a ball bag to get it out and get it through the snake-themed maze and get it into the final slot, as the Vuku tribe came in first, with the Tiva tribe following for a second place victory, leaving us the Jabeni tribe for tribal council. And in a close 3-2 vote, Natalie would be the next player voted out of the game. The next reward challenge that came up was for some cooking utensils, kebabs, and spices, as they would have to hold up coconuts in a bag hooked onto their back, making it over and pass several obstacles, and play a little ring toss, and the winner for first place would be the Tiva tribe, and for second, the Jabeni tribe, as they would then earn a couple kebabs for themselves. Tiva would continue to dominate here in the middle part of the season, as they would win the immunity challenge up next, where they had to carry a saucer to get it filled from a tower, trying not to spill any of the water on their way back to fill up a well to get some puzzle pieces to solve. The Vuku tribe would take second, leaving the Jabeni tribe pretty far behind in the challenge, and now having to head to tribal council. Between the 4 of them left, Lyrsa would be voted out 3-1 and be eliminated from the show. But now we get to the big merge, as all 3 tribes come together as one, getting time to fully interact, rekindle alliances, and plan accordingly going forward, as we get into the immunity challenge, which here had them swing a pendulum going through a frame and nearly hitting your statue, as you need to keep it moving and also not let it hit your statue, and doing so until there's 1 person left standing, which would turn out to be Allison, who comes through in the end, earning the first individual immunity, leading to a massive blindside of everyone else in the game voting for 1 person, Elizabeth, as she would be eliminated from the game. Davey and Nick would end up finding a clue to an advantage that would end up being found not long after, as it was the steal another person's vote advantage, as Nick would take it, but at the cost of not being able to vote in the next tribal council to unlock its double vote power. For the reward challenge up next, the group was divided into teams of 6, and they had to hold on to a 10-pound bag of sand, with them being connected to a trough of water above their head, as every so often a person has to exit the challenge and they'd have to place their sandbag bag on another player before leaving, with the last tribe standing winning, as the orange team of Alec, Allison, Nick, Gabby, John, and Christian would win and earn themselves some pizza to enjoy. Later, for the immunity challenge, they would be standing on small perches while holding up a buoy by its handles, and the last person still standing would win, and Dan stuck it out over the others and earned himself individual immunity. This would lead to a pretty interesting tribal council where Christian needed protection as the majority of the votes were coming for him. But Davey would play his idol for him, as well as Angelina being in fear and having this growing paranoia of the others, as she asked Dan to help her here with his idol, and he agreed to do it, leaving the extra 3 votes that John had on him being his downfall, and he wasn't even the majority target here, but would now be eliminated. After the accidental blindside of John, we get to our next reward challenge, where them all being divided into 2 teams of 5, where they would make their way through an obstacle course, figuring out a combination lock to finish off the challenge by solving a snake puzzle, as the orange team of Alec, Mike, Kara, Dan, and Davey would win and get some nice burgers, beer, and Pepsi. Early the next morning, remaining members of the original David tribe were up and looking for the hidden idol, with Christian ending up coming across it first and getting it for himself. For the immunity challenge, however, the players would cross some balance beams while balancing a ball on a paddle and then having to send a ball on a curved track down to a hole, as Alec would win immunity here. There would be an active plan to go after Christian during tribal council, but with so many different variables being able to be played and unused yet, results of this session could be exciting. Starting things off for tribal council, Nick would use his advantage to steal Allison's vote, placing a total of 6 votes on Dan, but he would play a hidden idol on himself for protection, and when you think all is hopeless for the others to get around this, Carl would use his idol nullifier directly against Dan, like he just played the ultimate trap card in an intense game of Yu-Gi-Oh! When it looked like it was all over for you, and then in the final moments you get to yell, "You activated my trap card." Good times. Expect a Yu-Gi-Oh! Video later this year or something. Anyway, the power that this would have is to negate the idol, meaning that Dan was fair game with all of the votes that are on him, taking him out to the jury. Nick and Davey will be back the next morning hunting down a potential new idol, as Nick would end up finding a clue informing them that there was in fact another idol, but it was on the other side of the island and they couldn't go find it until it was dark, so they waited for now. In this double stuffed episode, our first reward challenge here would be another splitting of the teams into 5 players, as they would then race across a rope bridge, trying to then toss a set of poles into a rung, as the orange tribe of Alec, Mike, Allison, Christian, and Gabby would get all of them landed first and earn themselves a picnic along with some letters from home. Later on that night, it was the perfect time to make it to the other side of the island and get that idol, but Nick would go and do so without telling Davey. And for the immunity challenge next, throughout in the meantime, the players would be on a perch holding onto a handle above their head and try to outlast the others, while you could choose to sit out and eat some nachos and sip on some margaritas instead. But for those who played, Christian would end up beating the others in what took longer than 5 hours to call a winner for immunity. Come the first tribal council of the episode, Alec would be voted out in a complete blindside from every other member. Here's another fun thing for those who are fans of the show The White Lotus on HBO. There is a character in that show named Hutch that Alex here plays, and even cooler than that, the writer and director of that show is also in this game for this season of Survivor, with that being Mike. So I found that pretty interesting, and I thought you would too. Now divided into 2 teams of 4, the next reward challenge had them dive into the water to release some buoys that they need to find, the 5 of them that are marked to get them into the proper nets, as the orange team of Carl, Mike, Kara, and Davey would win and earn themselves a cruise for the afternoon along with a feast. This gave them time to discuss some strategy, as back at camp the others like Gabby and Allison discussed going after Carl, but in more pressing matters, the resources at the campsite were running low, as they needed some more rice to, I don't know, survive. Angela went to go speak with Jeff about this unbeknownst to the others, offering up almost everything from the fishing gear to cooking utensils and of course even all of the comfort items. And you know my boy Jeff here loves teaching the players a lesson on food management. The others on the tribe though were okay with the trade offer, surprisingly, but unsurprisingly weren't into her approach in doing so, which is fair, but Jeff denied it at first, only agreeing to it if one person chooses to forgo the immunity challenge here, to which Angelina, only being the rightful person to do so, stepped out so everyone else can earn the rice. The immunity challenge was them racing over an A-frame collecting blocks and eventually using the letters on them to spell out the word perspective, as Davey would be the one to win immunity. For tribal council now, both attempts from different agreements to take either Carl or Allison took place, but in a close 5-4 vote, Carl would be eliminated from the game. Now, the loved ones would come around as we get into the next reward challenge, where divided into pairs that would crawl underneath an obstacle to get to the shore, where there they would dig for some keys that would release a pair of balls for them to land onto a small perch to win, as Angelina and Nick won the reward of a barbecue with their loved ones and shared this with Davey and Mike along with their loved ones. Together, the players enjoying their reward together would open discussions about the final 4 and them going into it together, but nothing concrete was coming coming from this at this moment, it seemed. The immunity challenge next had them all balancing a pole on the palm of their hand, holding up a bucket of water as they balanced themselves on a perch, and whoever lasted the longest without spilling the bucket would win, as Kara would outlast everyone else for the immunity. The majority plan was to go after Christian, as most of the votes were played on his name, but his immunity idol would save him severely here, helping to push the vote now on to Gabby, who was kind of already on her way to making this a one-party member tribe for herself, as that's how she felt like kind of playing the rest of this going forward. But now she would have to deal with a whole new team called the Jury. Nick would put forward a fake idol now and claim to the others that he found this totally real idol in hopes that the others won't go looking for the re-hidden one. But Davey was suspicious and decided to go look for himself. For now though, at the reward challenge, the players would be attached to a rope while going through several obstacles trying to untangle it, leading them up to a table of sandbags for them to throw at some blocks to knock them down, as Davey would win here and share his reward of a helicopter ride to a beach club with both Kara and Nick. Angelina, who would fight for the extra rice, would now be mad for not being invited to go, so she would then go and make the rest of the rice in revenge. Later on, Davey would end up finding another idol where it would only be good for this next tribal council and refuse to take the risk that it came with to offer an extended use for it. So in the next immunity challenge, the players would have to balance a ball on a disc while standing on a small log. As more balls get added, the longer the game goes on, as Mike would end up winning and getting immunity. Come tribal council, Nick would use his idol, with having no votes on him, as well as Davey, who would also use his idol because he had to, but the person with the most votes on their name was Christian, who would be eliminated now from the game and sent to the jury. Angelina would attempt to get herself an idol now, finding a clue that led her to a tall rock that she needed a ladder to get up to go see, but she would end up falling and not being able to claim the idol, and just told the others that she had a big fall. The reward immunity challenge had the castaways make their way through a mix of obstacles, including tossing a ball to release some stairs to make a staircase, making your way through to solve a puzzle at the end, with Nick taking the win for immunity and enjoying a spaghetti meal and some cake, but was able to share it with Angelina and Mike. For the first tribal council of the finale in a 4-2 split, Davey would be eliminated and sent to the jury next. For the next immunity challenge, they would have to stand on a perch while using a leaky bucket to lift up the water, to fill a chute, to get them a key to unlock some puzzle pieces for them to solve, as Nick would win once again, keeping a strong position as the season is coming to an end. Angelina would actually make a fake idol, and to her excitement, Allison would be the one to find it. Now at the next tribal council, in a pretty fun play, Allison would call Mike a threat and play her fake idol, which to her surprise and embarrassment was tossed into the fire, and Angelina played her real one, which Nick and Mike helped her get. But Allison was completely open, as all of the other votes were cast against her, eliminating her from the game. The next and final immunity challenge would be the classic one of having to drop and catch the balls that would come from different directions from the chute, while more balls would be added as Nick, for a third time, making it a clean sweep of the final 3 challenges, won, earning a final 3 spot, and mentioned that Angelina was coming with him to the end no matter what. So that left Kara and Mike to partake in the fire making challenge to see who will be the last to enter the final 3, with Mike being able to beat out Kara, sending her to the jury, filling up the final seat there. And now for the final tribal council, we would have 3 players who fought hard, fought strategically, but also may have brought some very different attitudes to how they worked with others. Over the other 2 here, his performance was clearly the standout, and in a 7-3-0 decision, in votes, Nick would be named the sole survivor of the season. Overall, I think this season was pretty great in terms of the dynamics at play and how the tribal councils were handled, bringing us some incredible blindsides and executions of voting strategies that made this season kind of tower over a lot of the recent ones. My main critique would be the name of this season, David vs. Goliath, as I felt the theming of that, post the part where the 2 tribes become 3 essentially, went to the wayside for some lingering alliances. And that being said, the people this season got more interesting as the season went on, and it felt that no one was safe and that any episode can be any castaway's last. As for Nick, well, he would eventually represent a seat in the House of Representatives for Kentucky after his win in 2022. And earlier this year, in March of 2023, he signed in favor of an anti-trans bill, which brought a bunch of the Survivor community together and collectively sharing their disappointment and disgust towards him. This is another second chance themed season of Survivor, bringing back some players and having a bunch of new ones. Our 2 tribes are Kama and Manu. The Kama tribe consists of Ahry from previous seasons, Joe from previous seasons, Eric from California, age 35, Julia from Maryland, age 25, Ron from Georgia, age 46, Aurora from Florida, age 32, Victoria from New York, age 23, Julie from New York, age 46, and Gavin from Tennessee, age 23. In the Manu tribe, we have Reem from Virginia, age 46, 6, Keith from North Carolina, age 19, Wendy from California, age 25, David from a previous season, Kelly from previous seasons, War Dog from California, age 38, Lauren from Texas, age 21, Rick from Georgia, age 34, and Chris from South Carolina, age 25. Ron from the Kama tribe would already find a secret advantage from the jump, leading him to an advantage menu that would give him the choice of one of 3 advantages that can be used up until the 3rd tribal council, and those choices would be the stealing of another player's vote, individual immunity, or an extra vote. Joe on the same tribe would make a good first impression on everyone thanks to his help in getting a fire started without having flint, and over at the Manu tribe, Wendy told the others about her Tourette's syndrome, going over it and what she experiences, and Reem would end up becoming quite fond of her. The first reward immunity challenge of the game would have them making their way through an obstacle course and then finishing by solving a slide puzzle where the Kama tribe would win, earning some flint regardless of needing it or not, and the immunity as the Manu tribe would now be going to the first tribal council of the season. Reem received the majority of the votes, but wait, a new twist, similar to Exile Island or Redemption Island or even Ghost Island. Here we have her being sent to the edge of extinction. That is almost the title of a Transformers movie. Why do I own this massive movie theater standee of Grimlock? But with Reem heading over there for now, to which we are just going to call Extinction Island, it was just another experiment of where they can take the show, with this option here giving us a look into how far a contestant on the show is truly willing to go to be in the game and win the title of Sole Survivor. Lauren ended up finding an idol. The next reward challenge was for the players to grab a 400-pound snake that was filled with numbered discs on them back to the shore, where the discs would be used to help solve the combination needed to open the lock so that the 8 rings can be free and then a fun ring toss game can be had. The Kamu tribe would end up winning and getting some cooking gear or fishing gear, opting to choose the fishing gear. At tribal council now, the decision was clear as the majority chose to vote for Keith. As we jump back into the next episode, Keith reveals that he will be heading to Extinction Island and linking up with Reem. But back in the main game, the reward challenge next is the wheelbarrow one, where they have to move it around some obstacles to collect sandbags, then turning the wheelbarrow into a slingshot, and then firing the sandbags at the targets, and the Manu tribe would take the win here and earn some chickens for the camp. Wendy ended up hurting her ankle though in the challenge, and because of this, her intrusive thoughts of setting the chickens free, well, it wouldn't happen just yet. And for the Kama tribe, Ahry would end up actually finding a hidden idol. Immunity challenge wise, 4 players on each team pull a boat filled with a few tribe mates as they would collect keys from a tower and would help in the multiple step ship wheel puzzle that they would have to complete in the end, resulting in the Kama tribe winning immunity. And aside from the Manu tribe having to head to tribal council, Wendy's path of saving the chickens, well, it would continue on as she would try and hide the tribe's flint so that they couldn't cook the chickens. At tribal council now, Chris would be voted out from the Manu tribe and choose to head to extinction. Jeff would have the 2 tribes become 3 tribes and shuffle some things around. The Kama tribe would still have Aurora, Joe, Julie, Julia, and Ron, and the Manu tribe would now have Ahry, Eric, Victoria, Wendy, and Gavin, with the new tribe being the Lesu tribe with David, Kelly, War Dog, Rick, and Lauren. Wendy would also release those chickens, so that's pretty cool. The immunity challenge next had the tribes climb up large A-frames to pull a rope to release a box full of puzzle pieces to then solve the puzzle. The Kamu tribe and the Manu tribe would win immunity, and the Lesu tribe, well, they'd face tribal council, where in the end, Rick was the one voted out and chose to head to extinction. The next reward challenge would have the castaways retrieve bolas through the obstacle course, as they would then have to throw them onto a post, as the Kama tribe would win and earn some PB&J sandwiches and some sandwich making accessories. The Manu tribe would come in second and just win a plate of sandwiches. The people in extinction find all of the advantages. Chris's was a practice round for an upcoming challenge to re-enter the game, and Rick's was being able to anonymously send a second vote onto another member of the upcoming tribal council. The next immunity challenge had them diving into the water to get some puzzle pieces and assemble them correctly into a pyramid puzzle to win, as the Kama tribe would win and the Lesu tribe would come in second. Rick's extra vote advantage was sent in from extinction as Ahry would receive it. The only problem here is that at tribal council, she was the one voted for in a blind side and not using that extra vote from Rick. The episode continues on with more to do as we get another reward challenge that has everyone jump over some obstacles to get some sandbags, searching for a lever to release smaller sandbags to use in helping raise your flag, with the Kama tribe taking first place and earning some coffee and pastries, as Manu took second and got some coffee and cookies. The final immunity challenge of this episode was the castaways getting through a course, grabbing a monkey's fist to get it through a hoop to open up the gate for the final puzzle, to be solved as the Kama tribe took the win here, but it would only be them as both of the other tribes would be going to tribal council together. And together here, both Lauren from the Lesu tribe and Wendy from the Manu tribe had 4 votes each from the opposite tribes. And for the full decision between them, Wendy would have all the votes land on her and she would be sent out to extinction. Now we would get some shakeups here this season. By that I mean the first merge is happening and all 3 tribes would become one. And second, we get the people in extinction actually having to do something as they compete in their first re-entry duel, as after competing by getting keys to open open a gate facing a snake maze next, with whoever can get their ball to the top of the maze winning re-entry, which was Rick. He would see that re-entry into the game, but the others would still stay in extinction if they want to, or of course, you know, they can quit, which is what Keith and Wendy do, being the first to fully leave the show from voting and not wanting to compete to try and come back. As far as the immunity challenge, the players had a pole in a vertical position, held over their heads with a tiki on the end of it, holding out and not dropping it, and Julie was the one who ended up outlasting the others. And now, for Tribal Council, Joe would receive 6 votes and would go to the edge. Okay, yeah, that sounds way cooler. The reward challenge next would split the tribe into teams of 6, as they would swim to get some puzzle pieces, bringing them back to the shore for them to solve, as the blue team of War Dog, Aurora, Eric, Victoria, Rick, and Julia took the win, and the reward of some Chinese food brought for them for a meal. Immunity challenge-wise, it was the wooden block balancing act between your head and the top of a frame, leading to Aurora taking the win, and Lauren fainting and just remaining passed out for a bit, while Medical was there taking a look at her. For Tribal Council, Eric would be blindsided with 8 votes on his name, as he would now go to the edge. Next, they would go on to another immunity challenge where they would balance a ball on a bow and stand on a slanted platform that becomes more narrow the longer the challenge goes on, with Gavin taking the win, with Tribal Council performing another long discussion with shaky alliances and arguments, as Julia would be hit with every other person's vote aside from the one on David. But along with Rick, they played an immunity idol for David, so either way, Julia would now head to the edge. The next immunity challenge was another test of endurance and time, as the urn challenge, having to hold an awkward mid-squatting position, was back. Or you can sit out and eat some pizza and kick back if you just didn't want to compete for immunity or anything. But Aurora did, and she was able to win, and now with no idol for protection, David would receive the majority vote and went on to the edge. But this episode would have more to it. Another immunity challenge, which was landing balls into each one of the divots on a paddle, as Rick would win, and it was thanks to David out in extinction, who found the advantage of having only to do 4 of 5 of those divots on a paddle. At Tribal Council, in a close round of voting, Kelly would be voted out in a 5-4 split and went over to the edge. Continuing on, the reward challenge next split them into 2 teams of 4, as they all played some water-based ring toss, and the blue team of Julie, War Dog, Rick, and Lauren won, earning a trip to some mud pits and enjoying some food. Later on was the next immunity challenge, where they had to make their way through several obstacles, having to bring along a buoy to eventually use the keys on it to get some puzzle pieces to finish the challenge, where Rick would win, earning immunity and saving himself, as he was seen as the biggest threat for the main game. So War Dog became the target, and it was a 6-2 vote to send him out of the game. Now it would be time for the loved ones to show up like they usually do, and the reward challenge following would be them getting water into a bucket, tossing that bucket to their loved one who is catching it in another bucket, to then pour it into another bucket on a seesaw that needs to tip down to the other side for a win to happen, as Ron and his husband won, sharing the reward of time together in a picnic with Julie and Gavin, as well as their loved ones. Rick would go out and look for anything idol related, and he would find a clue and discovered where it was, and he would come and get it when all the others were sleeping later that night. Bringing back the balancing boxes of rectangles with decreasing in size footsteps, the immunity challenge was won by Gavin, and Aurora gave her extra vote advantage to him, and come Tribal Council, Gavin used his extra vote on Ron, leaving him with 3 votes on his name, and the 4 votes that were placed on Rick were negated thanks to him playing his hidden idol. And Rick was also idol finding hungry, going right back out on the hunt for another one, finding it and then feeling a bit safe because of it. The next reward challenge is they would play a big release and catch the ball before it hits the ground game, as they would toss balls up onto a track and head through an obstacle course to catch them on the other side, while afterwards would shoot to land them on a perch to claim the win, or Gavin would win again and share his helicopter tour and poolside resort trip along with a feast with Lauren and Victoria. Immunity challenge wise, they would have to slide discs with letters on them into the slots that would then be brought over to a balance beam, where all of the tiles would be used for the final word puzzle, as Rick took the victory. Aurora though would be voted out in a 5-1 vote from the others and would now head to the edge. But wait, we're now at the finale and not one person aside from Keith and Wendy has truly left the game? What has this all led up to if everyone who got voted out has just been in a different location for the remainder of the game without going home? Well, it was really simple, you see. All 11 castaways on the edge would face each other in a single challenge, and only one of them would be coming back into the game for the finale. And after all of the survival, some being there from the very early on days of the game, would all be sent home as they technically were already voted off. The challenge was having them all attached to a rope that was twisted through an obstacle course that they would have to go through and undo it, ending with a table maze that needed 2 balls to go through the holes to win, where Chris defeated the lot of them and was brought back into the main game. And for the main game, the reward immunity challenge was your standard fare of obstacles, a combination lock that needed to be solved, and a puzzle to be solved in the end, as Julie would win, and her reward was a steak and some chocolate cake for a meal, sharing it with Lauren. At Tribal Council, both Lauren and Rick would play their hidden idols to protect themselves, leaving Victoria with her 2 votes on them from both Chris and Rick being being the one eliminated, sending her out of the game. Rick wouldn't be idoless for long though, finding another one right away and hiding some fake ones, to which both Julie and Lauren would find them and think no different until spending some time thinking on it a little bit more and thought that one of them may be real while the other one might be fake. The next immunity challenge had them go through another obstacle course, making their way through several stations, collecting puzzle piece bags to eventually solve it, as Rick would earn immunity. Rick would also go and make a deal with Gavin for an end of the game pact, as he would give Gavin the immunity, and during Tribal, both Chris and Gavin would be safe thanks to their idols, as Julie and Lauren played their idols just to find out that they are indeed both fake, as Lauren would be the one voted out of the game. The final immunity challenge was here now, and it was to be stacking letter blocks on a table that the players are trying to balance by holding a rope with one hand while stacking the blocks to spell Final 3, which would be won by Chris, and Julie would be safe for the final 3, as the fire making challenge would be against Chris and Rick, as Chris figured he would have to do it himself to show that he has earned the right to be in the final 3, and just like that, Chris would win, and the final 3 would officially be Chris, Gavin, and Julie, who now face the final tribal council, reflecting with the others on the game that they've played this season. After all of the criticism and praises, it would lead up to a 9-4-0 vote from the jury in favor of Chris being this season's sole survivor. While I thought this season was pretty interesting in its approach, it ultimately made for 12 episodes that didn't offer you that much satisfaction, and in the beginning of the finale, and just in one fell swoop to take everyone out, I don't know, it just made the other episodes feel a little bit useless. It was just too disconnected for me as a viewer to care, but yeah, this season, not for me. Survivor Island of the Idols, season 39 of the show. The Lyro tribe is made up of Ronnie from Nevada, age 36, Vince from California, age 27, Chelsea from California, age 27, Tom from Connecticut, age 60, Aaron from Rhode Island, age 36, Missy from Washington, age 24, Elizabeth from Rhode Island, age 26, Karishma from Texas, age 37, Elaine from Kentucky, age 41, and Dean from New York, age 28. In the Vokai tribe, we have Molly from North Carolina, age 28, Jason from New York, age 32, Jack from Virginia, age 23, Kelly from Pennsylvania, age 29, Jamal from Rhode Island, age 33, Dan from California, age 48, Janet from Florida, age 59, Lauren from California, age 29, Nora from Maryland, age 36, and Tommy from New York, age 26. Upon arrival, Jeff isn't there. As the tribes have their time at their camps to adjust to their new life in the game of Survivor, we would get ready for the first reward immunity challenge on day 3, where Jeff would finally show up to say hello. This challenge had the castaways make their way through several obstacles, as they would then have to form a human ladder, with the person on top dropping down ropes so the rest of the team can climb up to the top of the platform and finish by solving a puzzle to win some flint and immunity, to which the Vokai tribe did. But based on the name of the season, there was also another island mechanic of the game, where the losing tribe from this challenge would at random select a member to be sent to the Island of Idols, and Elizabeth was the one picked. But would this be all that bad? Maybe not, as upon arrival there, she would be met with legacy members of Survivor, with that being Rob and Sandra, who would help teach her how to make fire. And after learning to do so, Rob would offer her a challenge: face him in a fire-making battle for the chance of winning an immunity idol that would be good for 2 tribal councils, but in the reverse, if they lost, she would have to forfeit her next vote at tribal council. She lost. For tribal council now, Ronnie, in a landslide, would be the first person voted off of the show. Chelsea on the Lyro tribe would randomly come across an idol, which is surely a nice bit of luck right there. But as far as the Vokai tribe, Kelly would be picked to be the one sent to the Island of Idols. They spent a long time talking and providing a bunch of past information regarding themselves, mainly to test her ability to pay attention and be present socially, giving her a test of questions. If she could answer 4 out of 5 of them correctly, she would be given an idol with the same 2 tribal limit of being good. Luckily, she was able to do so and won the idol. For the reward immunity challenge, they would dive into the water to send up a ladder, as the others would use it to climb up to a ball bag to bring back and shoot them onto a board to land them in one of 3 targets, as the Lyro tribe won and received a cooking kit. Tribal council would see the vote off of Molly in a 7-1 decision in the voting, taking her out of the game. Vince from the Lyro tribe would be brought to the Island of the Idols next to meet with the 2 OGs, as his test was a skill of remaining calm under pressure, and was tasked with some sort of Solid Snake stealth mission, sneaking into the Vokai's camp after dark to light a torch on fire, signaling that he did it. He instead grabbed ash from the fire to prove to them that he still basically did everything else, as the rain that night had their fire put out, but they were okay with that and he got his idol as well. The next reward challenge would have 1 member from each tribe going to get a key, and then would maintain a balance on a seesaw, as 2 other tribe members get some bags of puzzle pieces and start unlocking a crate for the final bag so that they can solve the puzzle and earn some comfort items and a tarp, as the Vokai tribe would win, and Vince, who didn't use his idol for the Lyro's tribal council, would be voted off by a majority of the votes. Jamal on the Vokai tribe would end up finding earning an idol while the others weren't paying attention. Nora from the Vokai tribe would head there next, with her being given the chance to show how well her gift of gab can work in this game, essentially telling her about the next challenge, and then she would have to persuade the rest of her tribe to let her be the shot caller in the classic one tribe member leading the blindfolded members challenge. But here, she wouldn't get an idol if she did, but instead an advantage to block out a vote from someone else. She would attempt to do this, but the gift of gab is not a gift that she has, as they found her scrambling for a reason to be the shot caller a bit odd. In fact, so odd that she would be told to sit out of the challenge from the rest of her tribe, and overall the tribe still won, and they earned some baked goods and drinks. For Lyro's tribal council, Chelsea would be the one voted out in a 6-2 split, and now we would get a traditional tribe swap, still keeping it to only 2 tribes, as Jack, Jamal, Janet, Kelly, and Nora will go to the Lyro tribe, and Aaron, Elaine, Elizabeth, and Missy would join the Vokai tribe. The next reward immunity challenge would have the players' arms and legs tied up, as they asked their significant others if they would still love them if they were a worm, but for real, they would have to make their way through the sand to the finish line in pairs and then solve a puzzle in the end, because why not? The Vokai tribe would win to get a meal of fajitas from Applebee's, and also, did you know that the smoke coming from the fajita plates at restaurants that catches everyone's attention and makes you really want to order them as well? It's just all a big lie. They just drop a little water on the special skillet-like plate, and all it is it just burning into some steam to create the illusion of that on purpose? I feel lied to, and I'm still mad about this. However, the immunity challenge next would have them all go to a giant ladder in the water to get up it, jump into the water, and dive down for buoys that they need to use to toss into some baskets, as the Vokai won once more, and the tribal council for the Lyro tribe ended with Tom being voted out of the game in a blindside. The next reward challenge had the castaways pulling a sled of sandbags and a person as they made their way through a course to get a key that unlocked a slingshot, as the person being pulled used it to hit some targets down, as the Vokai tribe would win, earning them some chickens. Elaine was picked to sit out of the challenge, but meant that she would go to the island now, and she was already eager to do whatever they had her do, which would end up being a snatch and go, where without being caught, she would have to find, grab, and conceal the vote advantage of blocking someone's vote that would be hidden at the next immunity challenge, which had the tribes collecting 5 balls with a bamboo cage that they have to transport around the course. The Lyro tribe won, and Elaine was successful in getting the advantage. For a tribal council, it was down to either Jason or Elaine, but thanks to the vote block advantage, Jason would not have a vote and would lose in a 4-3 vote. Janet would be next for the island, and it was all about making a calculated risk. The upside sounded pretty good, but she chose to decline and just play the game how it is. The next immunity challenge was all about tossing coconuts into a basket to cause some puzzle pieces to fall down, as they would have to then solve it, showing this season of Survivor's logo. Vokai would end up winning by just a tiny bit, as the Lyro tribe would head to tribal council, where Jamal would use a hidden idol on Nora to protect her, and Dean would play one as well thanks to Kelly giving it to him, as all of the votes on him went away and Jack would be the one voted out. Now both tribes would merge into one, having their usual time to mingle and get used to all being together, as we get into the first immunity challenge of the episode, where they all held up a board that had 3 balls balanced on it, but every time it would be lowered or move, it would be harder to balance them, and whoever has a ball left by the end wins, which Aaron would. At tribal council, Kelly was being targeted, and even though they found an idol earlier, she never played it and was voted out in an 8-5 split. Jamal would later find a new idol, along with that a note that would send him to the island, and for taking the note and going there, he cannot vote in the next tribal council, but could win a chance to sabotage another player, being able to write down a fake advantage, but upon trying to play it off and give it to Dean, the others didn't buy his story, making him a clear target now. The next immunity challenge had them hanging over the water from a rope behind their back that increases in angle, resulting in both Aaron and Missy being the last man and woman standing for them to get immunity. Now for tribal council, Jamal was clearly not safe, and was voted out, having the majority of the votes given to him. Krishma find herself with a new idol, so maybe that'll cheer her up. The next reward immunity challenge was them being divided into 2 teams, and they had to spin a ball and keep it spinning in a wheel while also balancing on balance beams, as the last person from each team standing would win individual immunity, that being Nora for the purple team and Elaine for the orange, and the person who would last the longest overall would win their tribe a reward of some PB&J sandwiches, and since there was 2 tribals happening, the winning team would be able to go second for their tribal council. The purple team's tribal council was pretty one-sided. In a 5-1 vote, Aaron would be eliminated from the show. The orange team would end their tribal council in a 3-2 split, voting out Missy over Tommy, sending her to the jury. Lauren would find herself going to the island now, and her test was just a prediction of who would win immunity from the next challenge, which would be Nora, and come the immunity challenge, which had several members sit out for breakfast foods, the challenge would be won by Nora, meaning Lauren would win as well, earning an idol. She would use it at tribal council, although she wasn't the target, Krishma was, but she used her idol to truly save herself, as Elizabeth and Janet, with 1 vote each, would have to go to a revote, where in a complete sweep, Elizabeth Elizabeth would be voted out of the game. The loved ones would show up to the game next, and the next reward challenge would have them face off in pairs through an obstacle course from the water back to the land, where they'd have to land a sandbag on a small perch to win, as Janet and Tommy would do that, getting time with their loved ones and enjoying food, choosing Dan and Lauren to enjoy the same with their loved ones as well. Elaine would end up finding another idol in front of the others, making it no secret. The immunity challenge next was balancing themselves and stabilizing a ball against a piece of wood above them, as Lauren would outlast everyone to win an immunity she needed to win or be easily targeted for a vote out. At Tribal Council, Elaine played her immunity idol with no real reason to, and now the target for elimination went to Karishma, as she would be sent to the jury in a 5-3 split in votes. Janet would find it vital. Dean would also have to head over to the island, and there he was offered a coin flip for a chance at one of 3 advantages. He won and chose the idol nullifier. The immunity challenge though next was them unspooling themselves from a rope around them to cross a balance beam and solve a word puzzle that would say, "This game will mess with your mind while being dizzy." Dean would ultimately be the winner here. Elaine would be the one to be voted out in a 5-2 vote, and after Tribal Council, Jeff would show up the next morning explaining that after privately speaking with Dan, that he would be ejected from the game itself and will not be a part of the jury. And after that, we now entered into the finale of the season, where the final 5 head to the Island of Idols. The reward immunity challenge next was them using ropes as steps to get up and navigate some balls through a table maze to win some stake and immunity. Dean would win and was able to share this with Nora. For Tribal Council, Janet played her idol, but Dean countered that with his idol nullifier, and Janet was now eliminated. The final immunity challenge had them balancing while placing letters that would spell out Island of the Idols, and Dean almost took the win, but Nora was able to keep all of their blocks in place and also spelled it correctly, so she won immunity. She ended up taking Tommy to the end of the game, leaving Dean and Lauren to face off in the fire making challenge, where Dean would defeat Lauren. And in the end, the final 3 of Tommy, Dean, and Nora would face the jury, and in a majority vote from the jury, Tommy would end up becoming the winner and sole survivor of this season of Survivor. I think there was a really cool concept for this season of having legacy characters provide challenges and fun side quests for characters without feeling too intrusive to the main game, but overall it just kind of left a sour taste in my mouth from a decent amount of the contestants, just with how they played the game and who some of them are as people, and I do hope they revisit this Island of Idols concept here again. But overall this season, I definitely didn't love it. Season 40 of Survivor. They are welcoming back 20 previous winners to compete in this series' 20th anniversary commemoration. Our 2 tribes are Salai and Dakal. In the Salai tribe, we have Danny, Ethan, Rob, Parvati, Adam, Jeremy, Denise, Ben, Michelle, and Natalie. In the Dakal tribe, there is Amber, Sandra, Yul, Wendell, Tyson, Sophie, Kim, Nick, Sarah, and Tony. This season, the prize for the people who have already won $1 million or more is $2 million now, and that Edge of Extinction concept is back in play, as well as one more thing: a fire token. These tokens could be used for the trade of getting advantages and luxury items, but they would go to do the challenges. The first reward immunity challenge would have them get rings from the water in pairs, as they would then have to bring the ring to their tribe post and touch it for a point, as the Dakal tribe would win, earning some flint at the beginning. The first Tribal Council would see the vote out of Natalie, and now she would be sent to the edge. The immunity challenge next was paddling out for a bag full of numbers, as they would then head back to head through some obstacles and get back to the shore to figure out the number combination needed with those numbers in the bag to unlock the rings and toss them onto some paddles, as the Selly tribe took the win here. Sandra later on would find the note from Natalie about selling the idol for a fire token and chooses to accept it. And now heading into Tribal Council, there was a clear person on the tribe that they were going to go after, and that was Amber, voting her out as she now heads to the edge. Ben and Denise will be looking for an idol together, as Denise finds one, and it can be split into 2 halves, as the other needs to go to someone, where she chooses Adam. Natalie would discover an advantage called Safety Without Power, where the person using it can leave Tribal Council and go back to the camp, and she sold this to Jeremy for a token. The reward immunity challenge next would be pushing a wagon through an obstacle course, getting some keys to unlock cases with puzzle pieces in them, disassembling the wagon to push it under a fence, to then reassemble it, to then eventually put the puzzle together to win, as the Dakal tribe would win, earning them a spice kit for cooking. Danny would end up being the main target to vote out for the Selly tribe as they went to Tribal Council. Denise would use a token to buy the other part of her idol back from Adam, to which he accepted no problem, and Natalie would find another advantage in Extinction and sell the steal a vote advantage to Sarah. The next reward immunity challenge has them jumping between ramps, digging up a ladder from a sand pit, retrieving a monkey's paw to throw through a target, continuing up some more ramps to get to the top of it all to solve a puzzle, as the Dakal tribe would win and earn a grill and some chicken kebabs. Ethan is the one eliminated and heads out to the edge. The next reward challenge had some of the tribe tethered to a boat and swimming around to move it, as the others on the boat get to reach out for some keys to unlock puzzle pieces for a puzzle, and the Selly tribe would end up winning, solving it first to get some chickens. Where at Tribal from the Dakal tribe, Tyson would be voted out in the majority. Now the tribe tribes become 3, as the new DeCall tribe would be Denise, Tony, Kim, Sandra, and Jeremy. The new Selly tribe would be Michelle, Yul, Wendell, Parvati, and Nick. And the newest tribe, the Yara tribe, would have Adam, Sophie, Ben, Rob, and Sarah. The next immunity challenge was an obstacle course to go through to then stack some color blocks with no repeating colors on any side of it, as the Selly tribe and DeCall tribe would take their first and second place spots, as the new Yara tribe would now head to Tribal Council, where it was Rob against the world, as he would be voted out 4-1. Over there in Extinction, Tyson would find an idol nullifier and sell it to Parvati back in the game. The reward immunity challenge next had them swim out to a boat to get some bags of rice, making it back to the shore to collect 3 balls inside, and maneuver them through to the center of the maze to win, and the Yara tribe took a solid win here, winning some PB&J sandwiches and immunity. Both losing tribes would face Tribal Council, with the DeCall tribe taking out Sandra as the majority of the votes were on Denise, but her hidden idol saved her, and for the Selly tribe, Parvati, and a 3-2 vote, would be voted out. The next immunity challenge was carrying a large saucer to fill it with water and bring it back to fill a well to release puzzle pieces to solve the puzzle, as the Yara tribe adopted the mentality of the slow and steady wins the race type versus the get it done faster to win type, not having any water spilling issues like the others were having and taking first place, with the DeCall tribe in second, leaving the Selly tribe for Tribal Council, where in a 3-1 vote, Yul would now be going to the edge with the others. Time for the merge in the main part of the game. But now for the Edge of Extinction challenge, to see who can make it back into the game, they made their way through an obstacle course and had to create a pole that can help retrieve a key to get back to a table maze where the first person to get their ball to the top would win. Tyson was able to just barely pull off the win and get back into the game. The immunity challenge next was to hold a pole for as long as they can, where the first man and woman to win would earn immunity, as Denise and Jeremy outlasted the others. Tribal Council would split between Wendell and Adam, but Wendell had 9 votes on him versus Adam's 3, sending him now to the edge. The next reward challenge split the tribe into 2 teams of 5, where we would see the return of the fish-shaped puzzle that they had to put together after retrieving it from the water, as the blue team of Ben, Kim, Sophie, Michelle, and Sarah would win, earning themselves a Chinese takeout meal, but Sarah gives her reward to Nick. The next immunity challenge was the Bermuda Triangles once again, as Kim won that challenge, and after the votes were tallied up for Tribal Council, Adam, with 8 votes placed on him, would be voted out and would go to extinction. Later on at the immunity challenge, we would see the wobbly table balance one, as they held a rope to keep it balanced while adding wood blocks on top that would spell out immunity, as Tony would win the immunity. For Tribal Council, Tyson was the clear vote out, being sent back to extinction and out of the main game once more. The next immunity challenge would be a face-off of balancing a statue on a slanted table, doing so with a long pole, as Tony would last the longest and win immunity. At Tribal Council, the voting would end in a 4-3-2 split between Michelle, Jeremy, and Sophie, but Sophie would hold up the majority there and head to extinction. The next immunity challenge had them doing the classic hand over their head attached to a bucket of water challenge, where the last man and last woman would win immunity, resulting in Denise and Tony winning, and those who jumped out got some food from Jeff to enjoy. For Tribal Council, Kim would be the next one voted out in a 5-3 split and joined in on the later tail end of the extinction adventure here. The next immunity challenge had them diving into the classic putting a ball on a track and having to catch it after doing so with 2 balls, having to then solve a puzzle to win, as Nick does, and the first Tribal Council this episode would send out Jeremy in a 3-2-2 vote over to extinction now. But even more for this episode, as the next immunity challenge had them all set up blocks in a line to avoid obstacles in the way, to set it off and have it hit a gong where Michelle would win immunity, which was made a bit easier after Nick, unbeknownst to Ben, sent a disadvantage his way, since he loves putting people at a disadvantage in life. But it's okay, Nick would be voted out in a 4-2 split. The challenge for those who are on the edge was them being attached to a rope that was woven through an obstacle course, and they have to make their way through it, and doing that all and complete getting 2 balls through a table maze first, and in a very poetic way, the first person this season who was sent there, staying there the whole time, would win, as Natalie would now rejoin the main game. First immunity challenge was another obstacle course to navigate through, to then getting some sandbags that have puzzle pieces in them that need to be solved, with Michelle taking the win, and for this first Tribal Council, it went to Denise with 4 votes on her. The next immunity challenge was a water-based obstacle course where they had to get a key to unlock sandbags to toss onto a target, as Tony worked hard to earn that immunity, and so the next Tribal Council had the majority of the votes landed on Ben for his elimination from the game. This final immunity challenge was the even more classic version of the ball drop and catch challenge that we've seen so many times, as Natalie pulls a win here to guarantee herself to the end, and she would take Michelle to the end with her, as Tony and Sarah would have to face off in the fire making challenge, where Tony would end up winning. All of them have to now face the jury, but in the end, the winner of the $2 million and the sole survivor for the 40th season of the show would end in a 12-4-0 decision in favor of Tony winning based on his strategic gameplay. And as much as I love seeing some classic winners, some new new winners and celebrating 20 years of the show, the problem is still the edge of extinction concept. Plus, the purchasing system of the fire tokens was not really that fun of a gimmick, just felt like an extra step that was in the way to do anything. But now there would be a gap in seasons, as the 41st season of Survivor would change things up out of both necessity and out of wanting to bring Survivor into a brand new era completely. Something that I'll get into shortly is the hiatus that happened. Obviously in 2020, Survivor and, well, anything wasn't really viable for a time. So just know that from here on out, as the title of the seasons are just numbered now, that this is the new age of Survivor. Here's starting with 3 tribes named the Yasa tribe, the Luvu tribe, and the Ua tribe. In the Yasa tribe, we have Eric from Texas, age 50, David from Illinois, age 34, Tiffany from New York, age 47, Evie from Massachusetts, age 28, Liana from Washington, D.C., age 20, and Xander from Illinois, age 20. The Luvu tribe consists of Sydney from New York, age 25, Nasir from California, age 36, Danny from Texas, age 33, Heather from South Carolina, age 54, Deshaun from Florida, age 25, and Erica from Ontario, Canada, age 31. In the Ua tribe, there is Sarah from Massachusetts, age 23, Brad from Wyoming, age 49, JD from Oklahoma, age 20, Jeannie from Oregon, age 46, Shan from Washington, D.C., age 34, and Ricard from Washington, age 31. Jeff sends them into a challenge right away, having to find a paddle for each tribe member and then head out into the water after their boat, getting on and paddling it around a buoy to win first, as the Ua tribe did, earning some flint, a pot, and a machete. As for the other 2 tribes, they'll have to take part in a penalty competition, having the choice between 2 different tasks under the label of either savvy or sweat. Here, both tribes would choose the sweat option, completing both in order to get some basic supplies to survive at camp. Xander from the Yasa tribe, Danny from the Luvu tribe, and JD from the Ua tribe would be chosen to head out on a journey, an option of either risking or protecting their vote for tribal council. Risking it can either get you an extra vote advantage or completely make you lose your vote entirely. Our first immunity challenge, though, had them maneuvering over and under obstacles to then work together in moving large puzzle piece bags in a cart, bringing them up some stairs, and using the puzzle pieces to solve the puzzle at the end. The Luvu tribe would end up pulling off a win. For Yasa's tribal council, we would learn of another new thing in the game of Survivor now, called a shot in the dark. You have a chance at being safe from being voted out, but you also have the chance that you just lose your vote entirely. The Yasa tribe would end up voting out Eric, making him the show's first elimination this season. As for the Ua's tribal council, Sarah would be the second person to voted out of the show this season and this episode. As far as the reward immunity challenge this episode, the tribes would make their way through an obstacle course in the water, having to retrieve a key and solve a turtle puzzle. The first 2 tribes to do this would win immunity and fishing gear. The Luvu tribe and the Ua tribe placed first and second, as the Yasa would lose and would be on the fault of Tiffany. Come tribal council, David would be voted off. Another decision needed to be made, basically another journey to the summit, where the 3 of them would be on an island together now and having to choose either a steal a vote advantage or choose a tarp for their tribe. If all of them agree on the tarp, then hey, look at that, they all get one. If they all choose a steal a vote, then they would all lose their vote entirely. But if there is a mix-up of the options chosen, the people who chose steal a vote would actually receive that advantage, but the people who chose tarp would get nothing. And see, I love this concept for the show. For the challenge, though, they have their tribes race through a rope bridge to get a bag of sandbags out from under the sand and try landing them on a higher platform, as the Luvu tribe and the Yasa tribe would end up winning, getting immunity and some fruit, sending the Ua tribe to tribal council, where Brad would be in a bit of a pickle. But for the next reward challenge here, it would have the tribes tossing a ball onto a track to then catch it before it hits the ground. Then after doing that with all of them, they'd have to land all the balls on top of this perch, as the Ua tribe won first, earning assistance from Nathan, a local survival expert, while second place, which would be won by the Yasa tribe, would win 1 whole fish. At the immunity challenge, though, the tribe competed by swimming to the shore with a bag of weighted blocks, having to then use them to push smaller blocks through a tunnel where a key would be found for a chest containing 3 rings for a little game of ring toss, as the Yasa tribe and then the Luvu tribe would win, sending the Ua tribe once again to tribal council, where JD would get blindsided by the others and voted out. And the immunity challenge next had their tribe get their members over a net, with one retrieving a key, using it to unlock a machete to chop a rope, getting the release sandbags and slingshotting them to knock down some targets targets in the distance, with the Yasa tribe taking first place and getting a large tarp, while the Luvu took second and got a smaller tarp for a reward. For tribal council, the Uwa tribe was going to only be 2 people after Ricard and Shan voted out Genie from the game. Anticipating the official merge to happen here, Jeff would state that they would have to earn the merge, where they would be split into teams of 5, where one team would win and earn being on the merge, getting to enjoy a feast and picking one of the 2 people who sat out to join them, as the other would go off to exile. And the other tribe would have to face tribal council and then go and face the next immunity challenge alone, as the tribe who wins wouldn't have to. The 2 teams would be the blue team, which had Danny, Deshawn, Evie, Ricard, and Sydney, as the yellow team would have Heather, Liana, Shan, Tiffany, and Xander, leaving both Erica and Nasir sitting out. The teams in the challenge would have to dig up a ball that was partially visible already and roll it through the obstacle course, using it to help them reach some keys and at the end to help get up a tower to use the keys, unlocking a puzzle to be solved. The blue team would win and choose to take Nasir with them, as Erica would be sent to exile, which while she was there would be visited by Jeff with the choice of either continuing in on Exile Island for now or go back in time, flipping the winning team's immunity over to the other, including her initiating this if she breaks the hourglass Jeff gave her. Turns out she would smash the hourglass, reversing what happened because who wouldn't make this decision. And the immunity challenge next, where only using their feet, they would have to undo a rope to retrieve blocks, to then assemble them into a tiered tower and a flag placed in the middle, with all this being done by the tribe who won and enjoyed the feast already. And Ricard would end up winning immunity. But for tribal council now, the clear target here was Sydney, who used her shot in the dark, but it rendered her not safe. And that would be true, as she would then be eliminated. But hey, look at that, we're in the merge now, bringing us to the next reward challenge, dividing the team in 2, where they would by random have to select someone to sit out, which would be Xander. Starting with swimming out to a ramp, diving down for some buoy puzzle pieces, and then eventually using more puzzle pieces that they find to build a buoy pyramid. The blue team of Danny, Deshawn, Ricard, Erica, and Evie would win and earn some grilled cheese sandwiches. Now we're talking. But for the challenge itself, it was holding a block over their head while balancing on a beam, as Evie would end up winning and earning immunity. For tribal council, Tiffany would receive the majority vote and be taken out of the game. The remaining players split into groups of 5 to each have their own tribal councils for a double elimination now, as they would all play the holding on to a bar behind your back the longest would result in the winner challenge, as Erica on the yellow team would win immunity and Xander on the blue team would win immunity. And for lasting the longest, the blue team would get the bonus reward of chicken and beef stew, as well as go second for tribal council. The yellow team would then have their tribal council now first. It was a clear vote out of Nasir. For the blue team's tribal council, Evie was mainly the easiest current target there and voted them out. The next reward challenge would have them starting off on platforms in the water, as they would have to make their way through a bunch of obstacles, moving a rope back with them to the shore, and solve a star-shaped puzzle to win a stay at the Survivor Sanctuary. And they got to have some pizza there too. Well, Ricard would win and he got to invite Heather, Xander, and Shan to come with. Later at the immunity challenge, where they would balance a ball on a stick with one hand and add more parts to it on the bottom to go higher up while on a narrow beam, with Ricard winning again and earning immunity, saving himself for now. In another split vote, Liana and Shan would each have 3 votes on them, but upon a revote, it was a full sweep with every vote landing on Shan for her to be out of the game. The next immunity challenge would have them balancing a ball on a cylinder as they held the center in place with handles on it, resulting in Danny winning immunity for lasting the longest. A secondary add-on would be the person who fails at doing this first will have to participate in a do or die game of chance at tribal council. In this do or die, Deshawn would be the first guessing the right box, Liana wouldn't be voted off in general. The next reward challenge would have them split into 2 groups of 3, while one person jumped into a net, releasing some buoys, as the other 2 retrieved them to throw into a basket, as the yellow team of Deshawn, Erica, and Xander would win and earn some grilled chicken. The immunity challenge though would have them undo a rope and cross a beam to collect puzzle pieces to solve the word puzzle of don't make this vote your last, as Ricard would win immunity, and tribal council would see yet another 3-3 split, this time between Danny and Deshawn, where on a revote, Danny would receive all 3 votes. Erica would end up finding a new advantage for the next challenge, allowing her to start with her ladders already built, as the reward challenge would have them knock down ropes to make ladders out of and climb up to solve a massive puzzle. And yeah, Erica's head start gave her the immunity win. The reward was a nice steak meal and she was able to share it with Heather. And now for our first tribal council of the episode, Ricard would be open directly here, being voted out in a 4-1 split. But now for the final immunity challenge of the season, the remaining challengers would have to stack blocks on an unstable platform as they try and hold it up with a rope and make it stable, and the letters on the blocks would need to spell final 3 to win, as Xander would clutch a guaranteed spot in the end by winning. Xander would bring Erica to the final 3, as Deshawn and Heather would face one another in a fire-making challenge, as Deshawn's flame fought hard to just narrowly beat out Heather and sending her to the jury. In the end, winning the title of sole survivor with 7 out of the 8 jury votes would be Erica. And I must say, I really like this season of the show. I think Jeff made the best out of a bad situation and decided to revamp and make new a game that's been running for over 2 decades. I am hopeful. Survivor Season 42, you know, the title just makes sense. Here we would have 3 tribes yet again, with the Taku, Ika, and Vati tribes. In the Taku tribe, we have Jackson from Texas, age 47, Maria from Indiana, age 47, Omar from Ontario, Canada, age 30, Lindsay from New Jersey, age 30, Jonathan from Alabama, age 28, and Marianne from Ontario, Canada, age 23. In the Ika tribe, we have Zach from Missouri, age 21, Swathi from California, age 19, Roxroy from Nevada, age 43, Tori from Arizona, age 24, Drea from Quebec, Canada, age 34, and Romeo from California, age 37. Lastly, in the Vati tribe, there is Jenny from New York, age 42, Daniel from Connecticut, age 30, Lydia from California, age 21, Chanel from New York, age 28, Hi from Louisiana, age 28, and Mike from New Jersey, age 57. Once again, we right away start with a reward challenge, starting off with finding paddles. They would then row out to a buoy, untie some bamboo pieces, and go back to shore, fashioning the bamboo into a pole to retrieve flint, with the tribe completing this first, and that being the Ika tribe, earning that flint, a pot, and a machete, making the other tribes have to do their penalty challenges like last season. The Taku tribe and the Vati tribe would both choose Savvy, both of them completing it. The summit concept continues on as the journey would take the members of Jenny from the Vati tribe, Marianne from the Taku tribe, and Drea from the Ika tribe, where Jenny would choose to protect her vote while the others risked them, but the next day we would see someone taken out of the show as Jackson didn't disclose his use of lithium for his underlying medical condition, meaning the withdrawal side effects could be a massive health scare, thus Jeff having a heart-to-heart with them about this and having them leave. The game would then move on as the immunity challenge had them gathering chests in the water, maneuvering them onto the land through obstacles to open up the chests, and put together the dragon puzzle with the Taku tribe taking the win and the Vati coming in second. And as far as tribal council, the Ika tribe would unanimously vote out Zach, who used their shot in the dark, but it didn't turn out to be too safe for them as they were then out of the game. But I will bring up this person in just a bit. The reward immunity challenge was another shot calling, blindfolded team members challenge that would end in a puzzle being solved. Vati would take first place and get a large fishing kit, with the Ika coming in second, receiving a smaller fishing kit, and the Taku tribe would head to tribal, and the formed alliance of Lindsay, Omar, and Jonathan plotted against Mariah, who tried to use their shot in the dark, but it failed and they were voted out. Next, the reward immunity challenge had them get to a marker in the ocean, dive down for a ladder to help them up, to a key to unlock sandbags, on land, and toss them onto platforms as the Taku tribe would win first, getting a toolkit and some fruit, with the Ika tribe coming in second, getting a smaller version and amount of the same thing. But the Vati and Ika tribe, the challenge was paused as the waters were getting pretty bad, getting parts of the challenge made easier for them. For tribal council, the Vati tribe split voted 2-2 between Jenny and Lydia, which repeated again on a revote, leading to a consensus to officially vote off Jenny from their tribe. The next reward challenge had them untangle themselves maneuvering around obstacles in their way, ending with balls being thrown through a hoop, with the Taku tribe winning and earning some fish. And immunity challenge wise, 2 members would be on a boat together with 2 others tethered together in the water, helping get the boat to a tower for the members on board to grab some keys, then release puzzle pieces to solve a tuna-based puzzle, as the Taku tribe would take first place here and the Vati tribe would take second, with the Ika tribe having to head to tribal council, where Swathi would have the majority of the votes land on her, and her shot in the dark chance didn't work out in saving her. At the Ika tribe's camp, for the reward immunity challenge, it would be another familiar obstacle course run for a key to unlock a machete, to chop a rope, and then get some sandbags to shoot at targets from a slingshot, with the Ika tribe coming in first, earning a large tarp, with a smaller tarp being given to the Taku tribe for coming in second, with the tribal council left for the Vati tribe to have. So at tribal council, Danielle and Chanel would be tied with 2 votes each, leading to a revote of Daniel receiving all 3 votes and taken out of the game. From here, we entered into the earn the merge part of the game. So the reward immunity challenge split them into 2 teams, as Chanel, Drea, Mike, Omar, and Romeo will become the blue team, with Hi, Jonathan, Lydia, Tori, and Mariana becoming the orange team, with the sit-outs being Rox, Roy, and Lindsay. They would have to dig up a large ball, go through an obstacle course, grab keys with the help of the ball, scale a tower, and unlock a puzzle to solve, with the orange team winning, choosing to bring along Lindsay for the immunity to be in the merge and enjoy an Applebee's sponsored meal, leaving Rox Roy to be exiled for now. Of course, he would break that hourglass that Jeff gives him to swap everything around, and the others would have to play in the immunity challenge to earn fully being in that merge. It was the same balancing act of blocks spelling immunity on a board held up by a rope and won by Tori. In a blindside, Lydia would be voted out by the majority. The reward challenge next split them up into teams, guiding buoys through obstacles to toss into a basket. The blue team of Chanel, Mike, Tori, Roxroy, and Jonathan would win, earning some PB&J sandwiches and some chips on the side. Before the immunity challenge, those who did play would hold a buoy, holding it up on a narrow perch, and Tori would end up winning immunity from this. So during tribal council, council, the vast majority of votes landing on Chanel would seal her fate, eliminating her from the game. But for the reward challenge, they would be split into teams as the game brought back the balancing on floating triangles challenge, with one person from each tribe getting to win individual immunity, but the person lasting the longest would win the reward for their team. Ahry would win for the orange team, and Jonathan would win for the blue team, as well as outlasting Ahry for the reward. Both teams would face their own tribal council though, as Roxroy would be voted off in the majority for the orange team, while Tori's role in the dark was not letting her be safe, as she would be voted off this episode as well. The reward challenge next had the players retrieve and get a sandbag to then make their way to the end of the obstacle course to land the sandbag on a narrow perch that they set up. The winner would be Lindsay, sharing the reward of a visit to the Survivor Sanctuary and enjoying some food and videos sent in from their loved ones with Mike and Omar. The immunity challenge next would be the ball balancing on a bow one, and Lindsay would be the last castaway standing, earning immunity. For tribal council though, it would be a clear vote out of Ahry in a 6-2 vote. The immunity challenge next was them all holding on to a handle above their head on a perch as Jonathan would outlast the others, and the first person out had to deal with the do or die challenge, which Lindsay would face and won. With all of the other votes on Drea, she was taken out of the game. For the next reward challenge of unraveling from rope, getting through some mesh, crossing a balance beam to grab a key and unlock some puzzle pieces to assemble a block puzzle, Omar would win. The reward was some sweets to share with Romeo, Marianne, and Mike. The immunity challenge had them go through an obstacle course, grabbing planks to assemble a staircase, and then get a bag of balls to split them into both holes. On a table maze with Lindsay earning the immunity win. We're now at tribal. It was almost a three-way split in votes, 2 apiece for Romeo, Jonathan, and Omar, but thanks to Mariana's extra vote, Omar would be voted out of the show. But now, in the finale to season 42, the next reward immunity challenge was a course with multiple stations to visit where puzzle pieces would need to be freed from the knots tying them up. Mike caught up to Lindsay and ended up beating her by 1 puzzle piece, earning the reward of a pasta meal and shared it with Jonathan. This left Lindsay an easy target for voting out, taking her out of the game. For the final immunity challenge, it would be the balls dropping down a chute, having to always catch them, as Romeo took the immunity win and selected Marianne for the final 3, leaving Mike and Jonathan to compete in the fire-making challenge, where Mike would beat him and our final 3 would now have to face the jury at the final tribal council. The final vote would end in a 7-1-0 decision, with Marianne becoming this season's sole survivor. This season was pretty much just like the last. While I think there were some interesting people playing the game this time, it might just be burnout at this point. It's hard to stick out anymore. But in honesty, watching through season 42 kind of just felt like I was watching through the last season again, but now just being less excited about it, if that makes sense. We have 3 tribes competing in Fiji, the Baka, Coco, and Vessi tribes. In the Baka tribe is Maria from Pennsylvania, age 28, Ellie from Utah, age 31, Janine from California, age 24, Sammy from Nevada, age 19, Owen from Louisiana, age 29, and Mike from Idaho, age 51. The Coco tribe consists of Lindsay from Pennsylvania, age 42, Gio from Hawaii, age 35, James from Pennsylvania, age 36, Ryan from Texas, age 24, Carlo from Delaware, age 28, and Cassidy from Texas, age 26. And for the Vessi tribe, we have Justine from California, age 29, NECA from Texas, age 42, Dwight from Tennessee, age 21, Noel from New Hampshire, age 25, Cody from Hawaii, age 35, and Jesse from North Carolina, age 30. At the start, they all compete in their first reward challenge, which was collecting crates to then form a cube, then climbing up and using a pole to get some hoisted up flint, as the Vessi tribe would win. But the 2 tribes that lost here would have to partake in a penalty challenge, as they have no issue completing either of them. Each tribe would have to make their way through a series of obstacles where one member helps open a path to the next part, leading to a table maze of choice, where Coco wins first place, with the Vessi tribe taking second. They all went after Mariah, who was looked at as their weakest tribe member, and voted her off the show. For the reward immunity challenge, the tribes would have to swim towards a cage where they let free a heavy snake with numbered discs that float and brings it back to the shore, as the numbers help give the code for a lock to get puzzle pieces that make a giant logo of the season of Survivor. The Baka tribe would finish first and end up getting themselves a fishing kit, while Coco would come in second, getting them a smaller fishing kit, with the Vessi tribe now having to face tribal council. The person being voted off was Justine. For the reward immunity challenge, the tribes would jump into the water from a platform, climb up crates, and jump back into the water, making their way to a platform with a key, and after 3 are collected, the other 2 tribe mates left will unlock and solve a puzzle, with the Baka tribe winning first place, getting a toolkit and a fruit basket, and the Coco tribe would come in second, getting smaller portions of both, as Vessi would come in last and face tribal council again. But now for tribal council, NECA would be the one voted out in a 4-1 split. The next challenge would have the tribes knock down wooden blocks to use them to get across the area without having their feet touch the actual ground, and get to the ending platform to then land sandbags on different platforms from there, as the Vessi tribe would win, getting the reward of 10 fish and getting getting a chance to raid one of the other tribes' camps, choosing to send Cody over to Coco for the raid. For the immunity challenge, the tribes would look for a key under some sandbags, as they would have to crawl through a net and move large puzzle pieces under it, putting it together in a cube form, then disassemble it, move the pieces once more, and transform the pieces into a triangle, as Vessi would end up winning, with the Baka tribe taking second, giving us the Coco tribe and tribal council, giving the others no choice but to vote Lindsay out in the end. The reward immunity challenge had the tribes transporting water over a seesaw to a bucket, dropping down a barrier, continuing on to roll some balls up a ramp, as Vessi took first place getting some large tarps, and Baka took second getting some smaller tarps, as Coco would now face tribal council once again. Gio, who would be voted out in a 3-2 split, we have the pre-merge merge, as they have to earn the merge. The castaways would then resplit into 2 teams of 6, with Noelle being the odd one out, risking her choice of team to win on the blue team to see which side of the immunity she'll be on. For the reward immunity challenge though, the teams would find a buried sled, bringing it to some stations to get 6 wooden crates, and from there they would build a staircase with them to get up to reach a key that would unlock some puzzle pieces that they would need to put together that shows the phrase earning your spot at every stage. Luckily for Noelle, the blue team that had Dwight, Janine, Ryan, Mike, Jesse, and Carla won, meaning that they would now join them in immunity for the merge, as a feast can now be had, but the losing team would still have to face tribal council, as Ellie would then be voted out. With the tribes now officially merged, we get right into the next immunity challenge. The first 4 pairs to dig up and get their bundle of planks and plant a flag moved on to the next round, where they would carry the planks up a cargo net to a platform where they would use them to help cross a rope bridge, as the final 2 pairs split into all 4 individually holding a rope attached to a heavy bucket and hold it as long as they can, leaving Gabler the winner for immunity. Dwight, who to his surprise became the majority blindside, and his journey of a lifetime came to an end, giving Owen a solid win for immunity here, balancing a ball on a platform held up only by a pole that they're holding. And for not any deeper reasons, Janine would be voted out at tribal council only because they saw her as an easy person to pick off for now. But this next episode would give us 2 tribal councils, as for the next reward immunity challenge, the tribe would be split between a red team and a blue team. Here we would have another test of not letting the ball drop, as it's wedged in based on the bar that they're holding, with Carla lasting the longest on the blue team winning immunity, as Cody for the red team lasted longer, winning self-immunity, and for the red team to go to tribal council second. At the blue team's tribal council now, and James being voted off. For the red team, Ryan would be voted out, as Cassidy led the charge from their feuding to vote him out. For everyone left, the next reward challenge had one of the most impressive comebacks of the entire show. Noelle, after being spun around and dizzy, had to make her way through a balancing obstacle course and grabbing a sandbag to toss up to a platform on a pole, and this emotional moment shows just how much the challenges in the game play into the development of these people and their stories throughout the show. While they are the competitive part, the real challenge and focus of Survivor is the game of will, as you can only take the physicality so far. The reward here was a trip to the Survivor Sanctuary with lots of food and letters from home, with Noelle bringing Jesse, Owen, and Sammy along with her. Cassidy is assuring her own safety by winning individual immunity at the immunity challenge by building a house of cards with tiles provided on one end of a balancing board that they are holding up with a rope from the other side to balance it. And after one of the best challenge comeback wins of all time, Noelle would unfortunately be voted out of the show. The immunity challenge here had them do the whole high tide limited breath room challenge. Carla and Owen would be given a shared win, and both given immunity for how long they were lasting, going on long enough for the crew to just call it. Sammy ended up being everyone's target come tribal council, but he used his shot in the dark to see if he could be safe, but he wasn't. He ended up losing his vote, and in a clean 6-vote sweep, Sammy was voted out of the game. The reward challenge would split the tribe into 2 teams again as we go through the blindfolded tribe guided by a shot calling member in a ball cage game, where the blue team of Cody, Owen, and Carla win by solving the table maze first, getting them some cafe treats at the sanctuary. For the immunity challenge though, after going through the course, getting some numbered tiles to use for a combination lock, releasing a key that would unlock a bucket of puzzle pieces, Cassidy would finish first, giving her immunity, as then the others' votes would all land on Cody for a blindside, and Cody was shocked. For the finale, the reward immunity challenge would have them moving a buoy through obstacles in the water to the shore, where they brought puzzle blocks over a seesaw to help solve a word puzzle, leaving Owen to finish it, as it says you cannot hide in a dangerous game. The reward was a nice steak meal that Owen chose to share with Cassidy, but come tribal council, the majority chose to vote for Carla, taking her out of the game before the final 4. But now, for the end of it all, the final immunity challenge, they had to navigate ceramic dishes held onto a pole through a metal setup that was mounted on a spring, making it super difficult to do so, then finishing up after making it through, with being the first to stack their dishes, as Cassidy would save herself for the final 3 by winning immunity. But now, in the fire making challenge, Gabler would be sent to go against Jesse, as Cassidy was bringing Owen to the end, where Gabler pulls through, taking out Jesse, but it's okay. His 10-year-old son was in Mr. Beast's latest video of the 1 to 100 age challenge. I guess Mr. Beast is watching watching Survivor. Well, I guess I could have just watched that one episode where, he gave away an island. That was just basically Survivor. Gabler would receive the majority of the votes. In fact, all but one, making him the sole survivor of season 43, which I have to say was a pretty entertaining season overall. It had some fun twists and turns, but the strategies used, the personalities of the contestants in general, and just the overall vibe was really fun, and I think this was fairly solid. But now, there is only one current season left. It's in Fiji once more, and for our final time this video. In the Ratu tribe, we have Maddie from New York, age 28, Matthew from Ohio, age 43, Brandon from Pennsylvania, age 29, Kane from Saskatchewan, Canada, age 24, Jamie from Arizona, age 35, and Lauren from Texas, age 30. In the Soka tribe, there is Claire from New York, age 25, Josh from Georgia, age 34, Matt from California, age 27, Franny from Massachusetts, age 23, Danny from New York, age 31, and Heidi from Pennsylvania, age 42. In the Tika tribe is Bruce from Rhode Island, age 45, Helen from California, age 28, Sarah from Illinois, age 26, Carson from Georgia, age 20, Carolyn from Minnesota, age 35, and Jam Jam from Puerto Rico, age 35. For the reward challenge to start things off, the tribes would race to get some puzzle blocks where they would form a rectangle, giving first place to the Soka tribe. Unfortunately, during the reward challenge, Bruce on the Ratu tribe would end up hurting his head pretty bad, where medical had to call it. The tribes would latch their boats and then swim towards a chest to pull it into the shore. To open the chest to complete a puzzle where the Soka tribe would come in first and the Tika tribe would come in second, leaving the Ratu tribe for tribal council. Matthew would use his shot in the dark, but it turned out to not be safe. While Jamie would do the same thing and would end up safe, Maddie gets voted off. For the reward immunity challenge here, the tribe would have to find a ball, set up a drawbridge to cross to get their ball into the hole at the top of a maze, leading to the Ratu tribe taking first place, with the Soka tribe coming in second and the Tika tribe coming in last. Come tribal council now and taking Helen out of the game. The tribes would then push a large cube through the water, where a member would stand on it to retrieve 2 keys, to use the keys to unlock a puzzle area to solve the puzzle, giving the Ratu tribe the win here, while Tika came in second, leaving the Soka tribe for tribal council. Claire using her shot in the dark, resulting in her being unsafe, and having every other vote land on her. For the reward challenge, they would climb up to a slingshot where they would shoot out sandbags at a target. The Soka tribe would take first place, with the Ratu coming in second, and on top of that, a tribe swap. Next, we have the tribes swim out to a ladder to climb up and jump off of, trying to grab a key from a buoy to solve a jigsaw puzzle together, as the Soka and Ratu tribes would win the immunity and the Tika tribe would be sent to tribal council. Sarah takes the votes and gets voted off. Next, they are all tied together and have to race through a series of obstacles, fill a bucket with water to open a gate in solving the table maze. The Ratu tribe would take first here, the Soka tribe would win second place, there would be no tribal council for now. Matthew had made the decision to quit the show because of the injury. But now it's time for the merge to happen among the tribes, for the reward immunity challenge, having them go against each other by finding a large ball and pushing to a pole where one member climbs up for a key, unlocks some puzzle pieces, and solve the puzzle. The purple team would win, with a large majority of votes on Josh, and gets voted off. For a game of balancing a ball on a large extended out pull, there were 2 caveats here though. One for individual immunity for longest lasting member of each team, that being Brandon and Franny, with Franny winning the second part of that, earning the orange team immunity at tribal council. This left Matt here with 3 votes and took him out of the game. The next immunity challenge, they make their way to find some planks, as the first 4 groups move on to the next round, using the planks to then cross a rope bridge, with the first 2 pairs moving on to the final round, doing the foothold challenge where Lauren would outlast them all and win immunity. Brandon's 4 votes against him took him out of the game. As we get into the immunity challenge, as they stand on a small block, with 1 foot while balancing a ball, where Franny would take the win. Kane, who received 5 votes in total then. For the next reward challenge, the castaways racing to get 2 balls and try and land first in the indent where Franny would take the win. After the immunity challenge, the castaways would have their arms and legs tied up to their bodies, as they would have to slither around through the sand, dragging a buoy at the same time, and bring the buoy to a puzzle where you complete it for the win, as Carson would win this, giving us a vote out for Franny from the show. The next immunity challenge was the classic holding your head above the water while the tide rises challenge, where Jam Jam took the victory here. Danny had 3 votes against him, making him the vote out for the episode. For the reward challenge, the remaining castaways would split into teams as caged castaways guide their blindfolded teammates through the course to the end, giving the orange team the win. For the immunity challenge, it would be more balancing, as over time it would be more difficult to do so, until Lauren would be the eventual winner. Jamie would end up receiving the majority of the votes. For the reward immunity challenge, where they would race through a 3-story obstacle course, unlocking a chest to lower down a ladder and then solve a puzzle at the top, Carson would come out on top. Lauren would end up with 3 votes against her, taking her out right before the final 4. The final 4 face off in the ball dropping and catching challenge, where Heidi ends up beating out the others, but choosing herself to go up against Carson in fire making, where not only would she win, but she would set a record for the fastest time any Survivor contestant has ever done it, that being in just over 3 minutes. In a 7-1 split, Jam Jam would beat out Heidi and become the most recent sole survivor at the time of making this video. And that's it for 44 freaking seasons of this show. But something became more clear to me over these last handful of seasons, and that is my connection to the people didn't feel the same. I am aware that this could be from burnout and just watching the show in the way I watched it. It could be from the abundance of new mechanics in the game, all being in effect at once, or honestly, a million different other reasons. But what made Survivor such an interesting show was the people. It was the connection to them. It was the social experiment factor to it all. And aside from more athletes here and there who had careers in sports before the show, it was majority a bunch of everyday people. Here, I find it's trying to change the formula, find a new voice in how things are done, and I commend the efforts and what it takes to keep this thing going on for 40 plus seasons and just start shaking it up a bit more, truly creating a new era of the show. But much like reinventing the wheel, it's not going to be easy. Trying to fix something that already works doesn't always make sense. But in good faith of giving it the benefit of the doubt, revamping the rest of the structure on the same base could still result in something new we didn't know we needed until we had it. But just as my experiences in real life making this video, the highest of highs can also bring the lowest of lows. As someone who has now made it through 44 seasons of this show that has been on the air since I was a kid, I have learned a lot about what it takes to make a show like this, what it means to be a participant in a show like this, and what it means being a fan of a show like this. From the best seasons to the worst seasons, to the fan favorite castaways to the most notorious of villains, Survivor has built a generational fan base. No, a community of dedicated people all over the world who take time every week when a new season is on the air, and even in the off-season time, to communicate with one another, spending time in forums, blogs, or making YouTube videos, conversing about every aspect of the show you can think about, giving you a time capsule of the fandom for over 20 years now, who live and breathe Survivor, and I love seeing just how strong and active the fan base is. Even though the insane groundbreaking heights of viewers tuning in isn't as high, 3 to 5 million viewers an episode, plus all the views on streaming, still is quite a lot of support in today's world. Whether you like the newer changes to the format of the show or not, we are all castaways that have had the chance to experience such an important show last this long, turning it into a tradition, and the winner at the end of the day is you. Oh, and to break the emotional tension here, one thing that I didn't talk about was what happened for those voted off the show but were having to wait around to be a part of the jury. Where did they stay? What did they do? Well, they could be found in what came to be known as Ponderosa, where they can get some luxuries back, get checked up, and have a place to decompress. But aside from that, after all of these seasons throughout this whole video, the one question I know that you have, I can answer for you. Yes, Jeff does keep all those different fire snuffer things from each season for himself.
A global pandemic. Unconfirmed contestants. 1 missing season.
March 2020 was the month that officially would shut down the world as a whole. To think that it was already over 3 years ago at this point makes my brain not understand how time feels like it's flying by, but at this moment, everything came to a halt, and that meant production on TV and film, as season 41 of Survivor was set to begin filming with the contestants being ready to be shipped out for the location, but then the pandemic hit. And aside from health and safety concerns, Jeff was worried about the crew of the show, the ones who also rough it in the elements, filming the show, and the ones setting up the challenges, etc. They would all be hit hard themselves now not having a job, and Jeff didn't want the people that sacrifice so much behind the scenes to help make a show like this run to be out of work or be financially affected, being ready to get things back into production the second they were given the green light, which they thought would be May. But little did Jeff and the rest of the world know just how long the world would sit still for. Every time there was a chance, a spark of hope, the rates of spreading the sickness or new variants of it popping up would hold everything back once again. But the crew themselves wanted to get back to work just as much as Jeff did, and the size of the crew that would have to travel around the world was around 400 people. And even when the world started slowly opening things, it still wasn't easy to move around and get to the type of locations that the show would film at with everyone, clearing everyone through, making sure that no one was sick, making sure that it was safely done. But together, Jeff and all of the other team members that make this show happen were able to get this show back on track at some point, keeping production now moving forward, and make a show that would see a new spike and resurgence in viewership that offered an escape from the world at this time, with 40 previous seasons to binge that would end up all being placed on streaming, as well as a new production that once it was back, they didn't skip a beat in continuing forward. Because of the pandemic, not only was the show affected in the way it was, but the season 41 we'd eventually get was not the season 41 we originally were going to get. And with Survivor's average 2 seasons seasons a year, 2020 would basically only have one. But for that missing original season that was planned for 41, all we originally know at this time were the ideas and the pivots that Jeff would have to worry about and make understanding how to keep the show going and not be delayed any further. And we would finally get some answers about this mysterious season thanks to Zach Wurtenberger, who posted a video on his channel in mid-April of 2023 that featured his in-depth look and research into what was about to happen for that season. His source? He was cast on the show, originally going to be part of season 41. But you may recognize Zach from season 42, where he lasted 3 days. Aside from his look into what it all was, he offered some interesting details about the production of the show, at least in terms of what it looks like being cast as a castaway and how you'd have to prepare. Like, for example, here he was privy to the color of the tribe that he would be on and told to bring what clothes they were allowed to match around that color for the sake of aesthetics. Zach would also bring up that similar to season 1's casting, there is a larger number of finalists that still get flown out to LA being interviewed and screened a final time before decisions are made. So at least some tradition never changes. And from 41, a lot of disbursement would happen from the castaways chosen, either getting shifted to another season or not called back at all. Before the theming of just titling the seasons as the numbers from 41 and up, which we are currently seeing, Zach here would find a time where Jeff mentioned the name of what 41 originally was going to be in an interview with Variety, by potentially giving us a hint at what to expect. It was called Dwayne. It was spelled like this, which stood for Dawn of a New Era. Zach made a really interesting video that dives way deeper into figuring out the mystery of the season that never got to exist. And if you truly want to know about what may have just happened if the original 41st season of Survivor existed, I will have this video linked down below in the description, and you should definitely check it out.
The tribe has spoken.
I don't think it can be understated just how big and important of a show Survivor was, and more specifically at the time it came out. I've mentioned how much the contestants in the early seasons benefited from being on the show, and the more popular you were with the audience, the more opportunities you would get. Not only would it be sponsorships, brand ambassadorships, other chances to be in different reality shows, and even acting roles in films, it was also the mania of that moment spreading to almost every other thing in entertainment. It was also the mania of that moment spreading to almost every other thing in entertainment wanting to align themselves to it. The amount of game shows that would feature a Survivor theme or have different Survivor castaways appearing on special episodes became its own rabbit hole to follow. You want to see an episode of The Weakest Link? Boom, Survivor. Is that a family over there feuding? Nope, that's Survivor. Hollywood Squares? Nah, that's Survivor. The Price is Right? Well, actually it's wrong. It's Survivor. Fear Factor? Survivor. Nickelodeon's You Pick Live? Survivor. It's not even a game show or competition, but there's Jeff. Taxidermy? Nope, that's Chuck Testa. It's a testament to everyone wanting to cash in on the hype of the series. Brands would have Survivor alumni appear in ads. Got milk? Well, they got the bag. There were popular radio shows like Survivor Oz in Australia, with so many interviews from contestants throughout the years as we get to know the people behind the people. You flip the channel to Nick at Night for the Three's Company Marathon only to see a few past Survivor contestants playing out a parody of the characters and hosting the event in general. MTV would at one point have a special premiere called Survivor Men vs. Women Rumble in the Jungle that would feature some previous castaways giving us a preview and breakdown of what to expect from Survivor the Amazon before that series premiered. TV Guide had a big special at one point called Survivor Millionaires, Where Are They Now? As they would go across the country and meet with the winners of each season to see where they are at and maybe what they did with the money. National Geographic would create a show in 2015 called The 2000s: A New Reality, where they looked back at the change in society and our technology, entertainment, communication, and more, with some Survivor contestants making an appearance discussing the show's importance at the start of the 2000s. The list really goes on, but the entertainment factor of the show also was pushed into different mediums like gambling. You bet there was a slot machine for this show. A video game? Yeah, of course. There was a 2001 PC game cleverly called Survivor, the interactive game, where you could test your survival skills as you would play out what the show is, building alliances, competing to take out other tribe mates and vote them off. It's basically all there, and it reviewed really poorly, like very much not a good game at all. Game Revolution even said at the time that one of the major parts of the game that you'll be playing a lot is as fun as watching paint dry, throbbing hemorrhoids, staring at air, and being buried alive, so that's fun. But if you fail once, you try again, right? Well, around the 10-year anniversary of the show, Survivor for the Nintendo Wii and Nintendo DS would release, and the reviews now would be I mean, they were better than the last one, but not by much here. Speaking of the 10th anniversary though, there was a major event that took place at the start of 2010, where almost all of the previous contestants from the past 10 years worth of seasons would show up to and mingle with one another, seeing where some older contestants were at now, and overall just having a fun time. And the press this event had, they were treating it like a Hollywood premiere of the highest stature. Even 10 years in, the hype of the show carried through, as building on from here, it would turn into a legacy that is the sole responsible piece of entertainment to change what reality TV is, and it gave us so many things outside from its own brand, like a slew of survival island media, and one of the other biggest shows from that era, Lost.
Technically, there's another massive show that it inspired as well, and that's the cartoon series that came around, then got the babyfication treatment, and now has just come back to its original format, and that's Total Drama Island, a cartoon that parodies Survivor to a T, from the reality show concept, the same consistent host, the challenges contestants face, or the drama that they get into thanks to their personalities, and even being kicked out of the show. It's all there, and maybe I'll cover that sometime soon separately.
There was even a smaller show for teens that ran for 6 seasons on Discovery Kids called Endurance. That was clearly the result of Survivor's success, and just the idea being a fun concept to make for a younger audience with a little bit less life-threatening danger. And heck, remember Jonathan from season 42? Well, when he was 14, he was in season 6 of Endurance and ended up placing 3rd, which was slightly better than his 4th place spot on Survivor. And something even cooler though, both seasons of those shows that he was on were both set in Fiji, and I just think that's pretty wild. The show itself would rake in so much cash to fund a lot of its grander ideas and to put money in the people making the show's pockets by constantly making deals or having partnerships, sponsorships, even selling commercial break slots, and the extension of all that being the merchandise, from the buffs of the show being something that you could just buy and some people could use as an easy Halloween costume, as well as hats, different clothing items, stuff related to what the show is in general, to really match with the branding. But there'd be DVD sets filled with extras that bring you deeper into the show, and more so getting to have more time with the castaways themselves, their experiences, and see what may have been left on the cutting room floor. There were themed board games, season soundtracks, jewelry, and who could forget the Tiki Twirl thrill ride exclusively at California's Great America Amusement Park. And yes, it did have the iconic sounds from the show. But as much as the show was given love, they would give it by hosting different events, charity auctions for props from the show, and being involved where they can to raise awareness and money. Sure, is this a tax write-off? You betcha. But coming from something that feels more wholesome than not at the end of the day, makes me believe that they're still doing it for the best of intentions. It's all truly no wonder how this show became so popular, why some people hold it so dear to them, and why after 44 seasons at this point, they haven't burnt out over the concept. The online and offline community for this show is very much active and larger than I even assumed, as after I mentioned to friends that I was doing this video, they surprised me with how much they are still into Survivor and are excited for this journey. The show has gone on for so long that people who were kids when the show started, heck, people that weren't even born yet, can now be some of the contestants you see in some of the more recent seasons of the show, and definitely for future seasons to come. You can even be a participant, as the auditions for the show are fairly simple to partake in. You go to the casting page and submit your stuff for a chance to be picked for season 47 of the show, which is the most current one you can apply for, and we'll be filming around this time next year, and maybe I'll see you on the show, or maybe you'll see me. Probably not, but the chances aren't zero. I feel things for me are different now. After making my way through every season of Survivor with all of you here, I find myself feeling a lot of things, a mix of emotions in general. Very early on, going through the earlier seasons of the show, I started to feel a level of nostalgia for a time in my life that I can't remember too much aside from the things I consumed, the media I watched, the video games I played, the Pokemon cards I'd pull from back then, but nothing about myself, what I was like, what I did in school, only the entertainment I had to escape from that. And now, by the end of the video, as the series evolved over the seasons, I feel like I haven't really known myself recently. I know so much about the media I enjoy. I mean, I have a whole channel here to discuss this with you all, but I can't help but feel I've been ignoring what's in front of me. What is my reality? If you would have asked me that if making a Survivor video that is this long in length would result in me being this emotional, not over the fact of how long it took to put this together, but rather about myself, I would have said you're selling me fiction, when you would have just been showing me reality. I sit and reflect here now on the neglect I gave a lot of things in my life, all for the sake of filling my time with entertainment, or trying to make entertainment through these videos. Through this journey, I have found some clarity in things that I have taken for granted, like the people I hold dear and even my health. Heck, my wants, my desires, my outlook on life. So regardless if there are so many seasons of the show show, some not as fun as some others, or overall not being an enjoyable season, Survivor hit me with that double dose of reality that I needed. And Jeff's acknowledgement of him thinking he's a much better person because of Survivor, I feel holds true to me as well. At some points throughout this video, I felt the lowest of the lows and the highest of the highs, but ultimately I found myself and an understanding of the world beyond my immediate life, especially with how I've been living mine. I do plan on making some personal changes here for the health of my body and my mind. Who would have thought that a show so opposite to my vibe of interests and wants in life really held up a mirror for me to look into myself? This time alone spent watching the show, writing this video, and finally editing it, everything that gave me a chance to go through my own day-by-day challenges that featured many breakthroughs and many breakdowns, sometimes being on the brink of tapping out of making it several times, I knew this was something I needed to see all the way through. Not for being stubborn, but because it all means something to me. It's my own visual representation of an experience that has helped me get to a place I need to be in my life from where I was when I started. In the end, that's the impact and the legacy that it had on me personally, and I'd love to know what it means to you, as well as how many times you think I said the word tribe in this video. Let me know in the comments. At least tell me if you made it all the way to the end of this video, or if you're like the many out here that fall asleep to this video and woke up to it playing. But however you made it through, thanks so much for watching it. I want to give a big shout out to a few people that appeared throughout this video. First is my friend Yeb, or Young Elderberry. She streams on Twitch, but she also has a joint partnership YouTube channel called You Gotta See This with another person who was in this video, and that is Booty Swagga, who also streams on Twitch, but also please go check out their YouTube channel. They're really funny and I appreciate them for being in this video. Of course, a big thank you to Billiam as well for appearing here. Obviously, he has another big Lost video coming soon, and if you haven't seen his part 1 and part 2 of that and you like really long videos, they'll be linked down below. And finally, a shout out to Wood over at Beat 'em Ups. I've known Wood for over a decade at this point, and I'm happy that he was here, so please go check him out as well. I'll be back with another video real soon. Like and subscribe for more content after I take a nice little nap, but for now, I'll leave you with some words from Charlie Parsons. I knew it was a game changer, but I could never have anticipated it would last that long. Survivor is about heroes. It's a testament to the human spirit, what we can do, and what our flaws are. Everyone can identify with it. They can see themselves there. Anyway, I'm tired. The tribe has spoken. Later.
Now that that's over with, I can finally sit down and unwind with some gaming to take my mind off things. Finally, I've been meaning to play this game.
Some contestants claim their experiences have changed them. For Jordan, it's safe to say that he found himself. But how will he fare next time as he faces his next challenge? Going through all 15,000 plus episodes of the soap opera Guiding Light.
Wait, what?